A guy had been lying in one of the hospitals in Tokyo for a long time. He has been chained to this bed for 3 years now. His body is completely motionless and only his mind is still functioning. The guy could neither cry, nor laugh, nor make sounds, only think about what was happening around him. His name was Ben, and his only entertainment was watching the TV that hung on the wall, where only boring sports matches were constantly shown. There were often people in his room, such as his mother, who often shed tears as she watched her son slowly die. That night, the doctor said disappointing words to her that his illness was progressing very quickly and her son could stop breathing at any moment. The guy was very afraid of his death, but he came to terms with his situation and had already prepared for it. The device that showed his state of health issued a prolonged squeak, which indicated that the patient was no longer breathing. And before his eyes he saw only darkness. At that moment he realized that his time had come. But suddenly he heard someone's enchanting voice which told him to wake up immediately. She was a girl of extraordinary beauty. Her hair was thick and bright as the sun, and her body was perfectly shaped. Ben slowly rubbed his eyes, not understanding what was going on here. And then he was horrified, because he could not move because of his illness, but now he could easily move his hand. But his shock was abruptly interrupted by the same girl, calling him master, which surprised the guy. She was glad that Ben finally woke up, but the guy was surprised by the picture he saw and asked her who she was. And then the main character fell into a stupor for the second time because he had just spoken the words out loud. But he was again interrupted by the beauty, saying that her name was Jenny, and today she was his personal security. Ben didn't understand what was going on here. He was embarrassed that such a girl was sitting on him, who was also dressed revealingly. The main character embarrassedly said that he was already 18, and Jenna was so beautiful that he could get an erection. And then he was shocked. Ben's scream rang out throughout the thicket of the forest, and only the deaf could not have heard it. The main character was incredibly surprised that he got erect and he felt these painful sensations below. It was all like an enchanting dream. He was supposed to die, but for some reason he ended up here. And besides, his illness, which had tormented him all these years, fleetingly disappeared. Jenna was surprised by the guy's reaction and asked if her owner was okay. Having calmed down, Ben replied that he was fine, and he wondered why the girl called him master. She briefly explained to him who she was and what this place was, as well as who Ben was around these parts. The main character did not understand anything from what was said because the girl said that he was the heir to the Protoss, chosen by the Heavenly Lord Kel. Jenna explained that the Protoss is the only surviving place inhabited by humanity. That is, the king of the Protoss is the king of people. The guy grinned and said, waving his hands, that Kel could not have reborn him from another world. This is not scientific and looks like nonsense. Smiling, the girl sharply bit her finger to make her bleed. Jenna decisively said that since the owner did not believe her, she would provide him with evidence. The smell of her blood should attract predators in the area, and then Ben, having met them, should understand everything. Suddenly, throughout the thicket, there was a loud roar of thousands of souls. They resembled the growl of a pack of wolves, people and bears at the same time. Footsteps were heard behind Ben, which barely followed the ground, but at the same time quickly overtook them. The main character turned around and saw a terrible picture. It was a horde of zombies who came here at the smell of blood. Seeing how horrified Ben was, Jenna said that these are the same predators, and now they are filling almost the entire earth. Determination was visible on her face. She added that these pale-faced people had turned our world into absolute horror. At that moment, Ben believed what he was being told and stood in front of the girl, ordering her to leave. Resolutely, the hero went forward, saying that he would deal with them because finally he could move his muscles and it was time for him to warm up after many years spent without moving. Jenna asked if he was afraid because there were so many of them, to which Ben replied that of course he was afraid and terrified at the sight of all these zombies, but he was even more afraid of seeing such a beauty die at their hands. The girl felt pleased by the words spoken, and a smile appeared on her face. Suddenly she flew into the sky and said to herself that Mr. Kel had chosen a worthy heir. Ben looked again at the flock of zombies. In their eyes he no longer saw anything that reminded him of people, only an animal desire to dine on fresh flesh. Somewhere all his heroism suddenly disappeared, and he thought that since they were corpses, they were moving slowly, so the best solution would be to run away from them. But the corpses didn't think so. They were quite nimble because their hunger gave them strength. Suddenly, everything disappeared somewhere, and Ben heard a divine voice inside himself that told him that he had seen his courage and that the guy should stop being afraid. Surprised, Ben asked what this place was and who was talking to him. The divine voice spoke to him again and said that this was his inner strength and they had the same soul. Meanwhile, Jenna, watching the battlefield, thought that if Kel's consciousness really still remained in this world, then it should manifest itself right now. The one and only power, the endless darkness, it must appear at this very moment. Suddenly, a purple light began to leak from the crowd of zombies, which illuminated the gloomy clearing. The zombies surrounding Ben felt that emotion that reminded them that they were human. It was pain. The purple ball that surrounded the main character began to scatter zombies in different directions, like the wind sweeping leaves from a tree. In the center of the zombie crowd, only our hero remained, surrounded by a purple glow. This was his hidden inner strength. Ben looked at his hands, through which energy flowed, and thought that this was the feeling of rebirth. From the corpses that the guy scattered, only purple particles remained, which were incredibly beautiful. In an instant, they all rushed towards him, causing the main character to freeze in horror. But there was no need to be afraid, because every particle gave energy, and the guy felt a sharp surge of strength. The hero felt a feeling of warmth in his body. All this energy is now concentrated in him. Suddenly he heard something moving towards him. These steps were already familiar to him, because it was the same girl. She shouted that there was no need to panic, because this was exactly the master's ability, namely endless darkness. Endless darkness can not only absorb energy around, but also during battle from opponents. The hero was not very happy with what Jenna said. He thought that this world has supernatural powers. Apparently his illness was cured precisely thanks to these forces. Suddenly the girl fell to her knees in front of the guy and shouted that the Protoss would not last a day without his owner. She confidently told the hero to return to the Protoss and inherit the crown. Ben thought that becoming the king of the Protoss was not the happiness he wanted. After some time, the guy saw dragons in the sky, hovering over the walls of the city. Jenna asked why the owner was not very happy that he should become the king of the Protoss, but she never heard an answer. Ben had a look of exhaustion on his face, and he couldn't think about anything other than food. The hero answered the girl that the most important thing they must do now is find a place where they can eat. When they approached the majestic wall, Ben asked if this was the city she told him about. They looked at a huge wall that seemed to have no end, which protected the city from predators. The guy was surprised that there was no gate in the wall and hoped that they did not need to climb such a huge structure. Jenna reassured him by saying that it was just a Protoss security system and any resident could open the gate. She put her hand to the wall, and at the same moment, the wall began to tremble, triggering its internal mechanisms. The girl said that the wall is 700 meters high and 20 meters thick, which makes it possible to deter any predators. The door opened, and a mechanical voice echoed down the corridor greeting Jenna. Although everything looked abandoned from the outside, inside the Protoss, the inhabitants can still lead a peaceful life. The girl explained that this is thanks to the Protoss guards who guard this city. The city itself is surrounded by a huge abyss, and you can only get into it through 12 entrances guarded by guards. All guards are elite fighters who have passed multi-level selection according to strength. They are divided into levels from strong to weak, a total of 5 levels: S, A, B, C, D. The guy was tired of this story because he was still madly hungry. Suddenly, a rude voice called the girl, telling her that she had again violated the ban on leaving the city. It was a C-rank Protoss guard named Ethan. He was indignant that Jenna did not ask him for permission to leave. The girl timidly answered him that he had misunderstood everything, and she was just looking for Mr. Kell. The residents behind the girl began to whisper among themselves that she was still looking for the master, calling her stupid. The guard just grinned at what he heard. He said that her master died 3 years ago, and his corpse has not been found for a long time. The whole crowd laughed after the leader, causing only embarrassment to the beautiful girl. She was angry at what she heard because she was already tired of enduring these bullying. She remembered that very day, how she ran to that same battlefield in the pouring rain to help her master. But it was already too late, because her Lord Kell died in battle. But then a guy called out to the guard. It was our hero, who advised Ethan to keep an eye on the gate. He boldly moved towards the crowd, wanting to protect the defenseless girl. Coming closer, Ben shamed the guard with a grin, saying that it was not nice for a crowd to offend such a nice girl. From such impudence of some stranger, Ethan jumped out of his chair in rage, and our hero at that moment calmly began to stretch his muscles. The crowd began to whisper again, not understanding why some stranger dared to come out against the main guard at this gate. The guard sharply raised his fist, saying that the Protoss was not happy with strangers. But to his surprise, he missed, even though the blow was quite strong and fast, because our hero turned out to be faster than him. Ben just grinned in the face of the offender, and his legs sparkled from the rapid braking. The hero realized that his body had become so light due to his effect of absorbing energy from his enemies. Immediately, all the guard's minions rushed into battle to teach the impudent guy a lesson. But to their surprise, they all fell to the ground and could not move. It was Jenna. She decided to help Ben using her UR rank ability. She loudly told the guys that no one would touch Ben while she was here. Ethan was amused by this because it was the force pull ability, which creates earth gravity in a radius, and it was too weak for his strength. He abruptly rose from the ground, saying that he felt nothing and headed towards the hero. At that very second, he was already above Ben and thought that this battle had already been won. But Ben was able to hold back Ethan's blow with his palm. From the power of the blow, the ground under their feet began to crack, but the main character did not even move. The guard did not understand what happened because the arrogant guy was supposed to lose after this blow. And then he began to understand what was happening because his strength began to leave his body. Ben chuckled because he understood how his absorption abilities worked. The guard was horrified and began to beg to stop, but Ben decided to teach the bully a lesson. Jenna was afraid for her owner because she did not fully understand what had happened and began to call him. The entire crowd, including the attackers who watched this fight, was shocked that some stranger was able to stop the guard of this gate. At that moment, a red aura shone around the two guys, and suddenly a bang was heard. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Protoss in one of the mansions, a tall man in a red velvet robe was enjoying wine on the balcony when suddenly a girl called out to him. It was an A-rank Protoss guard. She asked if he felt what she felt. Count Dracula, S-rank Guardian, looked at her with a tired look and said that he felt this power, the power of Kell. Ethan fell to the ground exhausted and whispered in fear that it was endless darkness, that same legendary force. The guard was exhausted and looked like a living corpse. In surprise, he asked the stranger who he was. Ben looked at the losing guard and said that he was his daddy. The hero called Jenna, who was happy about her master's victory, and asked if they could eat now because he was dying of hunger. They quickly walked through the surprised crowd, talking about how Ben's eating power was enormous, to which the girl replied that he could eat as much as he wanted. The shocked residents only whispered about who this guy was, how he defeated the guard so easily and was using such powerful abilities. But then, two girls stood in the way of our heroes who were dressed just as beautifully as Jenna. The girl was surprised to see them because she knew who these girls were and did not expect to see them here. The first girl was dressed in a kimono and holding a long katana in her hand. She asked if Jenna had any problems. Her name was Leia. The second girl looked more like a scientist with short green hair. Her name was Sarah. Ben was surprised that Jenna had warrior friends. The girl suddenly pressed herself close to the guy and said that there was no need to worry because her owner had already helped her, to which the guy became embarrassed and told the girl not to do that because he remembers what happened the last time she sat on him. Leia was surprised that Jenna called an unfamiliar guy master because the last time she only called her master that way, to which the girl confidently said that there could be no mistake because Kell chose this guy and he is the heir to the throne. The girls were shocked by what they heard because they, like Jenna, were also Kell's protectors, and this means that now Ben is their new master. The hero was in a stupor because now two more girls will follow him in this world. After a long day, the newly minted team headed to Kell's residence. The girls finally fed Ben, and the bowls of noodles left one after another. Leia and Sarah were amazed at the guy's appetite. They had not seen anyone so hungry for a long time. Jenna watched Ben's meal with admiration. She still remembered how he stood up for her today. The hero put the last plate on the table and notified everyone that he was full. Ben's new defenders wondered how many years he had not eaten that he could eat so many plates of food, and Jenna asked whether the guy liked her dishes. Suddenly, Leia abruptly stood up from the table. All this time, she'd been thinking about the guy's abilities and wanted to talk to him about it. She didn't understand how the hero inherited the ability of endless darkness and who he was. The girl told Ben that if he really is Kel's hope, then there will be no mercy for him and his life and training will be harsh. Sarah supported her friend and said that being the master of these girls is not as easy as it seems at first glance. After all, the guy will have to fulfill the last wish of Mr. Kell, namely to become the king of the Protoss and destroy all the corpses. Ben was outraged by another reminder that he should become king, because he did not want this. After dinner, the hero went to his room, thinking about what the girls had in mind today and what kind of destiny awaits him. In his room, he began training, because he had not felt what it was like to train for a long time due to his illness. After 100 push-ups, Ben began to think that everyone in this city was telling him that he should be the king of the Protoss. After all, why should it concern him? Suddenly, he heard a familiar male voice behind him, who calmly told him that this concerned him directly. The guy turned to the stranger because he was sure that he was alone in this room. The picture he saw amazed him. He did not expect to see this man here. The stranger had long white hair and a robe in golden tones, similar to how nobles dress. It was the Protoss King Kell, the same person everyone mentions when they see Ben. The king told the guy that he was not so stupid if he could recognize him. The hero was shocked by what he saw because Kell died long ago and should not be here. The stately man, grinning, answered the guy that this was true and his physical body had been dead for a long time. But at the same time, his soul is alive, and right now it is in Ben's body. The hero realized that in this case, what was sitting in front of him now was not a physical body, but only the ghost of that very king. Kell said that this is so because now he is completely powerless and can only be in the form of a ghost, and only the hero can see the king, because he is directly connected with him. Ben was indignant at what was said, because the man brazenly pulled him out of another world and also placed his soul into the guy's body without asking. The hero approached the king and was filled with anger. He assumed that the ghost wanted to use his body for its own purposes. Kell's calmness was amazing because he didn't even move. He calmed the guy down by answering that he wasn't interested. Immediately, the king abruptly disappeared and appeared behind Ben, saying that he did not call him to the Protoss for this. The guy saw that the man was calmly sitting on his bed, and just as calmly he said that he had called him only to make one deal. The king explained that he gave the guy the strongest ability in this world, namely endless darkness. He also allowed the hero to have the endless riches that Kell had, allowed him to have the highest status in this world, and all so that Ben could become the king of the Protoss. And after he becomes one, he will need to find those who staged a palace coup 3 years ago and killed Kell. After listening to the king's touching story for a long time, the hero replied that he did not care and would not do this. The man did not expect such an answer, but he reminded the guy that he was in such a position that he could not refuse. Ben decided to have a snack and took a banana from the table, suggesting that since the king called him into this world, it means he definitely has a method to subjugate the guy's will to himself. While he was peeling a banana, he asked Kell to tell him what trump card he had to subdue the hero. The king jumped out of bed and grinned and replied that the guy was smarter than he thought. After all, the man put a seal in the hero's body that can be gotten rid of only after fulfilling his condition. Ben was not happy with what was said, and he asked what kind of seal was installed in his body. Kell explained that this seal is quite cunning, and whenever the hero becomes attracted to a woman, he will feel unbearable pain. It is better to die than to live like this. And if the hero refuses, then his life will be like an unsuitable man. These words struck the guy to the core. His body seemed to be pierced with 1,000 needles. He really didn't expect the Protoss king to blackmail a pawn like this. Ben asked why Kell chose him because he is an ordinary guy, and the king could have chosen a more suitable candidate for revenge. He also suggested that apparently the man could only choose him and not anyone else. Kel was amazed at how the hero guessed everything because due to an incurable disease, the hero's muscles had completely atrophied, and he was like a blank sheet of paper, the guy best suited for endless darkness. Ben continued his conversation. He said that he was very grateful that the man gave him a second life, but he is a living person and not someone's toy for revenge. After listening to the guy, Kel, with a grin on his face, said that at first he greatly underestimated the hero. Meanwhile, someone's silhouette was sitting on the roof of the house directly above Ben's room. It was Leia, who was surprised that the main character was talking to himself in the room. After talking with the ghost, Ben went to bed. He assumed that it was not a fact that the seal really existed, because then he would wake up every morning in pain. Suddenly, the door to his room opened and an unfamiliar girl appeared on the threshold, dressed in fishnet tights. She was wearing a rather revealing outfit consisting of a bright jacket, unbuttoned wide open, and a daring collar around her neck. Also, part of her outfit was a large minigun which she pointed at Ben's face. Feeling something was wrong, the guy opened his eyes slightly to see what was happening. The picture that he saw shocked him. In front of him stood an angry girl who was ready to kill our hero at that very moment. Ben understood what a sad situation he was in, so he decided to try to talk before it was too late. He asked what the girl wanted to do with him right now. An unknown beauty with pink hair asked him if he had the power of endless darkness. The hero did not understand what to do. He asked the girl to calm down and remove this huge gun, but she was against it, ordering him to shut up. It was Kel's sister, Lucy, who was nicknamed the Little Demon. She said that she was not as naive as Jenny and that the main character used some kind of sneaky trick to take over her brother's power. The guy was struck by the girl's words, and he assumed that since she was the king's sister, she should be his personal guard, like the other girls he had met before. Suddenly, shots rang out, and the hero tried to dodge them, although it was useless in such a situation. The pillow Ben was lying on now looked like a sieve. From the adrenaline in his body, the guy began to shout at the girl because she could have just killed him. But the girl did not slow down. She demanded to tell her how he got her brother's power. Otherwise, Ben would end up just like this pillow. The guy briefly told the whole story of how he arrived in this world and how he received that legendary power. What Lucy heard made her cry because she thought her brother was dead, and now she finds out that his soul is still alive in the body of this guy. Ben hissed like a snake and told the girl to be quiet, because if anyone found out that Kel's soul was in his body, the king's enemies would kill the guy. Out of overwhelming emotions, Lucy threw herself into the arms of the hero, calling him her new brother. But her sudden outburst of love was stopped by the guy's hand, which confused the girl. But the girl did not stop and tried to hug Ben, to which the guy told her that he was not her brother and there was no need to cuddle up to him. If Lucy really wants to help the hero, then tomorrow she must take him to one place. Surprised by Ben's answer, Lucy asked what this place was. The next day, the girl sat outside the establishment, which was emitting pink neon light, and told all visitors not to enter if they still wanted to live. It was clear on her face that she was very embarrassed to be here. She promised herself that if the hero dared to order such a thing again, she would turn him into a sieve. Inside the establishment, there were very beautiful girls who asked the guy if it was his first time coming here. One of the girls, slowly eating the fruit, suggested that Ben relax and give free rein to his desires. The hero was surrounded by a crowd of beautiful girls who wanted the guy to pay attention to them, but judging by the expression on his face, he was very restrained. He restrained himself because he assumed that if he did not give in to the attraction of girls, then Kel's seal would disappear. He prayed to survive this test, but the girls around him did not slow down. The guy just kept repeating in his head that he had to be persistent and not give in to his emotions. Meanwhile, the girl's passion only intensified. It seems that even the most persistent guy could not resist. And Ben gave in, shouting that he couldn't stand it. A heartbreaking scream was heard from the establishment, filled with pain and despair. The door swung open, and Lucy saw Ben quickly leaving. She grinned and sarcastically told the hero that he was a dirty pervert for losing heart in front of the girls. There was only despair on the guy's face. He cursed Kel for putting such a painful mark on him. On the way home, Lucy asked whether Ben would participate in the new selection of Protoss guards to which the guy replied that he did not know what was needed for preparation and he did not want to look after the gates. The girl explained that in order to become a guard, you need to fulfill one condition. And at that moment, Ben turned to her. She thought that he was interested in this, but in fact the guy said that he wanted to go to the toilet because he drank a lot of water. The hero went into the nearest alley because he would not have had time to get home. And then a strange ball, similar to a baseball, fell in front of him, which at the same time had a mouth with teeth. Ben picked it up and thought it was some kind of strange toy that looked very unusual. Suddenly, the same ball fell next to him, but of a gigantic size, which scattered all the trash cans in the area. The hero was stunned by such a sight. He did not understand what was happening here. It was a demon devourer, a demonic-level predator who at that moment was about to attack the guy. At the same time, Lucy, who was waiting for Ben, began to speculate about what happened to her brother and that he decided to make this weakling his heir. Suddenly, from the alley where the guy went, loud screams and noise were heard that were hard not to hear. Lucy decided to see what this boy was doing there that was making so much noise. But what she saw there shocked her. Ben jumped out from around the corner, being chased by a huge demon and trying to eat him. The guy barely dodged him, but so far was still unharmed. The girl was amazed that a predator of a demonic level made its way inside the city so easily. The hero landed on the ground, and from behind the predator, small demon balls flew towards him. He understood that he would not have time to evade them, and apparently this would be the end. But suddenly all the balls that were flying in his direction were pierced by bullets, leaving only traces of their own blood on the guy. Ben turned around and looked in the direction where his little friends had flown in to see who had saved him. Lucy grinned, throwing her minigun over her shoulder, and asked if this pervert had wet his pants. Realizing what was happening, the guy shouted that she herself was a pervert like her whole family. But the girl did not pay his attention because she noticed a figure standing on the roof of the house and ordered her to come down because she had noticed it a long time ago. She understood who it was, because only one person could control demonic-level predators and also bring them to the city. No one is more capable of this than her brother Kel's wife, Eliza. Ben was surprised by what was said. He asked Lucy if this girl was the king's wife. The little demon explained that this girl had a Protoss marriage contract on her body, and at the age of 20, she was supposed to become the king's wife. At first, Lucy thought that she would become her little sister, but now it seems that this girl is just a cheap cookie. Suddenly, the figure on the roof began to move and rushed down towards our heroes. She landed on the demon's back with lightning speed and advised Lucy not to joke like that because she could not marry such a loser as Kel. At this moment, Ben became very embarrassed because of the beauty he saw that had just appeared in front of him. And his heart, it seems, should jump out of his chest right now from such fast beats. The stranger straightened her charming black hair and said that she just needs to kill this guy, and then the marriage contract will be lost. At that moment, a girl flashed through his head who was very similar to the king's wife. She told Ben to stay away from her because he was not her type. She turned around and left that day when the guy tried to confess his love to her. Ben couldn't move because he saw such a beautiful girl who was part of his memories. He timidly asked the girl who stood in front of them on a huge monster if she was his goddess. Lucy looked at the hero in surprise and thought that apparently this guy had moved his head after all. Ben still looked at the girl with loving eyes. He extended his hand to her and asked her why she came into this world. Was it really for him? At the same moment, the hero receives a strong blow to the face from Eliza, who was perplexed by the fact that he calls her a goddess. The guy made several turns before slamming into the wall because the girl's blow was quite powerful. Lucy was furious that some girl hit her brother. She began to shout at her not to be arrogant, that she was a bride and could think that she was allowed whatever she wanted. To which Eliza replied that she could not marry someone who seeks entertainment in brothels. This did not calm Lucy. She shouted that the guy's life was her brother's last will, and if Eliza wanted to kill him, she would have to deal with her. Suddenly, a huge mouth of a monster appeared in front of the little demon, which everyone had forgotten about. The girl would not have had time to react to how quickly he got to her. She only managed to notice him right in front of her, and it seems she understood how it would end. The demon instantly swallowed her, biting her minigun in half. Eliza told her that she would kill the guy before Lucy was digested in the demon's stomach. The girl was sure that after such a blow, the guy must have suffered greatly, and she hurried towards him to finish him off. Suddenly, from the smoke raised from Ben's landing, a hand reached out to the king's wife. She almost grabbed her by the hair, but the girl managed to quickly dodge by jumping back. Eliza couldn't believe that after such a blow, the guy still had the strength to answer her. A voice was heard from the thick smoke. It was Ben, who regretted that he could not catch her, although he was quite close to it. The girl quickly realized that he used endless darkness to repel the attack, but she was surprised that in just 2 days, the guy was able to fully master this technique. The hero was surrounded by an aura of different colors, and it seems there was not a scratch on him. He told the offender that she could not be his goddess, because she had not visited him for all 3 years, and therefore could not come for him into this world. Because of the blow, Ben came to his senses and realized that Eliza and the girl from the past were simply very similar, and that's all. The girl answered him that since he already has a loved one, then even more so she will not marry him, so today he must die. The guy just grinned when he heard these words, because he hasn't loved her for a long time. Especially if he becomes the king of the Protoss, then many girls will want to be with him, including Eliza. She shouldn't hold on to him, and she shouldn't be jealous of him just because he went to the hotel. Finally, Ben asked the girl if she liked him. From these words, Eliza fell into a rage. She could not believe that the guy was saying such nonsense. She only came here because she has a marriage contract on her body that she wants to break. Suddenly, the asphalt began to crumble under Ben. He realized that Eliza had used one of her abilities. Hundreds of demons flew out from underground, who instantly lifted him into the air and beat him from all sides. Flying up, they turned around and fell down in order to inflict maximum damage on the guy. From the force of the blow, there was a loud explosion, and the ground around shook. Eliza was sure that this time she managed to catch him. She said after the hero that it was all over, for her demons would not leave even a bone of him. The girl didn't want to kill him at all. The guy was just unlucky to get to this place and be her target. Suddenly, the smoke cleared, and our hero calmly exhaled. A multicolored aura was still visible around him, protecting him. He was sitting at the bottom of the crater that was formed after the impact. Ben agreed that he was unlucky with the place he ended up in. Eliza was horrified. She couldn't believe that this time the legendary power protected the guy. She was also horrified by the fact that her demons now looked like withered corpses. While the girl was trying to understand what had happened, the hero was already heading towards her with the words that in fact he was not going to become the king of the Protoss. Everyone insists that he go down a certain path, but no one asks him what he really wants. He had already died once, and it was this life that Ben decided to live for himself. The hero's words surprised Eliza, but at that moment, some noise was heard next to her. Inside the demon that swallowed Lucy, a girl's voice was heard. He asked Eliza if she knew why the little demon uses a machine gun. All because the girl's power is too great, and if it is not controlled, then no one knows what can happen to the innocent. The two fighters were shocked by what they saw. Eliza thought that the compression force of this demon was 2 tons, and she could not open its mouth. Appearing, Lucy shouted that this was R-rank power. Changing her cells, her power became limitless. The girl flew out of the monster's mouth as if from a cannon and headed towards Eliza. If she hit with her blow, it would be fatal. The ground under the feet of the king's wife split into small pieces from the force of Lucy's blow, but Eliza still managed to dodge it. She quickly climbed to the roof of the building, realizing that she had greatly underestimated these two. Ben was amazed at how hot-tempered Lucy could be, although after what she did with the pillow, it wasn't surprising. Eliza knew that she couldn't defeat them at close range, so she decided to use one of her abilities since the two were standing so close to each other. Her eyes became like 2 blue moons, and her face became as tense as possible. Our heroes thought that this girl was running too fast, and they needed to come up with something to catch up with her. A huge blue ball appeared behind Eliza's back, which illuminated the entire surrounding area. It was the Blue Moon ability. Ben and Lucy realized that they could no longer move, and it was as if their minds no longer belonged to them. The strength of a Blue Moon rank SSR just by looking into Eliza's eyes. She can control weak predators. But if you use the light of the moon, then her power increases significantly, and she can control people for a short time. Suddenly behind me, I heard the sound of a blade being taken out of its sheath, and someone was quickly approaching. Eliza only managed to see the shine of the blade in front of her. She understood that she would not have time to dodge. The heroes again felt themselves in their bodies. They could not understand what happened to them. It was Leia. With her sweeping blow, she hit the girl and interrupted the use of the ability. Eliza was only able to spit out the blood that formed after the blow. It seems that the battle ended at that moment. Leia calmly told the girl that if she wants to kill Ben, then she should first ask her permission. Due to the strong blow, Eliza lost consciousness and fell from the roof of the house. Ben was not taken aback and at the same moment hurried towards the falling girl. He caught her in flight, preventing her from dying from falling from the roof. The guy started screaming at Eliza to wake up. He didn't want her to die here. But the girl's mind has already become clouded, and it seems she has stopped hearing what the hero was trying to tell her. A little later, our heroes went home, namely to the house of Mr. Kell. Eliza suddenly woke up. She did not understand what was happening because she thought that she had died on the roof. The girl looked around, trying to figure out where she was. There was no wound on her ample chest. Eliza was sure that Leia had pierced her with a sword, but there was not a scratch on her body. The girl tried to remember what happened at that moment and why the battle was lost. Before her eyes, there was a picture of Leia drawing her katana with lightning speed, and it seems Eliza saw a demon behind the girl's back. The king's ex-wife got out of bed to inspect the place. She thought that if Ben's protector was nearby, she would not be able to reach him. Suddenly, approaching the terrace, she saw the same guy who was sitting peacefully and talking with someone. Ben talked to Leia, asking her how she managed to find them. The defender reminded that it was her duty to provide security for the heir, and she must always know where the guy is, because not only Eliza is hunting for his head. Kell's killers are looking for Ben right now, and his every move is under threat. And don't forget about the other two heirs. They are Count Dracula, who has great influence in the Protoss, and Kell's older sister, the Archangel Mary. These two are also not happy about the appearance of the hero. Right now, Ben is coming across as a weakling, so anyone could try to kill him, and it would be stupid to let Eliza live. Ben chuckled and replied that he couldn't just watch such a beautiful girl die. Eliza remembered how the guy heroically caught her in the air and helped the girl. She couldn't even think that he was capable of such a thing. The blue moon ability had no effect on Leia. She could have easily killed Eliza, but the guy saved her. This touched the girl. Ben still continued his dialogue, saying that he didn't need a wife for nothing, although he was not going to be the king of the Protoss. That's why he didn't let her die then. Suddenly the door swung open sharply, and Eliza came out onto the terrace, who seemed not to be happy with the guy's words. Ben realized that she heard everything and decided to play dumb by saying that he didn't say anything. Eliza was angry, but at the same time embarrassed. She shouted to the guy that she would not become his wife just because he saved her. Ben, out of shame, did not know where to go, and the girl firmly declared that she would never marry the guy. The hero was shocked by the girl's straightforwardness, once again receiving such a cruel refusal. The two seemed to have forgotten that there was a third person on the terrace. Leia called out the girl's name loudly. The defender was already preparing for battle, drawing a long and sharp katana from her sheath. She warned Eliza that if she wanted to kill Ben, then Leia would not use the hilt of the sword this time. Now the girl understood why there was no wound on her chest. Last time she was hit not with a blade, but with a handle, and only lost consciousness from the force of the blow. Eliza was even more horrified by Leia's strength, and understood that if the defender was next to the guy, then the girl would not be able to defeat him. Suddenly, the girl flew into the air with lightning speed. Her speed was still as high as during the battle. She loudly shouted the name of some creature, which surprised everyone who was on the terrace at that moment. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge bird appeared in the sky, heading towards the house. She instantly appeared above the heroes, and her size was so huge that the shadow of her wings covered the roof of the estate. Ben was afraid that Eliza could summon such creatures. This bird was completely different from the demon that she summoned. In flight, the girl did a deft somersault and landed on the creature's head. She deftly maintained her balance, and now it seemed that she had an advantage over the heroes. It was a huge mythical black bird. A blue glow flowed from its eyes, and the air around it shook, due to the span of its huge wings. Leia was not afraid of the picture she saw. She knew that, judging by the ancient scriptures, this was a high-level beast. This fight became more and more interesting for her. Having prepared her katana, she decided to cut this beast together with the girl. But at that moment, Eliza turned to the guy asking if he wanted to marry her. If his answer is yes, then she is ready to discuss the engagement with him, but only in private without strangers. The guy realized that the girl wanted Leia to leave, and he was a little scared. But he decided to give the girl a chance and talk to her, but the defender firmly replied that she would not leave. Ben confidently told Leia to calm down, because if the girl wants to kill him, she is unlikely to succeed since she just barely jumped on her animal. The defender looked gloomily at the guy and replied that if he wants to die, then so be it. She sheathed her katana and prepared to leave, and the guy still reassured her by saying that he could stand up for himself. After some time, they were left alone. It was a beautiful night, and somewhere nearby, they could hear the chirping of cicadas. Ben understood that Eliza was afraid of Leia, so she asked to be left alone. He asked the girl what she really needed. Eliza abruptly interrupted him, saying that she admitted that the guy was not as bad as she thought. But this does not change anything because the hero relies only on endless darkness, and for higher people, he is just a pawn. Ben answered the girl that her speech was very offensive, and this was not what he expected to hear. The girl continued her dialogue by saying that in a month, the Protoss will hold an annual selection of guards before the delegation. And if the hero defeats her and becomes the guardian of the Protoss, then she will help him ascend the throne. Ben remembered that he had already been told about this selection of guards, but he still did not understand what it was. It was a competition where heroes fight against predators and often die at their hands. The qualifying round takes place in 2 stages in order to identify outstanding newcomers who will take the place of the fallen guards. So the Protoss provides itself with guards of 72 people. This allows the Protoss to provide protection and preserve the human race. The guy heard what he needed, namely that if he wins, then their marriage contract with Eliza will come into force. Eliza sighed and said that it was not enough to become a Protoss guard. One of the conditions was to ascend to the throne, and only then could she marry him. She can only marry a guard of the highest rank, a hero whom all Protoss rely on. Eliza became confused, remembering Kel, saying that he was a very handsome and strong man, and could Ben be the same. The guy trembled at what he heard, and quietly said that Eliza really loved him. The girl abruptly interrupted him with screams. She did not want Ben to say these words out loud. The hero was very indignant, not understanding how the girl fell in love with such a gray-haired deceiver. He has a face like a weakling. Eliza decided to abruptly change the topic, saying that the guy must remember that if he does not pass the first round, then the competition will end for him, and this means defeat. And defeat for Ben will mean that he will never be able to ascend the throne and marry Eliza. After the story, the girl was sure that the hero would refuse. But the guy was not going to give up. He said that he would willingly join her in these competitions. The days flew by and the hero trained, and now a month has passed since their conversation. An unknown guy slowly moved towards a crowd of people who were standing near a large building reminiscent of the Colosseum. It was a young fighter with a naked torso and red hair. On his hands hung bracelets around which a purple glow emanated. When he saw the venue for the competition, he was delighted. This place is perfect for the birth of guardians. At the entrance to the selection arena, the guy saw a huge number of applicants who were heading inside. This turned the fighter on more, because all these people looked very strong, and he would finally be able to test his strength. The blood of hell in his body was boiling. The guy's name was Adam, and he was from a small village that was not far from the Protoss. Walking along the corridor, Adam entered the arena, which caused him even more delight. The Colosseum was truly huge. A mountain towered over it, over which dragons flew. Adam considered this place worthy of his fist. His admiration was interrupted by a guy who landed right at the fighter's feet. He was thrown back by a handsome guy with glasses who had ashen hair, and his suit was decorated with 2 snowflakes. The handsome stranger told the fallen fighter to take his hands off his suit, to which the guy shouted that he had unintentionally touched him. The newcomers watching this were delighted by the spectacle because the selection had not yet begun, but something interesting was already happening. The fighter, who a couple of minutes ago was lying on the ground, flew sharply towards the offender, saying that he was stronger than him and was not afraid to fight him. Ashhead didn't like the peasant's reaction. His fingers were covered with ice, and it seemed that he already understood that the battle had been won. In the blink of an eye, the fighter who had rushed so furiously was encased in a large block of ice and could no longer move. He could still think and regretted touching the man, but it was too late. The crowd was shocked by what they saw. They wanted to know who he was and where he came from. One of those who came recognized this ability. It was an elemental level ability of SSR rank, and if he is not mistaken, then only one person can have such abilities and love for purity. Archangel S rank Daniel, who was the son of a noble family, nicknamed the Icy Soul Eater. All the girls in the crowd immediately noticed the handsome man and began to confess their love to him. But then someone touched his shoulder again. For the second time that day, someone touched him. It was Adam, who noticed that Daniel was a very strong fighter. Everyone was shocked. Did this hillbilly really want to be encased in ice like the last guy? But one of the crowd recognized the peasant. He said that Adam had killed dozens of ghost-level predators last year, and he was a real combat madman. At that moment, the bracelet on the guy's hand began to rotate, and his hand burst into flames. He told Daniel that he also had an SSR rank elemental ability and wanted him to fight him. The ash-haired man slowly turned to the guy and calmly told him to remove his hand. Meanwhile, a girl watching this whole performance, who was slowly exhaling smoke from her pipe, decided to intervene. She shouted that apparently all the fighters were full of energy and were eager to fight, but it was too early to start the game because the selection had not yet begun. It was the school judge who guarded the place, a beautiful girl with a magnificent open bust dressed in furs. Daniel no longer thought about the impudent man. He was only worried about whether the same guy who inherited endless darkness would be there today. The crowd lost their spirit. Seeing two SSR rank abilities of the newcomers, they understood that they could not cope with this. Night fell, and it was time to announce the start of the qualifiers. The director said it was time to start. She was looking forward to the start of the competition. Daniel quietly asked to wait a little longer. It seemed he was waiting for someone. Suddenly, a hand rose from the crowd, and someone in a sweet voice shouted to the director not to start the competition. It was Eliza. She said that there was another player who did not have time to appear in the arena. The man recognized the girl. He assumed that she also came to look at the guy with the legendary ability, and perhaps because of her marriage contract. The director understood who she was talking about because within a month, rumors about a hero with a legendary ability had spread throughout the city. She agreed that she would wait for such a valuable player, but only 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed, and the crowd started a hubbub. They were talking about how the hero was scared of the competition and that he definitely wouldn't come. The director agreed that the time had already run out and it was time to start the competition. Daniel's face showed disappointment. He couldn't believe that a hero with such abilities wouldn't really come. Eliza was also upset. She did not want to believe that Ben had deceived her. Suddenly, steps were heard in the distance from the crowd, slowly heading towards the center of the arena. The girl immediately became prettier when she saw the familiar figure. After all, he kept his promise. It was Ben, surrounded by his girls as guards, and he was dressed like a true king in a black robe covered with fur. He stated with confidence that all these guys did not look very friendly. The whole crowd was furious that he had appeared in the arena. Some were furious that everyone was waiting for the guy, some were afraid of his strength, and only Adam thought that it must be hot in such furs. This was not the reaction Ben expected. He promised the crowd that he would deal with anyone who stood in his way. Eliza seemed to like how the hero had changed over this month. He looked like such a confident man. The roar of the crowd was stopped by a loud kick. It was the director who told everyone to shut up. Now that everyone was assembled, she decided to declare the Guardian Selection Conference open. Swinging her pipe, she quickly hit somewhere in the air. In this place, everything sparkled, and it seemed that space began to tear apart. A huge portal formed at the site of the impact, announcing that the competition had begun. The crowd was shocked, because before there were no space portals at the qualifiers, they did not understand what it was needed for. The director stated that the selection is divided into 2 rounds. In the first, newcomers should go through the portal, which will send them out of town. All they need to do is stay in the designated area, and the fighters must live in these places for 5 days. Only those who survived have the right to participate in the second round of selection. The crowd began to panic because it was impossible to live for 5 days outside the city, and it was unknown where this portal would send them, perhaps straight to the lair of the monsters. The director stated that it is the duty of the guards to protect the city, and if newcomers are afraid, they can refrain from participating and try next year. Hands immediately reached out from the crowd. Many did not want to take part in this and decided to try next time. Some time passed before there were anyone interested in the arena. Many left the place without trying. Now that only the brave remained, the director asked who would decide to go first. Ben, without thinking twice, said that he would go first. Apparently, he had some kind of plan. Eliza and Daniel were surprised by what was said. The girl understood that the guy was up to something. Ben really had a plan. He decided that if he went first, he would have time to explore the area. This would give him an advantage over others, and he should not miss it. Suddenly, someone grabbed his black robe, wanting to attract attention. It was Jenna. She was worried about the guy and told him that she had a bad feeling and he shouldn't go first. Ben hastened to calm the girl down and told her that he would meet with them after the first stage. After these words, the hero quickly walked towards the mystical portal. Without hesitation, he entered the portal, which will take him to who knows where. Coming out of the portal, in his eyes there was only horror from what he saw. In front of him was a huge three-eyed monster that resembled an octopus, and at that moment, Ben realized that he was not very lucky after all. It was a ghostly predator who flew into a rage because some person had invaded his lair. His size was so huge that it seemed he could break through a building with one tentacle. The monster directed one of these tentacles at the hero in order to punish the insolent person with one blow. Ben did not have time to dodge. The ground under him scattered from the blow in different directions, and it seemed that no one could survive from such damage. But the guy was protected by endless darkness. He easily raised his tentacle and said that he was incredibly lucky that he teleported immediately to such an enemy. It's a pity he doesn't have time for this battle because he had an appointment. In rage, the predator sent 3 more of its tentacles towards the guy to finish what he started. But Ben deftly dodged the blow, even though the attack was quite fast. He landed on one of the tentacles to quickly get to the enemy's weak spot. While Ben was running along the tentacle, the monster thought that the hero had pretty good abilities for an ordinary person. But the guy had already approached the enemy's weak point. He understood that he needed to finish off the predator quickly, otherwise other fighters could discover his location. Meanwhile, in the arena, everything was peaceful and calm, and no one knew what was happening on the other side of the portal. The little demon was worried that Ben might not be able to cope because the rules had been changed, and now no one could guarantee that nothing would happen to him. But Leia decided to cheer up the girl by saying that the guy is not as simple as he seems. From the first day he entered the Star Spirit Garden, he was extremely disciplined. He went to bed at 10 p.m. and got up at 7 a.m., keeping a perfect schedule. Every day the hero did 100 push-ups, squats, pumped up his abs, and there wasn't a single day when he missed a workout. And at the end of a long run of 10 kilometers, he never stopped despite the wind and rain. There is always energy in his body, and if he cannot move, he will die because of it. That is why he is like Leia. He has a fighting instinct, and she understands that such people will not die so easily. Ben's crushing blow made the predator's eyes pop out. It was impossible to defend against such a blow. Violet sparks began to pierce the monster's entire body, causing colossal damage. Suddenly, purple energy began to be released from the monster, which the guy had already seen before when he fought against corpses. He immediately realized that this was the energy that was left from the squid, and now he would absorb it. Suddenly, the corpse's hand came out of the tentacle, which seemed impossible because the predator was defeated. Following the hand, a zombie appeared and gradually crawled out. When it came halfway out of his mouth and eyes, green smoke began to come out, which gradually scattered. This fog began to spread throughout the area. The hero was sure that he had defeated the squid, but now he did not understand what was happening. And then he thought that probably the predator was making a signal and attracting other monsters to itself. Suddenly, everything around began to sparkle, and the air became cold as if winter had come. The predator's body was instantly covered with ice from beginning to end. Now in front of Ben, there was only an ice block that looked like a large mountain. What he saw made the guy frozen in place and did not understand what had just happened. An unfamiliar figure spoke behind him, and the hero turned to see who was there. The figure said that the predator asked for help from his kind. It was Daniel. He explained that originally it was a humanoid predator, but when people eat too much, they become like that. Ben was indignant that the stranger not only spied on him, but also stole his trophy. Adjusting his glasses, the nobleman replied that if he had not helped the guy, he would now be surrounded by predators, and the hero should be grateful to him. The guy didn't listen to Daniel and turned around and said that he didn't have time to fight him because he needed to find the person with whom he had an appointment. Suddenly, the air became cold again, and snowflakes appeared around the hero. The guy had already seen this attack a couple of minutes ago. Ben asked the stranger what he was going to do, becoming covered in his aura of endless darkness. Daniel told the guy that the rules are that everyone needs to live here for 5 days, which means that the rules allow participants to eliminate competitors. Ben turned to him, answering that it seemed that by the word competitor, he meant him. Meanwhile, in the forest, one of the participants was running away from a crowd of predators. Something on his hand made a sound similar to an alert on a watch as he approached an unknown blue wall. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion that tore the guy into pieces. The competition was over for him. In the ground could be seen the cooling corpse of a zombie that had been defeated by someone. It was Jenna who dealt with the predators that attacked her. She thought about where her master had teleported because she had to find him. Suddenly, the watch on her hand began to make a piercing sound. This was a locator that is given to the player upon entry, and if it makes a sound, it means it has turned on a warning system for the player. After all, there was only one rule of the game in the competition: to survive in your own area for 5 days. If you step out of bounds, you will likely be eliminated from the competition. Jenna hurried to find the owner. She quickly moved along the branches like a cat. She also understood that she should not go beyond the boundaries of the field into which the portal sent her. Descending from the trees, she went on foot, all this being watched by a mysterious figure in a cloak. It was an unknown guest who was glad to have found her. Moving through the forest, Jenna suspected something was wrong. She had the feeling that she was being followed all this time. She suddenly began to brake in order to turn around and see who was hiding in the treetops. Stopping, the girl shouted loudly for the stranger to come out. Looking into the darkness, she asked why the ghost continued to haunt her all this time. The guy was only glad that she finally noticed him. He had been longing for a fight for a long time. An unknown figure descended from the tree with lightning speed and landed right in front of the girl. The stranger said that she deserves to be Ben's bodyguard and asked when the girl noticed him. Jenna replied that she noticed him at the very beginning and asked what this guy wanted from her. The stranger threw off his cloak in order to show his true appearance. It was an electric god, laughing, and said that someone wants Ben to die in this forest, so Jenna must take him to the hero. But the girl was determined. She had to ensure the safety of her master at any cost. At that same second, the villain sank into the ground due to the strong gravity that pressed on him. Gravity field, one of the girl's abilities, whenever she counted the numbers, the gravitational force in the radius increased. The guy's legs were already knee-deep in the ground. In this position, he would not have been able to use his abilities against the girl. But he was only amused by the defender's ability. When he began to sink into the ground, he realized that it was a matter of gravity. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, another battle seemed to be brewing. Daniel told Ben that just because the guy wasn't threatening him now, he wouldn't fight him. The hero did not understand what was happening. He wanted to find out what this ash-haired man wanted. The nobleman assured the guy that there was no need to be nervous, because he came here to tell the guy one thing. Approaching Ben, he asked him to stay alive in this forest by any means possible. After that, Daniel headed forward into the thicket of the forest. The hero did not understand what he meant and asked why the stranger said that. The nobleman turned around and explained that someone simply wants the guy to die and not pass the first round, to which Ben replied that many want him dead, but so far no one has managed to kill him. Daniel grinned because the guy still didn't understand what the nobleman guessed as soon as he heard the rules of the competition. The purpose of the rules has changed because of Ben. We need to make it easier to kill him, and anyone who can change the selection rules is definitely a very influential person. As he left, he added that if a guy wants to be in the Garden of Star Spirits, he must definitely survive the first round. As Ben watched the stranger go, he wondered who it was and why he was helping him. But suddenly he felt a strange force that affected him. The hero had a feeling that he was not moving of his own free will, and he turned in the direction where he was being pulled. He was drawn into the thicket of the forest. Ben immediately realized that he needed to run there. The god of thunder struck the girl with lightning speed, which she did not expect because she slammed him into the ground. He swung and struck another blow at the girl, and flashes of lightning sparkled at the sight of the impact. From the power of her ability, Jenna flew through the trees, breaking each one in her path. The blow was of monstrous force. After flying for some distance, the girl crashed into the ground with a roar. She was covered in bruises and scratches, but still managed to survive the landing. Jenna did not know that the guy had the power of lightning. He used it to accelerate and overcome the gravity that the girl created. Swaying, she rose to her feet with difficulty. She understood that he was too dangerous, and under no circumstances should he approach her master. At that same second, the guy was near the girl. She didn't even notice how he had covered such a long distance in a second. His speed was truly amazing. From behind his back, he began to take out a knife, which was also filled with lightning, like its owner. Laughing, he said that if Jenna did not lead him to Ben, he would find him himself, along with the girl's corpse on his shoulder. But the defender did not lose her confidence. She replied that the stranger would not dare to touch a hair on her master's head. At the same time, on the other side of the forest, someone was running forward at such a speed that you could only see the dust from his tracks. 3 guys noticed the runner and realized that this was the same guy everyone was talking about. They were teleported together, which means the 3 of them can cope against 1 warrior. But then one of the fighters was surprised that the runner did not stop, but ran at great speed straight towards them. Ben ran so fast that he didn't even notice the 3 newcomers and demolished them like bowling pins. He didn't stop because he had a feeling that Jenna was in danger. The girl was completely beaten and could barely stand on her feet. She had wounds all over her body. She only told herself that she was here to help her master and should not give up. The Thunder God only scoffed that such a beautiful girl should die because of such a short-lived master. He raised his blade above the girl's head to deal her the final blow. Suddenly, he felt something tremble behind him and move towards him. A lightning-quick elbow strike hit the guy's neck. He couldn't even figure out what happened. From the force of the blow, the offender flew forward with great speed. On his way, there was a stone into which the god of thunder crashed with such force that the entire thicket shook at that moment. Jenna turned around in surprise because she had already prepared herself for the fact that she was about to die. Her owner stood near the stone where the offender crashed, who arrived just in time. Ben stood near the stone where his opponent crashed. The force of the blow was so great that a crater formed in the place where the god of thunder flew. The guy was hit in the neck, so he no longer showed signs of life. The hero was glad that he was on time, because if he had been late even for a minute, then Jenna would have come to an end. After some time, the heroes were sitting in a clearing. The guy apologized to the girl for the fact that because of him, she went to these competitions. Jenna reassured the guy she was sorry that she, as a guard, could not protect her master, and he himself had to protect her. She was also surprised how he could find her in such a large forest. Ben said that he felt that the girl was in danger and even sensed where she was. The girl was amazed that her master had such an ability. Although he did not have such an ability, it was just sensations. Meanwhile, in the place where the battle ended, strange things began to happen. The DNA in the body of the defeated warrior began to rearrange itself, and by some miracle, he began to come to life. The body, dead a minute ago, began to move little by little, trying to come to its senses. A strong wind blew and Jenna began to cough. Her wounds were very deep. The guy, without thinking twice, took off his robe and gave it to the girl so that she would not freeze under the tree. He told the defender to put it on and rest well after the fight, while he would look after her. The hero added that the girl took care of and looked after the guy for the last month. Now it's his turn to take care of her. These words touched her very much, and despite the severe wounds, a sweet smile shone on her face. It got dark outside. The girl fell asleep, recovering from the battle, and the guy, as promised, sat and guarded her. Not far from their small camp, strange tentacles began to stir. They stuck into the ground in order to attack our heroes unnoticed. Emerging behind Ben, they headed straight towards him in order to kill him before he understood anything. But with a quick movement of his hand, the hero grabbed the tentacles and tore them apart, stopping the enemy's attack. He had long realized that the god of thunder was pretending to be dead, because if he died, Ben would begin to absorb his life energy. The guy explained that he would really be dead from such a blow to the neck, but he was injected with a drug that turns him into a predator, so it is not so easy to kill him. The attacker also thought that the hero had absorbed the power of the gate guard he had fought with earlier, and he had been training hard for the last month. Perhaps Ben could reach level B. Suddenly, the god of thunder began to curl up, and an ominous aura mixed with lightning discharges began to emanate around him. A bunch of other tentacles that were on his arm suddenly burst out from his back, and his skin color changed to the gray of corpses. Ben didn't expect to see such a spectacle. He also didn't understand what was happening to this guy and who he was starting to turn into. It was the highest form of a thunder god, the strong body of a predator, and SSR rank lightning. He laughed hysterically, shouting that the hero was about to die because the predator was at the top of Class B. But Ben did not listen to the offender for long and immediately hit him in the face, ordering him to shut up. From the force of the blow, the god of thunder flew towards the forest, but Ben moved to where the guy was flying in order to finish him off. He slammed him into the ground with all his might, holding his face with his hand. Due to the speed of the impact, the ground under the guy broke, forming another crater. This time, energy began to be released from him, which the hero was ready to absorb in order to gain the ability of a fighter. Enraged, he stood over his opponent, saying that if the Thunder God is the best in Class B, then the hero is the top of Class B. But the enemy did not listen to the guy. He only thought that the most terrible ability in the endless darkness is that it drains the energy and abilities of the opponent. He did not understand how Ben was able to master such power in just a month. Life flashed before his eyes. He remembered a man in protective overalls who warned that the drug was experimental, and whether the guy really wanted to inject it into himself. The future god of thunder was chained to the wall. His heartbeat was monitored by doctors so that the experiment was successful. Through severe pain, he grinned and told them to continue because the guy could stand it. After the experiment, the gray-haired old man explained to the guy that he had received the strong body of a predator, but the fusion of cells was insufficient, and he never received any second ability. He was disappointed in this because despite the fact that the soldier survived, the experiment was a failure. The unknown man continued to say that in order to create an artificial predator body with double strength, they were still missing one thing. This is Ben's body, the Dark Infinity Crystal. Preparing for the blow and concentrating energy in his hand, the hero asked the enemy how he managed to take the form of a predator and remain sane. He also wanted to find out who the guy's boss was and what their goal was, but the warrior, resigned to defeat, refused to tell Ben the truth. He just said that according to his calculations, the hero cannot be his opponent, and he is very curious why he is so much stronger than expected. Ben only replied that he simply had an extraordinary talent. It seems that the conversation was over, but suddenly the clouds thickened, and rain began to fall from the sky, signaling that a thunderstorm was about to begin. The guy was surprised by this phenomenon. He realized that today, God is on his side. Feeling a surge of strength, the predator asked Ben if he knew why lightning strikes when it rains. But the hero did not listen to him. He was preparing to strike the final blow by asking what the guy's last words would be. A crack of lightning was heard in the sky. At that moment, the god of thunder attracted the natural elements to himself and directed his strike. Suspecting that something was about to happen, Jenna headed to her owner. She shouted to her master that it was dangerous and for him to leave. There was a roar and a huge bolt of lightning struck from the sky, directed towards where Ben stood. The lightning did not hit him because something pushed him away, and he fell to the ground without being hurt. A crater formed in the place where the lightning struck. If the hero had been there, his endless darkness would not have saved him. The dust raised by the impact began to clear, and Ben began to come to his senses. At that moment, he realized what had happened and saw a terrible picture that plunged him into horror. He saw Jenna in the place where the lightning struck. The girl defended her master by throwing him back and taking the blow on herself. Unfortunately, after that, she showed no signs of life. The god of thunder was already heading towards the hero, saying that the girl ruined his plan because she was ready to die for her master. The lightning gave him enough energy to recover. It seems that even the heavens helped him in this battle. Ben flew into a rage. An aura of endless darkness began to surround him. He could not believe that Jenna gave her life for him. The hero jumped to the offender with lightning speed, shouting that he would kill him. The god of thunder was not afraid of the guy, but only directed his electric tentacles in his direction to protect himself. The tentacles pierced Ben's body. Blood began to appear from all parts of the body, but the guy did not feel pain because he was intoxicated with rage. He was getting closer and closer to the enemy, and the tentacles were piercing more and more parts of his body. The predator thought that the guy was crazy and was still trying to hit him despite the attack of the tentacles. Ben reached his target, and his blow, in which he put all his strength, flew right into the face. With the force of the blow, the hero slammed the predator into the ground. At that moment, everything ended for him. Due to the enormous power, Ben traveled some distance along with the enemy, leaving behind only piles of stones that shattered into smithereens. The rain continued to pour, but the elements would no longer help the god of thunder, because such a blow could not be survived. The guy put all his strength and rage into it. The predator was hanging on the wall of the crater, and its head was firmly pressed into the ground so that it could not get out of there. Finally, Ben told him that it doesn't matter who he is or who is behind this guy. After all, he will find them one by one until he completely destroys them. Purple balls began to appear from the guy's body. This was all his energy. She headed towards Ben so that he would absorb the power and abilities of his opponent. But then he was struck by lightning, which ran through his entire body. The guy trembled. He did not expect such an effect from the energy of the thunder god. His whole body was permeated with wild pain. It felt like 1,000 needles were piercing his body from the inside. From such force, Ben could not stand it and lost consciousness, remaining lying with Jenna in the rain in a dangerous forest. The girl handed a bottle of water to the guy, offering him to freshen up. This was one of the hero's memories. She asked him if he really wanted to take part in competitions, because they could be quite dangerous. Ben was surprised by this question, because everyone was always talking about how he needed to become king. As a guard, Jenna wanted him to be sympathetic, but as a friend, she didn't want him to get hurt. The guy was shocked by the girl's confession because he thought that everyone considered him a tool for Kel's revenge. He did not know that Jenna cared about him with all her heart. The girl stood up from the bench and stated that since she was not a Protoss guard, she could also apply to participate in the competition. And so Jenna will go with the owner, so she won't have to worry about him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Protoss, two people were discussing something among themselves. The girl in the red velvet kimono said that their operation had failed and the signal had disappeared. She thought that with the power that the thunder god had, it was impossible to lose if it was possible that they had the wrong information about Ben's power. The gray-haired old man slowly said that perhaps they were missing something. Most likely someone else went with the guy and is helping him in this competition. The girl was surprised because she thought that only 4 bodyguards were with him. The old man, angry at the failure, said that they shouldn't think about it now because there were 4 days left before the start of the selection. So the girl should go after the corpse of a predator who lost in battle. Suddenly, the girl's figure found 2 heroes who were lying at the bottom of the crater, exhausted. It was Eliza. She understood that while the hero was unconscious, this was an excellent chance to kill him and terminate the marriage contract. She slowly approached the wounded body of the guy. He still did not move and could not defend himself. Eliza prepared to attack to finish off the guy. But at that moment, she, for some reason, began to hesitate. It seemed to her that the guy was blaming her for what she was trying to do now. The girl struck and blood poured out in all directions. She pierced the abdominal cavity and grabbed the heart with her hand, which she then tore out. But not from Ben's chest, but from the chest of a zombie who snuck up on her from behind. At the smell of the blood of the heroes, a crowd of dead people came, eager to feast on fresh flesh. She turned to the guy and said that she was helping him only because he himself was not able to fight. Eliza began to fight the monsters. She killed the zombies one by one. They were not her rivals, so it was easy. After Eliza dealt with all the opponents, she said that it doesn't matter how many there are because they are too weak. But suddenly the ground shook under the girl's feet. It felt like an earthquake had started. A huge monster the size of a 5-story building emerged from the ground. On his head he had a helmet that looked like a knight's, and he was emitting steam from his mouth. Eliza was shocked by the size of the creature. She wondered who it was. It was a demon-level predator called the Arbiter, and he was furious that the girl dared to attack his minions. He quickly raised his hand above his head, condemning the girl to death. The referee's hands fell on Eliza like a meteorite falling to the ground. Everything around shook from such a colossal force of the blow. But the girl was fast, as always. She managed to dodge the attack. Jumping towards the tree, Eliza sharply pushed off from it to fly towards the referee. She was faster than the giant, so she was sure that he would not have time to evade her attack. But the referee managed to put his hand in front of him, and the girl crashed into it. He threw her to the ground. It seems that the enemy was not so simple, and defeating him would be more difficult than a crowd of zombies. The arbitrator shouted so that the girl did not contradict him. She landed next to the crater where the heroes lay, but was not seriously injured. There were only a couple of bruises and scratches on her. Eliza thought about the fact that the level of a predator depends on how many people it ate. After eating 100, it will receive a ghost level, but this one was many times stronger than such predators. Was he really able to eat 1,000 people and reach the demonic level? The monster did not wait and rushed to attack. Attacking, he constantly repeated that he was condemning her to death. And then the girl realized that the attack was not directed in her direction. The Arbiter attacks the unconscious Jenna and Ben. A hail of blows, called divine punishment, rained down from the sky. The force was so great that the earth literally rose into the air, and the stones crumbled like cookies. The arbitrator shouted that no one could escape his justice and was preparing for a new attack. His rage knew no bounds. He struck for the last time at the place where our heroes were. That's all. The battlefield looked like a field after a meteor shower, and the referee was confident that he had won. But as soon as the dust settled, he saw the hooves of the creature standing over Eliza, who seemed unharmed by the blows, like the heroes who lay unconscious. The creature exhaled steam, and the Arbiter was surprised that he was able to stop its attack. This was a macho rhinoceros, a ghost-level predator, and he took pleasure in receiving fierce and strong blows. The more you beat him, the more he gets excited. After all, he was useful to Eliza. The girl thought that she couldn't leave the heroes here because Ben once saved her, which means now it's her turn to help him. The rhinoceros provoked the predator to attack it more and more. The arbitrator was surprised by such an unusual creature. He immediately rushed to attack. But the rhinoceros just wanted this. He took pleasure every time the predator struck him. Eliza understood that although the macho man is persistent, everything has its limit, and over time, they will lose. Therefore, it was necessary to act while there was time. She took out another creature card from her pocket. The referee continued to beat the defender. He longed for the death of the rhinoceros and hit him again. But at that moment, Eliza used the ability of visual exchange, inhabiting the body of her beast. The referee froze because his gaze was directed into the macho's eyes, and now he was under the girl's control. He understood that he was much stronger than her, and therefore it would not be possible to hold him back for more than 3 seconds. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind the predator's back, shouting that 3 seconds would be enough for them to deal with him. A whirlwind flew into the arbitrator and passed through the creatures. It was Eliza's phoenix, which she summoned while the monster struck at the rhinoceros. He was not ready for this. Now there was a huge hole in his chest, because of which he lost his balance and his strength. The arbitrator fell to the ground with a roar without showing any signs of life. The girl was glad that they had won. It seemed that after such a wound, the monster would not be able to continue the fight. But the phoenix warned that it was too early to rejoice, because the predator simply fell, but did not die yet. Now he is unconscious from his injuries, but it will return to him quite soon. After all, he had a unique ability to exploit. With its help, he can enslave creatures located on his territory and appropriate their life energy. Therefore, if you continue to fight him on his territory, you will not be able to defeat him because he will constantly supply himself with energy. In this case, it is better to move away while there is time. Eliza did not like what the Phoenix said. She was not used to fleeing from the battlefield. The fourth day of the first round of selection for the Protoss Guard has arrived. Our heroes took refuge in the rock after a difficult battle. Ben woke up with a start, screaming Jenny's name, his eyes still filled with the fight she had fought to protect him. He didn't immediately understand where he was and how he got here, but fortunately for him, he saw a girl lying next to him. Jenny was still breathing, albeit with difficulty. She was covered in wounds, and a green healing aura glowed around her. Next to the girl, there was some kind of animal that was intensively waving its paws. It was a white hedgehog, a low-level predator. He was a very cute, furry animal who was casting some kind of spell right now. Ben was worried about the girl, and he was afraid that this beast was now doing something to her. Suddenly, the small predator jumped up and grabbed the girl's chest. It seemed like he was excited about something. The hero was outraged by such a picture. He asked the animal where he put his paws. But then Eliza appeared and told Ben not to scare the baby because he had been healing their wounds all this time. The guy asked the girl why she protected them, to which she replied that she did not want to remain in debt to the hero. If she saw them being devoured by predators, she would have nightmares. Ben was concerned about Jenny's condition. He asked if she could be cured, to which Eliza replied that she very much doubted it. You don't usually live with these types of injuries, but her pulse is fine. The wounds are very serious, and even if she can come to her senses, she will not live long. Pain and resentment crept into Ben's heart because the girl suffered because she protected him. He quickly jumped to his feet, and the air around him became electric. He asked Eliza if she could help him for Jenny's sake. He was filled with rage. He wanted to find those who did this to the girl. A month earlier, Kel told the guy that Ben had little time to train, but the king would tell him everything he knew about his ability. Training will take place in this room instead of sleep. The hero realized that this was necessary so that others would not notice his progress. Kel was surprised that the guy figured out why no one should see Ben's abilities. While eating an apple, the hero said that he became the subject of discussion when he entered the city and used endless darkness. If they see him using it again, a hunt will begin for him. The guy still thought that Kel would tell him to have fun to the fullest and have fun from the heart. Moreover, because of the marriage contract, Eliza also wants him dead. He assumed that the king knew this would happen. If he just goes to sign up for the qualifiers, then the guy's plan will be immediately figured out. Otherwise, the hero may not live to see the start of the qualifiers. He also added that Kel most likely expected that the guy would take part for the sake of a beautiful girl. After listening to everything Ben said, the king said that for an 18-year-old guy, he thinks very well. The end of the first round of selection for the Protoss Guard has come. The hero was sitting in ambush on a tree. He assumed that whoever was behind the attackers would want to remove the corpse and evidence in order to continue to remain in the shadows. His plan was to catch the person who would come for the corpse and interrogate him. And he was right. Suddenly, a refined figure of a girl appeared at the crater. She was wearing a very beautiful red dress, and in her hand, she was clutching a weapon that looked like a sickle. It was Vanessa, the master at arms, who swung her sickle and directed its chain towards the corpse. The chain wrapped around the dead thunder god and pulled him out of the crater. The corpse fell next to the girl. She laughed at the deceased because he was turned into a predator and he was still weak. Still, she admired Ben's strength and wanted to get to know him better. Suddenly, the air became electrified and a bolt of lightning was moving toward the girl. Ben tried to concentrate and release energy from his finger for the first time. It turned out to be not so difficult. The guy completely mastered the power of the last defeated enemy. When the dust began to clear, he saw a strange shield from which the remnants of lightning were emanating. Behind him was a girl who said that she could change the type of her weapon at will. This is her SR rank ability. She appreciated Ben's resourcefulness in ambushing whoever came for the corpse. The guy was filled with rage. At that moment, an electric aura appeared around him, which tore his shirt to shreds. He demanded that the girl immediately tell him who was behind her. Ben's power was so high that the released lightning struck the sky, and all nearby creatures could hear the thunder. Vanessa realized that she had underestimated the guy because he was able to master the ability of her former ally in just a few days and release such a powerful electrical charge. This time she decided to more thoroughly test the hero's abilities, rushing into the attack. Her weapon turned into a dragon crescent. The girl shouted that if Ben wants to find out who she works for, he must force her. Swinging her spear, she delivered her first blow, which seemed to be intended to hit the unarmed guy. But Ben stopped the attack by creating a sword made of electricity. He shouted that since the girl uses weapons, he will use them too. Vanessa was surprised that the guy was able to create a weapon from lightning. Suddenly, the battlefield was surrounded by smoke. The girl turned her spear into a smoke bomb. The smoke cleared, and the hero stood all alone, holding two lightning swords in his hands. He looked around in search of the enemy, but could not find him anywhere. The guy wondered where the girl who had just attacked him had disappeared. In the distance, he glimpsed the sight of a sniper rifle aimed at him. It was the Sky Seeker, the rifle Vanessa had transformed her weapon into. The girl was an assassin with incredible accuracy, and right now she was aiming for Ben's head. Vanessa acts without fear and without hesitation, and her smile hides her intentions. And as soon as her opponents relax, she will immediately shoot them in the head. A loud shot rang out, and the bullet headed towards the hero with great speed. Ben stood motionless, and suddenly he kicked the ground, lifting a small pebble into the air. The bullet bounced off the stone, and the hero was again covered in an electric field because he realized where his enemy was hiding. The girl was shocked that he changed the trajectory of the bullet with a pebble. It seemed impossible to her. The guy combined his two swords into one and said that he knows how to stand against a sniper, and now it's his turn to attack. He swung his electric harpoon and threw it towards Vanessa with great force. The heavenly spear immediately overtook the stunned girl. Its power was so high that it plowed the ground behind it. She was taken by surprise. She realized that Ben was much stronger than last time, and all that could protect her was the sacred shield. There was an explosion, the noise of which spread throughout the entire area along with the sound of lightning. Vanessa was sitting on the ground. She was able to take cover with her ability, but her shield was broken and there were no more weapons left. She trembled and experienced a new feeling that she had never experienced before. It was a feeling of humiliation. The girl thought that the guy was stronger than her, and at the same time, Ben was slowly approaching his opponent. Suddenly, he began to unfasten his belt. Vanessa did not expect this from the guy. She asked him what he was going to do right now. With a grin on his face, the hero replied that since she did not want to tell who she was working for and death would be an easy way out for her, then he would do something else. The girl trembled. Was Ben really going to do what she thought? He took off his belt and threw it on the ground, saying that they were alone here and the girl was too charming. If he did something wrong, she would not be offended. Vanessa, embarrassed, began to crawl away from the guy, and he continued to say that his bodyguards say that he is the best of men, and the girls of the brothel cannot get enough of it when he comes. Various vulgar thoughts flashed through the girl's head about what was about to happen. Vanessa thought that today she would not only be offended by her defeat, but would also be defamed. She was very embarrassed. The picture she presented did not please her. The girl screamed when Ben began to unbutton his pants. Out of despair, she agreed to tell who she was working for, as long as the hero did not approach. She works for a mysterious old man, the Dean of the Academy of Sciences, Mr. Herbert. The guy was surprised by the answer, because the Protoss throne should not worry the old man. Why then does he want to kill Ben? The embarrassed girl explained that it was not the throne, but the hero's ability. It's all about the origin of the ability Endless Darkness. The abilities of the Guardians and Predators originate from a meteorite which is stored in the Academy of Sciences. The Dean used it to turn guards into predators and create powerful warriors. But the experiment failed. They acquired the bodies of predators, but also adopted their bloodthirstiness, which means the transformation effect was unstable. Ben realized that one of these was sent to kill him. Now it is not surprising that he lost. The girl replied that the experiment was unsuccessful not because of this, but because the power of the meteorite was imperfect and the guards could not gain abilities. The hero assumed that since the Dean was hunting him, it meant that Ben's ability could make the Force perfect. Vanessa confirmed his guess. The Dean found two cores in the meteorite, a core of light and darkness. The ability of light is radiation, and the ability of darkness is absorption. And if they are combined, the meteorite will gain full power. The endless darkness that is in Ben is the core of darkness. With this core, Dean will be able to create an artificial predator with a strong ability. Ben asked why all this was needed. The girl replied that in order to strengthen the Protoss Guard and resist the many predators outside the city. The guy did not expect to hear such nonsense. He could not believe that the girl believed this lie. After listening to the story, Benet stood up and buttoned up his pants. He said that he had a friend at the academy and he had to make sure of Vanessa's words. The girl was surprised that the hero simply leaves and is not going to kill her, despite the fact that she is a witness. The hero noticed Vanessa's look and asked why she was against his leaving. Did she really expect Ben to finish what he started? Vulgar thoughts flew through her head, and she sheepishly replied that she didn't expect anything. Suddenly, a huge fist flew towards the guy, which Vanessa noticed, shouting at Ben to turn around. The guy turned around sharply and stopped the attack with one hand, as if he had been expecting it. It was the Arbiter who regained his strength after the battle with Eliza. He was surprised that the guy repelled the attack so easily, but Ben calmed him down by answering that the point was not that the Arbiter was slow, but that the hero was too strong. A purple aura concentrated around Ben, indicating that the guy had begun to use his ability to absorb the enemy's forces. The monster felt his strength leaving him. He hoped that his ability to restore energy would save him, but nothing could help him. He began to dissolve in the air, and his helmet fell from his head, showing us the true face of the predator. Vanessa was surprised that the monster couldn't even hit the guy. Now she saw how endless darkness works. And not only the predator is weakening, all the plants around began to emit violet energy and die at the same time. After using the ability, all that was left of the demonic-level predator was his helmet, and the plants in the area withered. An entire section of the forest had been depleted, and Ben had now become many times stronger, which amazed the girl. The guy turned around and began to leave, saying goodbye that he couldn't waste time here, because the last day of the qualifiers was about to end. Vanessa jumped up and stopped the guy, saying that she couldn't go back to the Dean after telling about him, because he would kill her. Now she has nowhere to go, and she asked Ben to take her with him. The hero did not expect to hear this from his former enemy. Now he did not know what was the right thing to do. At the same time, somewhere in Protoss, two figures were discussing the qualifiers. The girl said that in the first round, out of 33 people, only 8 remained alive. Count Dracula was disappointed by the result he heard. He expected that more participants would be able to pass the test. The director hurried to cheer up her master. She said that in addition to the bad news, there was also good news. In the area chosen for the competition, 3 demon-level predators were destroyed. The Count was interested in what was said. He asked who these 3 fighters were who achieved such success. The director replied that, judging by the data, the first person to defeat the predator was the Ice Soul Eater, Daniel. The second was the owner of the Hellfire ability, Adam. Well, the third was Ben, the owner of the ability Endless Darkness, and also the most interesting contender in this competition. There was barely a smile on the Count's face. He was very interested in these people. The clock on the tower made a sound, signaling that the first stage of the qualifiers was over, and it was time to bring the fighters back. In the forest where Ben and Vanessa were, a portal appeared. The guy once again asked the girl if she wanted to go with him, to which she agreed. In the cave, where Jenna lay unconscious, a portal also appeared. Eliza realized that time was up, and Ben never returned. A portal also appeared in the lost places in front of the Ice Lord, and he slowly walked towards it. In the swamp of the dead on the Mountain of Corpses sat Adam, who was disappointed that time was up because he had not played enough yet. Suddenly, a strange figure with a tail appeared in front of him, which was covered with designs reminiscent of tattoos all over its body. Adam was delighted with the new opponent. He thought that he was very lucky to fight again before the portal closed. A voice sounded in the guy's head, saying that behind Adam there was a portal leading to the city. The fiery fighter was outraged by what was said. He did not understand what the predator wanted. The voice in his head intensified and asked the guy to let him go through the portal. Suddenly, Adam's entire body was covered with wounds, from which blood flowed in streams. There was an explosion, and the fighter was torn into hundreds of small pieces. Adam fell to his knees from the picture he saw. It was an illusion. He began to choke from the piercing cold and fear that gripped his entire body. The fighter stood up sharply, trying to understand who was standing in front of him. At first, he thought that it was a demonic-level predator, but then he realized that they become larger depending on the people they eat, and this one was similar in physique to a human. Is this really a spiritual-level predator? This level is obtained by those predators who have eaten 100 of their demonic-level relatives. This species is extremely rare. The hero was seized with fear. He destroyed the bracelets that were on his hands. The guy understood that under no circumstances should he be allowed into the portal. Otherwise, the consequences would be difficult to imagine. In the places where the bracelets had recently been, Adam had dragon tattoos that began to glow with red flame. His hands caught fire and formed 2 fireballs with which the guy rushed to attack. The legendary predator assessed the strength of the enemy. He thought that such power was quite great for such a boy. Adam joined his hands to carry out one powerful attack, and a wave of fire flew out in the direction of the predator. The stream of dragon flame was so powerful that all that was left of the trees in the path were burnt stumps, and the water instantly boiled. All that was left of the forest was a huge burning crater, and the guy was sure that he had defeated the enemy. This was his strongest ability, and no matter who he fought, this technique would turn everyone into ashes. But suddenly a fog began to thicken around Adam, looking like hundreds of ghosts. One of them began to fly into the unsuspecting guy's mouth. The fog dissipated, flying into Adam's body. His pupils turned white, and he lost his mind. In place of the human pupils, the pupils of a predator appeared, which attacked the fighter. Now this body belonged to the legendary monster. 5 minutes later, all the heroes gathered in the sacred mountain arena. Adam was the last one to leave the portal. He left as if nothing had happened. A screen appeared in front of the fighters in the arena, on which was Count Dracula. He congratulated everyone on passing the first round, but asked the participants not to rejoice ahead of time. After all, the second test will be much more difficult. The remaining 8 people will take part in a knockout competition, and only 2 of the participants will become Protoss guards. All fighters will be given 1 month to rest, and when the time comes, the whole city will gather to watch the fight of the candidates. Ben thought that Jenny would not have time to recover in a month, and Vanessa looked enviously at the girl who was hanging on the guy's neck. Count Dracula also added that the fighters had already been assigned to pairs and wished everyone good luck. The participants were surprised that they would not draw lots, and the organizers themselves chose who they would fight against. Everyone came to the screen to watch their opponents. Eliza saw that her opponent was Jenna. She was upset because victory over a wounded opponent would not do her honor. But in the semifinals, she will be able to fight with Ben. He seemed to have become stronger, but the girl believed that he had no chance against her. She also thought that if she suddenly lost, she would have to marry him. She turned around to look at the guy who stood there with a stupid look and picked his nose. Eliza turned away sharply, saying that the hero was watching her, but Ben did not understand why she was angry with him. Daniel also looked at the board. His opponent was Adam. Looking towards the guy, he thought that he had a strong opponent. However, the fighter's energy is now not the same as before. The predator in Adam's body turned around, sensing a strange aura that came from the far corner of the building. This scent was calling to him, and the source of this aura was far beyond the arena. Adam went outside. The monster inside him thought that he had been wandering for exactly 10 years. He traveled to every corner of the continent, but this aura was nowhere to be found. The only place where the predator has not been is Protoss, the surviving city which he could not get into due to a huge wall and defenders. The predator felt that he was really here, the source of the origin of his brothers and all abilities, a gift of light, a meteorite that fell to Earth long ago and is now in the Academy of Sciences. If the monster can obtain it, then he will finally surpass the spiritual level. He will achieve perfection, and then the whole world will obey him. After several days of completing the qualifiers, a scandal was brewing at the Protoss Central Hospital. The doctor fearfully stated that they had done everything possible, but Jenny's health was not improving, and the doctors could do nothing more to help. In front of him stood angry heroes who asked if the doctor had done everything because they doubted it. Suddenly, Sarah appeared behind the robbers, who saved the doctor by ordering the guys to calm down. She said that there is one person who can help Jenna. The little demon immediately asked who he was. She wanted to bring him to the girl, but Sarah replied that this was impossible. Leia immediately clarified how strong this man was. They were already ready to move out. Lucy was disappointed that some doctor could be stronger than her. Sarah explained that this person is not a doctor, he is an S-rank guard, and also the strongest person in the Protoss at the moment. The power of his mind is perfect, and if he agrees to cure Jenny, she will surely be healed. It's just a pity that he retired many years ago and disappeared without a trace. They tried to find him, but to no avail. Vanessa interrupted the crowd's conversation, saying that he was a master of mind flow control, his age was 56 years old, and his height was 188 centimeters. His ability is the most common N rank, but he perfected it and became a master. After Kel's death, he could control the Protoss, but he was never interested in power. He voluntarily gave up the right to rule the city, so the right to rule passed to Count Dracula, the next most powerful god. Now he lives on the top of a snowy mountain away from everyone. Sarah was surprised by this information. How could the girl know it? But the little demon looked at Vanessa incredulously because recently they had been enemies. The girl replied that the dean has his own secret informants, so he knows everything about the guards, and now Vanessa is in Ben's squad, so there is no point in lying to her. She also added that the guard has a strange character, and it is unclear whether he will agree to save Jenny. Suddenly Ben spoke up. He said that he would find him and take the girl to the mountains. The guy promised that for her sake, he would seize any opportunity to keep her alive. After some time, the hero went to the top of the sacred mountain. He climbed the snowy slope for a long time. On his back was Jenna, whom he wrapped in his robe. After some time, the heroes finally found the guard's house. They were exhausted and frozen from the cold. Suddenly, Ben saw a familiar animal peacefully building a snowman near the house. The animal also noticed the guy and was not particularly happy to meet him. At that very second, he forgot about his hobby and rushed into the house to escape from the one who once scared him in the cave. But suddenly a snowball fell in front of him, which scared the baby. It was Ben. He immediately blocked the little healer's path, saying that it seemed they had already met before. The hero asked why Eliza's pet was here, because this is the home of the master of mind flow control. The kid trembled with fear. He could not do anything with such a formidable opponent. But then the figure of a man appeared from behind the house, who said that the guy not only broke into his house without an invitation, but also hurt his pet. The figure came completely around the corner, and Ben was surprised to see the snow underneath it instantly evaporate. It was an S-rank Protoss guard, master of mind flow control, Kevin. He was not happy with our hero and said that the guy did not belong here. Ben, at that moment, was amazed at the strength of the guard. He felt this aura under which the snow was melting. It was as if the man was surrounded by a protective mantle, which if you touched, you would immediately dissolve. Suddenly, a girl appeared from around the corner and asked her father who he was talking to and who had come to visit them. It was Eliza, who was surprised that Ben came to her house. The hero was even more amazed that this was the girl's house, and this strongest guard was her father. Sometime later, Ben and Jenny were in the man's house. The guy persuaded the guard to help the girl because only he was capable of this, but Eliza watched this whole performance. She could not believe that Ben had come all this way for Jenny. The guy firmly stated that he would pay any price to save his girlfriend. Tired of listening to the hero's story, Kevin calmly replied that he refused to help him. Eliza chuckled. She didn't expect to hear a different answer from her father. Ben did not stop. He wanted to know the reason for the refusal. The guy suggested that perhaps it was because the guard's power would suffer if he helped the girl. Kevin replied that in fact, saving her was as easy as shelling pears, but these two were nothing to him. There was no point in helping them. Now he will help them, then everyone will start turning to him for help. But he doesn't want that. Suddenly, Eliza stood up for the heroes, asking her father if he would help Jenna if his daughter asked for it. Kevin was surprised, but the girl explained that Jenny is her rival, and she does not want others to consider her victory undeserved. But the only thing that surprised my father was why Eliza was on their side. A couple of minutes later, Kevin and the heroes stood in the room. Jenna was on the bed. The man said that during the treatment, his ability would cause cell regeneration, which would cause the girl's temperature to rise, so she needed to be undressed. Ben immediately blushed. Images of Jenny without clothes flashed through his thoughts. A couple of minutes later, the girl was completely undressed. She was charming, but still unconscious. The master concentrated the energy in his finger and directed it towards the girl. He ordered her to comply and touched her head. At that moment, the girl began to come to her senses, and a green healing aura appeared around her. The guard had a strange feeling. At that moment, he felt that the girl was gifted. After a few minutes of treatment, Jenna began to come to her senses. Ben prayed that Kevin would be able to help the girl, and Eliza kept an eye on the guy so that he would not peep. Jenna began to sweat and began to move her eyes and jaw, looking like she was in pain. But she wasn't. The girl came to her senses and began to open her eyes. She felt that she was very hot, but at the same time, very light. And then she saw herself completely naked, and she didn't know who did it. She screamed with all her might to the whole house. If not for the storm, her scream would have been heard in the city. Jenna asked what they did to her and why she wasn't wearing clothes, but Kevin decided to move away from the girl just in case. Having closed his eyes, the master said that Jenna was probably feeling better. Confused, Ben, who tried his best not to look, thanked the guard for his help. The heroes went to their rooms, Eliza showed Ben where he would spend the night, and the guy could finally rest. He turned to the girl and thanked her for helping to persuade her father to cure Jenna. Eliza did not understand why the guy was so tense for the sake of some bodyguard. She asked him about it. Even she cannot climb the mountain without the help of a phoenix, and Ben made this journey on foot, carrying the girl on his back. If a storm had started, he could easily have died. For her sake, the guy risked his future place on the throne. Eliza asked if it was worth it, to which the guy replied that it was worth it. He explained that Jenna is not just a bodyguard, she is his friend. The hero once had several friends, but they all abandoned him. And then he realized that those who care about him will always be on his side, even if the whole world turns against him. Jenna risked her life for Ben, and he did the same for her. Eliza turned around and hurried out of the room, saying that she would help them go down the mountain when the girl recovered. Ben thought that perhaps Eliza was jealous. Meanwhile, the recovered girl stood on the terrace and enjoyed the view of the snowdrifts. She did not expect that her master would do so much for her. The realization of this brought her joy. Looking at the snowy landscapes, she remembered how he courageously carried her on his shoulders. Her fantasies were interrupted by a male voice. It was Kevin, who asked if the girl would catch a cold in such cold weather. Jenna turned to him and asked why he was not sleeping yet. The master replied that he could not sleep, so he decided to drink tea with milk. Suddenly he asked the girl if she knew who the gifted ones were. Anyone who is illuminated by a meteorite receives one ability, but there is a tiny chance that there will be two abilities. Such people are called gifted. Jenna is the second person in Kevin's memory who had such a gift, and the girl seemed to understand what the master was talking about. With such wounds, an ordinary person would probably have died, but Jenna was able to survive. The man suggested that one of the defender's abilities is immortality. The girl was embarrassed because she was taken by surprise. She replied that she could not die while the person connected to her was alive, but at that time, she was in agony. The master became more and more interested in Jenna's ability. He wanted to find out who this person was. The blonde replied that the ability itself chooses who it will become. It is directly connected with him. The girl senses when this person is in danger and can even sense his location. And since Kevin saved her, she will answer who it is. Only this secret must remain between them. But in return, Jenna will have a request. She asked the master to become Ben's mentor. Kevin was not very happy with what he heard. He replied that he was tired of teaching people and was too busy. Jenna looked away and quietly apologized. She didn't think before asking the master about such a thing. Kevin sternly said that he did not want to teach him, but taking into account the path the guy had come here, he would do him one favor. The next day, a phoenix soared in the sky, and despite a strong storm, flew somewhere quickly. Ben sat on the bird with the master. He asked where they were flying. Kevin pretended not to hear and asked if the guy received the ability from the meteorite. In Protoss, there are many people with abilities that are often similar to each other. Based on their rarity, they are divided into ranks. There are only 5 of them, namely N, R, SR, SSR, UR. Ben has 2 abilities, UR rank Endless Darkness and SSR rank Thunderclap, but they are not the guy's innate abilities. Therefore, today the hero will gain his own ability. Ben realized that they were heading to the Academy of Sciences right now, just in time to find out more about the Dean. After some time, the hero and Kevin flew to the doors of the Academy of Sciences. But then they were met by security, who ordered them to stop and say for what purpose they wanted to visit this place. The master sighed and said that he had not been in society for a long time, since people no longer recognized him. One of the guards shouted that if the two men did not need anything, then they should get out of here. The academy was not a place for ordinary walks. Suddenly he left the ground and flew into the air. The guard could not understand what had happened to him. Their body did not obey, and the entire squad began to levitate in the air as if there was no gravity under them. Their minds were with them, but their bodies were not. One of the guards was surprised that the man did nothing to lift them into the air. He just looked at them and didn't move. Ben was also amazed by this skill because Kevin did not use any skills, but just stood there. But the guy understood what was going on. He felt the aura that he saw when he first came to the master's house. The power of the mind seemed to fill the space alive. It is not surprising that the snow did not touch it. Suddenly, an old man appeared on the threshold who recognized this unique aura because it can only belong to one person. It was the dean who was surprised to see Kevin here because the man had not been interested in anything related to the city for a long time. The master replied to the old man that his friend had not yet awakened his ability, and he thought that the dean could help with this. Kevin looked at Ben and ordered him to say hello to the dean of the Academy of Sciences. The old man was surprised that the hero, a friend of the strongest Protoss guard, wondered how he could find him if the master lived far from everyone. The blind man understood that the boy killed the god of thunder and kidnapped Vanessa. He probably knew that the dean was pursuing him because of the core of darkness. He also noted that it would not be easy to deal with Ben if Kevin supported him. The hero came closer and said that he heard that there was a meteorite in the academy that could awaken abilities. He would like to see it. The dean coughed and firmly stated that he could not show it because every use of the meteorite must be agreed with Count Dracula, and the gray-haired man had no personal right to dispose of it. And since Ben is a friend of Mr. Kevin, the old man could put in a good word with the Count. Endless darkness began to thicken around the guy. He decided to solve the problem in a bad way, since nothing worked out in a good way. But suddenly the wind barely blew next to him, and he saw the master who was already standing near the dean. The old man was amazed by the man's speed and was afraid of what would happen next. Kevin looked at the dean with a gloomy look and in a sepulchral voice ordered them to let them through, because the old man would not contradict him. The dean's mind suggested that it was better not to resist this man. The blind old man smiled sweetly and asked the guests to follow him. The trio walked along the long corridors of the academy. Ben had already begun to doubt that they were going in the right direction, but the dean reassured him by saying that, although he was blind, he knew the academy like the back of his hand. The hero thought about the fact that the security system here is impressive because they had already passed 4 posts, and before each one, the presence of the dean was required. If not for him, they would hardly have passed. In addition, the closer they are to the meteorite, the stronger the endless darkness reacts to it. The old man stopped. The meteorite was behind this door. He asked the heroes to listen to his instructions when they went inside. The metal door slowly opened, and the heroes entered the room where the legendary artifact was located. In appearance, it resembled an ordinary stone to which various cables were connected. This was the first time Kevin had seen a meteorite with his own eyes, so he asked the dean if this was really the same artifact in front of them. Ben calmly said that in appearance, it was an ordinary stone that did not represent anything. The master turned to the guy and began to scold him for not listening to him when Kevin was talking about the meteorite. While the couple was quarreling, the dean thought that before light and darkness were whole and attracted each other, and if Ben came into close contact with the core of light, it could react. If the guy loses himself, the meteorite will merge with him, and when his strength is restored over time, the old man will be able to fulfill his dream and create an army of predators with abilities. And all this thanks to Kevin, who himself brought the core of darkness into the hands of the dean. His thoughts were interrupted by a fist that slammed right into the guy's face. The The master beat the clueless Ben for flying in the clouds and not listening to his elders. After moralizing, Kevin asked the dean to activate the meteorite. After some time, the cables under the meteorite became electrified, and the stone itself, due to electricity, began to emit a bright yellow light. Kevin was wondering what ability Ben would receive, and the dean hoped that this ability would be rank N. The bright divine light blinded the hero. He more and more ceased to see the source of the light. After the meteorite was turned off, Kevin asked Ben if he felt any changes in his body. The guy replied that apart from the fact that his eyes hurt from the bright light, everything was the same as before, and he didn't feel any abilities. He turned to the old man, saying that apparently the dean did not want the hero to receive a new ability and therefore led them to a fake meteorite. The blind man was stunned by the boy's impudence. He shouted that it was not his fault, and if Ben uses the meteorite once, this does not guarantee that he will receive new abilities. The guy still pretended to be a fool and said that he still didn't feel anything, and apparently the stone was still a fake. The old man was not as stupid as it seemed at first glance. It was not for nothing that he was the dean of the Academy of Sciences. He assumed that Ben probably had a rare ability, so he did not want to show it. The guy said that they were leaving. He suggested that the mentor go to a place nearby where they make excellent tea with milk. These words pleasantly surprised the master. He replied that he only drinks tea with sugar. Ben also added that they would order coconut pudding. The old man was furious at the hero's impudence. He wanted to kill him right now, despite the fact that the guy was accompanied by the best guard. When the heroes turned their backs to the old man, he pulled a hidden blade from his cane. The dean thought that Kevin would not have time to react if he struck right now. He pulled the sword from his cane and swung it to kill the unsuspecting guy. But suddenly he froze in place and could no longer move. Kevin asked the old man if he had forgotten what it was like to cross the path of a master. Realizing that he had lost, the dean trembled with fear. He knew that the guard was very strong, but he didn't think that much. Having apologized, the old man put his sword back in its sheath and decided not to detain the guests any longer. Ben was horrified by how much rage he saw in Kevin's eyes. He understood that if the dean had not retreated, he would now be dead. Kevin looks harmless, but he hides a huge amount of power. So this is what he is, the strongest Protoss man. After the incident at the academy, our heroes were heading home on a huge phoenix. Kevin drank his favorite milk tea, which Ben promised him. The guy was surprised how the master drank a whole glass of tea in one gulp. After all, he really loves this drink. The guard turned to the hero and said that now they were alone, and Ben could show the ability that the meteorite had endowed him with. Kevin quickly saw through the guy. The hero did not want to show his new ability in front of the dean, so he fooled him. The ability had just awakened and Ben didn't know if he would be able to show it, because he had never used it before and he didn't know what it did. Kevin waved his fingers and told the guy to stand still and not move. He decided to penetrate his mind and see for himself what kind of ability the boy had. The master concentrated to find the place where it was hidden. Inside the guy's mind, he saw hundreds of demonic eyes that were watching him. Kevin suggested that the place where Ben's ability was hidden was connected to an evil spirit. The ability to control evil spirits is extremely rare, but what rank it is depends only on the rank of the spirit. Suddenly, he noticed an ominous creature that was watching him. The master turned around and saw that the monster was huge. The man demanded that the spirit tell him his name and show himself to him. The monster was of colossal size. Its voice echoed throughout the entire space, and its name was Asur. Ben was already tired of standing in one place and not moving. He was looking forward to the master finishing his ritual. Opening his eyes, Kevin said that the boy was very lucky. Ben was delighted at these words and suggested that the meteorite had given him the ability to the gift of light. The master just grinned, because this ability is the treasure of the Protoss, but the guy's ability is also extremely rare. It is not only strong, but also associated with evil spirits, so Kevin lingered in the guy's mind and taught the demon a lesson. This ability is SSR rank and is called Asura Spirit. Ben was disappointed by the simple name of his new skill, to which the master replied that it was a cool name. He also added that this spirit is extremely strong, as are his thoughts, and if you resort to its help, he can rebel against Ben. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the master advised the guy not to use it. A month has passed since Ben awakened his new ability, and today all the Protoss residents climb the sacred mountain to get to the arena. After all, this is the most important day of the year, but not only because of the final competitions. What is more important is that, in addition to the contenders themselves and the spectacular fights, they will also be here. S-rank Protoss guards will be present in the arena. 2 guards had already arrived at the performance. It was Count Dracula and the director of the competition. The audience was happy to see such people live, because before that, they had only seen them on TV. The director asked why the Count arrived so early. After all, he is the most important person in the Protoss, and it is common for him to be a little late. The Lord drank blood-colored wine, the same as his robe. He answered the girl that he did not like to wait. It reminded him of waiting for the moon to appear from the clouds. Suddenly, the Count heard something move above him. He immediately realized that someone was sitting on top, because it is difficult to remain motionless while sitting on a canopy. The fabric began to boil like boiling blood, and the Count's crown appeared from it. Going upstairs, he noticed Kevin and said that he expected to see him here, despite the fact that such events were not interesting to the old master. The Count suggested that this was probably due to the fact that his daughter was taking part in competitions. Kevin was still calm and answered the bishop that this was not entirely true. There's just a tea discount today, and they also have a giant pearl milk tea. The man suggested that the Count try it, but he refrained, answering that sugar accelerates aging. Kevin was indignant and advised to live for today because the Count and the Master were the same age, but the ruler looks younger because he takes care of his appearance. Suddenly, the men heard the clicking of heels. It seemed that someone was approaching the arena. It was a woman dressed in a red dress with a large neckline, and pearls sparkled around her neck. Coming closer, she asked what her old comrades were chatting about, and it seemed the headmistress was not happy about the lady's appearance. It was the leader of the Milky Way faction, Archangel Mary, and she was wondering if the warriors were discussing who, besides her son, would become the new protector of the Protoss. Smiling evilly, Director May asked if the woman was confident in her son because it was unknown how her presence would affect him. Mary said that she was his mother and her presence would not harm her son, to which May sarcastically replied that she had once abandoned him with his father and he was unlikely to be happy to see her. The Count and Kevin, watching the spectacle, simultaneously wondered why these women always quarrel. Mary was seriously angry and ordered the headmistress to keep her mouth shut. After all, May is no one to her, and she doesn't dare judge her. The girls exchanged gloomy glances that showed hatred for each other, after which May replied that she simply decided to remind her of what she had done. They raised a cry to the entire Colosseum. One said that the director had so much to do that he couldn't get a promotion to S rank. The second asked what was wrong with this, and was Mary really proud of her rank. The men just listened peacefully to these cries and were silent. One of the spectators asked her friend why these two were arguing, to which she replied that she only knew the rumors that were circulating about Mary. They say that she abandoned her child and seriously ill husband to become the leader of some faction. Many in the city call her corrupt. Besides, she doesn't seem to have any abilities, and she got S rank with the help of Kel. The girl felt sorry for Daniel because he is so handsome, but has such a cruel mother. Suddenly, the voice of a guy was heard from behind them, who only heard the word beautiful in their conversation. It was Michael, an S-rank guard, the personification of the 7 sins. He asked the girls if they were talking about him. Suddenly, the girl was hit in the head by a heart that came from the handsome man. At the same moment, she felt her heart beat faster, and she became hotter. She was overcome by passion, and unnecessary thoughts began to arise in her head, which made the girl feel awkward. The girl's friend did not understand what was happening, and it seems that the spectators sitting nearby also noticed that something strange was happening, and the guy just smiled, thinking that the girl was still very lustful. Suddenly, a woman's voice behind him told him to stop bullying the girl. He turned around, seeing his old friend, and asked if she wanted to feel real pleasure. The heart that made the previous girl beat in agony crashed into the face of an unknown woman and broke without having any effect. It was Kathleen, a guard paladin of S rank, a sweet girl with purple hair. She held a sword in her hands and was dressed in knight's armor. She told the guy that his charms wouldn't work on her, yet again he tries, but still doesn't understand it. Disappointed, the guy turned around and snapped his fingers, cancelling the effect of his love spell to free the girl. He also reasoned why his spell did not work on the paladin. The charming girl menacingly asked what the guy was whispering. He awkwardly turned around and said that he simply admired the beauty of the girl. Kathleen got a little embarrassed and told Michael to shut up. The guy also noticed the girl's slight embarrassment and smiled sweetly back at her. An hour later, May asked for a minute of attention in order to make a ceremonial speech. She announced the start of the qualifying competitions. The crowd screamed enthusiastically at the same moment, and the entire Colosseum began to roar. The headmistress asked the participants to enter the arena, and 8 contenders appeared on the battlefield. The crowd rejoiced because an unforgettable sight awaited them ahead. All participants slowly entered the arena. Many were waiting for this fight, and some wanted to finish the competition as soon as possible. Ben was supported from the stands by the girls who were on his team. The guy wanted to wave at him, but then the little demon shouted that if he loses, he might not return home. This phrase confused the hero. He was not expecting such support. Ben asked Jenna where Sarah was now, because she was not in the stands next to everyone. The girl replied that she could not come because she was on duty at the academy. The guy thought that most likely the dean deliberately detained her at work because he knew that the girl was his friend. Not only did they come to cheer for Ben, Daniel's mother saw her son and thought about how much she missed him. They locked gazes, the cold gaze of the son and the enthusiastic gaze of the mother. The woman was glad that her son looked at her. They had not seen each other for a very long time, and perhaps he had already forgiven her. But Daniel turned away as if he didn't see anything, and his mother chanted from the stands that he would succeed because she loved him. May began to explain the rules to the participants. Firstly, the opponent must either lose consciousness or be immobilized for 10 seconds, and secondly, he must admit defeat. If there is a threat to the life of a participant, the headmistress will interrupt the fight. Ben began to yawn while listening to the rules. He asked if he could start the fight already. He had had enough of showing his abilities. Jenna was worried because the guy looked tired. Maybe he didn't get enough sleep. Kevin was also worried, but for a different reason. He assumed that the hero was tired because he did not listen to the master's advice. The headmistress announced the first battle between the owner of the Endless Darkness technique and the Protoss warrior James. The contenders entered the arena and prepared for battle. A gong sounded, announcing the start of the fight. A little boy on the podium asked his mother if the uncle in the raincoat was strong, to which the woman replied that he was a frequent guest at the qualifiers, and among ordinary people, he was the strongest. The warrior in armor, warming up, said that he had been taking part for exactly 5 years, and every time he encountered a very strong newcomer as an opponent. He thought that this time he would be defeated by the new prodigy Daniel, but oddly enough, the gods sent Ben as his opponent. The hero fell asleep as he walked, and the warrior speaking to him declared that his ability would overcome endless darkness. At that moment, Ben's eyes glowed purple, and he replied that he would not use infinite darkness this time. James was indignant at the guy's impudence and replied that he was not afraid of being absorbed, and besides, Ben's hero ability was quite recent. Therefore, he was the first to decide to launch an attack, shouting to the hero that he could not cope with him because the warrior was already battle-hardened. And suddenly James disappeared. He moved so fast that he was invisible. Some spectators were amazed, while others had already seen this ability. It was called Flying Dragon. The guy ran around Ben at such a speed that it was impossible for a normal eye to follow him. There are 2 ways to absorb energy into endless darkness, either when the enemy is dead or unconscious, or he needs to be caught. But James was so fast that it seemed impossible to catch him, so he was sure that victory would be his. Ben didn't even watch his opponent. He just stood and yawned in the middle of the arena. James stopped behind the guy and realized that this was the best moment to attack. Suddenly the hero turned around and 1,000 eyes appeared around him, looking straight into the warrior's soul. The guy jumped away without striking. From the outside, it seemed that he simply retreated. His whole body was covered with sweat. It was an animal fear of the abyss that he saw with his own eyes. The spectators were shocked. They did not understand why the battle-hardened warrior retreated and succumbed to the newcomer. There was only fear in James's eyes. He saw something that filled him with only horror. For just a moment, he was surrounded by 1,000 eyes that pierced right through him. The guy thought that he was imagining it. The hero looked weak, and therefore the warrior did not understand why he had such fear of his strength. Ben grinned and asked why he gave up. The crowd started howling. They began to shout that the warrior should not be afraid, and most of them came here to see how he would become a god. James knew that if he gave up, his image as a brave man would be destroyed, and all his fans would turn against him. So he decided to take a chance and use his trump card. He wanted to leave it for Daniel, but first, he had to win this fight. Ben was tired of waiting. He realized that he was much stronger than his opponent. All this time, the guy was provoking the enemy to attack. James got angry and only replied that the hero would not even have time to blink an eye before the warrior would defeat him. He moved from his place with such speed that only jumps were visible in the arena. This ability was called supersonic bounces. The downside of this skill was that the stones began to crumble if you overdid it, but the technique was excellent. He aimed his blow towards the hero and was sure that now he would not be able to dodge. Ben turned around and stopped the enemy's attack with one blow, telling him that he was tired of waiting for the warrior to jump. Broken to dust, James only thought that this was the 6th time he had lost to a newcomer. Stunned spectators looked at the spectacle and did not understand what had happened. Ben defeated the warrior with one blow and did not even use Endless Darkness. This battle seemed to be won without a chance. Flashing his smile, the hero said that it was all because he reached B rank last month. The director declared Ben the winner, and he, yawning, headed towards the exit of the arena. Kevin watched the guy and realized that although the hero doesn't show it, he's very depressed. This is an indicator that Asura will soon rebel. Still, the guy could not resist the temptation to show off his new ability. A few minutes later, the arena was empty. The little demon was reading the schedule of future fights. The next fight was between Jenna and the owner's fiancée, Eliza. Two of the contenders watched the beautiful girls from the stands and chatted with each other. The warrior with the sword asked his opponent who he thought had the best chance of winning, to which the guy with the mohawk replied that it's hard to say, but both girls have equal chances. Eliza told her opponent not to cut her any slack just because her father helped Jenna. The girl agreed and replied that now she would fight at full strength. After all, she is the guard of the future king, but often she did not give it her all. She looked at the stands, where Ben was supporting the girl with a smile on his face and wishing her luck in the fight. Jenna reminded herself that the hero always bravely rushed into battle when they were in danger, helped her when she was in trouble, defended her when the girl could not fend for herself, and was the one who carried her to the top of the mountain when she needed there was help. Therefore, Jenna wants to prove to her master that she is worthy of being his bodyguard. Eliza smiled and asked the girl to show all her strength in order to find out which of them is stronger. The fight began, and the king's guard, without waiting for his opponent, raised his hand up. Suddenly, a huge piece of earth began to rise from the ground, which scared Eliza. The spectators also did not expect to see such a spectacle. They looked in surprise at the slowly rising stone from the ground. The king's bride was dumbfounded that Jenna could do such a thing. The girl lifted almost all the earth from the arena into the sky. Ben was worried about his guard, because lifting such a huge piece of earth was beyond her capabilities, and most likely she would not be able to cope with it. Kevin calmly sipped his tea and thought about Jenna's strength. He understood that this was her maximum, and apparently she decided to finish the fight with one blow so that Ben could see her victory. But he was confident that Eliza could withstand such a blow. The bride also understood that the girl had put all her strength into this technique, and even though the area of land was huge, she would have time to dodge. Jenna levitated in the air while controlling the earth, and at that moment, she increased gravity 100 times. Eliza felt as if the whole building was pressing on her. This did not allow her to move anymore. She fell to the ground and understood that the girl had figured out her plan and increased gravity so that she could not move, and admitted defeat until the block fell. Suddenly the block began to move. It was a meteorite strike, and under the force of gravity, the stone began to move towards the ground. With great speed, he flew straight at Eliza's head, who was chained to the arena and could not move. The meteor crashed to the ground with such a roar that it seemed that the entire Colosseum would now shatter into small fragments. The block broke into small pieces, and they flew towards the spectators who were trying to protect themselves from this colossal blow. No one believed that the girl survived after this. Ben looked at the sky and worried about Jenna, and Kevin at that moment worried about his daughter. The dust from the impact began to clear, and all the spectators could not believe their eyes when they saw the silhouette of the king's bride. Eliza stood up and began to caress herself. She was charming and moaning and insisted that strong and ferocious blows were her favorite and how pleasant it was for her now. Kevin realized that the girl had teamed up with the macho rhinoceros. During the union, she adopted both his strength characteristics and his manner of communication. Eliza continued to get turned on and begged Jenna to hit her again. All the guys in the stands liked this spectacle from the warrior. She not only survived, but also provoked her rival. Eliza regained her consciousness and noticed that she was unharmed. The girl did not expect to see such a stunning blow. She also did not expect that gravity would return to normal right before the impact. Otherwise, the rhinoceros would not have saved her. The girl thought that Jenna saw that the bride was not going to give up and allowed her to dodge. However, the king's guard froze in the air unconscious. After such a blow, she had no more strength left, and so she can no longer hold herself in the air. The exhausted girl began to fall headfirst into the arena. At that moment, she could not help herself. The spectators were stunned. Her friends understood that if they didn't help her now, she might crash. Suddenly, Ben jumped from the stands to try to catch Jenna. Confident in his abilities, he promised that he would not hurt the girl. He barely managed to catch her, telling her not to risk her life for the sake of some kind of competition. Together, they landed near the crater left by the meteorite, and the audience breathed a sigh of relief. The director stated that since Jenna could no longer fight, the result of the round was obvious. The girl's friends were upset because she had been training for so long and was very close to winning, but still lost. May began to announce the winner, but at that moment Eliza interrupted her. To the surprise of everyone, she raised her hand and said that she was giving up, and Jenna won this round. She added that if the defender had not weakened gravity, the bride would not have been able to cope and would have lost. Kevin smiled. He was proud of his daughter and what she did. Ben looked at Eliza and thought that she preferred loss to an easy victory. Apparently she was very proud. But suddenly at that moment the hero felt that someone was pulling him by the collar. It was Jenna, who was completely exhausted, wondering if she had won. The hero smiled sweetly at the girl and replied that she won, and he was very proud of her. To celebrate, Jenna grabbed the guy and hugged him tightly. She thanked him for his support, and Ben was very embarrassed by what was happening. Eliza, watching the cute couple, trembled with envy overwhelming her. It seems that this hurt her feelings. She got angry and screamed for these two to come and control themselves. Jenna's friends grinned and realized that the girl was jealous of him, and Vanessa was jealous of such a warm hug because it was probably very nice. The director declared Jenna the winner and announced a break for an hour in order to carry out work to restore the arena after the fight. After some time, Ben sat with the girls and discussed their fight. They bought a cool soda to catch their breath. The guy told the warriors that they shouldn't quarrel over some kind of competition. Eliza was upset by her defeat. She apologized to the hero for dropping out so early and not being able to fight him. The girl realized long ago that she was no match for him and would not defeat him. Therefore, she was not against Ben taking the throne, and Eliza also began to talk about the engagement. But at that moment, an old man appeared behind the heroes. It was the dean, who noticed that the guy was very successful with women. Ben was not happy to see his enemy. He told the old man that he would not believe him if he came to congratulate him on his victory. The blind man told him that the hero shouldn't talk nonsense. He still remembers how the guy humiliated him several times, and he just won't leave it like that. This time Kevin is not around, because the dean checked that he went to buy tea, so no one else can interfere with their fight. The old man took his sword out of his cane and pointed it towards Ben. He was sure that this time no one would protect the guy. The warriors got angry because of Dean Lee's impudence. Eliza began to say that the old man allowed himself too much. According to the contract, she was Ben's fiancée and would not let him be offended. Jenna supported her. Our hero noticed that the dean had chosen a bad place for the battle because if he were killed in front of the audience, Lee would disgrace the Protoss guards. He asked if the blind man was confident in his decision because Count Dracula would bring him to justice, to which the old man replied that the Count is not the king of Protoss, he is just a deputy, and it is not for him to judge him. Suddenly, Lee's energy changed. At that moment, the guy realized that the old man had decided to go on the attack. Pointing his sword at the enemy, the dean shouted that the guy was too young to teach him. Lee tried to attack, but at that second, the heroes heard the sound of crossed swords. Something prevented him from doing so. The vile old man was surprised that someone put a block. At first he thought it was Kathleen's paladin, but then he remembered that he was not inferior to her in fencing, and she also had no reason to stop him. Of all the Protoss swordsmen besides Kathleen, Dean couldn't think of anyone who could stop his attack. It was Leia. She made it just in time, drawing her katana halfway out of its sheath and blocking the old man's attack. Lee knew this girl because he studied information about her, but he did not think that she was so strong. Following Leia, the footsteps of other defenders were heard. The little demon was delighted with the guest because they had been looking for him for a long time. The pink-haired girl told the old man that they would not let Ben be offended. At that moment, someone called the dean. He recognized this voice, the voice of his subordinate. Vanessa turned to him, saying that this time she would not be on his side, because for the sake of his selfish plans, he had destroyed many innocent lives. 3 defenders stood up as a wall in front of the guy and promised that the old man would not kill him until they died. Eliza and Jenna also did not want to stand aside and also promised to protect Ben. The hero was surprised by the resilience of the girls. At that moment, he realized that after a long time, he had real friends. Flowing into a rage, Lee shouted that all these girls would die in vain because they were no match for him, and he was not afraid of anyone. Suddenly, someone's heavy hand fell on the blind man's shoulder, and a trembling ran through his body. In his head, he analyzed that such a silent step and a touch that made his heart stop could belong to only one person. The dean was trembling, but was able to turn to the stranger. He knew that it could only be him. Someone who loves tea with milk and never leaves his drink for a second. Kevin, the strongest man in the Protoss, who asked the old man if he really wasn't afraid of anyone. He looked at Lee with a menacing look and advised him to watch his words. Meanwhile, in a small forest outside the arena, a little boy was calling out to his brother. It was Liam, Adam's brother. He was wondering where the guy had been for a whole month because the kid couldn't find him. Adam was resting by the tree, and the little boy continued to pester him with questions. The predator inside the guy was trying to figure out how he should behave with this child in order not to give himself away. Suddenly, Liam's face changed. Something really surprised him about Adam. He asked where the seal of Hellfire was, because it disappears only when the guy is in mortal danger. Because Adam's ability is too strong, his mentor was worried about the guy's lack of control, which is why he found the best blacksmith who can seal the warrior's skills. The predator was distracted from his rest because he was already tired of listening to the child. But the boy continued to talk without stopping. Suddenly he froze, and the monster's mind became clouded, losing control of his body. For a second, the eye of the real Adam appeared from behind the monster's eye. The guy screamed as loud as he could for Liam to run, because the predator in his body was dangerous. Adam immediately took hold of his eye, and it seemed that he was coming to his senses. The predator locked the guy in his own body again. Now control belonged to him. The child was scared. He realized that this was not his brother, whom he knew. Liam asked who was now in Adam's body. There was a scream, and the clearing was filled with blood. These were the last words that he uttered in his life. Meanwhile, renovation work was completed at the arena, which meant that the competition could continue. Kevin suggested that the dean watch the fights together and not disturb the youth, to which he replied that he was blind and would not see them. The master looked gloomily at the old man again and ordered him to watch the fights. Lee immediately agreed. The director announced that the fight would take place between the head of the Iroquois, Mason, and the owner of Hellfire, Adam. Mason said that he was not afraid of the guy. He heard that many wanted to see Adam fight, but the head of the Iroquois also considered himself a strong contender. After all, Everyone would like to have his ability. It is one of the most amazing R-rank abilities. He promised that Adam would be shocked when he saw it. Having finished his monologue, Mason grabbed his hair and began to pull it up with all his might. Suddenly, the mohawk was completely torn from his head, but the guy didn't seem to feel any pain. In place of the old mohawk, a new one grew, and Mason added that in addition to the rapid growth of hair, the mohawks were razor sharp, and that is why he uses them as a weapon. Kevin was surprised and said that this was a pretty good ability and asked the dean what he thought about it. The old man was not happy. Mason shouted, announcing that the fight had begun, as he would now use his deadly ability. A dry squall at that same second, hundreds of Iroquois, which looked like boomerangs, flew towards Adam. Suddenly, the arena became hotter. The predator directed a barrage of fire towards the enemy. The leader of the Iroquois was covered in burns, and his unique ability burned away along with his victory. Adam looked at his enemy and calmly answered him that he was talking too much. Mason raised his hand and declared that he was giving up, his mohawk now resembling a scraggly bush. The spectators were shocked. This year, the fights were very spectacular. Almost all of them ended with one blow. The director declared the owner of Hellfire, Adam, the winner of this competition. The next battle will take place between the Soul Eater, Daniel, and the owner of the Windsword, William. After the announcement of the next fighters, May glanced at the stands. She was surprised that Mary was nowhere to be found, and her son was about to fight. With the sweetest smile, the woman suggested that her son go out to dinner after the competition because they had not spent time together for so long, and besides, she had already booked a table in one good establishment. Mary exhaled. She was rehearsing her speech, which she did not like. The woman knew that Daniel was entering the arena right now, and this was a good opportunity to talk to him. She was still worried that he was angry with her, but Mary did not know that the guy was standing nearby behind the wall. He silently clutched a piece of paper in his hand, which he stared at intently, and the woman was still worried because her son was about to appear. All this time, Daniel was looking at the photograph where he was depicted as a child sitting on his father's neck, and next to him was his smiling mother. Looking into the corridor, the guy decided to come up and just say hello, because it's not very difficult. Suddenly, someone slapped Mary on the butt, and she jumped up in surprise. The woman blushed with excitement and embarrassment. She thought that her son had done it. An unfamiliar man began to lecture Mary that she only thinks about the ungrateful child because he does not want to pay attention to her, and she does not need to spend so much time on him. It was the eldest son of the head of the Milky Way faction, Benjamin. The woman was furious at the guy's impudence and replied that he was still too young and had no right to talk to her like that. Mary turned to the impudent man and whispered like a snake that even though Benjamin's father was her boss, this did not make her a guy's toy. The boss's son was not even afraid, but only slowly puffed on his cigar. Exhaling smoke, he said that in just a couple of years his old man would die, and the woman should be more polite to him if she did not want to lose her job. Mary understood that this was so. She turned around and told him that he was a vile scoundrel. Suddenly, the corridor began to get colder, and small snowflakes appeared in the air. The son of the head of the campaign was surprised that there was snow here, but Mary knew what was happening. Daniel appeared in the corridor, pointed his hand towards the impudent guy, and used the freezing hurricane ability. Benjamin recognized the fighter and began to threaten him to stop the attack. But before he could finish speaking, an icy stream of wind lifted him into the air and carried him towards the arena. There was an explosion, and the impudent man flew out of the entrance to the arena, landing right in the center of the Colosseum. He fell in front of the feet of Daniel's opponent, who had already waited for his opponent. William did not recognize the man at first, but then realized that he was the son of the faction that controls all energy sources in the Protoss. Benjamin no longer looked so impudent. Now he looked like a pathetic coward who had been beaten a little. Daniel slowly walked towards the entrance to the arena, and at that moment, Mary called him. Embarrassed, she told her son that she didn't expect him to stand up for her, which means he still loves his mother. The guy was silent for a while and replied that this was not true. Benjamin just stopped him from passing. After these words, the guy continued on his way. He entered the arena, where the audience was already waiting for him. The audience shouted his name. The handsome man was the son of an S-rank guard and the nephew of the former king. Everyone was already waiting for his fight. The girls in the stands wanted to see him most of all because they thought the guy was very handsome, and many were in love with him. William thought that Daniel was popular with the ladies. He was strong and handsome, but still infuriated the swordsman, who had already figured out how to defeat his opponent. William raised his hand and told the judge that he had a complaint. The guy pointed at Benjamin and accused Daniel of beating an innocent spectator. Such behavior is a violation of the principles of the guards who protect their people. Therefore, he demanded that the judges disqualify Daniel due to a violation of the rules. The girls in the stands were furious. They considered the swordsman unscrupulous because he decided to cheat instead of fighting honestly. William grinned. It didn't matter to him what the public was shouting, because half of the costs of maintaining the internship were covered by Benjamin's campaign, and Count Dracula would not dare turn a blind eye to this for the sake of some fighter. The viceroy bowed his head and said that he did not see Daniel beating the guy. He also asked the director if she saw anything. May confirmed that nothing had happened, so it was decided to take Benjamin to the hospital and continue the competition. William was deeply disappointed. He did not believe that the Count was ready to ruin relations with his sponsor for the sake of some warrior. After hearing the words of the judges, Daniel realized that everything had been settled and began to prepare for the fight. The guy decided to act honestly. Since the swordsman uses weapons, he will also use his weapons made of ice. Having created a huge ice scythe, Daniel decided to start a fight and ran towards his opponent. William was still stunned by the judge's decision and did not have time to react to the attack. He could only ask the guy to stop, but Daniel did not listen to him. He struck his blow at the swordsman, which he called ice execution. The guy looked pretentious and ended the fight with one attack, saying that the fight was over. Ice spikes protruded from William's chest, and the guy himself was shaking from the cold he felt. The girls in the stands chanted the handsome man's name, and his mother became embarrassed when she noticed that her son had grown up. The director announced the semi-final. Ben and Jenna were supposed to fight in it. The guy looked at the girl and asked if she was ready for battle. The defender smiled sweetly and told the owner not to worry about her. Suddenly, she raised her hand. The girl told the judge that she was refusing the fight. Jenna explained to the guy that they were not rivals, and besides, she spent all her strength in the first fight and would not be able to fight. Ben decided that the girl was blatantly lying, and most likely she was planning to retreat a month ago when the opponents were announced. Jenna was embarrassed and replied that apparently nothing could be hidden from her master. She straightened her hair and added that only two can become guards, so the girl wanted to provide an easy exit to the finals for the hero so that he could definitely become a guard. The director announced Ben as a finalist, which meant he would be promoted to guard. James was touched by this act. The guy was jealous that the hero was very lucky because such a beautiful girl lost his victory. May announced the next battle. The Soul Eater Daniel and the owner of Hellfire Adam will fight in it. The one who wins will become the Protoss Guard. The firefighter stood in the arena and warmed up. Then he raised his hands in the air. This surprised Daniel. He expected the guy to immediately attack and not prepare for battle. Suddenly, a huge pillar of fire flew into the sky from Adam's hands, which was so powerful that the ground under the guy's feet began to crack. A pillar of flame rose high above the arena and began to take on the shape of a dragon. Our heroes were amazed by such a sight and by the fact that the guy's ability had taken shape. Count Dracula didn't show it, but he was also interested in Adam's skills. He noticed that he released too much energy for a beginner. Only there was no surprise on Daniel's face. He was focused and confident that the fiery fighter started right away with his trump card. The Hellfire took on the form of a dragon, which was aimed at the Ice Devourer. A huge power was concentrated in Adam's body. The Predator began to wonder why the guy sealed it. The battle began, and a huge fire dragon opened its mouth, and a red-hot ball of fire began to form in it. The spectators were intrigued. They did not expect to see such power, and were afraid that the fire would spread to them. May was also amazed by the guy's strength. She asked her master if she should stop the fight, because the audience could get hurt, to which the Count refused. From the mouth of the fire dragon, a column of flame burst out, which was supposed to burn Daniel. The guy was not afraid of Adam's power because he knew that he himself was quite strong. The Ice Eater raised his hand, and at that same second, a high ice barrier rose in front of him. Two opposing elements collided. The dragon's flame crashed into the ice wall. From such a powerful, hellish flame, the barrier began to melt until it completely disappeared. The predator in Adam's body grinned. He knew that such a wall would not stop his attack. There was a monstrous explosion. The Colosseum shook, and flames covered the entire field. Frightened spectators tried to protect themselves from the flames that flew towards them. After the attack, the smoke cleared. Daniel coughed but was still alive, which surprised the predator. All the clothes on the guy's body were burned. The nobleman said that such a blow could not cope with his barrier, but besides this, Adam did not take into account two more things. Firstly, because of the barrier, the firefighter could not see everything that was happening on the field. Adam was surprised. It seems that he began to guess that this was not the real Daniel in front of him. And secondly, thanks to the barrier, the nobleman was able to reach the enemy. Daniel launched a sweeping blow with his scythe, but the predator dodged, saying that he had underestimated his opponent. His fist was hot, and he was ready to attack. This time, the handsome man would not leave. Adam shouted that this would all end and dealt a fiery blow to Daniel. The guy managed to dodge and land on the arena without much harm. Daniel spat out blood. A burn was visible on his face, yet the fiery fighter was able to slightly wound the enemy. Seeing this picture, Mary realized that things were bad, because her son was very proud, and the fact that he was hit was unthinkable for him. Now Daniel was furious, his vision clouded, and he was preparing for a new attack. Steam was coming out of the guy's mouth. He only quietly whispered that Adam wouldn't just leave here now. The noble swung his weapon and struck a chilling blow from a distance. A huge blade-like block was moving across the entire earth in the direction of Adam. But for the predator, it was nothing. He caught the blade with his own hands right when it was supposed to hit him. From the fire that was concentrated in the guy's hands, the blade cracked and burst. Daniel was in shock. He did not believe that someone could stop his scythe with their bare hands. The noble knew that only an S-rank guard could do this, but the predator was worried about something completely different. He understood that right now he was using his own powers to stop the attack. He needed to be more careful because there were guards everywhere and they might notice something was wrong. Kevin watched the fight with interest. He wanted to find out more about Adam. The monster was preparing to attack, thinking that he had not entered the Protoss in order to win the competition. He specifically chose Adam's body because he considered him the strongest participant. Daniel, blinded by rage, began to unwind his scythe in preparation for his ice attack. But the predator was seriously angry because his plans did not include losing to some newcomer. The attacks of opposing elements again collided with each other, deciding which of them was stronger. Lucy at that moment was more afraid for Ben. She saw how strong both of his opponents were and was no longer sure whether the guy would win. Kathleen was also impressed by both participants in the semifinals. She believed that the two of them deserved to win. After the attack, both fighters were already exhausted. The predator did not expect such an outcome, but thought that it would be even better. After all, he will no longer be able to squeeze anything out of Adam's body, and if he gives up, then no one will suspect anything, and the monster can calmly go about his business. After all, his relatives could not attack the Protoss before because of his guards, which include the strongest S-rank guards, of which there are only 10. 6 of them are here now, besides Kel, who died. 3 more are missing, and since they are not present at such an important event, something must have happened. The gift of light is now barely guarded. The predator can only give up and hide unnoticed in order to get it. Such a chance must not be missed. Adam turned to the judges and began to raise his hand. Daniel couldn't believe his eyes. The guy said that he had no more strength left and he was giving up. The words he heard shocked Daniel. He did not believe that after all the powerful attacks, Adam had just given up so easily. The nobleman began to shout at the guy. He asked to show his trump card and did not believe that he could do nothing more. In response to this, the predator only grinned and said that since Daniel survived the last attack, victory would not shine for Adam. Something was wrong here, and the Ice Devourer realized this, because a battle-mad fighter cannot just give up. The monster inside Adam thought about the fact that people do not understand that there is no point in trying if it is obvious that there is no chance. He turned around and walked towards the exit of the arena, telling Daniel that he got off easy, so he was lucky and should be happy about it. The nobleman was not satisfied with this situation. He thought about how suspicious the guy was behaving now, because in the first round, he thought completely differently. His thoughts were interrupted by May announcing the end of the battle. Daniel won, which meant that he was now a guardian. The next battle will be the final, in which two new guards, Ben and Daniel, will fight. At this moment, the hero was interested in why the nobleman helped him in the first round. Perhaps it was because of his relationship with Kel. After the fight, the predator in the body of Adam descended from the mountain. He was no longer interested in the fight because he had a different goal. At that second, he noticed that someone was following him from the arena itself. The guy turned around and asked what the unknown pursuer wanted from him. In front of him stood a tall man with a bag on his shoulder. He had overgrown hair and torn clothes. The unknown firmly said that it was not Adam in front of him now, and asked who was now in his body. There was no longer any point in hiding. The predator asked how the stranger realized that he was not Adam. Everything was quite simple. It was the guy's mentor, S-rank guard Joseph. The predator was surprised why the man did not expose him in the arena, because there were more guards there and he would have been in danger. But Joseph is only here alone. Apparently he came to die. Suddenly the monster received a powerful blow to the face. He did not expect such an answer from the man. Due to the force of the blow, Adam flew away and began to fall from the cliff. Joseph, after his blow, ordered him to shut up. Falling down, the predator was surprised that the mentor was hitting his student with all his might. Joseph jumped with great speed towards the guy, forgetting about his bag, which he was carrying on his shoulder. With a rush, he kicked his opponent in the stomach, saying that he and Adam had been through a lot. The force of the blow was so strong that the monster flew down the cliff like a bullet. He powerfully crashed into the ground, crushing all the stones that were under him. A mentor landed nearby, and it seemed like he didn't care about height. Joseph was so fast that he landed faster than his bag, which was falling from the cliff. In flight, he grabbed it, as if it was all intended. The man ordered the predator to leave the body of his student. He took the guy by the leg and added that if the monster continued to hide in Adam's body, he would kill him. The predator was shocked by the words spoken. He replied that Joseph had gone crazy. The man barely chuckled, saying that it was not the first time he had heard these words. Apparently, Adam often said this during training. The monster began to concentrate power in its fist, around which a green aura appeared. He directed the attack at his mentor, ordering him to let him go. Suddenly, the man disappeared, and Adam fell to the ground, the danger to the predator having passed. All beaten up, the guy began to get up. He didn't understand who attacked him, but that didn't matter anymore. After all, he will remain forever in his prison, where the souls of the people he once devoured will gradually suck all his strength out of him. Having risen to his feet, the monster thought that it was time to hurry for the gift of light before the final of the competition came to an end. Meanwhile, the main fight began in the arena. Daniel told Ben that he was already a guard, which means he was one step closer to the throne. But it was too early to rejoice, because Kel was a teacher and close person to the Ice Eater. Therefore, he wants to help him, but first the hero must show what he is capable of himself. Ben understood why Daniel helped him in the first round. The nobleman just wanted to make sure that the guy was suitable for Kel's place. Therefore, he decided to show all his power. A dark aura began to concentrate around Ben. Black lightning began to appear in the air and hit the sky with a roar. Daniel was shocked by what he saw. He didn't understand how the guy managed to make the lightning black. Ben released all his fury in the form of lightning. His power was felt even in the air. The spectators were surprised by what they saw. They felt some kind of terrifying atmosphere that was accumulating in the arena. James felt this energy again, exactly the same as in their fight, as if someone was watching him. Dean Lee realized that this energy was similar to Asura, which means that Ben received for the ability. The old man asked Kevin if they had already summoned him. The master himself was surprised. He replied that they did not summon a demon, but he had no idea how the hero managed to use this power. Only one thing was clear. Ben was able to combine the energy of Asura and the ability of the god of thunder. The guy's eyes turned a frightening purple color. He asked Daniel if he was disappointed now. to which the guy replied that the hero is indeed special because in addition to endless darkness, he himself has the ability. Ben was angry. A month ago, the nobleman considered him an unworthy opponent, but now everything is different because in this competition, he will not use the ability given to him. The battle began, and the hero attacked first, jumping off the ground with such force that it cracked. Having approached the enemy, Ben shouted that this time he would use his ability. Terrified, Daniel used one of his abilities, ice patterns, which created a wall of ice around him. But she could not protect him. The ice around the guy began to crack because it could not withstand such a strong blow. Ben struck a blow called spiritual lightning. The force was so great that Daniel's barrier could not withstand it and burst. The guy flew away from his opponent and thought that Ben was not so strong in the first round, and besides, it was still unclear what the effect of his technique was other than a feeling of severe anxiety. He drew attention to his cheek, from which blood was coming, yet the hero was able to touch him. Suddenly, at the sight of his wound, Daniel felt a strange sensation, as if he was being pulled inside. 1,000 eyes appeared around him. He did not understand what was happening because he was consumed by fear. Vanessa asked why Ben stopped, because now was a great moment to attack, and Leia noticed that he was not the only one who stopped. Both opponents froze on the battlefield. Suddenly, Daniel heard a voice saying that his feelings were under control and there was no point in continuing the fight. Opposite him appeared Ben, who was of colossal size. He advised the nobleman to surrender because he could not win. May suggested that causing fear and controlling the enemy's senses is the ability of Asura. The Count confirmed her words. But she didn't understand why Ben didn't summon a demon, because spirits are usually used for summoning. The Count stood up so that he could see better and said that Asur is an unusual spirit. The hero does not have enough strength to tame him. Moreover, if he summons him, then Asur can rebel against his master. Instilling fear is a passive ability of the demon. Therefore, the risk is minimal. Combining it with lightning, he strengthened the attack. One small wound is enough to ensure victory. The Count was impressed that with minimal effort, the guy got such a result. He also realized that Ben was far from stupid. Even though he seemed so, the hero was already tired of waiting. He did not understand what was the point of continuing to fight if the enemy could not budge. Daniel asked why, having taken control of his body, Ben would not take advantage and surrender for him. He also added that if the hero loses right now, it will be only because of his softness. Ben was surprised. He didn't understand how he could lose in such a situation. It seemed like the enemy was up to something. Suddenly his legs were covered in ice and immobilized him. But not only his legs, but also the entire arena was covered in ice. This was an icing technique. Ben looked around and saw that he was surrounded by walls of ice. He exhaled and called Daniel stubborn because the hero gave him a chance to just give up, and he is making everything difficult. The guy didn't expect it to come to a fight, but Daniel froze the entire arena just to immobilize him. The nobleman did not react in any way to his words, but simply stood in place, motionless. The hero remembered that Daniel could not hear anything because he took control of his senses. Suddenly, the Ice Eater said that Ben was the first, not counting Kel, who could resist him. He recognizes his talent. But the hero missed something. Ice, Daniel's sixth sense. The guy froze the arena to know Ben's location, not to immobilize him. Therefore, the hero needs to prepare, because the nobleman begins to attack again, even without his senses. His hand shot into the sky and the ice began to accumulate into one object. This was Daniel's deadliest attack. The ice gathered together to form a sword. It was the ice sword Excalibur. Mary was worried. Because her son had already received the position of guard, why then take the risk and use this ability? Jenna was also worried, but for her owner, she was afraid that the guy would get hurt. The spectators were delighted to see the legendary sword. It was enormous in size, and its cold chilled to the bones, lowering the temperature throughout the Colosseum. Ben was happy with what he saw. He underestimated Daniel, and it seems everything was only getting more interesting. The ice around the hero's feet burst. Such an attack could not hold him back for long, because he was still covered in black lightning. Ben stated that since the nobleman fights at full strength, he will not give in, and began to form a black ball in his hand. After some time, the ball increased in size and looked like a huge black clot of energy that was ready to explode. Without thinking twice, Ben launched the ball at his opponent to check which of them was stronger. Daniel also did not stand aside and aimed Excalibur at the hero. The spiritual realm and the legendary sword collided with each other. Both guys wanted to find out which of them was the strongest with this particular attack, but their strengths were equal, which meant that both could suffer. Even Count Dracula and Kevin were surprised by what they saw. The sphere and the sword began to crack. None of them wanted to give in, and it was not clear which of the guys was stronger. There was an explosion, and it was unclear who won. The spectators were amazed at such the power of the skills. But suddenly, something appeared in the sky. Violet energy began to gather into small balls, signaling that Ben would now absorb the energy with the help of endless darkness. Meanwhile, outside the Protoss arena, a girl with green hair was watching the fight on a screen. It was Sarah, locked in the academy. She greedily ate popcorn and reasoned that if the guy wins, his rating will be very high. Suddenly, the girl felt a strong push that almost threw her out of her chair. Because of the push, Sarah spilled popcorn all over herself and was very unhappy about it. But what happened? The girl thought it was like an earthquake. Suddenly, behind the glass, she saw the killed guards and a guy with red hair who looked like one of the participants in the competition. Adam walked forward, not noticing the enemies. He felt that his goal was very close. Suddenly he stopped. The guy realized that the fragment was behind this door. Moving closer to the door, he swung his fist to knock it down. His strength was so high that the metal door with one blow shrank like a sheet of paper. The barrier was destroyed, and the predator was in the room with the meteorite. Adam was happy that he had finally achieved his most cherished dream. His goal is the gift of light. With its help, the predator will finally be able to surpass the spiritual level and become the crown of evolution. Suddenly, the footsteps of some stranger were heard behind the guy's back. It was one of the B-rank Protoss guards who attacked Adam, saying that he was denied access to this room. The predator saw the blade of the sword that appeared in front of his face. He was surprised by the man's impudence. Adam instantly grabbed the man by the face and slammed him into the wall. He was infuriated that this weakling was distracting him at such an exciting moment. The power of the blow was such that the mark of the guy's hand remained forever on the face of the dead defender. Sarah watched all this through the cameras. She was horrified that the fighter killed the B-rank defender with one blow. She understood that the unknown person came for the meteorite. Even the commander-in-chief could not stop him, which means the girl should not try. Sarah only got a job here to get Ben to the dean, and she didn't want to risk her life for the old man's business. She was scared, so she decided to hide and pretend she didn't see anything. Meanwhile, in the arena, the warriors began to recover from the explosion of the sphere and sword. Daniel felt his senses return, but he didn't know why, because the fight time had run out or because Ben had let go of control. But then he saw a familiar aura in the sky, which he had seen before. He got angry and accused Ben of using endless darkness, even though he promised to fight without it. The hero was ashamed. He explained that this ability is passive and he himself can barely restrain it. So, as compensation, he returned Daniel's feelings to keep things fair. Mary decided to leave the arena. She was angry at Ben's invincible power. The woman understood that after the destruction of the sword, her son no longer had a chance to win. She knew that endless darkness does not obey the will of the owner and absorbs energy on its own, so the hero not only won the fight, but also became stronger, and Daniel weakened. At this point, she considered the fight over and left, because she did not want to see her son lose. Suddenly, the heroes heard a strange sound that was like a roar. It could be heard throughout the city. Count Dracula and Director May were shocked. They seemed to understand what had happened. The dean asked Kevin in a trembling voice where the sound came from. Kevin replied that it sounded like the sound was coming from the old man's academy. A huge pillar of light was coming out of the roof of the academy, and it seemed like right now everything was going according to the Predator's plan. He understood that S-rank guards were about to arrive. But unfortunately, it would be too late. After all, what he was looking for was in his hands, the gift of light, the greatest treasure of the Protoss, which the monster had been looking for 10 years. Without thinking twice, He began to absorb what looked like a small fragment, but which contained enormous energy. Suddenly, someone's hands formed a strange sign aimed directly at the fragment. It was Sarah who used the grapple on the gift of light and sealed it. At that same second, the small fragment dissolved in the air as if it had not been there. Adam did not understand where his gift had gone. At the very last moment, it disappeared. He became very angry and looked at the silhouette that stood at the entrance to the room. The guy was outraged that at such a moment the girl simply teleported the gift of light, and besides, he did not understand how she could survive because he killed everyone in his path. She replied that she did not want to interfere in something that was not her own business, but as a resident of Protos, she could not stand by indifferently to the murder and theft of the greatest treasure. So Sarah decided to fight and not let the predator get him. The girl's words angered him more and more. He once again asked where she teleported the fragment. But Sarah brazenly told Adam that it was none of his business. Suddenly, tentacles flew out of the guy's hands. This was no longer the ability of Adam, but of the predator himself, which was called hellish chains. The girl was surprised by the attack because the guy did not use such a technique at the competition. The tentacles grabbed the girl by all parts of her body. She realized that there was something wrong with Adam's energy. It was not like human energy. In a second, she was completely at the mercy of the monster, which completely enveloped her body with its vile tentacles. The predator said that he would give the girl exactly 5 seconds, and if she did not tell where the core was, she would die of suffocation. Sarah replied that his threats would not change anything because she understood what she was getting into, and besides, if the monster kills her, she will never know where the fragment is. The girl placed a seal on the gift of light before teleporting it, a barrier blocking its connection with the outside world. And if the predator kills her, he may forget about searching for the treasure. Adam himself noticed that he no longer felt the presence of the core, so he decided to torture the girl since he couldn't kill her. The grip of the tentacles intensified, twisting the girl's arms, legs, and neck. She screamed in pain but had no intention of giving up. Adam once again asked the girl where she was hiding the fragment while continuing to torture her. The girl just laughed in the monster's face, answering that he was where he would never be able to find him. Leia was already running towards the academy because she knew that her friend was there now. She accelerated her pace because she was worried about the girl, but at the same time, she understood that everything would be all right since Sarah was on duty. Dean Lee also joined the chase, but he was not worried about the girl, but about his priceless treasure. Suddenly, Leia heard a strange squeak behind her. She turned her head to see what was there. Behind her flew hundreds of bats, the faithful companions of Count Dracula. Leia saw that the Viceroy himself and 2 S-rank guards had also arrived to help. Apparently something serious happened. After these words, all the heroes rushed to the academy. A few minutes later, Leia landed at the entrance to the Academy of Sciences. The torn corpses of the guards lay around her. She looked around the place in preparation for battle, but Sarah's corpse was not there. Suddenly, she heard the dean's cry. It seemed that he had found the battle site. He trembled and constantly repeated the same words about the gift of light, that he was his. Leia thought that the old man had gone crazy. But when she looked away from the old man, the girl saw someone else in the room besides the meteorite. It was Adam, who lay unconscious, covered in his own blood. The old man continued to rave, and Leia quickly went down to the guy to interrogate him. She thought that the fighter would have problems because he quietly left after the fight to get here. But then the girl noticed a strange wound on the guy's body. It looked as if he had made it himself, but why? Leia did not understand. She picked Adam up and sat him down and asked him to do her one favor. If the guy is still alive, then let him let Leia know about it. After these words, she slapped Adam's face with all her might. The fighter coughed, which meant that he was still breathing. The defender asked him where Sarah was now. An angry old man appeared behind the girl, took out his sword, and only asked where his core was. He didn't know what he was doing out of his madness, but Leia managed to block his blow with her katana. The girl said that everything has its time, and let the old man wait until she finishes interrogating the guy, and then they will talk. Lee was angry that this was the second time Leia had blocked his blow, and he didn't understand how he could equate the discussion of the secretary's life with his gift of light. More figures appeared at the entrance of the room. It was the Count, who said that there was no need to fight because the surveillance cameras were broken. Adam is the only eyewitness, and if he dies, they will not be able to find out anything about what happened here. Looking at the heavily early fighter, Dracula said that he knew who could cure the guy. After some time, the heroes arrived at the top of a snow-capped mountain. Adam began to open his eyes with difficulty. Through a cloudy veil, he saw Kevin. His face seemed familiar to the guy, but due to the injury, he had difficulty thinking and understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the fighter jumped up and asked why he was here. The master replied that Adam was a worthy student of his teacher. With such wounds, an ordinary person would probably have died. But the guy survived. Apparently, life-threatening fights were not new to him. Moving with difficulty, the warrior turned to get out of bed. He knew that he had no time to lie down because the predator had sealed his teacher. But suddenly, a wild pain ran through his body, reminiscent of lightning that passed from head to toe. Adam fell out of bed and blamed himself that it was his fault that he could not defeat this creature. Kevin noticed that the guy was an exact copy of his teacher. Suddenly, someone extended his hand to Adam and asked him not to worry about his mentor because Joseph was strong and would not die just like that. The guy was surprised because in front of him he saw one of the strongest Protoss people. It was Count Dracula, who asked to tell everything that the guy knew, and he would take care of everything himself. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest outside the city, a meeting took place. Sarah stood in the clearing and told someone that it was time to leave, because if they hesitate, the guards will grab them. A sweet, sexy voice answered her and said that apparently the plan had failed since the guy was annoyed. The girl turned around and was surprised that he changed his body. It was a predator of a spiritual level, the sorceress Jessica. She was interested in why the guy possessed the girl, because he could choose her body. Spiritual level predator Dark King Steve replied that this body is the only one who knows the location of the gift of light, so she could not be left there. Steve turned around and ordered the sorceress to leave, because they had very little time left. Suddenly, some rustling was heard in the bushes. Someone called the monsters and asked him to wait. The hairy hand of a creature appeared from behind the tree, hurrying to meet him. It was a Way Ghost-level predator. The monster was worried that his allies decided to abandon him, and then he would get lost and not find them. Meanwhile, in Kevin's hut, the heroes discussed the incident at the Academy of Sciences. Adam told Count Dracula all about a ghost-level predator that can inhabit other bodies. The governor had not met one for a long time, but unfortunately, he could not leave the city because power was now in his hands. Therefore, he entrusted the task of rescuing Sarah to the paladin Kathleen and the S-rank guard Michael. The Count ordered the girl to be returned safe and sound, and the predator to be killed. The paladin jumped up and swore with her life that she would complete this task. Michael finished reading his book and with a grin on his face said that he understood the assignment. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open and Ben appeared in the doorway. He responsibly stated that he was also joining the task. Leia supported him and also wanted to help. Sarah was the hero's bodyguard, so the guy considered saving the girl his duty. Leia straightened her hair and stated that Sarah was her friend, so she would not leave her in trouble. Kevin was not happy with Ben's statement. Eliza was the guy's fiancée, and the master was afraid that his entire family would be guards and would always have to be watched. The old man was not happy either. He told the hero that his opponent was a predator on a spiritual level, and the guy would not be able to defeat him. Ben answered the old man that all the dean's thoughts are only about the core, and apparently he is not at all interested in the girl's life. Kathleen told the guy that this task was not so difficult, and she could handle it herself. There was no need to risk her life again. Kevin stood up for Ben and said that there was no need to suppress the guy's enthusiasm once again. Besides, the hero had become a guard, and such an outing would be training for him. He turned to the Count and asked if he was against it. The Viceroy was embarrassed and replied that no, which means it was decided that Ben and Leia would go with the guards. Dracula was frightened by Kevin's gaze. He thought that the master was angry with him, and in order to make amends, he would need to send the man a discount coupon to the tea house. Then the Viceroy turned to Ben. He proclaimed that because of the rush, they would do without the Guardian initiation ceremonies, so now the Count names the guy the Guardian and Protector of the Protoss. It also assigns the hero A rank. He will be in the 7th squad. Adam thought about the fact that he did not expect Ben to be able to defeat Daniel. The hero was happy about his dedication and the fact that he could go on a mission. The city door opened and 4 guards set out on a mission. The fighters had to work as a team and save Sarah and the Gift of Light. During the investigation, it was revealed that the enemy was heading this way, and the team rushed in pursuit. The road was familiar to Ben. After the first round, he studied the map of the area. In addition to the territory marked Not Explored, there was another one marked Entry Prohibited. Anyone who entered this territory alive did not return. This place was called the Cemetery of the Guards. Kathleen was surprised that the hero was able to remember this unremarkable road because the map shows thousands of paths. Michael told the hero that he was a very interesting person since he went to study the map in his free time. Ben replied that this was a habit from a past life, but now they need to catch up with the enemy because he is trying to hide from them. Meanwhile, the trio of predators walked through the forest. Wei became bored because he was promised that there would be fights, and that is why he went with them. Jessica notified her allies that, judging by the signal traps, there were 4 enemies, and they would soon catch up with them. But after a couple of seconds, she realized that there were 5 opponents. Wei was pleased with this news. He asked permission to detain them, because the monkey was already tired of the fight. Steve turned around and replied that Jessica would take care of the enemies. That's all, because the predator will have another more important task for Wei. After some time, the monkey listened to his master, and he did not like the plan. Wei got angry when he heard the suggestion and said that Steve was just using him. The Dark King replied that he needed to quickly find out information about the location of the Gift of Light, so the monkey would have to carry it so that he could concentrate his energy on the search. They walked forward. Steve told Wei that when they get to the guard's cemetery, they will be safe. Meanwhile, the pursuing heroes stopped because Ben noticed something. It was an ambush, and right now a huge boulder was flying towards the hero. Leia was already running to help the guy, saying that she would deal with the obstacle. The girl delivered 30 blows with her blade in a few seconds. The stone shattered into fragments and did not cause any damage to the heroes. Leia ordered the offender not to hide and come out. Someone jumped from the tree and landed right in front of the girl. It was the charming Jessica, who just wanted to say hello to the guards. She raised her green eyes and declared that in order to pass, the guards must pay with their lives. The girls did not like Jessica's impudence, and they said that she would pay with her life for interfering. Ben stepped forward so that the girls would not fuss, because the predator just wants to detain them and she probably has more traps hidden. Therefore, the hero had a new plan. He had to detain the enemy alone and let the rest of the squad move on and catch up with the remaining enemies. Ben understood that he needed to catch up with the predators before they reached the guard's cemetery and save Sarah. Kathleen was surprised that the newcomer analyzed the situation so quickly and came up with a plan. The strategy was good. Suddenly, Leia jumped in front of the guy. She said that she would delay the enemy and let the rest of the squad look for a way to move on. The girl added that if this is all to detain them, then it is better that heroes stronger than her continue on their way. Leia also noticed that the predator was 1 against 4, but was completely calm. Apparently, she was very dangerous. The girl waved her sword over the demoness's head, preparing to strike. She did not want Ben to risk his life in this battle. Leia launched a series of consecutive strikes with her katana, attempting to distract Jessica. The predator was not the least bit afraid. She calmly sent her hair to attack the girl. The 2 heroines collided with each other. No one wanted to give in, but it was unclear whether Leia would be able to hold off such a strong opponent for a long time. The rest of the squad did not stand and watch the battle for long. They decided to pass by the succubus while they had the opportunity. But Jessica was not going to give up. She decided to detain the entire squad and not let anyone leave. Her hair instantly rushed down into the ground. She could fight several opponents at once. Ben immediately realized that the predator was using an attack from a distance, and they needed to be careful. The ground in front of the heroes began to rise, and the succubus's hair flew like blades, blocking the path. Kathleen's sword began to glow yellow, rushing forward and shouting that she would deal with the obstacle. A huge divine ray of light hit the hair from the sword, tearing the hair into shreds. Jessica did not expect such strength. She could not believe that the girl was able to cope with her bonds. At that moment, the heroes jumped over the demon and found themselves behind her. Ben landed and realized that they had managed to break through. The squad headed forward, leaving Jessica and Leia behind to fight. The hero promised that he would under no circumstances die and would return Sarah and Leia home. The succubus was upset that the heroes tore her hair, but she was more infuriated that the three of them were able to escape. She pointed at Leia and shouted that if she lost Steve's love because of this, it would be the Protector's fault. Suddenly the ground shook and green footsteps could barely be seen on the surface. Someone very quickly rushed past the girls, leaving them behind. The speed was so high that Leia didn't even understand who it could be. She assumed it was Dean Lee and was surprised that the old man had been following them all this time. Jessica forgot that there was a fifth pursuer. She was afraid that if the plan failed due to her fault, then Steve would no longer have fun with her. Leia was serious and threw her katana sheath to the ground. Holding her sword tightly in her hands, she said that although Jessica is a spiritual-level predator, her thoughts are still just as mundane. The girl became sad. She replied that she couldn't understand, because all this time, while Steve was in the Protoss, he was thinking only about the gift of light. He wasn't with her for a whole month, and it really upset her. Jessica began to cry with all her might. Leia could not know how bad she felt without him. Due to the loud crying, waves of sound emanated from the succubus, which scared away all the birds in the area. Leia was not at all moved, but only noticed that Jessica was screaming like a cat at night. But suddenly she felt that something strange was happening to her body. It was not just a scream. The sound waves affected the brain, and now the girl could not control her body. Jessica was surprised. She didn't even realize that she was capable of this. The sound waves of her scream can affect a person, causing him to lose his fighting ability. Taking advantage of the moment, the succubus went on the attack. She pointed her hair at Leia, telling her to feel how love stabs her heart. Hundreds of hairs flew towards the girl, which at the base looked like sharpened swords. Leia couldn't believe that she would die here on her knees. There was a scream and the clearing was filled with blood. Meanwhile, the hero and team were close to catching up with the enemy. The silhouette of Wei appeared in front of them. Who knew that Jessica could not be relied upon? She had missed the three. He was sitting on a tree stump. In his hands was a huge club. The monkey was sure that he could deal with everyone with one blow. Michael grinned and said that his favorite animal was the monkey, so he would fight with it. Suddenly, another primate appeared behind him, preparing to attack. The guy realized that there were several monkeys. The predator's club crashed into the ground. It was unclear whether the guard had time to evade. Wei rejoiced at his victory. He could clone himself many times, and his copies had the same strength as the original. Suddenly, his joyful look changed to surprise, because he did not expect what he saw. Michael held his staff with one hand. He ordered the remaining members of the squad to leave, because he could hurt them. His eyes turned red inside the guy. One of the 7 deadly sins woke up. Michael's face changed. From a smiling guy, he turned into an angry man. It was a sin of anger. Michael's body released such powerful energy that the trees around him rose into the air. The monkeys were shocked by what they saw. Their anger was awakened, and they were ready to fight. The guy said that he would deal with the predators himself and then catch up with the team. Ben was shocked because Michael seemed to have become a different person. Kathleen explained that 7 personalities live in the guy's body, so this is not surprising. Wei was even a little scared. The guard had extraordinary strength despite the fact that he was human. The second monkey told Michael that his breath stank and that he should not open it. At the same moment, the guy began to float in the air as if gravity was not affecting him. Michael stopped in front of the monkey's face, who told him that he didn't scare her at all. In response, the guard slapped the predator in the face, saying that Wei was talking too much. The monkey was indignant, because even Steve had never hit him in the face, but some man dared to do it. But Michael continued to strike, saying that the predator would not do anything to him even if he struck 1,000 more blows. Wei received blows from all sides that he could not dodge. Suddenly, a second monkey appeared behind the guy's back, which reminded the guard that he had not one opponent, but several. He tried to hit the guy with his club, but to his surprise, it didn't work. Michael disappeared, and it seemed that he simply disappeared into thin air, but in fact the predators simply could not keep up with the guy's speed. The guard stood on the very club with which they tried to hit him. It seemed that the opponents were not equal in strength. Wei was surprised that the guard had such great speed, but the guy replied that in addition to him, the Protoss had at least 6 more equally strong people. He jumped and kicked the enemy, noticing that the 6 guards would even be faster than him. From the force of the blow, Wei landed on the ground and let go of his weapon. The strongest Sin told the vanquished that he, like a domestic animal, would become docile with one blow. Meanwhile, the sun began to rise over the forest, the night was ending, and a new day began. The original Wei ran as fast as he could to the guard's cemetery. He asked Steve if he had found the gift of light, because their pursuers were very strong. He felt the pain of his clones, and added that if the guards caught up with them, he could not cope with them alone. The monkey wanted the master to quickly finish his ritual and find out where the core was, after which they could finish off Sarah. Steve didn't listen to him right now. He was focused on finding his artifact. In Sarah's mind, the girl was beaten and exhausted. She sat on the ground completely exhausted. Sarah prayed for someone to save her. She didn't want to die in this place just like that. Suddenly, one of the zombies appeared from behind the wall and was already walking towards her soul. But just as quickly as he appeared, he was pierced through with a sword. It was Leia who arrived in time and saved Sarah from certain death. The swordswoman looked at the exhausted girl and said that if she wanted to live, she should go with her. Steve noticed that the girl with the sword seemed familiar to him because he had seen her in the audience at the competition, and she often appears in the depths of Sarah's memories. He seemed to begin to understand something, and by concentrating even more, he found the answer. In the depths of his memories, he saw the very artifact he had been hunting for all this time. The gift of light was in the chest of a lovely girl, Sarah's savior and loved one. Meanwhile, the sun had already risen high and its rays began to break through the crowns of the trees. Leia was hanging bloody from Jessica's hair. She was unable to dodge the previous blow, and all this time, the demon was beating her. The guard tightly clutched her sword in her hand, along which her blood flowed, and did not want to give up just like that. The succubus blade pierced her chest. The girl no longer had the strength to hold on. She asked the enemy if she wanted to end her life. Jessica was amazed at how stubborn the girl was, because even despite such critical wounds, she still continued to hold her sword in her hand. She answered the girl that the point is not that you can't resist her scream, it's just that it's difficult to deal with her because she's very strong. But she was tired of playing with her victim, so it was time to strike the final blow. Jessica aimed her hair for the final blow, saying she wanted to hear Leia scream in pain. At this moment, the guard accepted her fate and mentally apologized to Sarah. She closed her eyes, preparing to accept her death. This time, she was unable to save her friend. Suddenly, a bright yellow light illuminated the entire clearing. There was a powerful explosion that scattered all of Jessica's hair like small torn threads. The epicenter of the impact began to narrow, forming a small yellow ball. In the center of this ball stood Leia. She was completely protected by this unknown force. Jessica was surprised by the power of the skill. She was sure that the enemy was without strength. The succubus did not understand where the girl had such a strong ability. The predator looked at Leia, who was surrounded by divine light. It instantly healed all her wounds, from which blood came out. All the power was concentrated in the guard's chest. It came from a small yellow fragment. Hidden inside Leia was the gift of light, which now gave her new abilities and strength to defeat her rival. Jessica couldn't believe her eyes. She was frozen in surprise at the picture she saw. The succubus realized that all this time, the gift of light was in Leia. The predator trembled, as if she was afraid of what fate awaited her. Leia noticed this and asked the succubus not to be afraid because her blade was fast. Apparently the heavens favored her today. But it seems that Jessica was not afraid. She was filled with joy, and she was trembling with delight, not fear. After all, the path to the happiness of her entire life is now right in front of her. If she can get the gift of light, she will receive Steve's love. So it was in the girl's imagination. At the same moment, Leia's blade began to glow with divine colors. Her power increased significantly, and now she had a much greater chance of victory. She told the demon that she would not allow this to happen, preparing to attack. With a quick blow of her sword, she attacked Jessica, who, in her excitement, forgot about the fight. There was an explosion. The force of the sword's impact was so high that all the trees behind the succubus were destroyed at the moment of impact. The fight was over with one blow, and the loser, Jessica, fell to the hard ground. She couldn't believe that she had lost, because the gift of light was so close. What a pity. Now the girl won't earn Steve's favor. Leia looked at this picture of unrequited love, and at the last moment, she even sympathized with her rival. As she died, Jessica said that she still longed for Steve and wanted to get back to him. A few years earlier in someone's abandoned house, Jessica held her t-shirt, which barely covered her chest. She was in tears. At that time, she was 18 years old. The unknown man put on his pants and told the girl not to cry and to keep everything that happened a secret. He adjusted his glasses and added that if anyone found out about this, he would turn Jessica's life into a living nightmare. The girl began to scream hysterically that there was not a drop of humanity in the guy. In response to this, the man hit her in the face with such force that she began to bleed. There was rage on his face. The guy said that Jessica needed to understand something. If he had not sheltered her, then she and her mother would have become food for predators by morning. The man spent a lot of money to support Jessica, and she should remember his kindness. Therefore, the girl must pay off her debt with her body. It was raining outside. Loud rumbles of thunder were visible from the sky. At this time, it is good to stay at home and not go out anywhere. But in this weather, Jessica stood on the roof of a multi-story building. All her feelings and emotions disappeared, and even the cold rain was not a hindrance for her. She wanted to end her torment. In her head, the voice of an exhausted girl told her to take a step into the abyss. Just one step and it will all be over. She will no longer have to endure bullying. The beauty stood up on her tiptoes and had no doubt about her choice. She spread her arms to the sides and began to say goodbye to this unhappy world. Jessica thought that if there was an afterlife, then she hoped that at least she would be treated well there. Suddenly, just before the jump, someone spoke behind the girl. An unknown person said that death is not a solution. It was Steve who said that only power can change something. The girl was scared when she saw the predator, but she had nothing to lose. Steve asked the girl to come up and become his subordinate. If she decides to be with him, then the Dark King will grant her a power that is unknown to ordinary mortals. At that moment, he bit the young girl's innocent neck, giving her some of his powers. Sometime later, in the same house where the girl felt only pain and suffering, a man sat on the floor and trembled with fear. Jessica looked at him with contempt and said that didn't the guy want the girl to pay him back? Now is a great chance to repay the debt. The man was scared as a kitten and begged not to take his words seriously. He grabbed Jessica's leg and insisted that he knew that he was wrong. He begged her not to kill him because the guy could find other younger people for the girl to eat. But unfortunately for him, the newly made predator did not like human flesh. For the first time, she used her hair in the form of blades, pointing them at the offender. There was a piercing scream filled with pain, and the man's blood splashed onto the wall. He died without immediately even feeling the pain that Jessica felt all this time. She didn't feel sorry for him, but only that, for the sake of someone like him, the girl gave up her human essence. As Jessica staggered towards the exit, she wondered if it was worth it. Having finished the fight, Leia turned around and decided to catch up with her friends. But suddenly the hair of the defeated rival began to envelop her legs, trying to stop her. Leia turned around and was surprised that Jessica did not die after such a powerful blow, but simply sat there in thought. The succubus turned to the swordsman. She said that she felt bad, as if all her memories had been erased. Therefore, the girl asked Leia to help her. The guard did not expect to hear such words from a former enemy. It was unclear whether it was true or the demon lied to take revenge. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, two predators continued their path to shelter. Wei wondered what kind of power the gift of light had, since Steve was persistently trying to get it. Exhaling, the predator replied that the monkey would not understand him until he himself reached the limit of his strength. Steve went through a lot to reach the peak of his spiritual level, and now he feels so lonely from the realization that there is nothing left to strive for. It seemed to him that there was no one stronger than him in the world. But he was wrong. Once he managed to lose to one opponent, a young guy from the human race. Wei was shocked by the story. He did not believe that his master could lose to someone. Steve replied that it was true. This man was a real genius in battles. And then, a few days later, he founded Protoss, which was Kel. If it weren't for the endless darkness that the guy possessed, the Predator would never have lost to him. When Kel died, Steve found his remains, but there was no endless darkness with him. This became a big problem for the Predator, and therefore, if he can obtain the gift of light, he will change beyond recognition. With its help, Steve will be able to resist the power of endless darkness, go beyond his limits, and finally overcome the spiritual level. Y listened to this story and began to understand a little of his master's desire. If Steve can get the gift of light, he will become the strongest in the whole world. After some time, the team of predators came to the border of the guards' cemetery. It was right in front of them, yet they managed to make it before the guards appeared. Wei said that they need to leave a note for Jessica so that she knows where to look for them. Steve jumped off his comrade's shoulder and replied that there was no need to do this. Because Jessica will not come, when Steve asked her to detain the guards, he understood that the girl would not be able to resist them. Y was shocked by what he heard. He didn't expect that his master was planning to leave her from the very beginning, because Jessica said that the three of them were family. Steve only coldly replied that if in exchange for her he received the gift of light, then her sacrifice was not in vain. In addition, family is a word from the human world, and predators do not need families. Having finished the dialogue, he turned and ordered to follow him. After they entered this part of the forest, the pursuers would not be able to find them. Suddenly, a huge arc shot came from the sky towards the predators. The team noticed the attack. At that moment, they realized that they would not be able to leave without a fight. Y managed to dodge the attack by crouching, and only slightly the arc was able to touch his head. A line of light fell right in front of them, cutting down all the trees in the way. The monkey thought that he was lucky to evade, because a little more and he would have been left without a head. The sudden attack left behind a huge ditch that went deep into the ground. Steve was impressed by such strength. Not everyone could cut such a chasm in the ground with just one blow of a sword. Now he understood why Jessica could not detain her pursuers. In the sky, they saw Kathleen, who told the predators that whoever crossed the border would die without the right to pardon. Steve replied that it was quite arrogant to threaten him, since he was much stronger than an S-rank guard. He simply turned around and jumped over the gap, ordering his companion to follow him. Kathleen, seeing the impudence of the enemy, only said that he asked for it. She flew at lightning speed towards the predator to hit him. Wei was scared. The girl was so fast that it was impossible to follow her with her eyes. Kathleen attacked Steve with her sword, but he successfully blocked the attack by creating an impenetrable shield around himself. He turned to the girl and said that she did not lie, despite the fact that the predator was in their friend's body, but as he had already said, she could not defeat him. Steve had already fought with one of the guards, and after that, he created a shield based on the strength of his blow, so the girl is unlikely to be able to break through it. Kathleen replied that she has no equal in Protoss when it comes to dealing the maximum possible damage. The shield began to crack, and the sword began to penetrate deeper and deeper into the barrier. Steve realized that the shield would not be able to withstand her attack, because the cracks were becoming more and more, and the sword was going deeper. The predator did not count on such power at all. He realized that it was time to dodge. He turned around and tried to jump away from the sword after his shield burst. Steve didn't have time to escape the attack, and Kathleen was able to touch Sarah's cheek, leaving a cut on it. All the power of her strength went into the ground. The predator successfully dodged and lost only points in flight. He understood that he was lucky. The girl was good with a sword, but there was one caveat. Kathleen did not take advantage of the moment and changed the trajectory. Apparently, they also need information about the location of the gift of light. The paladin stood opposite and took her sword out of the ground. She said that she couldn't hit it the first time because she hadn't practiced with the sword for a long time. Steve understood that this was a lie. She pulled the sword out of the ground, and a small crack appeared in the place where it stuck. Everything around began to shake, as if an earthquake had started. This surprised the Dark King. The paladin's attack was so powerful that the small crack from the blow split into a huge abyss. Kathleen noticed that Steve could not fight at full strength while he was in this body, so he needed to return to his own because her next blow would hit the target. The girl provoked her rival to leave his body. She said that she wanted to see the real power of a spiritual-level predator. She began to taunt her opponent, saying that apparently his only ability was to possess others. Steve grinned at the girl's words and did not succumb to provocation. He replied that while he was in this body, Kathleen would not kill him because this person was important to people. The Predator added that the Paladin was using childish tricks to try to deceive him. Y stood up for his master and shouted that there would be no mercy for the girl because she had ruined the monkey's hair with her blow. Steve was ashamed of his ally because he was stupid and did not understand that he was much weaker than the Paladin. Y waved his fist, preparing to launch his attack. He shouted that there were two of them and she was alone. There was no way she could win. Kathleen turned to the Predator and replied that she did not come here alone. Suddenly, a strong kick landed on the monkey's head, causing him to forget all the words he wanted to say. It was Ben who jumped away from the weak opponent and was focused on attacking the main enemy. The guy shouted at Kathleen not to forget that they must act according to the plan. The girl replied that she remembered and prepared for the next attack. Steve heard his words and realized that the guards were up to something. Above him was Ben, who began to summon hundreds of purple balls filled with energy. The guy shouted that all this energy was collected by endless darkness. Using instant destruction, he directed all the explosive energy at Steve. The ghostly spheres hit their target, and it seemed that no one could survive such multiple explosions. But the spiritual-level Predator was not so simple. He closed himself with the same shield, saying that Ben lacked experience, spent so much energy, and only raised dust. And then Steve remembered that the guy shouted something about a plan, and perhaps he was only distracting attention. The Predator completely forgot about the hero's partner while he was watching the spheres. Kathleen was already running to meet her goal. Steve understood that the girl was a greater danger to him. She struck with her sword, but the Dark King managed to dodge it by standing on his hands and jumping away. Dodging the blow, Steve grinned at the fact that he figured out the guard's plan. A weak attack distracts, and a strong guard deals damage to the distracted enemy. Kathleen replied that in fact the Predator was wrong, and that was not the plan. Upon landing, Steve saw a dark figure behind him, from which he could not get away. It was Ben, who smiled and said that their plan was a success. The hero grabbed the Predator in a human body and began to use a chokehold. Steve didn't understand what was happening because right now he felt his strength leaving him. Purple spheres began to appear around Sarah, meaning that Ben was absorbing energy from an enemy weakened by strangulation. The Predator remembered this aura that he once fought with and realized that Ben was the owner of endless darkness. The hero replied that the Predator guessed right, and when the guy absorbs all of Steve's power, he will leave Sarah's body. The air around the opponents began to swirl into a whirlwind, and the aura became more and more frightening. There was so much energy coming from Sarah that she began to turn into a large purple sphere. Y watched what was happening and also realized that the endless darkness that Steve is so afraid of is in this guy. Kathleen was worried about the hero. She didn't know whether Ben could handle such power. The sphere began to narrow, and a silhouette became visible in the cloud of dust. Ben emerged from the smoke unharmed, holding an exhausted Sarah in his arms. The Paladin rejoiced at the victory. The girl was saved and there was not a scratch on her. The hero cleverly thought of everything, and his plan was a success. Ben sat Sarah by a tree stump and created a shield around her, which he stole from Steve, so nothing would threaten her. He knew that the girl could not hear, but he told her to rest well while the battle was going on. The guy added that he would wait until Sarah came to her senses, and then they would all figure it out together. Suddenly, laughter was heard from the cloud of smoke. The enemy was still not defeated, but now at least you can fight him with full strength. Steve laughed because he was very lucky, because he not only found out the location of the gift of light, but now he would be able to take away the endless darkness. The Predator appeared in his true form. He said that the heavens were favoring him today, so he was having fun. The Dark King raised his hands into the sky as if calling on God and shouted that he was the chosen one. Ben replied that he was rejoicing early because at least half of the Predator's power had been absorbed. Therefore, it is not a fact that the second half will be enough for Steve to take away the endless darkness. The Predator replied that he does not lose the same ability twice, and it does not matter how much power the hero managed to absorb. He turned to his ally and asked Wei to tell him what his master's real appearance was. The monkey smiled and replied that Steve is the lord of the underworld, and therefore he can control the souls of the Kingdom of Shadows. In fact, they did not come here to escape persecution. The Guardian Cemetery is Steve's underworld prison. Many souls are enslaved here, and they are the source of his replenished strength. That is why in this place the Predator becomes invincible. Kathleen noted that they had underestimated their enemy, but Ben was not frightened by these words. He said that since this happened, they had only one thing left to do: deal with the Predator and complete their mission. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the guard's cemetery, Joseph walked leisurely through the forest, holding his bag on his shoulder. Passing by a tree, he touched it a little. The tree instantly came off like a small branch due to the mentor's terrifying aura. But Joseph didn't seem to notice this. He walked forward, and in front of him lay a huge stone. But the power of his aura was so high that it cut through the stone while it slowly walked forward. The man had made a huge hole in the stone and was approaching the exit. When he came out, the obstacle shattered into pieces. But Joseph did not react to this either. Apparently, this was a common thing for him. He was only worried about the place where he ended up. The man walked forward all night, but never came out anywhere. Suddenly, he saw hundreds of souls flying in some direction. Joseph was surprised by this because he had already dealt with them before. He thought and said that apparently the educational process was not in vain for them, and now they decided to help him get out. Thousands of spirits responded to Steve's call and headed to him to feed him with energy. Ben was shocked by how many spirits he saw. Apparently, the Predator had killed a huge number of people. Kathleen understood that they could not allow the Dark King to devour them because then they would not win. But it was too late. Steve began to absorb all his souls in order to continue living with them. The number of people he killed was so great that he began to increase in size from absorption. The heroes could not stand and just watch, so they decided to launch an attack on their enemy. Why stood in their way? He wanted to delay the team so that his master could make a rebirth. The paladin was not frightened by the monkey's menacing attitude. She only replied that he asked for it. Why didn't expect his speed to be so fast? Kathleen delivered a blow that killed the demon-level Predator in an instant. The monkey was too slow compared to the girl, so this fight was over for him. The heroes headed towards Steve, and the once former ally of the Predator fell to the ground, swaying. But our heroes saw that it was already too late. After all, the monkey managed to detain them, albeit not for long. The Dark King absorbed every soul, and from the amount of energy he became very fat. All these souls filled him, and Steve now looked like a huge ball hanging in the air. The ball grew larger and began to crack. The Predator felt the boundless power that filled it. Suddenly it burst from the number of souls it had absorbed, and a blue cloud of smoke filled the clearing. Ben was shocked by the picture he saw. He did not expect that the Predator would simply blow itself up. Kathleen told the guy not to relax because the explosion was not fatal. Steve appeared before them, a spiritual-level Predator in the guise of a soul absorber. He did not hesitate and immediately directed his attack towards our heroes. Ben managed to react and use the shield that he had recently stolen. He ordered Kathleen to hide behind it. An explosion occurred. The force of the released energy was crushing and formed a blue sphere in the place where the team stood. The explosion left a huge crater in the center of which was a shield sphere, one of Ben's abilities. The guy realized that if it weren't for the shield, then there would be no trace of them. With one wave of his hand, Steve released a huge amount of energy. Was this really his full power? The shield began to crack, and the hero noticed that his ability was at its limit, just a little more, and he would not have been able to stand it. The guy told the paladin that he would have to dodge the next attack. But Kathleen thought that Ben had recently become a guard, but had already rushed to protect her. You can't say that he is reliable, but at decisive moments you could rely on him. Steve was floating in the air and was disappointed that his attack did not hit the heroes. The Dark King felt that this was not the limit of his capabilities, but only 70% of them, but he did not understand why this happened. Suddenly, the Predator remembered Joseph, whom he had sealed in his prison. He assumed that most likely it was his doing. There was a noise behind Steve. It was the sound of trees breaking like thin branches because someone was approaching. Joseph came out of the thicket of the forest and declared that he was tired of walking in the dark and finally got out. Steve was surprised that the guard was able to survive. He asked the man if he was the same ignoramus who attacked him recently. There were no emotions on Joseph's face. As always, he simply asked the predator who he was. Steve grinned and said that apparently the guard forgot him too quickly, to which Joseph replied that he did not understand what he was talking about because they had never met. The Dark King realized that the man was rather stupid and asked directly what he had done with his spirit slaves. The guard replied that if he was asking about those spirits in the forest, then he taught them a lesson and prayed for their peace. Steve was angry. He did not expect that by locking the guard in prison, he would lose so many souls that he had been collecting for years. Out of rage, he jumped into the air in order to attack the one who ruined all his plans. The speed of the Dark King was great, and Joseph did not have time to dodge his attack. Steve struck his opponent in the face with his hand, causing him to fly to the side. The man fell to the ground, but he never let go of his mysterious bag. Apparently, there was something valuable to him there. Steve said that even though he now has 70% of his strength, this will be more than enough for the guards. Joseph rose to his feet as if nothing had happened. This was not the first time he had been hit by an enemy. The man told the predator that he had a rather weak blow, and if he took his time, he would show him what strength is. But alas, maybe another time they will fight, because now Joseph was in a hurry to the Protoss to reveal the identity of the one who harmed his student. A team of heroes immediately arrived and said that for this, there is no need to go to the Protoss because the one the man needs is here. Ben pointed his finger at Steve and said that he not only used Adam's body, but also inflicted a fatal wound on him. Fortunately, Kevin managed to save the guy. Joseph pondered the words spoken to him and decided what to do next. He turned to Steve and asked if they had met outside the arena. The predator replied that it was so, although the man did not immediately understand who he was. The Dark King grinned, noting that it was not surprising that Joseph did not understand anything because his head was empty. After these words, a bag instantly flew at Steve, which Joseph had not let go of his hands all this time. The predator stopped him with his hand, and immediately his nose was struck by the disgusting smell that came from the bag. He asked the man what was lying there. Joseph delivered a powerful blow to Steve's stomach and replied that the bag contained his change of underwear. Then he hit the predator again, but this time with his foot in the face. The force of the blow sent the Dark King flying into the air. While flying, he thought about how a person could have such a crushing force of blows. Joseph began to become covered in a crimson fog. He stood and concentrated in order to awaken his power. The Guardian screamed as he released his energy. This was the path of a despot, a fighting spirit stance. The strength was so high that his rage could be seen in the pulsating muscles. He shouted that only he could beat his student. After these words, he headed towards Steve, deciding to finish the battle without allowing the enemy to land. His aura, which was flying around, began to turn into the form of a dragon and flew straight towards the predator at great speed. Steve realized that the power of such a blow should not be underestimated since she took the form of a dragon. He put his hand in front of him and shouted that he would hold all this power. Ben was shocked by the strength of the S-rank guard. The guy thought for a second that Joseph was a monster if he had such impressive abilities. After the attack, the dust began to clear and traces of torn flesh appeared on the monster's body. Steve said that this idiot was able to break through his living armor. It will be difficult to restore it because it is armor made of human souls that can block up to 3 fatal blows. The predator became seriously angry and began to gather his energy, shouting that the guard was greatly infuriating him. The man grinned and answered the enemy that it was mutual. Meanwhile, calm reigned at the top of the sacred mountain and morning began. The alarm clock rang for the umpteenth time. Eliza's voice was recorded on it, shouting that it was time for her father to wake up. The man, with one blow of his hand, destroyed the annoying device that was preventing him from sleeping. Kevin was lying in his bed, half asleep, wearing funny spotted pajamas, and not understanding what kind of idiot came up with alarm clocks. The master rose with difficulty, and his face showed disappointment that morning had come because he still wanted to sleep. Still, it was time to get up, and Kevin went to do his morning ritual, and he started by brushing his teeth. After briefly rinsing his mouth, the man perked up a little. His next morning activity was drinking a glass of his favorite tea with milk. Sitting on the toilet and drinking tea, he shouted to his daughter that he was very hungry and asked if she had already prepared breakfast. He called Eliza all this time, but no one answered him. Having finished his business, the man went out and thought about where his daughter had disappeared. Kevin walked into the kitchen and saw that breakfast was ready and there was a note on the table. It was a note from Eliza, which said that his father should have breakfast alone. Adam would be with her, so he didn't have to worry. The master took one bun that he had for breakfast and thought that his daughter was very obstinate and cleverly pulled off everything. Meanwhile, Eliza's phoenix raced across the sky towards the forest where the guards had gone. Ben's entire crew and Adam were on board the blue ship, rushing to his aid. Everyone thought about their own. Jenna was worried that the owner and Leia went to save Sarah, risking their lives, so she could not stay away. Eliza did not expect herself to take this step. She was worried that the guy had died, in which case the girl did not know what to do next. Lucy was angry that Ben went on a mission with Leia and didn't invite her. It wasn't fair. Vanessa thought that Dean Lee probably followed them, so the hero should be careful. Adam was embarrassed at the sight of beauties. He envied Ben because he was successful with the girls. After some time, the newly formed support team arrived at the first battle site. Adam was amazed that all the trees were cut down. He asked his allies if Leia's power could do this. Jenna replied that it was most likely not her, because it was not in the guard's style. At that moment, they saw Leia, who was happy to see the bird of the king's daughter-in-law. Jenna landed in front of her friend and asked to tell her where the owner was and why they were not together. Leia replied that it was all because she was detained here. Jessica appeared behind the girls, who had been following Ben's guard all this time. Leia asked why the girl was pursuing her, because she spared her life, showing leniency. Jessica replied that she was no longer interested in fighting, and it was because of her that she became like this, so now Leia is responsible for the succubus. Jenna was wary, because in appearance the girl looked like a predator, but a completely different aura emanated from her. Leia replied that Jessica was actually a predator, but after she defeated her, she did not die and is now following on her heels. Apparently it's all about the stone that is in the swordswoman's chest. Because of it, the succubus lost her memory. Eliza descended from the phoenix, interrupting the girls' conversation. She explained that this was a purification effect. The bride heard her father talk about it. Such is the ability of the gift of light. Leia was surprised that the artifact was in her, and Eliza replied that apparently out of despair, Sarah decided to hide it in her friend. Purification removes negative effects but can also erase memory, so now Jessica has gotten rid of the bloodthirstiness characteristic of predators. It turns out that now the girl is not a purebred predator since she was previously a human. Since now she has gotten rid of the main disadvantage, it would be wrong to call her a predator. Eliza turned to the unfortunate girl and suddenly invited her to go with them. Meanwhile, a snowstorm began at the top of the sacred mountain. Kevin was able to overcome his morning sleep deprivation and slowly walked out of his house. He thought that he would like to retire a long time ago, but there was no peace in his life yet. Meanwhile, the battle continued at the border of the guard's cemetery. Joseph continued to attack his enemy. Due to the high speed of the strike, only crimson sparks were visible in the sky. Sparks appeared at the moment when the man delivered his blow, and the monster blocked it. Kathleen also did not stand aside and tried to hit the predator with her divine attack, but everything was unsuccessful. Ben stood in the clearing and watched. The guy thought that something didn't add up, because at the beginning, the predator could barely resist Joseph. But now Steve can calmly fend off the attacks of two guards at the same time. This could become a problem. The hero turned towards the monkey, which Kathleen killed with one blow. Ben realized that he had to come up with something and find a solution, otherwise they would lose the fight. Steve crossed his arms and pressed him to himself, gathering his soul energy for attack. He used a cursed explosion and knocked back two fighters at once that he had previously been unable to dodge. Joseph landed on his feet, barely able to maintain his balance. The man noticed that the monster was getting stronger. The girl deftly landed on her hand and replied that she thought so too. This was the first time she had encountered something like this. Steve provoked his enemies by saying that the guards must be wondering why his strength was increasing. The whole point is that there is a difference between genders. He is a predator, and it is inherent in nature that people are no match for him. Suddenly, someone shouted that the monster was lying, and in fact it was not so. Ben realized what was happening. Steve had absorbed a huge number of souls, but it took time before their energy was absorbed. If the part has been learned so far, the more the battle goes on, the more the monster will change. Steve answered the guy that he was not stupid, and he was interested in how he could guess about the predator's ability. Ben replied that he guessed because he himself had a demonic ability. Suddenly, 2 copies of the guy appeared behind Steve, preparing to strike. The monster released its energy with one wave of its hand and destroyed the 2 Bens. He asked the guy if Woi's cloning technique was that same demonic ability. After these words, the monster directed its beam of souls at the hero standing in the clearing. The beam pierced through Ben's stomach, burning all his organs from the inside. The 2 S-rank guards were shocked by what they saw. They did not expect the hero to die such a death. Steve pulled the guy towards him and said that he had to absorb Woi's soul, and since the hero was in such a hurry to die, he could help him with this. But the seemingly half-dead Ben raised his head and told the monster that where did he get the idea that this was the original? A copy of the hero disappeared into the air, stunning his enemy. Steve turned around, but it was too late. He realized that the guy had fooled him. Ben was already behind the monster, and at that moment he used his grab ability. Everything around him dissolved, and Steve found himself in an impenetrable abyss filled with thousands of eyes. He was furious because he did not understand why he could not move and why eyes were looking at him everywhere, from which fear arose. The guards also saw this abyss of fear. Joseph thought it was a mirage, but Kathleen replied that it was not so. She explained that these are the eyes of Asura. They say he is able to immobilize the enemy with fear. The girl did not even imagine that Ben had such power. The guy told the monster that he had never used this power, but Steve forced him to resort to it because if he was not killed, others would suffer. He gathered all the demonic energy and ordered his power to appear. Suddenly, his clothes began to be torn to shreds, and a purple aura appeared from behind his back, taking shape. These were Asura's 6 arms, which were much larger in size than Ben himself. Steve couldn't believe his instincts. Suddenly, the thirst for killing the hero became stronger than that of predators. This was impossible for a person. An imperceptible fatigue appeared in Ben's eyes, and he ordered the predator to get out of the dungeon. At that moment, one of Asura's hands struck the monster's face, which could not move. Ben slammed his opponent into the ground, pushing him out of the abyss of fear. Steve felt hellish pain, but at the same time, he realized that he was no longer under control and could move. The blow was so strong that it removed another layer of spiritual armor. Now, the monster could only die once. He was furious that a pathetic man could do this to him. Steve shouted that he would kill Ben. But in response to this, he received a fist blow that finished off the enemy. Ben shouted that this is not the end and Steve better take care of himself. A flurry of blows fell on the monster, which continued to beat him to the point of exhaustion. The predator tried to block the attack, but Asura's strength was much greater than his. Under a flurry of blows, souls began to fly out of Steve's body, fleeing. Kathleen was surprised that the souls of the dead fighters were leaving the monster. They feared Asura much more than the Dark King. After the attack, the monster rose to its feet. It had a huge number of wounds and abrasions, but they all immediately disappeared because the hero also destroyed the last of the layers of the spiritual shield. Ben shouted that he needed to attack immediately because now the monster could be defeated. Joseph, without thinking twice, gathered his strength into the last attack. Even without words, it was clear to him that he needed to help the hero. The man used a tiger volley. A huge saber-toothed tiger made of energy rushed towards Steve. Kathleen also did not stand aside. She said that right now, the Dark King Steve will pay for what he did. The girl instantly rushed towards the enemy and cut through his body, leaving behind only the blood of the monster. 2 guards attacked simultaneously, leaving no chance for the monster to win. Kathleen exhaled and announced that the verdict had been reached and the fight was over. Joseph took revenge for his student and said that Steve crossed the wrong person's path. The dust from the blows cleared, and the blood of the monster could be seen dripping onto the ground. His leg and arm were severed, his body was cut in half, but he struggled to stay on his feet, all because he did not want to give up, because the gifts of light and darkness were right in front of him. But the predator understood that he had lost in this battle. He fell into the crater, saying that he would not retreat so easily, after which he no longer showed signs of life. Ben was covered in sweat due to using too much energy. The guy couldn't believe that they won. Kathleen looked at the hero, whose power was gradually beginning to dissipate. She noticed that Ben's fortitude is so great that it seems difficult for him to maintain it. Suddenly, the hands behind the guy's back began to disappear, and he closed his eyes from fatigue. After Asura's hands completely dissolved, Ben lost consciousness and began to fall down because nothing else held him in the air. Kathleen, without thinking twice, jumped towards the hero in order to grab the guy before he landed. She managed to grab Ben, and this made the girl blush a little. Now the guy was very close to her face, and she could take a closer look at him. Embarrassed, the girl turned away and noticed that if you looked closely, Ben was very handsome. Joseph interrupted the awkward pause and asked Kathleen why she was blushing, if she really hurt herself when she caught the guy. The girl, as if nothing had happened, abandoned Ben and replied that Joseph was talking nonsense because she had the most ordinary complexion. The man was stupid, but not that stupid. He noticed that Kathleen couldn't lie at all. Ben woke up from hitting the ground. He realized that he had apparently lost consciousness since controlling Asura's power requires a lot of energy. It seemed that the battle was over, but the hero had a strange feeling. The guy did not understand what could be the matter. And then he finally realized a terrible thing that no one noticed. The endless darkness was not activated, which means Steve is still alive. Ben shouted to the guards to finish him off quickly. The monster opened its eyes, which were directed to the place where Ben was sitting. The Guardians were too late, and Steve delivered his final blow, the beam of which emanated from his mouth at the enemy, because of whom he lost. Ben did not have time to react and only noticed how the beam of power was directed directly at him. The energy went straight into Ben's mouth and went deep into his body. Horrified, Kathleen realized that things were bad, and she needed to be more careful with such a difficult opponent. Steve exhaled for the last time to take over Ben's body and gain endless darkness. He laughed. His delight knew no bounds, because in the guy's body there was endless darkness and Asura, as well as other abilities that the hero absorbed. Ben's eyes changed to Steve's yellow pupils, and the worst happened. The predator took possession of the hero's body. Kathleen raised her sword and began to gather divine power. She advised Steve to get out of the guy's body, otherwise he would taste the power of her blow again. Steve just grinned. It was the best body he had ever had, and now he was not afraid of Kathleen's sword. The girl was disappointed because she also understood that she could not cope with the power of endless darkness and Asura. But suddenly, Joseph came out to fight. He told Kathleen to control herself. The man had more experience in such matters, and he would sort everything out. The paladin looked at Adam's mentor in disbelief and asked what he planned to do. Joseph rushed to the attack and was already preparing his fist, answering that he planned to simply smash his enemy. But his fist was easily stopped by one of Asura's hands, despite all the power of the guard. Joseph shouted that since Steve blocked his left fist, then he would get his right one. But this attack was easily blocked. The monster replied that now the guard's fists were of no use, because Joseph cannot defeat Asura relying only on physical strength. But suddenly the man attacked Ben's head using his desperate way. Smoke came out of the guy's forehead at the place where the blow was struck. Asura's hands began to disappear, and he himself fell to the ground. Joseph said that he most likely would not defeat Steve with his fists now. But the monster did not take into account that the mentor's head is much stronger than his hands. Ben lay unconscious, and now the heroes had no idea what to do next. Kathleen was shocked by Joseph's methods. She did not expect that the mentor would simply hit the guy. The girl asked the man that since he knows a lot about these matters, he should know how to get the predator out of Ben's body. Joseph replied that he had not yet thought about how to do this. The mentor suggested that they could hit the hero again, and maybe then Steve would come out of his body. Kathleen was against this. Suddenly, a man appeared in the clearing and slowly approached the guards. The guy advised Joseph not to do that because there was no point in it. Michael returned to his comrades, who explained that Steve was in a hopeless situation, so it was unlikely that he would give up his tiny hope because of some blows. Joseph asked the guy what he was proposing, to which Michael replied that there was only one way out in this situation. To destroy Steve once and for all, they need to rely on the strength of Ben himself. The hero and the predator were inside Ben's mind. Steve was surprised that he, the great Dark King, was defeated by a bunch of guards. However, if the monster can defeat the guy in this place, he will have his body forever. Ben grinned. He was not at all afraid of his opponent and replied that Steve only knew how to talk. The guy struck the predator in the face. There were no abilities here, just the usual solution to a dispute with fists. Attacking his enemy, the hero shouted that he would fight off his body and drive Steve out. Having received the blow, the monster fell on his hands, but was immediately able to push off to counterattack. He swung his leg attacking the guy and shouted that the hero still had milk on his lips. Ben should have been a couple thousand years older before showing off to a predator. The guards stood in the clearing and looked at the guy's motionless body. Kathleen said that Ben had already shown his trump cards and proved that he was quite extraordinary. Without him, the team would not have completed this task so easily. But the girl was worried because now the hero had to deal with a spiritual-level predator and the guards could not help him. Michael smiled in his usual manner and replied that they had to find out who was spiritually stronger and the team could only wait for him to wake up. Joseph asked the question that was flying in the air. What if Steve wins? What should they do then? Michael replied that then it would be clear that Ben's soul was completely enslaved, and they will have to fulfill their duty as guards, namely to kill the monster. There was a struggle inside Ben. Steve said that the guy was still inexperienced because there was a spiritual world here. Therefore, no abilities are important here, but only the strength of your own spirit is important. The monster pointed at the guy and asked what he could do on his own without Asura's abilities and endless darkness. Ben thought about the monster's words. He thanked him for reminding him of this. The guy remembered how his body was paralyzed, and all he could do was think and reflect, and most importantly, fight for his life. Steve was surprised at how the hero's energy began to change dramatically and increase in size. The guy's big spiritual eyes appeared from the impenetrable abyss. Ben told the monster that since spiritual strength is important here, he sympathizes with Steve, because the monster ran into the wrong person. The predator was amazed. He had never seen someone's spiritual power be so great. The monster assumed that this was a trick, but this could not be true, because in the spiritual world it is impossible to use abilities. For the first time, he succumbed to fear. Steve didn't understand why the guy was so strong. Ben replied that the monster just didn't know what the hero had to go through. Previously, he could not even dream of moving his arms, and this body was difficult for him to achieve. Therefore, Ben will never allow a stranger to take him away. Steve shouted that he was not afraid of the guy because the monster had done this millions of times and would do it again. The Dark King had never lost in the spiritual world, and therefore he believed that he would win this time too. The huge hand of spiritual Ben fell on Steve. The monster tried to hold back its onslaught. The predator held on with all his might and said that his good name would not be ruined by any person. But Ben was serious. He told the Dark King not to be arrogant. Suddenly, Steve felt a strong pressure on his body that he was having a hard time holding back. His spirit began to collapse, and the monster realized that he could not cope with such power. Ben in the real world rose into the air, and a purple aura began to appear around him. Joseph was surprised that the guy was floating in the air, but Michael seemed to know what was going on. The guard explained that the hero's levitation is a confrontation between a guy and a predator, and now the battle is in full swing, which means that the team will soon find out who will wake up. Suddenly, another person appeared in the clearing, moving at high speed towards Ben. It was Dean Lee, who pointed his sword at the guy and replied that he doesn't care who wakes up because Steve killed his subordinates, and Ben is always getting in the way. The old man considered that now he had an excellent chance to finish them both off with one blow. The guards were surprised by Lee's appearance in this place. They did not understand what he was going to do. The dean struck his blow and blood was shed. At that moment, at the other end of the forest, Jenna felt her pulse quicken. The girl became worried and suggested that something was probably happening to her owner. Scarlet blood from the old man's blow flowed onto the dead ground. But it was not Ben's blood, but Kathleen's, who caught the dean's sword with her own hand. The girl saved the guy and said that after they left the Protoss, she had the feeling that someone was following them. The paladin did not expect that the old man would decide to appear right now. Her face was stern and she asked Lee why he needed to kill the guy. The old man thought that Kathleen risked herself to save the hero, Apparently, not only Kevin is able to fight back the Dean, Lee had the feeling that Ben, for some enchanted time, everyone was helping him. He shouted that the guards call themselves S rank, but still believed that the boy is capable of defeating Steve. Instead of letting the Predator get endless darkness, it would be better to finish him off while there is an opportunity. The old man continued to insist that the team kill the guy and complete their task, and Kathleen's hand clenched the sword more and more from these words. The Dean's blade could not stand it and broke from the Paladin's strong grip. Her hand was bleeding very much, but she was furious after hearing the old man's words. The girl replied that Lee was wrong and Ben would not lose. After the guy wakes up, the Dean shouldn't lay a finger on him, otherwise he'll have problems. Meanwhile, the battle in the spirit world was coming to an end, and the clothes on Ben's body began to dissolve into thin air. The guy thanked the girl for her words, and Kathleen heard this and blushed. The girl realized that it was Ben's voice and began to turn to look at him. Still, he was able to defeat Steve, but then she saw a charming picture in front of her. Standing in front of her was Ben, who had a completely naked torso. He looked like a strong man from fairy tales. The guy turned and asked what condition the girl's hand was in. At that moment, in her eyes, he was the most handsome young man. Kathleen became very embarrassed and replied that it hurt a little, but in her head, she did not understand what was happening and why she involuntarily said what she thought. Ben bandaged the girl's hand with the remnants of his clothes, showing concern. The hero said that it was a small bandage, but it would do for the first time. The girl replied that he shouldn't worry so much because she was a paladin and could take care of herself. Joseph and Michael watched the cute couple. Hero told Kathleen that if she didn't like it, then let her take it off. She refused. Michael was amazed that his ability did not affect the paladin, but Ben did it. It was the first time the man had seen a girl so embarrassed. Joseph said that he was already preparing to bury the hero, but it's cool that he managed to win, because his mentor didn't believe in it. The Dean thought that the guy had no chance of winning, and it was just luck. Ben turned to the old man and asked why he wouldn't leave him alone, because Lee kept saying that he needed to kill Steve. But in fact, it turned out that he wasn't worried about him. The hero invited the guard to settle old scores once and for all since he came. Suddenly, the Dean stepped back. He didn't understand why he wanted to give up his will and was afraid of the guy's aura. The old man assumed that it was all because Ben managed to absorb Steve's energy. The hero continued to provoke the Dean, asking why he was hesitating, because he so wanted to kill the guy. Lee found a weighty excuse. He said that an S-rank guard cannot fight people just like that, because this is already a duel and at least 10 witnesses are needed so that Count Dracula does not bring him to justice. At that moment, Jenna landed on the battlefield and said that the old man killed people for the sake of his experiments, and now he wants to kill Ben. Does the Dean really think that he can avoid responsibility? The hero's entire team was assembled. They decided to act as witnesses, because together with the 3 guards, there were 10 of them. Ben was surprised that all his friends came to his aid. The old man was disappointed that the hero's assistants appeared at that moment. This thwarted his plan to avoid the battle. Adam noticed his mentor among the guards. He thought that he was dead, to which Joseph replied that no one could kill him. He threw his bag to the student and replied that he could carry his laundry since he came here. The smell from the bag was still just as disgusting. Michael was interested in watching all this, because Ben challenged the S-rank guard and was curious what the Dean would answer. The old man realized that he had nowhere to go and therefore he accepted the guy's challenge. Their enmity would be resolved after this fight. Lee called Vanessa. He was blind, but he knew that she was here. The girl was surprised that her former boss decided to turn to her for help. The old man asked her to give him her sword because Kathleen had broken his own. Lee didn't want to stir up the past, but simply get a weapon for a fair fight. Ben asked the paladin to also borrow a sword, but the girl was surprised by this because the guy had never fought with him, and the Dean was no worse a swordsman than Kathleen. The hero replied that he wanted to defeat the enemy on his own field, because he had already performed the old man's techniques many times, and besides, the energy of Steve's souls was still being absorbed. He turned to the girl and told her not to worry, because the guy was confident in his victory. After some time, the 2 sworn enemies prepared for their decisive battle. The old man said that he knew that someday this day would come, but he didn't think it would be so soon. It wouldn't be easy to win because the dean considered the guy no equal to himself. In addition, Ben does not know about Lee's real ability because he has not shown it yet. The dean gripped his sword tightly and prepared to fight the hero. A green aura began to form around him. He said that he earned his position thanks to his skills, and it was stupid to challenge him. Having gathered enough energy, Lee summoned his strongest form. The old man's body was covered with a green sphere, which completed his transformation. Ben noticed that the dean's aura was worthy of S rank because anyone would feel uneasy if such a person used his full power. In the sphere, long black hair became visible, which was blowing in the wind, and the lake blue eyes of a man who had awakened. It was an SR rank ability, a memory. Lee made his body take on the appearance of his youth. Now his body was 27 years old. The dean looked like a very handsome young man. He told Ben that only Kevin had seen him in this appearance. Joseph noted that Lee had good hair in her youth, and Adam added that this was a great example of how you can go bald in old age. Kathleen thought that she had been a guard for a long time, but this was the first time she had seen the dean's ability. Most likely the old man was serious since he decided to use it. Ben couldn't even imagine that there was an ability that could restore youth. He wondered if his vision had returned too. But one way or another, most likely this was all the dean could do, so the guy prepared to attack. Lee was angered by the guy's words, because at 27 years old was the peak of his youth, in which he was at the peak of his strength. The old man started first and suddenly disappeared instantly. This surprised the hero. But it wasn't just Ben who was amazed. Jenna was also surprised that the dean had simply disappeared. Eliza had not seen anyone move so quickly. It was impossible to follow his movements with her eyes. Lee used maximum speed, and now he was circling around the guy. No one could see his movements. Ben waited, and at that moment the dean appeared behind him and said that this was the end for the hero. But the guy seemed to be waiting for this. He deftly repelled the attack despite all the speed that the old man showed. Lee was surprised that the guy was able to parry the blow. He couldn't believe that Ben was as fast as him. The hero turned to the enemy and replied that he had absorbed the energy of 1,000 souls of Steve. Now his capabilities have increased several times, and he sees Lee's every move. Kathleen blushed again. She seemed to like Ben. She thought that the guy had calculated his strength from the very beginning, and there was no reason to worry. You could still rely on the hero. In the split seconds that lasted for the fighters, Ben began to collect purple spheres for attack. The old man apparently hoped that the guy would use only the sword, but no one forbade using all his abilities. Spheres of energy hit Lee, but he managed to dodge because his speed was maximum. He jumped away from the guy and realized that he had set energy traps to catch his opponent. The old man understood that if his vision was not completely restored, he would lose this battle. The dean hit the ground, which cracked and small stones rose into the air. Swinging his sword, Lee said that Ben was too cruel for a young man. After that, he struck with his sword the stones that had previously risen into the air. Seeing the attack, Ben began to collect air around him, concentrating the energy in his mouth. He then released a strong sound wave that flew towards the stones, saying that kindness was inappropriate in fights. The hero's sound wave completely crushed the Lee stones, turning them into dust. Jenna was amazed by the guy's abilities. She was even a little embarrassed seeing the hero's strength. Leia also watched the battle and realized that Ben had become stronger while completing this task. The hero held the sword tightly in his hand and told the old man to face the truth. The truth was that Lee, even young, was no match for Ben. These words outraged the man. He replied that he was a guard of a rank S Protoss, and a trifle of rank A would not defeat him. The old man waved his blade and shouted that in order to deal with Ben, he would only need one hand. The guy also ran to meet his opponent. It was time to check who was stronger. The two fighters collided, and from the outside it seemed that the hero had struck his opponent with one blow. Eliza was surprised at Ben's speed because he moved in an instant, and Lucy still couldn't understand who won. The hero's pupils turned white. He was kneeling with a blade clutched in his hand. Suddenly, a cut left by Lee's blade appeared on his chest, and blood poured out of the guy's chest. The man also froze in this position, and there was not a scratch on him. But suddenly he had a cut, but a larger one which touched his entire hand holding the sword. His arm began to fall away from his body, and his pupils were as white as Ben's. It was Asura's evil eye. Using this technique, Ben made it impossible for his opponent to move. He instantly stopped Lee's sword. The old man fell to his knees because he could no longer fight without his hand. The dean could not believe that he had lost. Ben's comrades began to rejoice at the victory because now it was clear that the battle was over. Joseph asked Adam why these people were so young but already so strong, unlike his student. The guy replied that Ben's teacher was simply much stronger than Joseph. Kathleen ran up to the hero, seeing a huge cut that ran across his entire chest. The girl became embarrassed and said that she was a paladin, so she could heal the guy. But Ben shouted at the guard not to come, because this was not the end. Rising heavily, the guy said that he saw with his own eyes how the dean turned his subordinates into predators, secretly trying to create an artificial one, and did not even disdain himself. The hero's assumption turned out to be correct. Agony was a reagent for turning into a predator. Ben turned to his opponent, telling him not to pretend to be dead, because the guy had recently seen such a trick. The old man laughed. He recognized the strength of the hero because he did not expect to lose here. The blind man added that for the sake of his goal to unite people and predators, Lee must kill Ben. The old man shouted that everything he had done and would do was for the sake of the Protoss. There was a powerful explosion that was similar to the sphere in which Lee transformed when he became young. Ben was shocked by such power, and he also smelled a very strong smell of blood. Jenna knew this feeling. It was the same as when she fought with the god of thunder, but the dean's energy was much stronger. Vanessa folded her hands and prayed that the old man would give in and not be so stubborn. When the sphere dissipated, something huge appeared in front of the heroes, not resembling the former guard. Kathleen noticed that this ability is not from the human world. The old man comes out and in fact secretly conducted experiments on himself. An artificial predator appeared before them, a huge creature that was covered with eyes, and its hair was like threads and went deep into the ground. Eliza was horrified by what she saw. She could not believe that this creature was Dean Lee. Adam was also shocked by what he saw. This creature looked even more terrifying than a spiritual-level predator. Jessica, although she was a former predator, found the creature disgusting. The monster opened its mouth and slowly began to repeat Ben's name. Then it said that it wanted the guy to die, and the eyes on its body looked at the hero. Seeing the monster in front of them, the guards stated that they had originally assumed that this fight would be between the two. But when they saw Lee in such a form, they could no longer remain indifferent. Joseph said that the dean of the Protoss Guard, but himself, fell to the very bottom. The mentor added that if the old man did not stop, then he would not babysit him. The monster was like a silent statue that did not seem to hear the heroes, but only continued to repeat Ben's name. Joseph was infuriated by the monster's offensive behavior because he did not pay attention to the guard. Ben approached the men and explained that if you look closely, you can understand that Lee has lost his mind. Apparently, this was a side effect of the transformation. But even after losing consciousness, he did not forget the guy's name. Apparently, he really wants to get endless darkness and will not stop until he kills the hero. Vanessa confirmed Ben's words. The dean's experiment failed. He needs endless darkness to make a breakthrough in research. But the girl herself sees this appearance for the first time and doesn't know what to do with it. Most likely, you shouldn't count on the old man's human essence. Therefore, having summed up all the data, the girl said with tears in her eyes that there was only one way out. Joseph pointed to himself and said that if you need to kill a monster, then Vanessa is an expert in such matters. Suddenly, the monster went on the attack. He began to concentrate energy in his largest eye on his chest. He still repeated Ben's name and fired a beam straight at Joseph. The man managed to react and jumped away from the deadly beam. Joseph used the path of the despot and went straight to the old man's face, shouting that now he was his opponent, not Ben. He was still annoyed that no one was paying attention to him, so before striking, he asked if the old man dared to answer him. The answer was quite simple. The monster raised its hand to the man and folded it into one finger strike. The old man hit the man like a small, annoying insect, but the force was so high that Joseph instantly flew to the other end of the forest. Seeing such a sight, Adam began to worry about his mentor, because he was his closest person. Landing firmly, the man began to stand up and noticed that after the transformation, Lee became much stronger than before. Joseph escaped with minor bruises. He was lucky that his skull was solid, otherwise it would have been very bad. The monster did not stop at one target, so now the same energy began to concentrate in all the eyes that were on its body. Ben immediately realized what was happening and shouted that the Dean was going to attack everyone indiscriminately. The monster shouted that he would kill the guy and launched a volley from all his eyes at the creatures around him. Impact after impact, the rays hit the ground, reminiscent of the fall of hundreds of bombs. Eliza tried to dodge one such laser, but suddenly she felt a sharp pain. Her leg was pierced by a piece of wood, and because of this the girl could no longer move. Suddenly she noticed another deadly ray flying at her. Eliza prepared for death. She understood that she could not dodge because of her broken leg. But death did not come for her, and the girl did not understand why the beam stopped at the moment when it was supposed to overtake her. Opening her eyes, she saw something she did not expect at all. Kevin stood in front of her, holding all the energy from the beam with one hand, thereby protecting his daughter. The man waved his hand to the side and changed the trajectory of the deadly projectile, which flew into a tree. The girl's hysteria brought tears to her eyes, and she asked Kevin why he was here now. The savior turned and replied that his daughter need not be afraid of anything as long as her father was nearby. Dean Lee, in the form of a monster, continued his volley from his eyes and shouted that he would kill everyone now. The shells flew at all team members, and everyone dodged as best they could, but each time it became more and more difficult. Someone called Dean Lee in a loud voice, causing him to stop attacking and tremble. His eyes turned to the little man who came to the aid of our heroes. Kevin asked the old man why he needed all this. Did the Dean really want to be sighted and with a chic hairstyle down to the ground? Because when one thing disappears, another always appears. The mentor's face was stern, and he added that it was very difficult for him to see his old friend through this appearance. Lee slowly turned his head and continued to tremble, as if he was afraid of Kevin's words. Kathleen also noticed this fear. Lee was so scared, as if he was about to lose consciousness. The girl wondered what was so scary about this Kevin. Ben suggested that it was a simple instinct of self-preservation and that this reaction was unconscious. Kevin continued to lecture. He said that he was already a pensioner and did not expect that it was Lee who would disturb his peace. The man grabbed the tree with one hand, and the trunk began to crack from the strength of his grip. At that same second, the tree completely tore into pieces, leaving behind only a stump. Kevin held a whole tree with one hand and said that the old man had injured his daughter, and this was unforgivable. Therefore, he asked not to judge him because the Dean asked for it himself. Michael had heard that Kevin was the strongest of all the guards, and for the first time saw him in action. The guy considered it a great success. The master pushed off the ground and instantly found himself in the face of a huge monster. In one hand he held a tree, and the other hand was, as always, in his pocket. At that moment he was preparing to attack. Kevin said that Lee gets this blow for injuring Eliza and hitting the monster's head with a tree. Unexpectedly, but from such a force of impact, the monster's head instantly crashed into the ground. Because of such power, the ground began to crack around the landing of the head, and huge vibrations began to emanate throughout the forest. Joseph was amazed by the master's strength because with just one blow he slammed the old man into the ground. Michael could not believe his eyes. The guy considered the powers of these two guards to be incommensurable. Eliza looked at her father and smiled. The girl was proud that Kevin stood up for her. Suddenly, a blue shield formed around the girl, which scared her at first. There was no need to be afraid. It was Ben's protective barrier. The guy decided to protect the entire team. He also asked Kathleen to heal Eliza's wounds. The paladin looked at the large cut on Ben's body, because of which the guy could hardly stand on his feet, and thought that he needed help more than the others. Suddenly, the monster rose from its knees after the blow and began to concentrate energy in its eyes. It furiously wanted to kill everyone who was here. At the same moment, the tree that Kevin was holding flew into his main and largest eye on his chest. The man was floating in the air after the throw. He asked his friend if the old man had regained his sanity. But apparently this was not the case. Kevin looked sternly at the monster and said that now he will help Lee learn from his mistakes. The master went on the attack. His blows and movements were so fast that outwardly it seemed as if a huge whirlwind was spinning around the monster. Michael was an S-rank guard and had high speed himself, but even he couldn't keep up with Kevin's attacks. Within a couple of seconds, the monster felt terrible pain and screamed, each eye on its body bleeding from the blows. Leia was amazed. The master was able to destroy every eye of the monster at the same time. It was truly amazing. Ben had not seen Kevin's strength before. He was amazed that the man managed it in an instant, which is why he was nicknamed the strongest guard. The master carefully landed on the ground and said that he and the dean were colleagues, so the man did not want to kill him. The monster was on his knees bleeding, and Kevin turned around and told the old man not to do that again. But the exhausted monster did not want to give up. He said that everyone who was here would die. A green ball of energy began to form above his head, increasing in size. When the power has reached its maximum, Lee shot all that energy at Kevin. The sphere was approaching Kevin, who was peacefully walking forward, and it seemed that a couple more seconds and the strongest guard would die. Eliza shouted to her father to dodge the attack. The girl seriously panicked. Suddenly, at the very last moment, the master turned around and spat his straw, which he had been holding in his mouth all this time, towards the ball. The massive attack stopped and looked like a ball that had been stuck with a needle and was about to burst. The guards were shocked that Kevin was able to stop the dean's dying blow with just one straw. Ben noticed more. He saw that Kevin not only stopped the attack, the master also struck back. The energy-filled straw cut the enemy charge and headed towards the monster. At that moment, the creature that once was the dean realized that there was no way for him to evade. The straw pierced Lee's head. The blow was so powerful that only the lower part of the huge skull remained. Kevin exhaled with disappointment and said that if the old man had not taken the wrong path, he would have made a good guard. But alas, the master had to stop an old friend who craved forbidden power. Kevin thought that if he had not done this, the dean would have become like those 5 guards. Having finished thinking about the battle, the master saw in front of him a team that he could protect. Stunned Joseph, Michael and Adam stood in front of him. The master asked what these 3 were doing here. The heroes saw the guard's strength, and after that did not want to contradict him, so Joseph timidly replied that they were not doing anything. Kevin calmly turned around and replied that since there were no more problems here, he needed to leave, because he had another important matter. Eliza was indignant that her father would just leave the girl here. She asked what kind of important matter was waiting for the master. Kevin turned around and replied that Ethan had milk tea at half price today, so he didn't want to make a difficult choice between his favorite drink and his daughter. Flying to get his tea, he shouted for Ben to take care of Eliza. The guy was frightened by the strength of the great guard, so he agreed with fear in his eyes. After some time, Kathleen began to treat Eliza's leg, at which point the bride noticed something strange in the sky. Energy began to be released from the body of the dead dean, so much of it that it seemed as if purple snow was falling. Kathleen said that Lee lived a long life, and this energy contains all his knowledge. If Ben absorbs it, he will certainly become much stronger. One of the spheres landed on the hero's hand, but he blew it away, not wanting to accept this gift. Kathleen jumped up and was surprised that the guy just took it and scattered it. The girl asked why he did it. Ben replied that he had already absorbed the power of tens of thousands of Steve's souls, and it was still difficult for him to assimilate them. His body could not withstand more energy. Besides, all this power is Kevin's trophy, and the guy felt that he had no right to take it. A little more than a month has passed since our hero's first task. He was in his estate. The sun was already rising outside the window. It was 6 a.m. Someone woke Ben up. The guy rubbed his eyes and asked who dared to interrupt his light sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw a gorgeous picture. In front of him was Jessica's magnificent breasts. The girl was sitting on the guy and wild passion was visible in her eyes. It was she who woke up the hero. Ben was embarrassed and asked the succubus not to overstep his boundaries. The girl moved closer and said that everything was fine. She just couldn't stand it anymore. Jessica had been watching the guy all night and finally had the opportunity to sneak into his bed unnoticed. The hero thought that although the girl had regained her human nature, she had not stopped being lustful. In this regard, she had become even worse. If everything is left as it is, then Ben cannot avoid a reaction. He did not want such difficult tests in the morning. The guy didn't know what to do, and suddenly the girl took the initiative. She put her hands on Ben's chest and said that the hero has a very pumped-up body, and this scar gives him masculinity. She blushed all over. The succubus began to fantasize about all sorts of things because the bodies of human men were more beautiful than those of predators. From the unexpected gestures of attention, Ben jumped up and told the girl that she was too carried away and to be a little more restrained. Suddenly, the bedroom window opened and a strong wind blew, blowing sakura leaves into the room. Someone landed neatly on the windowsill. It was a samurai protecting Ben. The girl said that as soon as she left for a second, Jessica had already made her way into the guy's room. Leia stood gracefully by the window and held a katana in her hands. She added that with such behavior, the succubus was asking for her blade. Jessica was frightened by her former enemy and said that she had understood everything wrong. The girl had not come to seduce the guy, but simply to wake him up. Leia hid the blade and advised him not to do this again, and besides, the hero should not let his guard down either. The guard looked at Ben and asked if he forgot what day it was. The guy replied that he remembers, because today there will be a ceremony at which Dracula will assign the hero S rank. Jessica was not aware of such news, so she shouted throughout the house with joy. She suggested that it was because Ben helped stop the dean. The guy nodded and said that not everything was so simple. He and Leia did everything possible to deal with the Count's problem. The hero slowly got dressed and added that it was he who managed to show Lee's true appearance and that in fact the old man was defeated by Kevin. Therefore, the guy did not think that he was worthy of S rank. Simply moving up the rankings would be enough for him. After getting dressed, Ben decided to go to Count Dracula himself and ask what he thought about this. After some time, the guy approached the Count's estate, which looked like a luxurious castle with a security guard at the entrance. Before the hero appeared, another stranger approached the estate. This worried the guards. It was a strange monk, dressed in monastic robes. He had a straw hat on his head, and the old man was holding a small bell in his hand. He asked if Count Dracula lived here. One of the guards shouted for the monk to leave, because an important meeting would be held here, and tramps were forbidden to even be close. But at that moment, Ben approached the estate and stood up for the old man, saying that he did not look like an ordinary tramp. The guy turned to the monk and asked if he would mind if they went together. The old man thanked the hero. Ben didn't know how to address the stranger, so the old man pulled the rope to take off his hat. The monk showed his face and said that his Buddhist name is Kunai, and he is an S-rank Protoss guard. The hero made the same welcoming gesture as the old man and also introduced himself, saying that he was glad to meet the monk. The guards recognized the master. There were rumors that the monk left the society for several years to seal the sword and never attended such events. The doors opened and the heroes were allowed into the estate. The monk was surprised at how impressive Dracula's house was and didn't understand why such luxury was needed, because a house is just a place to relax. The old man also asked Ben if Leia was his friend and how the girl was doing now. The guy was surprised that the monk knew her. Kunai replied that he and Leia were old friends, but had not seen each other for many years and had lost touch. The hero was wondering if the old man had really changed his custom and came to the meeting only to ask him about Leia. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a mysterious figure who called out to Ben. The stranger asked if this was the guy who returned the gift of light and defeated Steve. And also, isn't this the same hero who is not inferior to Dean Lee in fencing skills and became the youngest S-rank guard in history? A graceful girl sat on a blade that was floating in the air. She wondered if all these rumors were about this guy. The warrior said that she was very interested in Ben after all these stories. That is why the girl wanted to check for herself what the hero was capable of. She made a gesture with her fingers and ordered her swords to appear. Suddenly, bright stars appeared in the sky and quickly approached the earth. Ben was amazed by such a greeting. He did not expect that he would have to fight in the Count's estate. Hundreds of blades began to fall from the sky, ready to strike the hero. At that moment, a bell rang in the air. It was a monk who told the guy not to worry. Because of the sound that the bell made, all the blades evaporated into thin air. The old man did not want to offend Ben, because he was Leia's friend. The hero was amazed that the monk stopped such a strong attack so calmly. The stranger was disappointed. She told Kunai not to poke his nose into other people's affairs, because the girl did not come to test his abilities. The monk replied that today was the day Ben would be promoted, not the time for fighting. The stranger said that the old man was very boring, and at that moment, a barely noticeable beam appeared on her face. To the girl's surprise, a huge arc of light was heading towards her. The blow immediately threw the offender off her blade, but did not cause any damage to her. The arc of divine light was so powerful that, flying further and crashing into the dome of the building, it immediately cut off half of it. At the entrance to the estate stood Kathleen, who loudly called the stranger by name. Paladin was serious and said that she did not allow Ben to be attacked. The guy was surprised that Kathleen came here, and the old man thought that the guy had a lot of options. The stranger, whose name was Lillian, gracefully stood on her sword from which she had recently fallen. She was outraged by Kathleen's appearance and replied that she was just playing with the guy, and it didn't concern her. Lillian rushed to attack the paladin, saying that she reacted too strangely. Did she really like the hero? Kathleen became embarrassed and replied that this was nonsense, and Lillian had misunderstood everything and also attacked her rival. At that moment, a flash appeared. It seemed as if two girls were clashing swords. The monk noticed that Ben is very young, but has already mastered this ability. It is not surprising that the Count values the guy very much. Lillian was clenched into a purple fist and screamed to be let go because she wanted to teach her rival a lesson. Kathleen was also blocked. She replied that the girl's words did not affect her at all, and that Lillian would have no mercy for attacking Ben. This flash was the call of the hands of Asura. The guy was holding two warriors who were arguing among themselves which of them was better. Ben realized that the girls were old enemies, and he was wondering why this happened. The monk explained that the fact is that Protoss is not their home. These two were from two warring countries. The guy turned to the old man and was surprised that there were other countries. He believed that Protoss was the only place where people lived. The monk began his story. Once upon a time, there were many states on their continent, but due to attacks by predators, many of them fell into decay and ceased to exist. Several small states remain. Protoss supports them financially and also protects them, for which their best warriors become Protoss guards. Paladin Kathleen was the strongest warrior in the country of knights. This country looked like a city from the Middle Ages with castles and paladins in armor. Fencer Lillian arrived from a mysterious eastern country where female fencers live. She is also the head of the sword school there. A figure in a red robe emerged from the estate and watched as the girls argued among themselves. It was Count Dracula along with Michael and Joseph. He stated that he had not gathered everyone here to watch them fight. But the warriors continued to swear. This began to irritate the Count. He shouted for everyone to calm down quickly, which scared all four participants in the brawl. Suddenly, the Asura's hands split, and Ben was surprised by this because the Count said only a couple of words. Not only the guy felt the pressure on himself, but other warriors too. The hero noted that apparently Count Dracula is on a completely different level of power. Perhaps he is as strong as Kevin. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared in the sky and was approaching the estate. The helicopter landed in front of everyone gathered, and Ben thought that most likely it was Daniel's mother. Mary exited the transport impressively. She noticed that everyone had already gathered, but did not understand why, because only Ben would be promoted. The woman cast a cold glance at the guy. Clearly, she was not happy to see him. Ben was a little scared and assumed that the woman was staring so intently because the hero had defeated her son in a duel. The meeting began, and Count Dracula announced that since everyone was assembled, we could begin the discussion. Ben whispered to Kathleen not to be angry, because he only grabbed her because things were getting tense, and the guy didn't want the fight to get out of control. The girl became embarrassed. She thought that Ben was already gossiping with her, which means their relationship had reached a new level. It was too fast for the beauty. The Count continued his speech. He noted that Ben distinguished himself in the task of returning the gift of light and also helped stop Dean Lee. Therefore, the governor decided to promote the guy to S rank and make him a guard of the 10th Squad. Mary was struck by this information because her son was in this detachment. The woman hoped that the hero would be enlisted in another detachment. The Count looked at those present and asked if anyone had any objections to his decision. Mary smiled sweetly and replied that there were no objections because she did not want to be at enmity with such a strong guard. Kathleen knew what the hero was capable of, and she believed that S-rank was his level, especially since the guy is the youngest S-rank guard in history. Lillian saw what Ben was capable of. The hero was indeed strong, but she didn't want to see him with Kathleen at all. Therefore, the girl decided to take the initiative and raised her hand, declaring that she was against it. Protoss guards protect not only Protoss, but also small states. S-rank is awarded for military merits, and the Count wants to promote a newcomer. The citizens of Lillian's country would be excited about this. Dracula explained that the guy's abilities were confirmed by Kathleen and Joseph, so there is no need to worry. But Lillian was against it because the residents of her country did not see what he was capable of. The Count thought about it and asked what needs to be done then to convince Lillian to recognize his rank. The warrior replied that in order to see his abilities, the governor must allow Ben to go with her to her country. If the hero defeats the students of her fencing school, then Lillian will certainly recognize his strength. Ben was struck by these words. The guy was not ready to see so many girls in one place. Kathleen was also not happy about this statement. She said that Lillian came up with this on purpose because the students are the main strength of the country of women, and even a paladin cannot oppose anything to them. The excited hero turned to the Count, asking him to reject this offer because it would be somehow dishonorable for one guy to be in such a country. Dracula declared that since Lillian had doubts, Ben would have to go with her to the kingdom of women and defeat the warriors there in order to demonstrate the strength of the Protoss Guard. Kathleen was shocked by the governor's decision. The girl considered the situation terrible. Lillian was glad that her plan was a success. She said that when the guy arrived at the place, she would understand that he had a high opinion of himself. The Count said that the issue of promoting the heroes was a settled matter, but there was still something that needed to be discussed. The second question was more serious, and that is why the governor invited all the guards to come. He asked to follow him. Ben was surprised that his promotion was not the main reason for the meeting. The guy was wondering why everyone was gathered. After some time, all the guards entered the palace and saw a bloodied man lying on the floor. Ben asked who this corpse was. Lillian replied that it was an A-rank guard from the second squad. He was far from a weak opponent, but he was killed just like that. The girl was wondering how it happened. Judging by the wounds, the killer is fluent with weapons, but who it could be was unclear. The Count replied that Lillian would immediately understand everything if she touched his wound. The girl didn't immediately understand what the catch was, but she decided to believe the governor's words and touch the wound of the corpse. She was suddenly overcome with fear from the bloodlust she felt. Lillian quickly crawled away from the corpse and realized that it was the bloodthirsty king who did it. The Count said that without any doubt it was him. The governor thought that he had been dead for a long time and did not expect to meet him again. Ben asked Dracula who this bloodthirsty king was. It was probably because of him that everyone was gathered here. Even Lillian turned pale with fear. Apparently this was not an ordinary person. The swordswoman rose to her feet and said that the bloodthirsty king was not one person, but 5. But individually, they are extremely dangerous. Even from the corpse, one could see how skillfully they killed him. In addition, he was once a guard, but he was wanted for killing a comrade. Kunai, who stood aside, added that moreover the bloody king was once his student. He was one of the S-rank guards in the 5th Division and one of the 5 bloodthirsty kings. The king was sitting on the border of the kingdom of women. One of the figures in a cloak turned to him and asked if he had killed that guard. The masked man replied that he was interfering with him and therefore deserved death. The figure replied that the king had overdone it because killing the guard would attract unnecessary attention. The mysterious man said that he did not return to follow the stranger's plan. He returned only to reclaim what once belonged to him. The king returned for the demonic sword, which was now in the room hung with seals. After the meeting, the heroes began to disperse, and Kunai asked Ben to stay behind because he wanted to ask him something. The heroes stopped, and the guy asked the monk how he could help him. The old man clasped his hands together as if he was beginning to pray and asked Ben to tell Leah that the monk had opened a small temple in his hometown. If the girl is not busy, the old man invites her to come there and talk. Ben bowed before the monk and said that he would definitely convey his words to Leia. The conversation was interrupted by Lillian, who called Ben. She reminded the guy that after he had talked, he must return to her and not forget what he had to do. Lillian will wait at this place and hope that the hero will not try to escape. Kathleen tensed from the warrior's excessive interest in Ben. The guy replied that he would win and would not run away from her students. The hero conveyed the monk's words to Leia, and an hour later, he was already heading with Lillian towards the country of women. The couple flew on the sword of a warrior. Lillian began to talk about her country. She said that their country owes its origin to the ability of SSR rank. This ability is very unique and can be taught to others. But for some reason, only women belong to these others, so after a long time, only they remained in their country. The girl also added that, of course, she had met men in the Protoss, but this was the first time she was returning with one of them, so she asked Ben to be more gentle with her. But the guy sat and didn't seem to hear what Lillian was saying and didn't pay attention to her words. The girl was amazed that the hero did not react at all, because she was the first beauty of her country, and the guy could not help but pay attention to her. Ben was thinking about the monk at that moment. He noticed how the master spoke respectfully about Leia, and the guy was wondering what he wanted to talk about with the girl. Most likely this was connected with the past, and did this mean that the old man wanted to talk about his student? But suddenly the hero's thoughts were interrupted by something soft that touched his back. Lillian's lush breasts pressed against the back of the guy, who could not understand what kind of pleasant sensation he was experiencing. Ben was embarrassed and couldn't believe that the girl was clinging to him. Lillian hugged the guy and said that he was very brave once to ignore her words. Thinking about his own things, she wondered if he was thinking about Kathleen at that time. The girl asked what Ben found in the paladin, because the head of the fencing school considered herself much more beautiful. The hero was very excited. He couldn't believe that Lillian was flirting with him, which means most likely her students are the same. Ben tried to free himself from the hug, but the girl continued to ask who was more beautiful than Kathleen or her. Because of this commotion, Lillian lost control of where she was flying, and the couple headed straight into the river. The girl lost control, and the couple fell into the water with a crash. Ben emerged from the water and was glad that he learned to swim in elementary school, but then he saw a picture that made him forget about the fall and the cold water. In front of him were mountains and houses of different sizes. The hero realized that he had found himself in the country of women. The girls on the shore began to whisper. They did not understand who it was, a predator or a person. One of them suggested that it was a girl, but for some reason, she did not have breasts. Ben saw a very pleasant landscape. In front of him was a crowd of beautiful girls with long legs and magnificent breasts. So this is what the country of women looks like. The guy was glad of his arrival. Suddenly a sword flew out of the water, followed by a bright figure. Ben watched the show as Lillian did a graceful somersault and landed on her weapon. The girls on the shore instantly recognized their leader, who had returned from a long journey. Two students bowed to greet Lillian. These were her closest subordinates. The head of the fencing school said that so many honors were not needed. Ben noticed that Lillian was behaving completely differently. There was no trace of the previous flirtatious behavior. Perhaps this was due to the presence of the students. The woman pointed to the hero and told her subordinates to bring the guy who fell into the water to her. Tonight, he would be interrogated. The girls standing on the shore unquestioningly obeyed the mistress's order. They turned towards the hero, assuming that he was the guy who fell into the water. Suddenly, they were stunned that the man in the water was a guy. They had never seen a man before. All the students were shocked that the head brought a guy to their country. The girls began to look at Ben like he was an animal in a zoo. One of them was surprised that the guys were people without breasts. Some girls liked the hero. They didn't understand why. When they saw him, a pleasant shiver ran through their bodies. It turns out guys are very wonderful creatures. The girl with blue hair said that men are rare in their area. It's a pity that they have to grab him. But before that, they need to take him to the city square so that everyone can see. The women's excitement was interrupted by the head, who ordered her subordinates not to be fooled by Ben's beauty. Although they flew here on the same sword, once in a foreign country, the guy began to pester Lillian. The hero was outraged by what was said. He shouted that everything was the other way around, and the girl was lying. But but the crowd believed their mentor more. The girls wanted to grab the guy and make him a eunuch because all men are debauchees. Ben was outraged at how easy it was to deceive these people. Soon night came, and our hero was already being led to the mistress. Ben was tightly tied, and he had a blindfold over his eyes, because of which the guy did not know where they were going. So the hero decided to ask the women about it. The girl in pink said that the head forbade talking to him. Her friend confirmed that all men are dangerous, and they are not yet strong enough to contact them. After a couple of minutes, they stopped and told Ben to wait here, and Lillian would pick him up. After the guards left, the hero immediately freed himself from the rope. The guy suspected that Lillian knew that this could not stop him. Apparently, in fact, she was not planning anything bad. Ben took off the bandage and thought about the fact that the head had made a lot of effort to bring the guy here, but he didn't understand why. Suddenly, the hero heard some sounds next to him. This sound was like the splashing of water. The guy decided to sneak up unnoticed and check what was happening nearby. Having approached a small lake, Ben hid behind a stone so that no one would notice him. The hero began to turn around a little to see what was the source of the noise. Lillian, who was completely naked, washed herself in the water. The girl reached out and asked if Ben had seen enough of her body yet. The guy quickly hid and didn't understand how the head of the school was able to notice him. The girl just grinned sweetly. Ben became very worried. He said that he was unintentionally peeping, and because of this, he felt awkward. The guy apologized. Who knew that Lillian would wash here? The girl began to swim up to the stone where Ben was hiding. She said that she might not be as innocent as Kathleen, but much more feminine. Therefore, since Ben saw her naked body, he will now bear responsibility. The guy stood behind the stone and was silent. The girl wondered why he said nothing to her proposal. She was a little upset and asked why the hero didn't want to be responsible for her. Was he really one of those who enjoy themselves and immediately leave? Ben thought for a long time and replied that he did not understand what responsibility Lillian was talking about. The girl suddenly jumped out of the water and said that she would not force the guy to marry her. The hero was surprised, and he asked what she wanted from him then. Lillian became embarrassed and replied that she wanted the guy to spend the night with her, and in the future she would not reproach him for this. The hero got excited and replied that he seemed to guess that the girl's words were a trick. Lillian tried very hard to bring Ben here and also didn't want him to talk to her students, but in fact, she was just thinking about herself. The girl thought through everything well, but it's unlikely that spending the night together is her true desire. Ben started to come out from behind the rock to talk to Lillian and started talking about geckos. But he was immediately dumbfounded when he saw a completely naked girl in front of him and forgot what he wanted to say. He looked away and asked her to get dressed first and then finish. Suddenly, the beauty took the stupid guy by the collar and pulled him towards her. Lillian took the initiative and kissed Ben to show the seriousness of her intentions. The hero froze for a second in pleasure. This was his first kiss, and he could not believe that this was happening to him. After some time, Lillian asked the guy what he wanted to say about geckos, to which he replied that he had already forgotten. The girl grinned and asked why the guy had a strange expression on his face. She assumed that the hero was very worried. Ben could hardly restrain himself and replied that he was fine. Lillian noticed that the guy was too nervous over a trifle. Apparently, he and Kathleen were making slow progress. Suddenly, a yellow disc flew into the sky at great speed, distracting the cute couple. The disc exploded and a large fiery sign appeared in the sky. The hero asked what this meant. Lillian shouted that this was a signal for help. Probably the predators had attacked, so she urgently needed to go help. Suddenly, Ben's hand appeared in front of her, blocking her path. This was unexpected, so Lillian asked the guy why he blocked her path. Ben replied that the girl could not go to fight in this form. First, she needed to get dressed, but for now the hero would help the others. Panic reigned in the city. The girls ran away as fast as they could because predators attacked the country and broke the gates. One of the girls got very tired while she was running and asked her friends to wait for her. While running, she did not notice a stone that was lying on the road and tripped over it. The dark figure of a predator appeared behind her, and the girl understood that she could not get away from him. It was a boar, a demonic-level predator. He said that his information was correct, and there were really only women in this country. The girl trembled and crawled a little away from the monster. She begged the predator to spare her. The boar bent over the beauty. The frightened girl asked what he needed from her. The boar was a little embarrassed and replied that she had a very beautiful figure and he liked them like that. From pleasure, saliva appeared from his mouth, and the predator asked the lady to become his wife. The girl was dumbfounded by such a proposal. How could she marry a monster? The boar slowly licked his lips and said that silence was a sign of consent, so it was time for them to go to the newlyweds' room. Suddenly, a purple beam of light pierced his long tongue. The boar did not follow what happened. He did not understand what exactly flew at him from above. The demon-level predator looked at his tongue and saw a huge hole in it that the beam had made. At that moment, he instantly felt all the pain and screamed throughout the entire area. Ben landed in front of him. The guy wondered if today boars are getting married too. The hero raised his head and looked at the predator with a stern look. The guy said that such a beautiful girl could not agree to marry such a monster. The boar was outraged by such impudence, and Ben told the girl not to be afraid because he would deal with the offender. The beauty was surprised that the libertine whom their head of the school brought saved her. The boar raised his club and asked why the hero was sticking his nose into other people's affairs. He raised his weapon and added that whoever goes against the predator must die. There was a sound of impact. The monster fell into a ferocious rage and began to destroy the place where the hero stood. The monster shouted that such a pathetic person could not stop him, so this is where he will die. Having finished the series of attacks, the predator thought that not even the slightest piece was left of the guy. The boar was sure that the offender was finished, so it was time to return to his victim. The predator said that he needs more than just one beauty, but also all the local girls. But suddenly, his fantasies were interrupted by someone's voice, who said that the boar apparently flies in dreams. It was Ben, who stood on his club and was already preparing his blow. The hero said that he would help the boar wake up and face reality. The monster was surprised that the guy survived his series of attacks, but it was too late to dodge. Ben shot his energy from his fist at the monster. Due to the power of the ability, the predator's head instantly came off. The girl whom Ben protected was amazed that the hero was able to defeat him because this predator killed several guards, which means he was very strong. The failed husband fell to the ground with a roar and could no longer disturb anyone. Ben asked the girl if she was okay, to which she replied that she was a little hurt, but nothing serious. The beauty smiled sweetly and noticed that the hero did not look like how Lillian described him. She was wondering who he was. The guy turned to the girl and replied that his name was Ben and he was the new Protoss guard. The shocked girl was very happy to see the hero because he was the same Ben who defeated Dean Lee. She didn't think that she would be able to meet this guy, much less that he would save her. The girl considered herself very lucky. Ben did not expect such a reaction. He was surprised that someone here knew him. After some time, the hero asked the girl if she knew how many predators had attacked the country. The beauty replied that at least 100, and they also had their own leader. Skeletons appeared in front of the couple in torn rags that resembled people's former clothes. It was a horde of skeletal predators who were already standing on the threshold of the country, and behind them stood a huge figure of a skeleton wearing a crown. The skeleton in the crown had 3 faces. It was a spiritual-level predator who asked Ben if he had killed the head of the boars. The guy grinned. He was clearly not afraid of his opponent, so he replied that it was his doing. The Skeleton King shouted to his minions. He gave the order to gnaw the hero to death. At that moment, hordes of skeletons went on the attack. There were so many of them that from above, it seemed as if a horde of ants was crawling towards Ben. But this did not scare the guy. He began to concentrate the lightning around himself and advised the girl to move a little further away so that she would not be hit. The hero knew that he could deal with so many small fish in one blow. Ben put his hands forward, and a huge charged ball formed in front of him. The king continued to order. He told his servants to go ahead and not be afraid of anything, even if they died. But at that moment, even he realized that the growing danger was too high, so he gave the order to evade. An explosion thundered. Ben released Asura's anger from the sphere. A huge electrical wave destroyed the entire enemy army. The force of the attack was too great. It hit many buildings, but still dealt with the opponents. The hero realized that he had overdone it a little and hoped that the head of the fencing school would not force him to pay for the losses. The girl who stood nearby was shocked by what she saw. She replied that she very much doubted that Ben would get away with it. Meanwhile, not far from the city, a mysterious cloaked figure stood on a hill. An unfamiliar man noticed the energy that came from the skeletons and said that apparently the information was correct, and endless darkness was here. Behind him stood a beautiful girl who looked like an Amazon. She asked her boss what she should do. A charming girl asked if her boss wanted her to grab the guy and bring him. The mysterious man refused. He believed that it was too early to intervene. The girl with violet eyes wondered why her master was so calm, because the endless darkness was so close. She assumed that it was because Lillian was nearby. The man replied that she should not be underestimated, even though she's only 18 years old. She is the head of the fencing school and the entire country of women. Not everyone can achieve such heights. In fencing, the girl is not inferior to the level of the two strongest Protoss guards, and maybe in some places even surpasses them. Moreover, the stranger had never met anyone braver and more assertive than Lillian in his entire life. Meanwhile, a horde of goblins was approaching the other entrance to the country of women. They did not want to give up all the prey to the boars and skeletons. One of the main monsters told his comrades to be more gentle with girls because no one needs mutilated bodies. But as soon as he stood on the entrance step, one of Lillian's swords fell in front of him. The girl landed right next to her blade and began to examine the surroundings. Next to her, she saw only bloodied and mutilated students who had fallen victim to the attack of predators. The picture she saw seriously angered Lillian, who was already ready to show her enemies what she was capable of. The enraged girl shouted that if the monsters want to enter her country, then let them try to defeat her first. She stood in front of a huge horde of monsters and vowed that she would personally slaughter each of them. These words made the crowd of monsters laugh. They could not believe that such a fragile girl would interrupt them. One of the ghost-level predators said that this time there are several tens of thousands of them here. She cannot defeat such a number of monsters. The predator added that even if the head of the fencing school was here now, they would eat her alive. But because the girl was very beautiful, the monster offered to become his wife in exchange for life. He asked what the woman thought about this, but at that moment he received a lightning strike with a sword. Feeling a sharp pain, the monster realized that it was not an ordinary student standing in front of him, but the head of the school herself. Lillian was unperturbed. She was not afraid of the blood that gushed from the monster. The horde began to panic. The predators were sure that the head of the school was not in the city and there was no one to defend the country. The girl was serious. She said that the monsters should not even think about running because she would catch up with everyone and kill them. A battle ensued. The monsters' heads flew off one after another. They could not match Lillian's speed. The predators, who stood behind the crowd, saw a fountain of blood shooting into the sky. They were wondering what was happening on the front line. Some monsters realized that they could not cope with the girl and shouted to their brothers to run away as quickly as possible. The girl continued to crush the opponents and shouted that the entrance to the country was under the protection of Lillian. The horde of monsters, once confident of victory, rushed to run, thinking that the girl had gone crazy. After some time, Lillian stood around a mountain of corpses. She dealt with everyone who wanted to enter her country. In total, she managed to cope with 80,207 monsters alone. Footsteps were heard behind her. Someone was coming down to her from the entrance to the city. Ben said that Lillian held up well, was able to fight off so many monsters on her own, and even counted the dead. The guy added that it's not for nothing that the girl is famous as a virtuoso fencer. But it seems Lillian was not pleased with the hero's support. She asked the guy not to flatter her. The girl believed that because of her negligence, the country was now in devastation and many of her students had died. In addition, the city is full of predators, and you shouldn't linger any longer. You need to deal with everyone who entered the country. Suddenly, Ben grabbed Lillian's hand as she was leaving, preventing her from leaving. The girl immediately blushed at the hero's touch. She was wondering what he needed. Ben said that it is not necessary to kill predators in the city. Lillian was surprised by such words. The hero explained that he and her subordinates dealt with them, and the sanitary detachment had already taken care of the wounded. Besides, he had already developed a thorough plan for protecting the city. Ben simply realized the trouble of this country, and he wanted to help the head of the fencing school with her problem. Lillian was amazed that the hero dealt with all the monsters so quickly and already made decisions on every issue. The guy headed into the thicket of the forest and called the girl with him, saying that they had one more important matter. Lillian asked what kind of business awaits them. Ben replied that they need to avenge the dead and destroy the lair of monsters. The girl stopped the hero and said that she could not go with him now. The fact is that she is the head of a country of women and is responsible for her students, so she cannot just leave somewhere. Ben replied that he understood her concern, but she only had 2 reasons to worry at the moment. The first reason, if the predators attack now and she leaves, then who will protect the city? And the second reason was the terrain, so the girl is not sure that she will be able to find the refuge of the predators. Lillian was amazed. Everything really was as Ben said. She thought that the guy could read minds. The hero explained that he cannot read minds, but this is already clear, judging by the fact that Lillian wants to stay here. But wealth and honor are achieved through risk. Lillian did not understand these words. She had not heard anyone say that. Therefore, Ben suggested that there were only 4 options for the development of further events. The first option, that they defeated the predators, will not give them the opportunity to return here in the near future, but others will want to take advantage of the current bustle. But if they see that Lillian has returned, they will not dare to poke their noses in. The second option, judging by the outcome of the battle, both sides suffered losses, so the enemy will believe that they stayed here to recuperate, and in the meantime, the team will reach their lair and suddenly attack. The third option, Ben can specifically release one of them to follow him, so the heroes will know where the predators live. The fourth option, predators are herd creatures. They need to feed on people or weaker relatives in order to become stronger. Therefore, you can rarely find them in large numbers. They must have some common reason to unite. Having described all the options for the development of events, the hero said that the choice remains with Lillian. Will the head of the country close his eyes and follow his heart? Because she probably wants to take personal revenge on the culprit of what happened. After listening to Ben's story, Lillian said that he was right and that she had underestimated the guy. Therefore, it was decided to go into the thicket of the forest, find the den of predators, and kill each of them. After some time, not far from the country of women, a conversation was heard in a small cave. One of the predators trembled before the leader and reported that during the round, he saw with his own eyes the head of the fencing sect. The monster followed her and she went to the Protoss, but who could have known that the girl would return so soon? The carrion predator fell to his knees and asked his mistress to have mercy on him. From the dark, impenetrable cave, sharp feathers flew at the monster. The feathers, like daggers, pierced the predator's chest and pinned him to the wall. Footsteps were heard from the cave, and soon the outlines of a refined figure with wings could be seen. The figure of the bird girl slowly approached the scavenger, and the falling light began to increasingly show the charming appearance of the mistress. She was very unhappy that, due to the fault of the intelligence officer, several tens of thousands of her subordinates were killed overnight. It was a spiritual-level predator, Susan the Eagle. She said that the scavenger not only escaped, but also dared to ask her for mercy. She leaned over to her subordinate and added that if he had died 1,000 times in a row, it would not have made things any easier for her. The eagle swung her razor-sharp claws, attacking the defenseless predator. The blow left large marks on the cave wall and instantly finished off the scavenger. The girl thought about the strength of the head of the fencing school. She decided that she should remember the name Lillian. At that moment, a strange noise was heard. A dent began to form on the wall of the cave, and something was approaching the predator. The wall collapsed, and Ben jumped out of it, finding the leader of the attacking monsters. The hero rejoiced at the find, and the eagle was surprised that she saw a man while in the country of women. The predator asked the guy who he was and how he managed to find her lair in such a wilderness. Ben grinned and advised the girl to relax because he was just showing the way. At that same second, a blade flew at the predator with great speed, and the hero added that the one who wanted to communicate with her was behind him. The predator saw a huge sword in front of her eyes. At that moment, she realized that the battle was about to begin. The girl covered herself with her wings and was thrown back by the force of the blow. The predator crashed into the wall, and the swords bounced back to their owner but did not injure the enemy. The dust from the falling stones cleared, and the eagle noticed that if it weren't for her wings, she would have died now. The girl understood that these two were not ordinary people. She needed to understand who attacked her, so she shouted for the enemy to show himself and say his name. Lillian was already flying in her direction and said that she was the head of the country of women and gave her name. Hearing these words, the predator was delighted. She shouted that she was just planning to deal with her, and it was very good that she herself decided to appear. Lillian looked at the offender with a stern look and replied that she would sort it out here. The head of the country attacked the eagle with a longitudinal radiance, but she managed to dodge the blow. The force of the impact was so powerful that it flew further along the trajectory and cut off the nearest rocks. Seeing this picture, Susan realized that she could not cope with such power. So she flew into the sky, realizing that the best option now would be to retreat. Lillian looked at her opponent and said that the girl would not escape so easily. Her wings would not be able to carry her too far. As she flew away, the eagle understood that Lillian was quite strong, and she definitely couldn't win on Earth, but there were chances in the sky. The predator knew that no one flies as fast as she does, and if the girl follows her, she will lose in an air battle. But if she still fails to catch up with Susan, then she will safely get to help. It was necessary to gain time, because that talisman would very soon recreate a new army of predators for her. Then her brothers and sisters will attack the land of women again, and this time they will win. And when the time comes, Susan will give the inhabitants of this country to her friends for use, and their exceptional ability, which is not transmitted to men, will become hers. Suddenly, something in the chest area began to speak, and the girl felt that someone was holding onto her. Ben held onto the predator and pressed his face into her chest. Susan blushed slightly at what she saw. The guy asked him to fly slower, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to resist. Susan was in shock. She didn't understand when the hero managed to grab onto her because she didn't even feel anything, and the guy replied that he had been here from the very beginning. But seeing how the eagle was giggling stupidly to herself, I did not dare to disturb her. The girl screamed at Ben to let her go, otherwise she would kill him. The hero looked at the lush chest to which he was pressed and said that he could not unclench his hands because the earth was very far away. Besides, Susan is like a super-fast air taxi. If he lets her go, she will immediately disappear. Whether she could kill Ben still needed to be seen, and at that moment, the girl felt that something was wrong. She began to feel strange, as if all the strength began to leave her body. The girl began to tremble and moan, asking the guy to let her go. The two enemies fell like stones down to the ground, and Susan added that if he did not let her go, she would no longer be able to resist. There was a roar from hitting the ground. The eagle and Ben landed somewhere in the thicket of the forest, not far from Lillian. Some time passed, and the head was able to find the guy along with the predator. Susan was unconscious and sitting under a tree, and she was also interestingly tied up with rope. Ben grinned and said that now the enemy would not be able to escape from them. Lillian was a little embarrassed, but still said that she had been living for quite a long time, but she had never seen anyone tied up like that. She was wondering where the guy learned this. Ben was taken aback by the awkward question and replied that he saw it on TV and that it didn't matter at all. The guy noticed that this bird has a spiritual level. Its strength is like Jessica's, which means it would hardly be able to organize such a large army of predators. Apparently the girl was someone's puppet, so it was necessary to find out who was behind her. The hero confidently said that torture is his trump card, so he will do it. Lillian doubted his words. Ben began to wake up the eagle by hitting her cute face. The girl did not wake up, and the guy continued to wake her up, saying that he had not absorbed all the power, so let Susan not pretend to be dead. Little by little, the eagle began to come to her senses and slowly opened her eyes. But suddenly she looked at her chest, and this picture shocked her. The girl saw that she was tied up in a rather unusual way and could not move at all. Outraged, Susan began screaming at Ben, asking what he was going to do with her. The guy smiled flirtatiously and said that he had not done anything yet. He just needed to tell who ordered Susan to attack the country of women, and then the hero promised not to touch her. The eagle calmed down a little, but was embarrassed that she was in such a position. She replied that she would not say anything because it would do her no good. Suddenly, Ben slammed his hand against the tree next to Susan and said that the girl already knew about his ability. As soon as he touches a woman, suddenly her strength begins to leave her, and so on until she becomes obedient. Hearing these words, Lillian was horrified. She didn't know if endless darkness had such an effect and wondered if the guy had tried it on her. Ben leaned over Susan and said that it didn't matter if she wanted to talk because he would be able to loosen her tongue. Confused, the girl looked at the guy and a little tears began to come out of her eyes. All sorts of vulgar scenes of Ben torturing her came into her head. She thought that this was the way the guy would get information. Throwing away her fantasies, Susan shook her head. She thought that they couldn't do anything like that because they were from different families. Ben was already bending over the girl and his expression was both sinister and lustful. The guy said that it was time to start the torture. Susan got scared and screamed that she didn't want this pervert to come near her. The eagle quickly gave up and shouted that she would tell everything, just let the hero not touch her. After some time, the predator told about the talisman and the mysterious people in cloaks. Ben was surprised by the story. He didn't understand what talisman the girl was talking about. Susan said that the mourning talisman was given to her by a man in dark robes. She could not see his face and did not know who he really was. But the talisman actually works. It requires blood to activate, after which it will summon predators at a level lower than the creator. Ben theorized that the black-robed figure had caused Susan to attack the land of women. The girl replied that this was not so. She believed the words of another predator and voluntarily went against the country of women. Ben thought that this predator was most likely a demon of the mountain pass, and the guy in black wouldn't just give the eagle a talisman, she was simply used, and she had no idea. The hero told Susan that he did not notice any talisman in her home. Where then is it now? The girl was a little embarrassed and replied that he was with her, but since she was tied up, let Ben look for it himself. The guy didn't understand where exactly the talisman was. Most likely it was some kind of trick. Susan shouted that she was tied up, so there could be no tricks. The girl said everything she knew, and it was up to the heroes to believe it or not. Lillian said that if the talisman really was with her, then it could only be in one place. Ben became worried and asked the head of the fencing school where this item could be. Lillian looked at Susan's chest and said that he could be in the girl's safest place. The warrior approached the eagle and extended her hand to her magnificent chest. Susan began to feel embarrassed about searching for the talisman. She said that the object was a little further away and wanted the search to end quickly. Lillian found a mourning talisman, and Ben was surprised that the item was very small and looked like a fake. Susan explained that it is real. Now it is small, but if a drop of blood is added, the talisman will increase in size and release its power. Lillian hid the talisman in her safe place, and Ben said that the talisman was their only clue, although Susan was taken advantage of, but she was the one who harmed the country. Therefore, until they figure out how the talisman works, the girl will be in the country of women, in prison, where she will be tortured. Lillian asked Ben to wait. The guy asked what the girl wanted to add. Lillian was embarrassed and said that she did not want to return today and that this matter could wait until tomorrow. Night fell, Susan, tied up, slept under a tree, and our hero sat on the shore of the lake. There was a rather romantic setting, a beautiful view of the mountains and peacefully croaking frogs. Ben was worried. Because it was his first time in such a situation, the guy decided that he needed to come up with something to talk about so that it wouldn't be so awkward. Lillian took the initiative, straightened her hair, and turned to the hero. She thanked the guy for today. When Ben was next to her, she felt calm in her soul. The hero said that there was nothing to thank him for because they only found a talisman and a bird, nothing more. Lillian replied that she brought Ben to the country of women only to annoy Kathleen, but the guy not only did not protest, but also helped them when trouble came. The previous master of the school handed over her post to Lillian when she was 18 years old. In addition, the responsibility of defending her country fell on the girl's fragile shoulders. Neighboring countries were destroyed one by one, and Lillian worked hard to keep her city going. A burden that had become too much for her to bear over the past few years. Ben listened to the story and thought that the girl had to go through something that is difficult for other people to imagine, because becoming the head of an entire country at 18, and even in difficult times, is very difficult. Lillian stretched and joyfully stated that although today had been a busy day, for the first time she felt very light. The girl lay down on the green grass and asked Ben if he knew why it was so easy for her today. The thing is that for the first time in her life, she met a guy she could rely on. Ben got worried and told the girl to repeat her words because he didn't hear them. Lillian sat down, looked at the hero, and repeated that she had met a guy you could rely on. Ben pretended not to understand what she was talking about. The hero asked if she was talking about him. Lillian got down on all fours and said that this was a stupid question because he was the only one nearby. The girl added that it was her first time spending the night away from home, so she asked the guy to be more gentle with her. Ben was shocked and replied that the head was behaving inappropriately and events were developing too quickly. Lillian blushed and said that her mentor once told her that men were bad people and could not be trusted, but it was a lie because her words had nothing to do with the truth. The girl was silent for a while and then asked Ben why he didn't feel anything for her. At that moment, the guy's heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of his chest. The situation was very awkward. Ben did not suspect that the head of the country of women had such a side. The hero looked at Lillian's large breasts and didn't know what to do. The guy thought that if seeing such forms no feelings arise, then can he even consider himself a man? Ben swallowed with excitement and thought about Kel's seal. The guy didn't know if he could overcome it. But the hero ran out of patience. He could no longer restrain himself at the sight of such a beautiful girl next to him. At the same moment, he was struck by a hellish pain that swept through his entire body. Ben fell to the ground and began to sway from side to side, holding onto his most important place on his body. Seeing this situation, Lillian said that it turns out that a guy, when he thinks about something vulgar, his body is pierced by pain from which he wants to die. The girl suggested that the hero was affected by the seal of the lizard's technique. Ben was surprised by what he heard. He asked Lillian how she knew his symptoms, because people don't talk about such things left and right. Everything was quite simple. The lizard technique was developed in the country of women by mentor Lillian. She was as strong as Dracula, and in her youth she had extraordinary beauty. However, one day a certain Casanova deceived her feelings and left her alone. To settle the score, she not only blinded him, but also invented the lizard sealing technique. Ben remembered the only blind person he knew and assumed it could only be him. Lillian confirmed that it was Dean Lee. He relied on his natural beauty and deceived his mentor, which is why all the residents of the country of women hate him. Now Ben understood why the girl he saved had her eyes sparkling at the sight of the hero. It was because he killed Dean Lee. Lillian added that according to the tradition of their country, every girl who has reached the age of 20 must leave home and find a groom. If she gives birth to a boy, then she will take care of him herself, and if she has a girl, then she's obliged to send her to school for education and training in fencing. To prevent the same thing from happening to the residents of the country as with her mentor, she developed a technique and passed it on to Lillian. So the guy was lucky that he met her. After all, the head of the fencing school could remove the seal of the lizard's technique from the hero. Ben couldn't believe his ears. Could he finally be freed from this nasty seal? Lillian said that in order to remove the seal, the hero needs to undress so that the girl can look at him. After a couple of seconds, Ben jumped up and took off his pants, exposing his valuable device. Lillian examined the guy and said that the technique works. It is a little different from the one that her mentor taught her, but the principle is the same, so she can handle it. The girl took her striking sword in her hands and told the hero not to worry, because everything would pass quickly. The guy panicked and asked why she needed a sword. Lillian replied that the seal needed to be cut and that the hero should not worry because her blade was fast and swift. Lillian swore that she would not hurt Ben and struck several times with her sword. After the ritual, the guy realized that he really wasn't hurt, but it just seemed that his blood and energy were starting to boil. The strength from all over his body accumulated together and seemed about to burst out. Ben was all on fire. He told Lillian that he had a high fever and the guy couldn't control himself. His body felt like it was about to explode. The hero began to boil more and more, and suddenly all his clothes were torn, and his muscles became much larger than they were before. Lillian dropped her sword at the sight. She did not expect such an effect from removing the seal. The girl blushed all over. She assumed that all the sealed power of the guy had escaped. At the same moment, Ben knocked the head of the fencing school to the ground. Intoxicated with his thirst, the hero asked Lillian for forgiveness because he was unable to control himself. The girl tensed from such a surprise and told Ben to do as he wanted with her. Having come to his senses a little, the hero asked if it was really possible to do this with her. Lillian replied that she was ready. Susan sat by the tree and heard passionate moans from the couple who succumbed to pleasure. The eagle was wondering what they were doing there, and had they forgotten that she was still here and heard everything. Meanwhile, in the Protoss, Kathleen sat on top of the wall and thought about what had happened. The girl was worried about Ben, and she was wondering what he was doing there right now and whether he missed her. Kathleen was worried that the hero was alone in a country of women and whether they would do something bad to him. Discarding vulgar thoughts, the paladin decided to save the guy from this hell into which he was dragged. Kathleen jumped off the Great Wall with lightning speed and went straight to the land of women. The girl wanted to save her lover at all costs, so she flew at maximum speed. Meanwhile, in the clearing where our heroes were, day came and a scorching sun appeared in the sky. Naked Lillian rose to her feet, reached for the sun, and was glad for the new day. She enjoyed the warm rays and noticed that her mood was much better today than before. The girl looked at the sleeping Ben and thought that she had not imagined that the guy was so good. Perhaps it was because he had been sealed for a long time. At night, the hero was like a tiger, and for a very long time they did not go to bed. Ben began to wake up and held in his hands the soft silk that felt like the skin of a goddess. Having come to his senses, the hero looked at the fabric and realized that he was holding stockings in his hands. Memories of how he filmed all these things with Lillian immediately came into his head. The lovely girl was already lying next to him and told Ben that last night he completely satisfied her. Ben became worried and replied that it was all because of the removal of the seal. The power surged and his mind became clouded. For some time, he was not at all aware of what he was doing. Lillian sat closer to the hero, saying that nothing bad had happened and that the guy should not worry. After all, now the beauty believed that she belonged to him, and the hero could not deny it. Therefore, if the hero deceives her and leaves for another, she will again put that seal on him. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Protoss, an orange car was racing along bridge number 7. Jenna was sitting behind the sports car, driving Leah somewhere. To avoid getting bored on the road, Jenna decided to talk to Leia. She asked how long the girl had known Kunai, because she had never heard the warrior talk about it. Leia was not particularly happy about where she was going and replied that the monk had once been a servant in her family. Jenna was struck by what was said, because the old man was an S-rank guard. It turns out that Leia was from a rich family, but the girl replied that this is an old story, and he was not yet a monk. The fast car stopped at the foot of a small temple where old man Kunai lived. The girls got out of the car and Jenna said that they would wait for the master here and then go to the head of the country of women. Leah had no face. Jenna noticed this and asked if her friend was okay. The girl noticed that the warrior was somehow sad, despite the fact that they had arrived in her native land. But suddenly, Jenna saw a terrible picture of the area and everything immediately became clear to her. The village where the girl lived as a child was completely destroyed and now resembled only an abandoned area. Leia closed her eyes and old memories that she had long forgotten came flooding back to her. In her memories, the girl saw her parents who were killed and lay bloodied on the ground. Little Leia sat near a mountain of dead relatives and begged them to wake up. Suddenly, a man began to approach the little girl, holding a blade in his hand that exuded a dark aura. A tearful Leia heard footsteps and turned to the strange stranger. The guy was covered in the blood of his victims and said that he needed to kill all his relatives to sharpen the blade in battle, and the girl remained the last victim. Therefore, the warrior waved his sword and said that it would not hurt because his weapon was fast. Leia's thoughts about old memories were interrupted by a monk who greeted the guests. The old man did not believe that Leia would come to his temple. He said that he had been waiting for her here for a long time. Jenna was glad to meet the master and also greeted him. but Leia dryly asked why the old man was looking for a meeting with her. Kunai replied that his life was coming to an end, but he still had one business left in this world, and therefore he wanted to entrust it to Leia. Meanwhile, in the clearing where the cute couple was, day had already come, and the heroes had to return to the country of women. Lillian made shorts for Ben out of feathers, which at least somehow hid his dignity from the eyes of other girls. The guy was not particularly pleased with his outfit because he was quite embarrassed to look like that. Lillian said that the guy was to blame because he was so overwhelmed with strength that his clothes came apart at the seams, and the beauty could not afford for the hero to walk naked in front of her students. The head blushed and said that she couldn't wait for them to return, and she would take measurements of future clothes with her own hands. The girl wanted to measure the neck, chest, waist, hips, shoulder width. Susan looked at the dreaming girl and assumed that, judging by the flowing saliva, she did not hesitate to paw him for the sake of it. After some time, our heroes were already heading to the city. Ben was leading the captive, and Lillian was flying nearby on a sword and telling Susan not to even think about resorting to her tricks. Otherwise, she would subdue her for the blow. Approaching the borders of the country, a voice was heard asking the students what they had done with Ben. The guy thought this voice was familiar. Kathleen was serious and said that if she didn't see the hero today, there would be a conflict. The students replied that he had left with the head and was out of town. Suddenly, a man's voice called out to Kathleen, which immediately made her feel embarrassed. The girl blushed all over and realized that it was Ben. It was his voice. The beauty turned around to make sure that it was the hero, and then she saw a pleasant sight. The girl saw beautiful, strong muscles that were like those of the guys from her imagination, and beads of sweat flowed down the hero's expressive six-pack abs. Ben stood as if nothing had happened and asked why Kathleen had come. Was she really looking for him here? Kathleen did not hear him. She was boiling more and more with love and thought that she was dreaming all this. After all, she saw Ben's naked body, and at that moment blood began to flow from her nose. The paladin trembled and fell to the ground. Covering her face with her hands, the hero became worried when he saw the blood and thought that the girl was wounded. Lillian grinned, thinking that the pursuit of her man had led Kathleen all the way to the door of her house. After all, the paladin was very persistent. An hour later, our heroes moved to the house of the head of the fencing school. Kathleen woke up in bed and thought about how embarrassed she was about passing out in front of Ben. The guy was sitting next to him and noticed that the girl had woken up, which made her immediately blush. Ben held the soup in his hand and said that Kathleen had lost a lot of blood and had lost consciousness, so the guy prepared her soup from dates and lotus seeds. It is good for anemia. The hero sat down closer and offered to eat while the soup was still hot. The girl noticed that Ben was a very caring guy. The hero held out a spoon of soup to feed the girl, who thought that if they were together, she would be very happy. The guy didn't understand where so much blood came from because he examined the paladin but could not find any wounds. Kathleen became worried and said that it was all because of the dry water. She was suffering from excess internal heat and her nose was bleeding. This is normal. Because Kathleen got excited, the blanket fell off her, exposing her ample breasts in front of Ben. The guy immediately blushed and told the girl that her blanket had fallen. Kathleen said that it was okay that it fell and looked down at herself. At that moment, she was shocked by the picture she saw. She only now realized what had happened. After all, the girl was completely naked, and her lover saw her lovely forms. Kathleen screamed so that the whole house heard her screams. The girl did not understand where her clothes were and why she was naked now. Ben replied that all her clothes were stained with blood, but fortunately, they managed to wash them. Kathleen covered herself with a blanket and asked the hero if he had done anything to her when he saw her naked body. Ben turned away and replied that he had simply made her soup and had no other intentions. It seems that these words disappointed the beauty. Deep down, she still wanted the guy to do something with her. Lillian came into the room and told Kathleen not to make things up. After all, she personally asked the maid to take her clothes to be washed so the girl may not be inspired once again. Lillian threw her clothes on the bed and told Kathleen to quickly get dressed, to which the girl asked why she was so kind to her if they were enemies. The head replied that she was not as petty as the girl thought because she was her guest and therefore Lillian would not offend Kathleen. In addition, there are currently problems in her country and they have already attracted someone else's attention, so most likely the heroes will need the help of a paladin. A couple of minutes later, our heroes were already walking down the corridor. Lillian needed to give instructions to her students, but she would prefer to be alone with Ben now. Suddenly, someone's gentle hand pulled Ben by his clothes. The guy turned around and asked Kathleen what the girl wanted. The sweet beauty asked if Lillian had caused him trouble because he had already proved to them everything they needed. Ben blushed and thought that Lillian was right when she told him why she actually brought him here. Kathleen even came to him, and the guy realized that she really liked her and did not want to upset the girl. The hero smiled and replied that he had already figured out how to settle everything here, so Kathleen needn't worry. Jealous Lillian turned to the cute couple and asked what the two of them were whispering about. Kathleen stated that she asked Ben if the warrior was using her powers as head to complicate his life as a guard. Lillian replied that she would never do that because she loved him dearly. Kathleen was indignant and asked what kind of expression Lillian makes when she thinks about Ben. Is she really up to something? Lillian got angry and said that she thought about what she wanted and that Kathleen should not interfere in her own affairs. Ben put his hand to his face, disappointed that the girls had not lived in harmony for 5 minutes. After some time, our heroes left the house, where Lillian's students were already waiting for them. The girls noticed that Ben was also here yesterday. He helped them a lot, and besides, the hero defeated Dean Lee, and it was not clear why the head called him dissolute, because he looked like a very good young man. Many girls liked the guy. They thought he was very handsome and strong and wanted to be closer to him. Lillian interrupted the whispering by ordering everyone to shut up and listen to her. The head said that not long ago they were attacked by a huge number of predators. Victory was theirs, but there were many wounded, so they couldn't relax. The girls must unite and defend their country because it is small, but the students must not allow others to push them around. If they are attacked, they must destroy the enemies. The students raised their hands and shouted that they would defeat all the offenders and they would never return to their country. Ben noted that Lillian deserves to be called the head of the country because in just a moment, she raised the morale of her subordinates. One of the students approached the hero and asked the guy to pay attention to her. The girl embarrassedly asked if Ben remembered that he saved her yesterday. It was the daughter of the elder of the fencing sect, Alex. Suddenly, the woman who was lighting the cigarette advised the girl not to get close to the guy. And besides, the stranger wanted to discuss something important with the head. Lillian turned to the woman and asked if she had found any clues in the case that the head assigned her. The stranger slowly exhaled the smoke from her cigarette and replied that she had found everything she needed. It was the elder of the fencing sect, Betty, who said that the morning talisman was associated with the legendary Grandmaster Harry, who committed suicide. Lillian frowned when she heard the name and demanded to know everything Betty knew about it. After some time, our heroes were already sitting in the head's house and listening to the report. Betty said that the previous chapter had already fought with him, so she knew something about the man. He owned the most complex ancient Western techniques. His strength was the creation of magical artifacts, which are now commonly called talismans. He possessed an extremely nefarious SSR rank ability that allowed him to take away people's abilities and then put them into a talisman item. To make the talisman special, he looked for unusual abilities, and as a result, every country put him on the wanted list. Harry was not only a talented master, but also a collector of talents. The better the ability, the more interesting he was. Lillian understood what the elder was getting at and assumed that based on what was said, they could only attack because of one person. Disappointed, Ben pointed at himself and realized that everyone was referring to his abilities. Betty replied that it was because of the hero that the predators attacked, and it was he who brought trouble to their country. Yesterday's attack could have been entertaining, so Ben needs to leave the country as soon as possible, otherwise they will be in even greater danger. Kathleen was indignant and asked what was the point of dragging the guy here then and now driving him away. Betty calmly replied that she was telling it like it is. Dying because of one guy is a bad trade for the country. Lillian sternly asked the elder if she thought that the leader was a coward who would cling to her life. This does not even take into account the fact that Ben protected them from predators yesterday, and besides, he is her man. It doesn't matter who the master is, even if God himself comes, no one will lay a finger on the hero. Kathleen supported Lillian and said that she was also ready to swear on her life that she would protect Ben. Alex also did not stand aside and said that Ben is their benefactor and her mother is mistaken, the guy needs to be protected, and they cannot turn away from him. But suddenly, the two girls understood the full words that Lillian had said. Kathleen turned to the head and asked when Ben managed to become her man. Lillian grinned and remembered that the paladin still did not know what happened. Kathleen asked what she needed to know and where the chapter had already dragged the hero. At that moment, Ben realized that a massacre was about to begin. Lillian turned to the hero and said that last night she and him did what husband and wife should do. The girl added that after such a night she can consider the guy hers. The story told to Kathleen was like thunder, shattering her dreams of a bright future. The girl silently turned, and like a robot, to the surprise of the heroes, headed to the other end of the room. There she sat down on the carpet and constantly repeated to herself that Ben and Lillian were engaged in marital affairs. Following her to the other end of the room was Alex, who also had plans to get closer to the hero. She sat down next to Kathleen and said that she shouldn't have come here and that it would have been better if the King of Boars had eaten her yesterday. Ben turned to Lillian and said that he seemed to have broken several girls' hearts without knowing it. This whole situation with love triangles was interrupted by Betty because they had much more important things to do. She asked Lillian whether her decision was final, because their guards had already suffered many troubles, and whether the girl was ready to be in danger for the sake of the young man. The head of the fencing school turned to the elder and firmly replied that she agreed. Ben was amazed that the warrior answered without hesitation. It seemed that she really was ready to do anything for the sake of the hero. The decision disappointed the elder. She thought that her sister's successor was very similar to her. They were both blinded by love. Betty stood up from her chair and said that if the head decided so, then they must obey. But they just need to be well prepared. If they want to kill the bloody king, then they will have to face combat power comparable to the state. Meanwhile, Susan was in the dungeon of the country of women. She was well guarded by the disciples of the head. She didn't like her situation. She cried and thought about where her brothers were now. She was tied up and asked herself why her brothers didn't come to her aid. She was so uncomfortable here that it was difficult to breathe, and she could have destroyed everyone here. Meanwhile, on one of the mountains, someone was pouring aromatic tea, the smell of which amazed the imagination. The beast with the shaggy mane picked up a mug of fresh tea and took a small sip. It was a spiritual-level predator, the king of beasts, a green lion, who really liked this aromatic drink. He asked what kind of water was used to prepare this tea. The elephant brought his trunk to the tea and also drank a little, and replied that he learned how to prepare this green tea from people. They have a special technique for planting tea. It was a predator of a spiritual level, the god of prosperity, Henry. The elephant said that if the king liked the drink, then he would order his subordinates to plant their entire mountain with tea. Then they would be able to drink it as much as they wanted. The lion suggested that their sister would like this tea, to which the elephant replied that the girl was very young and had a strong-willed character. She said a few words and ran away from the mountain. After drinking a little more tea, the green lion said that he had raised the eagle poorly, and it would be better for him to go look for her. At that moment, someone kicked the guard who was guarding the entrance to the mountain where the animals lived with a strong kick. The weak predator fell right at the feet of the king of beasts and could not move. Suddenly he blushed and stated that he really liked the blow and did not think that this was even possible. This feeling was similar to what you experience when you are with a woman. The green lion got angry when he saw his guest. He would not like such an unceremonious invasion. The predator said that for a tiny person, she has a lot of strength and courage too, since she allows herself to rampage in his domain. Suddenly, the king of beasts hit the table, breaking his mug of tea, and asked the guest if she was tired of living. The deadly poisonous Judy calmly replied that she came here not to provoke the animals, but to help them find their little sister. The girl took a feather from her chest and said that she knew where it was. The elephant was shocked by what he saw. He recognized Susan's feather and asked where Judy got it. The girl headed towards the table and on the way stepped on the face of the poor guard, who had already suffered quite a bit. Sitting down at the table, she replied that the sister of the beasts was in the underground prison of the country of women. And there is only one way to rescue her. It is to combine their efforts and attack the country. The king of beasts said that it is not so easy because the head of Lillian and her subordinates are not so easy to defeat. Judy looked at her chest and replied that the lion should not worry because she has 2 talismans that will help win their sister back. God of Welfare. Henry was stunned. He recognized the color of the radiance that came from the stones. The king of beasts also could not believe that he was seeing a stone of overcoming in front of him, and besides, there were 2 of them. Judy confirmed that this is it. These 2 fragments will allow the beasts to temporarily increase their level to divine. Night fell, and by this time our heroes had already gone to their rooms. But the girls did not leave Ben alone. Lillian asked the hero if he was still tired because he had been looking at the map all evening. The girl couldn't stand it and suggested that the guy put things off until tomorrow and go to sleep with her, to which Ben replied that Lillian could go alone because they didn't have much time to prepare. Kathleen looked at the head with disdain and firmly said not to interfere with Ben because he was planning how to organize the defense and how to conduct the battle. Lillian replied that she didn't need to be reminded because she herself knew, and why on earth did Kathleen sit in her office? The girl replied that Ben was a Protoss guard and she was obliged to ensure his safety. The hero tried not to pay attention to the girls who were always swearing and focus on work. Looking at the map, he came up with a plan. The guy said that last time the enemy attacked to assess their strength, and they already know how their defenses are located. The enemy operates at night, and they operate during the day, so they need a plan that the enemy would not have guessed at, so that they could change their current disadvantageous position. Kathleen became more and more delighted with the hero's ingenuity. The girl thought that Ben had become a truly wise guard. Lillian also noted that the plan was worthy of her man. It was so daring that she wanted to try it. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and said that guests from the Protoss had arrived. Lillian headed towards the door and wondered who could come to her at such an hour. The girl abruptly opened the door and saw guests on the threshold whom she did not expect to meet. On the threshold were Ben's 2 protectors, Jenna and Leia. The girl said that she was a Protoss guard and came to her master. Ben was glad to see Jenna, and Lillian wondered why the girl called him master. The blonde noticed that on the way here there were a lot of corpses of predators. Apparently they had a battle here. The girl ran sharply and jumped into the guy's arms, saying that she was very worried and it was good that her owner was not hurt. The hero gently hugged the girl and reassured her, saying that everything was fine and nothing had happened to him. Lillian was stunned by the picture she saw. She could not accept that her boyfriend was hugging some girl. The jealous head sharply asked who these people were and why Ben was hugging one of them. In order to calm Lillian, the girls told why they came here. The head said that somewhere she had already heard the excuse that they had arrived in order to protect Ben. Kathleen was indignant because she realized that Lillian was laughing at her. Ben confirmed the words of his friends, saying that they had come to protect him. Ever since he ended up in the Protoss, they were the ones who took care of him. Jenna always silently paid for the guy and explained how everything works in this world. Leia guarded the hero from the street every night and took care of his safety. The girls are not only Ben's bodyguards, but also his friends and family. Lillian noticed that the hero is a highly moral guy, and you shouldn't be jealous of him over trifles. Jenna said that not only she and Leah, but all the sisters like the owner, and therefore they follow him according to their hearts. Lillian became wary when she heard about the other sisters. She asked if there were other bodyguards. The hero turned pale because he understood that something would happen when Jenna told everything. The blonde said that she was the first. Then Leah, Sarah, and Lucy joined after Vanessa and Jessica moved into their house. They also want to protect the owner. Kathleen and Lillian became gloomy when they heard how many competitors they had. Jenna added that, by the way, there is another defender, Eliza, who is the hero's fiancé. These words finally finished off Lillian. She seduced the guy who has 6 girls who like him and plus a fiancé. Ben was covered in sweat when he looked at the head. An icy cold wafted from the girl. Lillian became very menacing in appearance and demanded an explanation from the hero. Under pressure from the interrogation of the head of the fencing school, Ben spoke in detail about his life in the Protoss. She did not stop being jealous, but came into a position realizing that not everything depended on him. The hero exhaled with relief because finally his battle on the love front was over. Leaving the house, it seemed to Ben that Leia had somehow changed in behavior. The guy turned to the girl and asked if she was hiding something from him. Jenna was wary, and Leia thought about the hero's words and did not know what to answer. The girl glanced at her sword, from which a dark aura emanated. The warrior did not show it and said that she was fine. There was no need to worry about her. It would be better if the heroes thought about how to kill the bloody king. The answer surprised the hero because he clearly felt that Leia was subject to enormous pressure. Apparently, it seemed to him. Meanwhile, Kathleen sat by the lake nearby and looked at the peacefully croaking frogs. She took one of them in her hands and asked the frog why she lacked determination. The girl thought that if she had taken the initiative earlier, she and Ben would have been together right now. Suddenly, behind Kathleen, something rustled in the forest and headed in her direction. The girl turned around sharply to see what was watching her. Standing in front of her was Judy, who didn't expect to see anyone here. The poisonous girl recognized the paladin. She was wondering what she was doing in the country of women. She did not expect to meet such a difficult opponent here. Kathleen got to her feet and realized that in front of her was not a resident of the country. She asked the girl who she was and why she was walking around here in the dead of night. Judy realized that the paladin had no idea who she was, and therefore she had a chance to leave. The predator said that she was just passing by and that the girl should not pay attention to her. Judy turned around trying to leave and said she wouldn't bother Kathleen, but the girl asked her to stop. The paladin took out her sword and said that the stranger emanated the smell of a high-level predator. This was extremely suspicious. Considering that she appeared near the country, Kathleen assumed that the girl was a minion of the bloody king. Judy turned around and replied that the paladin was not as stupid as they say, since she had already thought of it. The girl with violet eyes stopped and offered to fight once the paladin realized who she was. Kathleen did not need to be persuaded. The girl rushed to attack her opponent first. She struck twice with her blade, forming 2 divine arcs. Kathleen's blow crossed the ground, and the force of the blow created 2 deep ditches resembling a cross. Judy managed to jump away from the attack in time and did not receive any damage. The girl said that the fame of Kathleen's abilities is well-deserved, but you shouldn't mindlessly attack strangers. After this, poisonous Judy began to become covered with strange patterns similar to red tattoos. The patterns matched the girl's mouth, and after that, she released a poisonous mist from her mouth. A pink mist began to fill the clearing. The paladin was right in the center of this skill. Kathleen covered her nose with her hand and realized that it was poison. The girl guessed that the enemy's ability was poisoning. Judy said that holding her breath would not help because her poison of obscenity did not spread through the respiratory tract. This poison enters the body even through the tiniest pores and spreads instantly. The point is that only the girl's lover can neutralize it. The predator's words surprised Kathleen because it was a complex poison, and it seems she began to understand how it works. It turns out that in order to neutralize the poison, the girl needs to get closer to Ben. Kathleen was shocked that someone had come up with such a vile poison. The paladin decided that she needed to get out because bizarre pictures were already starting to creep into her head. Judy said that she wouldn't be able to leave. The more Kathleen resists, the faster the poison spreads, so she needs to quickly figure out where to find her lover, otherwise she will die if she doesn't manage it overnight. Kathleen fell to her knees, her head filled with only vulgar thoughts, but the paladin understood that she could not sit and wait for her death. Therefore, the girl decided to do something because she had little time left. After these words, she immediately left the battlefield, heading to the country of women. Judy was surprised that Kathleen simply ran away and didn't fight any further. She thought that Kathleen was a very innocent girl and assumed that she had gone to her lover to neutralize the poison. Meanwhile, Lillian's house smelled of delicious noodles that were on the table. Jenna prepared this dinner and called her owner to come and taste the delicious food. But suddenly she heard the sound of water flowing from the shower nearby. The blonde suggested that the hero was now there, washing himself after a hard day. She walked into the room and saw Ben in the shower, taking a shower. Jenna was embarrassed because the glass in the bathroom was a little see-through, and she could slightly see the hero's body. The girl sat down next to her dinner and decided to wait for the guy here until the owner came out. Meanwhile, Lillian was walking along the terrace and thinking that she had lost her temper a little, and that jealousy was not typical of her, even though there were a lot of girls around Ben, but they had not progressed at all. The girl believed that only for her, there was a place in the guy's heart, and she needed to turn up the heat tonight so that he would finally become hers. Lillian quickly walked into Ben's room and the door swung open. Before he could walk through the door, the head suggested that the heroes sleep together today. But to her surprise, she only saw Jenna, who sheepishly replied that the owner was now in the shower. Lillian was indignant and asked what she was doing in the guy's room late at night, to which the blonde replied that she just brought him food. Suddenly, the girl's argument was interrupted by a roar that shook the whole house. Lillian thought it was an earthquake, and Jenna suggested that it was a visit from the Bloody King. A crater formed near the leader's house, which was watched by Leia, guarding her master. This earthquake was Kathleen, who knelt down trying to get up. The paladin had little time, and she just wanted to spend a little time with Ben so that the poison would stop working. The girl headed to the hero's room. Leia watched this spectacle and thought that the guy already had 3 girls in the room, and it was unlikely that he would cope with 3 of them at the same time. Meanwhile, it was quiet outside the city. Judy slowly went about her business further. She didn't care that Kathleen had escaped because her level of poisoning should have been enough to become contagious. Judy hoped that the girl would spread the poison throughout the country, which would greatly help the predator. Ben finished washing and took a brush to brush his teeth. A shower really helps to put his thoughts in order, but the hero needed to continue to develop a plan. The hero left the bathroom and thought only about how to make sure that no one could invade the country of women. But what he saw in front of him knocked all his thoughts about the war out of his head. In his room, there were 3 hot girls who behaved very strangely and flirtatiously. Lillian said that she was very petty and she needed the guy to punish her urgently. Jenna added that it was very cold outside and her owner was hungry. She needed to feed him enough. From the sight he saw, the guy dropped the brush from his hands. He was shocked and did not know what to do next. Ben asked what was going on here, if Lillian had given him a test. Suddenly, Kathleen ran towards the hero, who was very glad to see him. The girl pounced on the guy and kissed him passionately on the lips. He had never expected such an ending. Ben was amazed that such an innocent girl just kissed him. Kathleen threw the hero onto the bed, and the guy thought that this shouldn't happen. The girl he knows wouldn't do that. The hero noticed that Kathleen's gaze was clouded. He assumed that someone was controlling her mind. The girl could no longer think about anything. She only wanted Ben to save her. She said that she was able to muster up the courage and come to him. There was little time. The hero should do this to her right now. Her mind was completely clouded, and the paladin said that she could no longer control herself. At that moment, Ben realized that some kind of poison was affecting the girl. Suddenly, his head was turned by a tender-stockinged foot. Lillian asked him to pay attention to her too and not give it only to Kathleen, because she also needs his love. A third girl with magnificent breasts, who did not want to lag behind her friends, fell onto the bed nearby. Jenna told the hero that she came to him for the first time. She hoped that the guy would not drive her away. Watching the girl's lust, Ben realized that the poison could be transmitted, and if it was picked up in the country, the consequences would be scary to imagine. The hero confidently stood up for blood and said that we need to deal with this disease right now. To the girl's surprise, he did not cope with the method they wanted. Ben folded his hands to call the technique. The hero began to concentrate his power, and endless darkness appeared around him. The ability began to suck the poison out of the girls' bodies, gradually returning their minds. Ben knew that in this way he would be able to neutralize the poison and prevent it from spreading. All that remained was to cope with its side effects. Although the guy really wanted to, he couldn't afford to do this to those whose minds were clouded. Suddenly, he felt all the effects of the poison on his skin. The hero's nose began to bleed, and his muscles tensed. This side effect made him unable to stand on his feet. The guy managed to realize that this was an unusual aphrodisiac. If you resist its effect, it will only get worse. Ben lost consciousness, and all the girls were able to come to their senses and began to try to wake up the hero. Lillian began to worry about the guy. She did not want to become a young widow. Jenna didn't understand what happened to Ben, but it seemed that the hero began to come to his senses a little. Kathleen explained that this was all because of the poison that the guy had absorbed in order to save them. Lillian ordered the girl to save the guy because she was a paladin, to which Kathleen replied that her abilities would not help here. The fact is that in order to neutralize the poison, it was necessary to mix yin and yang. Kathleen said that it was her fault, and therefore she would save him herself, and suddenly took off all her clothes. The girl stood in her underwear. She decided to help Ben get rid of the poison in the only way she knew. Lillian was outraged that Kathleen decided to figure everything out herself, because the hero helped them all out. Therefore, the head decided that they should all help the guy get rid of the poison. Jenna and Lillian also immediately got rid of their things. The naked girls caressed the hero and decided to try their best to rid him of the poison. Kathleen also did not want to remain on the sidelines because she was the main culprit of the incident. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes, feeling that something was happening to him. He stood on the street where snow had fallen. The weather was cold, but for some reason, the hero stood without clothes. But at the same time, he did not feel cold, but rather felt warmth and comfort. Suddenly, the voice of one of the girls reached the guy and told him to remain calm. After all, 3 beauties were determined to warm the guy properly. Meanwhile, Leia was sitting on the roof of the building, and interesting sounds began to reach her. The girl assumed that her friends and Ben had already begun to act. A strong wind blew, which distracted Leia from listening to passionate moans, and the girl began to think. She looked at the demonic sword she held in her hand and remembered what the old man had told her. The monk said that this sword was his companion on all his travels. It's a pity that he gave it to the wrong owner. As a result, his mistake became irreparable. All these years, Kunai was next to the sword. Every day he prayed to save him from cruelty, but now the old man's time is running out, so he wants to give the blade to Leia because her soul is pure, as before. The girl replied that this sword was soaked in the blood of her family, and a couple of lines of prayers could not wash it away. Leia believed she could still talk some sense into her brother, just like when she tried. The warrior turned around and said goodbye to Kunai, advising him to get rid of the sword. The monk said that it cannot be destroyed because it contains the souls of Leia's family members. The old man's words interested the girl, and she asked to tell him what he meant. The monk said that the sword was nicknamed Evil Spirits, not because it is capable of leading astray. The most important reason is that the souls of those who died from him will fall into his slavery, but nothing can grant eternal life, so gradually they will become the source of the sword's power. Kunai said that there was only one way to save the innocent souls sealed in the blade. One can only rely on the gift of light sealed within Leia to help purify evil. The best solution would be to give the blade to the girl so that it can be cleaned over time. Leia lay and thought about the words that the old man said to her. She thought about whether she could control this blade. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest visited the master's temple. The tattooed guy with the blade behind his back took his mask with his hand to show his face. The unknown warrior greeted his mentor and said that they had not seen each other for a very long time. It was Leia's older brother, the bloodthirsty King Blake, who asked the monk to return what belonged to him. The old man sat in the lotus position and replied that after so many years of exile, the guy finally came to him, but still held the wrong judgments. Kunai firmly told his student that if he wanted to get the sword, he would have to go through it. Blake began to take out his blade and replied that he would not want to fight with his teacher because he was already old, and the old man should take care of his health. After these words, the guy directed his attack with his blade at the monk. The purple arc of energy that the sword released crashed into the monk's divine shield and began to crack, trying to break through it. Blake said that this is a worthy answer for his teacher. It is not easy to pass such a defense with a sword strike. The arc burst, and the old man replied that his once momentary human weakness led to the guy going astray. For Kunai, now was the opportunity to correct the mistakes of the past, and most likely this opportunity could be the last in his life. The monk's eyes glowed with yellow divine light, and the old man asked Rebel Blake to die again. The teacher and student stood opposite each other and prepared to fight to the death. Blake noted that this was the first time he had seen such power of vision in his mentor. Apparently, the old man was determined to kill him. Kunai replied that since the rebel came and found him, no other outcome was foreseen for him. The old man began to concentrate his internal energy and said that this time his hand would not tremble. The monk waved his hand towards the rebel, from which a sign of power flew out. Blake was not afraid of the attack because he knew what his master was capable of, so he put his hand forward to hold it back. A huge golden figure crashed into the guy, but he could hold back the force of the attack. Blake didn't put much effort and told his teacher that he was weaker than last time. The shine in the monk's eyes intensified, and he replied that the guy was too arrogant and should not be like that. The golden figure doubled in size, and the pressure on Blake became much stronger. The guy's face changed. He realized that this was the Arhat of the Buddha. Apparently the old man still had something to surprise the rebel. The monk's attack began to put more pressure on the guy. From such force, he began to move back, and the cracking of bones was heard in his hand. At that moment, Blake could not withstand the pressure and fell from the mountainside. While the guy was falling into the water, he thought that his arm was broken, but it's good that it was his left hand, which means he can still control the blade. The monk did not want to let Blake go. He followed him and said that his student had deviated from the fighting style he had previously followed. The old man hung in the air and said that real martial arts do not depend on the sharpness of the blade. All the power of martial arts was contained only in the heart. A huge amount of energy was concentrated around the monk, which he released. Kunai added that only when the guy realizes these words will he be able to worthily bear the title of warrior. After that, the old man sent hundreds of Buddha signs to attack the place where the fighter landed. The mentor understood that Blake wanted to resort to his water technique, so Kunai decided to evaporate all the water around. Golden figures fell into the lake and evaporated the place where they landed. After some time, all the water in the lake evaporated, and the old man watched his opponent from the air. Bloodied Blake lay at the bottom of the lake. The guy noticed that the technique of the SSR rank teacher was extraordinary. It took him a huge amount of energy to evaporate all the water in the area. Although Blake lacked the teacher's instructions to some extent, he still managed to absorb a certain amount of water. So he raised his sword and fired a huge barrage of water at Kunai. The old man defended himself with his ability and said that today is the day of Blake's death, so he doesn't even have to try to win. The Bloody King was disappointed that even this attack could not hit his teacher. The kunai slowly landed on the bottom of the lake and walked towards Blake. The monk said that it was time to finish what he started. He advised the student to die and become part of the land of his homeland. This was the last good deed that he could do for his teacher. The kunai said that the guy had harmed 206 people and 7 Protoss guards in his life. His atrocities could not be forgiven, and in the name of the Protoss representative, the old man sentenced him to trial. Before pronouncing the sentence, the monk asked if the rebel had any last words before dying. Blake smiled because the monk seemed too pompous when he made his speech. The student asked his teacher if it was he who made him so cruel. Blake pointed to the village and asked the old man to take a closer look at it. The rebel said that he alone could not do this. If it weren't for the old man's words, he would have lived like any other person. He would have had the opportunity to inherit his father's business as well as fulfill his duties as a brother. But unfortunately, everything went wrong when Kunai handed him a demonic sword. Blake asked the old man if it was fair that he alone was blamed for the destruction of the village. The old man exhaled in disappointment and said that he was mistaken when he assumed that the guy could resist him. It was his fault, and in order to pay for his mistake, the monk decided to commit suicide after the death of his student. Blake grinned. The guy laughed at the fact that the monk was confident in his victory. Behind Kunai, a hole appeared in the ground in which something was moving towards the old man. Blake said that the monk's self-confidence would destroy him and attacked him with his sword from behind. The old man did not expect such an ambush and did not have time to dodge. The blade pierced his chest. The Bloody King stood still and laughed at the fact that he managed to outwit his teacher. Kunai turned around to see what hit him. He didn't understand what happened or who did it. Behind the monk stood a copy of Blake that looked like dark matter. At that moment, the old man realized that from the very beginning of the battle, he had 2 opponents. The copy of the rebel pulled out his sword, revealing a mortal wound, and the monk fell to the ground, swaying. Blood gushed from his mouth. The monk could not believe that this would be his end. The old man lay on the ground in a pool of his own blood. He was in pain from the fact that he could not correct his mistake. Blake approached the monk's body and apologized. Everyone who happened to see his second face was already dead, and Kunai was no exception. Before his death, the dying monk asked if he could ask his disciple a question. The old man said that the guy knew very well that his Buddha block was capable of repelling any attack on its own. So why was Blake confident in the success of his attack from behind? The rebel chuckled and replied that it was because the kunai deflected his technique. The fact is that in a normal situation, the monk would have ignored the guy's previous attack. But this time, he repelled it. Then Blake realized that by simultaneously using his extraordinary techniques, the old man sacrificed his defense. Kunai closed his eyes and was surprised at the guy's ingenuity. Before he died, he smiled, realizing that at least his student had not underestimated his teacher's abilities. After some time, it began to rain, accompanied by loud peals of thunder. The sky cried, having lost another guard. The student buried his teacher and stuck his broken arm next to him. Blake arrived at the temple where the legendary demonic sword was located. The guy stood at the entrance and felt his call, which came from this temple. Blake held his shoulder with one hand, where once was the hand that he had cut off for himself. All his years in exile as a rebel, his existence had been miserable in anticipation of this sword. The guy entered the temple and couldn't wait to get his treasure back. Opening the door, he entered the sealed room in which the legendary sword was kept. But to his surprise, he was not there. All the efforts of the bloody king were in vain. The picture he saw made his cheekbones ache. His rage knew no bounds, yet the old man was able to outwit him. Meanwhile, somewhere in the land of women, Leia sat on the roof of Lillian's estate. The girl was guarding her owner despite the weather. Suddenly she sneezed and was surprised by it. She thought that she had never been sick. She had a bad feeling as if something had happened. The girl got up and thought that this was all nonsense. A new day was dawning, and her watch was over. She decided to go take a warm bath. Meanwhile, warm water began to gurgle in Ben's room. The guy woke up and decided to wash himself after a hot night and a side effect of the technology. Ben stood and thought that last night, it seems, he did something bad, and the guy was wondering what the girls would do when they woke up. The hero raised his head to look in the mirror and was surprised. A red trail similar to the one Kathleen brought yesterday came out of his mouth, and his body began to be covered with pink patterns. It seemed that the poison was activated by the ability due to the fact that Ben absorbed it, so now this ability was in his collection. The hero smiled because he had acquired an interesting skill and thought that every cloud had a silver lining. When he fell into the Protoss, he constantly relied on the power absorbed by the endless darkness. Only because of this was he able to stand on par with other S-rank guards. But Ben clearly felt that after Dean Lee, the absorbed energy did not have the usual effect on him. It was similar to the mechanics of the game, where in order to raise an already high level, many times more experience is needed. If a hero wants to overcome a barrier, he must start with his own abilities. If he can master everyone perfectly, then his power will become limitless. While the guy was thinking about his strength, he came out of the bath and was surprised at what he saw. He saw a naked Jenna who was covering herself with a blanket. The girl said that it seemed that the poison did not have a bad effect on him. Lillian was also sitting nearby and noticed that the three of them did a good job. Kathleen didn't stand aside either. She was embarrassed and said that due to an emergency yesterday, they had to neutralize the effect of his poison. And although there was a reason for this, since it happened so, the girl decided that she should become his. Ben blushed when he heard these words and replied that they could all become his girlfriends at the same time if they wanted. Lillian didn't like the hero's plan and she called him an animal. The guy asked the head if there was a spacious training ground here where no one usually looks. Lillian was surprised by such a sudden question and asked why he needed such a place. Saliva began to flow from her mouth, and she thought that Ben was still poisoned and wanted to go with her to the second round. The hero said that everything was fine with him, he just wanted to find a secluded place for his practices. Although there was little time left, even a little training could increase his chances of winning. Lillian smiled and replied that he deserves to be her man because the guy is still just as reliable, The head decided that they would all need to try. A week passed. A chilling aura wafted from the Western Sea Island. The Grand Master of an isolated island sat in his abandoned castle. Countless bloodthirsty monsters gathered here, and at the head sat a man in a cloak on a throne. Next to him stood 4 subjects close to him. The man said that the time had come, and it was time for them to move forward to battle. The cloaked stranger extended his hand and concentrated sinister energy into it. Behind the horde of predators, a portal began to appear that led to the land of women. It was the void-cycling portal that the Grand Master created. The man ordered all the predators to enter him. It was time to take over this country once and for all. His eyes glowed with a violet light. He ordered his warriors to destroy every single one of them. The Master's words invigorated the hearts of the monsters who were preparing to attack. A horde of predators began to enter the portal, behind which an impregnable country awaited them. One of the Master's companions said that the predators were full of zeal. Even he was inspired by the Master's words. The unknown man threw off the black robe that hid his identity. He was a beefy man known as the fist-crushing Eric, and he was eager to get into action and test out his new gear. Eric had a Buddhist rosary hanging around his neck, enchanted by the Grand Master. He wanted to try it on the S-rank guard, Lillian. The huge fighter jumped into the portal and said that he wanted to fight in the vanguard. The second unknown figure also threw off his robe and said that Eric was a fool. She was a sophisticated little girl with black wings, nicknamed the fallen angel Sif. The girl was upset that such a strong and simple-minded man like Eric was also known like her. The angel flew into the portal and said that a fierce battle awaited them today. The girl hoped that her comrades would not die in the battle. Blake was stunned by what he felt. He couldn't understand whether this feeling seemed to him or whether everything was really as he thought. The guy felt a weak aura on Eric's body, which seemed familiar to him. His thoughts were interrupted by Judy, who called the guy by name. The girl said that the guy's thoughts were on his face and asked if his wounded arm hurt. Blake coldly replied that he was fine, and that Judy should not poke her nose into other people's affairs. Such a firm answer left the girl dumbfounded. Judy considered Blake arrogant because he took her gesture of goodwill for interference in his affairs. The girl could not understand why he was so cold to her, because men usually cannot resist her beauty. The couple's quarrel was interrupted by the Grand Master, who said that they should also move forward. Meanwhile, in the country of women, at first everything was quiet and calm. The sun set behind the horizon and night fell. But the peaceful silence was interrupted by a portal that appeared out of nowhere, from which predators emerged. The Grand Master's puppets have already scattered throughout the country of women. But what was unusual was that there was no trace of people's presence here. This place turned into a ghost town. The ghost-level puppet predators looked around and tried to find anyone. One of them noted that it was too strange that in such a large city there was not a soul. Everyone had fled somewhere. Suddenly the sky became cloudy and loud thunder rumbled. A voice in the sky said, "SSR rank lightning bolt ability. Its advantage is its wide range." The weak predator could not understand who was speaking. It was Ben, who pathetically told the predators to feel the power of thunder. An explosion thundered, and hundreds of lightning bolts struck the ground. They struck different parts of the cities, hitting predators. They were killed instantly and didn't even feel anything. Half the army died from one ability. The entire city was covered in purple energy coming out of the corpses, like cherry blossom petals in the spring. The hero said that for the first time, breaking into the country of women, the enemies entered through the front, but the head of Lillian defended her country. Ben, covered in lightning, stood with Jenna. He realized that the enemy would come from the rear this time. The entire perimeter of the country is surrounded by a sheer cliff, and there is only one road to it. This location makes it inaccessible. The easiest way to attack is to get directly inside the country, which would be the easiest way to capture it. The hero realized that the bloody kings were counting on this, but unfortunately, if they could find the country's weakness, then he could too. Judy grinned and told her master that he had miscalculated and the guy had fooled him around his finger, to which the Grand Master replied that victories and defeats are a common thing for warriors. The Blood King had just lost his ghost-level puppets in large numbers. However, he still had other fighters, such as demonic-level predator puppets, Tauren. The monsters ran towards the heroes, and Ben asked his friend if she was ready. The girl replied that there was no need to worry about that. The blonde rose into the air and began to concentrate her energy to increase gravity. The Taurans stopped and were surprised that they could not move. Their bodies seemed to weigh a ton. Ben summoned 2 lightning swords and said that he trained every day under the pressure of this technique, and now he does not feel it. No matter how many demon-level predators came, they were no threat to the guy. The hero jumped towards his opponents, and his speed was so high that it was similar to the speed of lightning. The Tauran also noticed that the guy was quite fast. It was impossible to follow his movements. Ben instantly appeared on top of one of the predators and swung his sword to strike. Lightning flashed from the blade, and the unaware predator was cut in half. The guy was standing on the corpse, but suddenly a second Tauran appeared next to him, who was ready to strike the hero. The predator said that the guy was used to such pressure due to training, but now he would die. And at that moment, Ben cut his opponent's stomach with a quick blow. The Tauran fell to the ground, showing no signs of life, and the hero noticed that his opponent was talking too much. Ben stood on the corpse of a monster which dissolved into the air, releasing energy. The guy understood that the council's fears were not in vain, because bloodthirsty kings could really destroy an entire country. They have a lot of demonic-level predators under their control. Such combat power is comparable to the military power of an entire state. If they had not evacuated civilians, the consequences would be scary to imagine. Ben continued his battle and jumped on his next opponent, a huge demon-level centipede. There were a lot of them, but this was not a problem for the hero. He swung his blades to attack in the air. The guy decided to use an electric surge in order to hit more opponents than just attacking them with blows. The hero's lightning passed through the monsters, cutting each one into 2 parts. Thanks to the endless darkness, he could feed on energy while in battle. The longer he fought, the stronger he became. The number of predators did not matter. They were just food. Jenna was happy for her master. She saw the fruits of his training. The guy became much stronger. Ben sat on a mountain of corpses. All the predators that came out of the portal were destroyed by one person. However, despite the fact that the hero absorbed their energy, he was tired and could hardly catch his breath. He understood that although he had absorbed a lot of energy, it seemed that it was not enough to make a breakthrough. Moreover, the hero was physically exhausted. Ben remembered that the ability to control the earth was a useful thing, that Predator could feed on the life force of the flora and fauna around it to continuously supply itself with strength. Therefore, the hero decided to also use the SR rank ability, Exploitation, because he once absorbed it too. His plan worked, and the guy's strength began to return. Even his wounds began to heal. Looking around, the hero did not see any more enemies, which means they had dealt with the consumables. Kathleen and Leia joined Ben, and now it was their turn to deal with the bloodthirsty kings. 5 dangerous enemies stood at the portal, and hundreds of swords were pointed at them. It was a squad of heavenly sword riders. Lillian said that they could restore the houses, but she only had 1 man. The leader turned to her enemies and said that today this place will become their cemetery. The Grandmaster told his allies that they were surrounded and completely defeated. This was a first for the bloodthirsty kings. Eric replied that it was even more interesting that Guy had been a vessel of endless darkness for a long time, and he was tired of holding back. The thug decided to finish off Ben first and then find the head of the fencing school. A mysterious figure in a cloak forbade him to touch the hero. Eric was surprised and asked why he shouldn't do this. Because he is their target. The Grand Master slowly began to lower his hood and said that their goal was endless darkness, but its energy was not enough. It needed to be recharged. His face opened. It was Grandmaster Lloyd. He replied that the guy's ability now would not be able to awaken the ancestor level. Ben stood and looked at one of the 5 bloodthirsty kings and for some reason froze in place. The hero plunged into himself because a voice inside him said that this man was the same person. He remembers his face. Ben turned around and noticed that he had not heard this voice for a long time. It was familiar to him. It was Kel's voice. Kel said that although he could not remember the specific situation, he did not forget his face. It was the face of the very man who killed the former king of the Protoss Kel. Ben realized that his enemy was Lloyd. The guy remembered their agreement to help take revenge. Kel said that the master was strikingly different from the hero's previous enemies. He was an extremely dangerous person, and even at the peak of his abilities, the king was no match for him. And alas, Ben was far from the peak, so in his current state, his chances of winning was 0. The guy was amazed to hear such words, but he knew that if one cannot win, then there is another way to do it. They need to join forces to win. This battle is not for the sake of him alone, but for the sake of preserving the entire country of women. Moreover, this time the hero will not fight alone, but together with his defenders. Kathleen was heading towards the enemy and thinking about what already belonged to Ben, so she was ready to give her life protecting him. Leia was interested in another enemy, her brother. The girl decided that today would be his last. Lillian began to concentrate her ability and ordered her swords to attack. Suddenly, out of nowhere, stars appeared in the sky and seemed to be starting to fall to the ground. Lillian sat on her floating blade as hundreds of swords flew towards the bloody kings behind her. It seemed that so many swords could not be repelled, but suddenly the sound of blades hitting the wall was heard. All the swords that Lillian aimed fell to the ground without hitting their opponent. The head was disappointed. The kings used an unexpected technique that was similar to the ability of her friend. A protective sphere of wings formed around the bloody kings, which repelled the attack. These were the black wings of a fallen angel that were as strong as steel. Eric said that since he couldn't touch the bearer of endless darkness, then he would take care of Lillian. Lloyd replied that he could do what he wanted with her. The brute prepared to attack and said that everyone who is in the sky is his prey. Let the rest not interfere in this battle. The man jumped into the sky with great speed, trying to get closer to the enemy. Eric clearly saw the target in front of him. He shouted to the leader that it was time for her to taste his fist. Suddenly, a strange object flew next to him, which he could not immediately notice, which is why he let it come so close. Eric assumed that it was a secret weapon since it flew past him, but then he realized that it was not so. It was a cigarette that someone threw at him with great speed. Unexpectedly for the king, the cigarette butt exploded, and the power of the explosion threw him away from the head. Eric fell to the ground and rolled along it, leaving a mark until he hit a rock. The dust from the fall cleared. The thug was slammed into the rock with such force that it left a small crater in it. He was furious. The man did not understand how one cigarette butt could cause such an explosion. He wondered who dared to attack him. Suddenly, someone slowly began to approach the offender, and Eric asked if this was her doing. The elder of the country of women smoked a cigarette and replied that every rabble is not worthy to fight with their leader. The girl exhaled smoke from her cigarette and said that she would be enough for him as an opponent. Eric grinned and replied that he was only here for the sake of the head, and he didn't care about the girl opposite. By the standards of the Protoss guards, his level is equal to S rank, so he wanted Betty to call the leader because only she is worthy to fight him. The elder exhaled in disappointment. She thought that the man had a lot of muscles, but his head was empty. The girl already regretted throwing a cigarette butt at him. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, a battle was taking place between two girls. Pink threads resembling tentacles rushed to attack. Kathleen raised her leg and skillfully repelled the enemy's attack. The paladin was serious and wanted to protect her loved one. Suddenly, a mysterious figure greeted the girl she had fought with earlier. It was Judy, the fatal poison, who noticed that Kathleen was alive and well. She wondered who was lucky enough to neutralize the poison. Paladin immediately blushed and replied that information about her personal life did not concern her. The girl with violet eyes grinned and said that in the whole country there is only one man. This is Ben, and there was no one to help except him. Judy added that only someone whom Kathleen loves with all her heart can neutralize the poison. She assumed that the paladin had been in love with him for a long time, and the girl did not expect that she would help bring them together. Judy lightly touched her breasts and asked Kathleen if she liked eating the forbidden fruit. The paladin was already burning with shame and asked not to say nasty things to her and to think before speaking. In her imagination, she hugged Ben tightly and thanked him for his help. And the guy replied that he could give his life for the girl. From such warm words, the girl passionately kissed her beloved on the lips. Ben reciprocated, and Kathleen thought that from now on she would be his personal paladin. No matter what happens to the hero, she will always be able to heal his wounds, both physical and mental. Kathleen shook her head and said that it was a disgrace to imagine such a thing. She could not concentrate on the enemy while there was nothing but nonsense in her head. Meanwhile, in another part of the field, the battle was already in full swing. Two warriors crossed their swords. In battle, Leia collided with her older brother Blake. This battle was destined for them by fate. Blake told his sister that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the girl had grown a lot. Leia also had not seen her brother for a long time, and therefore she was wondering what happened to his left hand. Blake seemed to have already forgotten that he had lost his arm, so he did not immediately understand what the girl meant. But then the Bloody King replied that he had demonstrated to his teacher what he had learned from him. Hearing these words, Leia was stunned. It turns out the old man knew that this day would someday come. The warrior called the guy an animal because Kunai had so many hopes for him, and he killed him like all the innocent people before. Blake replied that he himself was sorry, but he didn't have to choose, because he was already going his own way, and there was no turning back. The girl tightly grasped the cursed sword in her hand and said that because of this piece of metal, her brother renounced everything. She got into a fighting stance and said that only today would she use it to take her own brother's life. A battle was also flaring up in the sky. Lillian and her students looked at the fallen angel flying up to them. The girls mentally compared the most important advantage of women. Lillian's breasts were full and large, whereas Sif's were rather small. The leader sarcastically told the girl that apparently she had problems with physical development. She probably didn't eat enough. The dumbfounded Sif replied that large breasts are not a reason for great conceit. Ben also had his own opponent. The guy stood on a mountain of corpses and waited for the strongest enemy to attack. The guy understood that 4 bloodthirsty kings had already found opponents, and only he was inactive. His target was Ben, but the mysterious man did nothing. Lloyd just stood and waited. The guy began to be annoyed by his opponent's calmness. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth, and sound waves began to come out. From a great distance, the words of the Grand Master reached Ben. He said that the guy should not worry because he would only have one opponent. Ben was horrified that Lloyd understood his train of thought and answered him at such a distance. The guy assumed that the master could read them. Elder Betty once talked about Lloyd's abilities. He received a disgusting ability of SSR rank, ability theft. He is able to remove a person's ability and infuse it into an object, thereby creating a magical talisman. It's no wonder Kel was so wary of him, because Lloyd just needs to collect more talismans. In theory, he could have countless abilities. The Grand Master has already shown a couple of impressive abilities, the first being teleportation over vast distances. The second ability, but no less terrible, is the control of a huge number of predators. The man has now demonstrated a third ability, transmitting voice over long distances and possibly reading thoughts. The worst thing was that Ben didn't know what other abilities Lloyd had. In principle, little was known about him. He was a rather difficult opponent. Suddenly, the whole earth began to move. The hero thought that an earthquake had begun, and perhaps this was one of the abilities of the Bloody King. But this earthquake turned out to be the destruction of a rock, exactly where all the civilians were located who took refuge from the invasion. Ben assumed that this was where the enemy Lloyd had told him about was located. A huge elephant's foot appeared from behind the mountain, walking slowly, destroying everything around. It was a huge white elephant, the height of a whole mountain, on which the king of beasts sat. The elephant smelled the scent of young maidens and wanted to find them quickly. The green lion suggested that not only their girls were hidden here, but also the women living in the country. The frightened girls saw a huge monster from which a strong, overwhelming aura emanated. They understood that all their warriors were on the front line, and they themselves could not defeat these monsters. But suddenly a fragile girl came to their defense and told the residents not to be afraid of predators. After all, the leader ordered her to protect them, and no matter who her enemy is, she will not retreat. The brave girl vowed to protect all the women in her country until her last breath. The huge white elephant praised the ardor of the young protector, saying that she was a worthy follower of her teacher. However, if she longs for death, then the divine beast will gladly help her with this. The white elephant blew towards the girl. From the force of the blow, trees were uprooted from the ground, and all the earth in the area rose into the air. The Green Lion said that his brother had gone a little overboard and he should be careful because he could hurt their ladies. The elephant replied that he had spent a lot of effort to destroy the mountain and was not yet used to his new strength. However, when the dust cleared, the warrior was still alive, although she had suffered quite a bit. The girl repeated that as long as she remained alive, the predators would not harm her people. Residents of the country cried because the girl was sacrificing herself for their sake. She deserved to be called the head's bodyguard. The white elephant did not expect that the warrior would master his signature move, so he attacked again. The elephant reared up and used its trunk as a weapon to swat the girl like a fly. The bodyguard understood that things were bad and she needed to use all her strength to survive the blow, but she was unable to even raise her hand. The girl closed her eyes, preparing for death. She understood that she could not die without completing the leader's task. There was a roar that could be heard throughout the edge of the forest. The elephant hit the place where the girl was with its trunk. The beast was confident of victory because no one could physically survive such a blow. The Green Lion praised his relative and said that he is cool. It's not for nothing that he calls him his brother. The girl stood in the same position and thought that she had already died. However, the sensations were strange. For some reason, the bodyguard did not feel pain before her death. Suddenly, she heard the voice of a guy who thanked her for her help. Ben held the predator's trunk with his swords and said that only thanks to the will and efforts of the girl, her people were saved. Now the beauty doesn't have to worry about anything because the hero will take care of the monster next. She was a little embarrassed by the guy's heroism and thanked him for saving her. The residents recognized Lillian's boyfriend, and the girls breathed a sigh of relief when they learned that he had come to their rescue. Ben addressed his opponent, calling them animals. The guy said that if the monsters want to fight, then he doesn't mind making a campaign for them. After these words, he struck the predator's trunk. The elephant screamed from his injuries and suddenly raised his trunk, forgetting that his brother was sitting on his head. Due to the elephant's clumsiness, the Green Lion fell and landed on the ground. The king of beasts knew that his relative's trunk was as hard as metal, however. The boy cut through it effortlessly. Probably it was all due to the sharpness of the blades. Suddenly he saw a strange picture in front of him, which made the king of beasts a little embarrassed. There was a bird hanging on the tree which was tied up and furiously trying to move. The lion saw a familiar silhouette, but could not see who it was. Looking closer, he realized that his little sister was hanging on the tree, begging the lion to save her, but there was a gag in her mouth that prevented her from saying anything. The animals were brothers in spirit and not by blood, so they could understand each other without words. Susan said that the guy standing in the clearing kidnapped her from the cave and tore her away from her relatives. He tied her up and left her here, stealing her inner energy day after day. The girl suffered so much from his abuse that it was painful for her to even live. She begged her brother to save her and save her from this torment. In the imagination of her relatives, Ben beat Susan with a whip while she was tied up and told her to scream louder because he got pleasure from it. The animals were angry that this libertine dared to insult their dearly adored sister. Ben was surprised when the animals called her sister, but then he realized that the goal of the monsters was not to capture the inhabitants of the country, but to save this vulgar girl. Hearing the hero call his sister, the enraged Green Lion roared with maximum volume, calling his comrades into battle. The eyes of the elephant and the bird turned red, and instantly they felt a surge of strength mixed with rage. Susan broke all the ropes that bound her and spat the gag out of her mouth. The bodyguard was surprised that the eagle's strength was restored because Ben took her energy every day, leaving only what was necessary to maintain life. Susan asked Ben if he expected her to instantly be filled with strength and freed from captivity. The guy suggested that the lion's roar helped her recover. Hawkgirl replied that it wasn't just about recovery. His roar raised the morale of his allies, increasing their combat power in a short period of time. Ben chuckled, noting that it looked like a dope or buff from the game, a good skill for a support hero. Susan stated that she and the lion surpassed the spiritual level, and no matter where the hero came from, he had no chance against them. The eagle was embarrassed and told the guy to prepare for death she would double the pain that he caused her. After these words, the girl rushed to attack Ben, saying that the hero would now feel all her anger. She struck the guy in the stomach with lightning speed. The speed received from the lion's roar was so high that the hero did not even have time to react. Ben skidded across the ground and crashed into a rock, stopping him in his tracks. Dust rose from the plowed ground in which the guy stood and coughed. The eagle was surprised that the hero had no reaction to her attack. Susan went mad and screamed that as long as she was mad, the guy had no chance of winning. The dust began to clear and Ben appeared in it. He was protected by his blue barrier, which he stole from Steve. The guy smiled and said that the girl was quite fast, but her attack power was weak, and the hero was even faster. Ben gathered dark energy in his hand and sent it towards Susan. The black comet instantly overtook the girl. She noticed that the guy also had high speed. However, her speed was also on par, and Susan easily dodged the deadly projectile. The comet landed next to the eagle. A loud explosion was heard due to the force of impact that was put into this attack. Susan was stunned by the power she saw. She noticed that the hero's damage was very high and was not inferior to Lillian's attacks. Ben's ability to absorb energy was not as simple as it seemed to her at first glance. While she was thinking about the guy's skills, he disappeared. The girl was surprised that she didn't even have time to notice the hero. Meanwhile, Ben was already standing behind Susan and stretching his hands to her magnificent breasts. The guy grabbed the girl by the piquant part and began to absorb the energy. Susan immediately blushed from such impudence. Ben said that if the girl did not want him to absorb all her energy, then she should do what he said. Susan replied that she understood, but did not want the guy to whisper in her ear, because it was very sensitive. The eagle remembered that this had already happened. Once Ben sneaked up to the girl, and she didn't even notice it. She has always been proud of her speed and insight, but she cannot decipher the hero's movements, and the eagle was a predator on a spiritual level. The defenseless girl began to cry because she realized that the guy's strength exceeded her level. Susan's brothers did not stand aside. They were outraged by what Ben did and called him a lecher. The great white elephant shouted for the hero to let go of the girl and attack the guy with his assertive breath. His attack missed Ben because at that moment Susan and the guy flew into the sky. The hero told her to try her best to fly away so that the animals would admit their mistake. Susan pretended not to listen to Ben and screamed at the top of her voice, begging her brothers to save her. The elephant and the green lion ran after the bird, which flew further and further. The wounded bodyguard watched as a huge white elephant walked away from civilians. It seems that she began to guess that Ben had taken the dangerous animals away from the girls. The bodyguard fell to the ground exhausted. She understood that the danger had passed and she could finally rest. The elephant and the lion looked stronger than that girl with wings. If they started fighting in this clearing, then all the inhabitants would suffer. But it was difficult to finally determine who would win and who would lose. The beauty smiled and thought that the guy was much more caring than she imagined him to be. The animals chased the offender. They came to a place where there was not a soul around. Ben understood that they had gone a sufficient distance, and now they could deal with their opponents. The hero pushed off the bird and jumped up. Once in the comics, he saw a wonderful technique of fist fighting, and now the guy decided to use it. Ben himself could not emit a huge stream of blinding light, but he could use the one he already had. The green lion could not follow the guy because in this position, the sun blinded his eyes. The sun was so bright that while the lion looked at it, his eyes hurt, and he closed his eyes. Ben took advantage of this situation and flew towards his opponents, attacking them. The guy hit the green lion in the face with his fist. The beast did not see this attack because the hero outwitted him. The power of even Ben's simple attack was great, and the enemy flew some distance away from the guy. The hero summoned his two swords. He understood that he couldn't linger here because the guy didn't know how things were going in the country of women, and Lloyd was bothering him. Therefore, the hero decided to seize the moment and kill the green lion at once. The beast landed, and only he had time to come to his senses when he immediately saw that the guy was running towards him. Ben's lightning blades rang out, instantly striking the enemy. The green lion flew away from such a force of the blow and fell from the white elephant. During the flight, Blood poured from the king of beasts. There were so many wounds that it seemed that there was damage on every part of his body. Susan was stunned when she saw that her best brother in the world was killed by this idiot. She couldn't believe it. Ben looked at the lion, which fell down until he was out of sight. The guy said that now it was the elephant's turn. However, suddenly a lion fist flew at him from behind him, making it difficult to dodge. The eyes of the king of beasts glowed red. He hit the hero with his blow and said that his brother had not yet reached his turn. Ben fell off the slope with a crash and crashed into the ground, scattering all the trees in the clearing. Having traveled quite a distance, the guy stopped and stood up. Ben spat some blood from his mouth and got into a fighting stance, but the green lion managed to beat him up a little. The hero wondered why he inflicted fatal damage on the lion, but it was not that he did not die, but only became stronger. The green lion stood on the back of his brother. A red aura was coming out of him. The white elephant told him to release all the energy of the stone of overcoming. A bright stone shimmered in the center of the king of beasts' chest. He said that even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would help take revenge on his sister, on the one who had offended her. The stone of overcoming sparkled more and more brightly. It filled the king of beasts with strength and promoted him to a higher level. The white elephant also had such a stone, and they both began to release their power. The elephant said that the lion had long been carried away by tease and forgot about battles, but for the sake of his sister, he would sacrifice his principles. Hearing these words, Susan burst into tears. She was proud that her two brothers stood up for her. The bright red aura grew larger and larger. It looked like a huge scarlet flame that was flaring up and was about to burn the entire forest. The hero noticed that the power of the stone was so great that the forest began to tremble from such power. The last time Ben had such a similar feeling was during the battle with Dean Lee. The green lion charged all his power and was ready to attack. He addressed his opponent, calling him a libertine. The king of beasts told Ben that he assumed that the hero had never encountered a predator that had surpassed the spiritual level, so today the green lion would teach him a lesson in manners. Suddenly the beast felt a piercing pain that ran through his entire body, his strength running out. He fell to his knees and blood poured from his mouth. The lion realized that Lloyd had deceived them and there was something wrong with his stone. Ben and Susan were stunned by such an unexpected outcome. Right now the hero had lost his opponent and the sister of the animals had lost her protectors. Following the green lion, the white elephant fell to the ground. Susan did not understand what was happening and what happened to her brothers. The bloody king watched the scarlet aura that was in the sky. He realized that the time had come. Lloyd wanted Ben to kill the animals, and then 2 doses of energy from predators that had surpassed the spiritual level would become his. The white elephant shrunk in size and lay next to the green lion. Susan flew up to them and asked why her brothers suddenly changed their shape. The green lion croaked that it was all about Lloyd. He deceived them all, despite the fact that they had surpassed the spiritual level. This power, when released, on the contrary, injured them. Now the animals were powerless, and that libertine would easily finish them off. Before the hero understands what happened, Susan needs to escape. The lion did not want them all to die here. The white elephant supported his brother. He told the eagle to listen to her brother and save herself. The animals wanted the girl to live her life for the 3 of them. Susan watched her dying brothers and tears appeared in her eyes. The girl began to sob and said that because she was eager to attack the country of women, her brothers died. Therefore, she firmly decided that if her brothers were in trouble, she would not abandon them, but would protect them. The hero came close and the eagle noticed him behind her back. He was terrible in the eyes of the animals, a real monster who would bloodthirstily cut them in half right now. The eagle was frightened by the guy's stern look. She assumed that Ben realized that her brothers had lost their powers. The girl sat on the ground and began to beg the hero to let her brothers go because they only wanted to save her. They were not interested in the country of women. Susan was embarrassed and said that if the guy did not harm them, then she would agree to any demands. The green lion told his sister not to agree to anything because Ben is a libertine and has vile thoughts. In the lion's brother's imagination, Susan sat in an indecent pose in a maid costume and prepared to repay her debt to Ben. The guy asked the eagle if she really agreed to any demands. She firmly answered that she would do whatever he wanted, as long as the animals remained alive. Suddenly the hero said that he wanted the animals to unite with him against Master Lloyd. If Ben understood correctly, then the lion and elephant lost their shape precisely because of him. The guy realized that he gave them the opportunity to transform, to help him absorb their energy, so he did not attack, waiting for him to become stronger, or rather not he, but his endless darkness. Susan would have agreed to this demand, but she said that her brothers were seriously injured and would not be able to help in the fight. Ben snapped his fingers and said that it was okay because he had prepared for this battle in advance. A blue fog began to appear above his head. Susan was surprised by the appearance of this colorful energy. The blue mist transformed into the form of a beautiful girl who asked if the new master was calling her. It was the spirit healer from the energy of thousands of souls, the sacred light of Lin. Ben explained that Lena is one of the spirits he freed from Steve. As long as the spirit is attached to the physical shell, it is able to use abilities. After these words, the guy ordered the spirit to move into him. Susan could not understand where the hero had so many abilities. The guy looked at his former opponents, then at the spirit. He ordered his subordinate to cure the animals. The beautiful spirit immediately obeyed its new master. While Ben treated his new allies, the battle continued in the land of women. Judy chased Kathleen, who ran away from her by jumping through the trees. The poisonous lady laughed because the invincible paladin suddenly rushed to run away. She was wondering what the girl was so afraid of. She assumed that it was because she was making her remember shameful things. The dear paladin closed her eyes and tried not to think, because every time she saw Judy, her mind became cloudy and her thoughts began to get confused. She understood that in such a state there was no point in fighting. She needed to get rid of obsessive thoughts. While she was thinking about the battle, she didn't notice where she ran. She was surprised by what she saw. Kathleen ran to a small lake and flew straight into it. The paladin realized that the water would help her come to her senses. The girl dived into the water with acceleration. She sank deeper and deeper, trying to hide from the enemy. Kathleen didn't think about anything. She didn't even understand how to fight. So now she was simply drowning, trying to get rid of Judy's poison. Suddenly she opened her eyes and realized that the water had helped, and the vulgar thoughts began to recede. The girl began to stay near the surface of the water, but she realized that water was a temporary measure, and she had to come up with a way to resist the poison beyond it. Otherwise, the paladin would not win. Kathleen saw bubbles rising to the surface of the water. At that moment, she figured out how she could win. Her thoughts were interrupted by Judy's spiked whip, breaking the surface of the water and heading towards Kathleen. The girl was surprised when she saw that her sweet, tender neck was wrapped as if with a rope. The noose tightened, and the thorns pierced Kathleen's neck. The more the whip was compressed, the more damage the thorns caused. Judy stood on the shore, and as if she was catching Kathleen with a bait, she shouted that she would get the paladin even in the water, and she could not hide from her. The girl pulled out Kathleen, whose neck was bleeding and unable to breathe. The paladin fell to the ground, and the whip released her. The girl immediately coughed up blood, greedily swallowing air. Judy approached the wounded girl and asked why she wanted to oppose the bloodthirsty king for the sake of Ben. Was this guy really worth it? The poisonous lady mocked her and advised Kathleen not to let herself be deceived by a man, calling her a fool who fell in love for the first time. The girl was breathing hard and began to heal her neck. At that moment, her gaze became stern, and she told Judy not to speak badly about him. Judy said that Kathleen couldn't even save herself, but she was still thinking about Ben. There was poison everywhere here, so the paladin couldn't even hope to gather her strength. The poisonous bloody king swung his whip and said that now Kathleen will die a miserable death. The spiked whip slammed into the sweet girl, striking her again. But suddenly, Kathleen was not injured. She caught the enemy's weapon with her hand, and her hand began to bleed from the sharp thorns. She looked menacingly at Judy and asked why she thought she couldn't win. The poisonous king was surprised that the girl was able to stop her attack, because this is not how they usually react to her poison. She imagined that Kathleen would sit there embarrassed and say that she was completely wet and would look for someone to help her take off all her clothes and help her dry. The paladin stood up and held the whip tightly. Judy could not believe that the girl had somehow managed to cope with the effects of the poison. Kathleen sharply pulled the enemy's weapon, pulling the offender towards her. The paladin had enough strength in his hands. Judy flew straight towards the girl and did not understand what she was doing. Kathleen caught her enemy by kicking him. The girl said that Judy will answer for the words she said about Ben. The poisonous king flew to the other end of the lake, jumping across the water like a small pebble. Furious, Kathleen said she was fighting for love, the face of which her opponent could not resist. Judy lay on the ground and could hardly move. She felt as if all her bones were broken after all. The fame of a paladin was well deserved. But it seems the poisonous king began to guess how the girl managed to resist the poison. The fact is that her whole body is shining. She probably covered herself with a completely energy shell, isolating herself from the poison. The girl realized that if she managed to break it, she could win. Suddenly she looked at her chest and noticed that she was all wet because of Kathleen. At that moment, she noticed that from the other end of the river, a golden figure jumped into the sky. Kathleen crossed the entire lake in a split second and flew towards Judy. Attacking her, she asked what this pervert was staring at. Judy was amazed at the paladin's speed. The girl did not give the king even a second of respite. Kathleen closed her eyes and gathered all her strength into one blow. She told her enemy that now she would feel all the pain on her own skin. The paladin delivered a stunning blow with her sharp blade to the ground where Judy stood. The force of the blow was colossal. Instantly, half of the rock was cut, but the poisonous king managed to jump away. She fell from the cliff and was stunned by such power. The girl understood that if Kathleen had hit her, not a piece of her would have been left. The paladin was not going to stop. She shouted that now Judy would feel what it was like to be buried alive. The poisonous lady did not even have time to rest. She was surprised that the attacks were being delivered too quickly. The girl had not yet landed, but a huge piece of rock was already flying towards her, which Kathleen cut into many pieces. A huge number of stones rained down on Judy. She understood that she would not have time to avoid them in flight. Judy fell to the ground, followed by rocks that buried her alive. However, they did not harm the girl. She broke out of the rubble and shouted that Kathleen was pissing her off. The indignant girl wanted the paladin to kill her as quickly as possible. Kathleen landed next to her with lightning speed. The girl was not going to stop and wanted to win. She heard Judy say something to her, but it was hard to hear at the height, so she asked her to repeat it. Judy became agitated and replied that she didn't say anything. The paladin must have heard it. Suddenly, the bloody king began to tremble. She was surprised by this and did not understand why she was seized with fear at the sight of Kathleen. The girl could not believe that there was another person besides Lloyd whom she feared. Not long ago, Judy drove her to despair, and now in front of her stands a woman who is full of strength for battle. Wasn't Kathleen lying? And it's all about love, which gives her the strength to go forward and not stop. In desperation, Judy threw her whip to the ground, not wanting to fight anymore. She fell to her knees and thought that because of her ability, she got to see the disgusting side of people. Therefore, she always neglected men and never believed in love, did not even talk about it. Judy has been alone for as long as she can remember. It's hard to even imagine that there is a cozy and familiar feeling of love. Only thanks to Lloyd, she was able to continue to live. At that moment, the girl decided that she had had enough of murder, blood, greed, and constant darkness. She wanted to be like Kathleen and live happily. The paladin watched the trembling Judy and did not understand what was happening. She assumed that the girl had lost all her fighting spirit. However, based on the experience of fighting the poisonous king, Kathleen assumed that she was up to something, so it was impossible to show pity. Kathleen charged forward. For the sake of Ben and her happiness, she wanted to continue to fight with all her might. Judy asked to stop because she had given up and did not understand why the paladin still wanted to kill her. Kathleen waved her divine sword and said that this was probably a trick, and she did not believe the girl's words. The blade glowed with a bright light, and the paladin launched her final attack on her opponent. Judy did not move and simply closed her eyes to accept her fate. However, to her surprise, she did not die. In front of her stood a figure in a dark robe who saved her from death. Kathleen was amazed that someone could stop her devastating attack. She was also stunned that Lloyd, who had suddenly appeared, was able to stop her blade with just one finger. The Grand Master came to the aid of his subordinate. If he had not arrived in time, then Kathleen would have won this battle. Judy couldn't believe her eyes. She asked her master if he had come specifically to save her. Lloyd calmly replied that he did not expect that the enemy would be able to break the psychological defense of one of the 5 bloody kings. The Grand Master looked at Judy gloomily and said that he was very disappointed in her. The girl was more afraid of Lloyd than Kathleen and excitedly shouted that she was very sorry about this. Realizing that the enemy was very dangerous, the paladin decided to retreat. She sharply jumped away from Lloyd. The girl understood that this old man was different from other people. His true strength was immeasurable. There was no need to panic, and Kathleen needed to be more careful when fighting him. Suddenly something crackled. The paladin looked at her sword, on which cracks appeared. The sword could not withstand the load and burst. The paladin was stunned that just the force of one blow from Lloyd was enough to split her blade. The Grand Master asked if Kathleen really thought she was stronger than him. The Master offered to become his subordinate because he needed to replace Judy, who had retired, with someone. The poisonous lady became sad and bowed her head. She again realized that she was simply used and abandoned. Kathleen shouted that Lloyd might not dream of the paladin becoming his subordinate because she was going to stop the bloody king with her own hands. The black robe barely noticeably moved towards the enemy. Judy noticed this and was once again convinced of how strong her master was. Grandmaster Lloyd closed in on his enemy in a split second and grabbed Kathleen by the neck, lifting her into the air. His strength was colossal. The defenseless girl could not even move from the pain she felt. The gloomy, bloody king replied that he was very sorry because this was not the answer he wanted to hear. Meanwhile, at the other end of the forest, another battle was in full swing between a girl and one of the bloody kings. Betty ran away from Eric while smoking her cigarette. The fighter was furious that the girl was constantly running and not fighting with him. The elder turned around and answered the enemy that he was a fool and that he had better look around. Eric stopped and saw hundreds of sparks around him. He didn't understand where they came from and assumed that they were attacking from Betty's cigarette butt. At that moment, he realized that the elder had outwitted him. She was not running away, but setting a trap. There was a powerful explosion that shook the entire area. Every spark left by the girl exploded. Instantly, the entire forest was engulfed in fire. Now the battlefield was engulfed in flames and made it impossible to retreat. Betty sat on a tree and said that this is an SSR rank ability, detonation. At her request, even one spark can create an explosion with the power of a grenade. Since Eric was the king of heaven, she wanted him to taste more explosives and turn into ashes. The girl thought that she had won. But suddenly, she heard a man's voice, which appeared in the center of the raging flame. Eric said that such vile methods may work against small fish, but they do not work on a real man like him. Betty only set his clothes on fire. The thing is that the ability of his rosary is to neutralize the magic around him. The ability is called Golden Arhat. The rosary blocks all the damage done to Eric. Betty was dumbfounded because she knew that this was the ability of the Kunai Master, and Lloyd's ability, Dispelling, was only released if the enemy was dead, which meant that the great monk was overtaken by the bloody kings. While the girl understood what happened to the S-rank guard, Eric was already approaching to attack her. The guy threw his blow, but Betty managed to react and jump away from him in time without receiving damage. She smiled because she realized that she was still fast enough to evade the king's attack. But suddenly, to Betty's surprise, her clothes were torn and a sharp pain pierced her body. She fell to the ground with a crash and blood poured out of her mouth. The elder felt that all the organs in the area of her abdomen were torn apart, but she did not understand why this happened because she definitely dodged the blow. She was horrified by the man's appearance and assumed that Eric owned more than just what Lloyd had given him. The Bloody King continued to beat the girl. She could not avoid his blows and became more and more helpless. The girl lay on the ground exhausted. All her organs were damaged. Eric said that she was too weak. Betty began to lose consciousness. The man was disappointed in the elder's powers because he had just begun to have fun. He approached the girl and kicked her in the stomach, telling her to wake up if she was still alive because he wanted to play with her longer. The girl could not move and only coughed up her blood, which came out of her nose and mouth. Through the unbearable pain, she whispered that it was all about the gloves They enhanced his attack. Eric grinned. He said that the elder of the country of women was still understanding something. She was right. His gloves were also enchanted by Lloyd. From all the damage he received, the guy could make an air explosion. So the more damage he received, the stronger his attack became. This is one of the abilities of his explosive fist. The Bloody King said that due to the fact that Betty was on the verge, it would be boring to play with her further, so he decided to finish her off with one blow. Eric charged his gloves and delivered a savage blow to the girl that should have killed her. However, right before he struck, his fist stopped and hundreds of gloomy eyes appeared around him. Eric didn't understand what was happening, he couldn't move, and even an air explosion couldn't be used. And where did all those eyes come from, which made the guy's body numb? Suddenly, someone kicked him hard in the face. The Bloody King was sent flying by the blow straight into the raging flames. It was Ben who managed to come to the rescue in time. The guy told Betty not to move and to rest. The hero added that he himself would deal with the Bloody King and only then heal her wounds. The elder looked at the guy in surprise. His aura was very calm, as if the guy was confident in his victory. Eric stood up after such a blow and said that this was outrageous. Even the golden figurine of an Arhat was powerless. Ben still managed to hit the man on his beautiful face. Although the Bloody King had no idea what the hell the guy was doing, but from the moment he left a mark on his face, he was destined to die. Suddenly, to Eric's surprise, a white elephant, a green lion, and an eagle emerged from the flames and joined Ben. The Bloody King was indignant. He asked why they were together with the hero and not on their side. Susan shouted that the Bloody Kings dared to plot against her older brother, so the three of them went over to the light side. And now, Ben is their older brother. Eric grinned. He said that now they have 3 traitors. Apparently, Uncle Eric will have to take good care of them. Ben asked Brother Leo to strengthen him with his furious roar. The King of Beasts replied that he understood the order. A loud roar of the beast rang through the thicket of the forest, which filled all his comrades with strength. Ben's eyes turned red, and he felt the buff of the lion's roar. The blood throughout his body was simply boiling, and the thirst for battle was incredibly intensified. Now that the guy is in this state, the one who will die today is Eric. The gloomy eyes of the Asura appeared around the Bloody King. The man again could not move or use his abilities. At that moment, Ben dealt him a crushing blow, which left a second mark on the enemy's face. The force of the blow sent Eric flying into the air, his impenetrable rosary once again unable to protect him. Before he had time to land, Ben flew up to him. The hero said that the spirit of the Asuras was intimidating his target and spiritually weakening it. For a short time, all the powers were sealed, including abilities. For Eric, this was a disgusting ability. Ben used it again so that the kunai beads could not save him. The hero, overcome with rage, dealt a powerful blow to the Bloody King's stomach. Due to the powerful blow, Eric went to the ground with lightning speed, so the hero helped him land faster. The power was so high that the man, when he landed on the stones, bounced off them like a ball. All his clothes could not stand it, and burst. The animals watched this picture and could not believe their eyes. Susan said that they seemed to have chosen the side of the right person. Betty was also stunned as she watched the fight. Ben's power was so high that he instantly forced Eric to suppress his incredible thirst for killing. Now the elder realized that the hero actually had a chance to become the savior of the country of women. Eric lay on the ground and did not understand how the guy managed to strike him, because he had never lost in his life and had never experienced such humiliation. The Bloody King was furious. Lloyd told him that the golden Arhat figurine would protect the body and the explosive glove would give him strength. He was supposed to become invincible. However, these strange eyes were an exception. Eric believed that Ben was not his opponent. The hero sat on a tree and said that judging by the way Eric looks, he is not ready to accept defeat. The Bloody King defeated Betty only with the help of the advantages that the artifacts gave him. But Ben believed that there was no way the guy could defeat him. However, the hero understood that all the energy that he spends on the Asura spirit can be saved and increased because he has already used this power 3 times, so he needs to do without it for some time. The guy decided to bluff. Eric didn't think that he would ever meet a person who didn't value him at all, because not everyone can become the owner of Lloyd's artifacts. These magical objects absorb all the enemy's hatred before death. When worn for a long time, the body absorbs the spirit of grievances and then goes out of control. Besides Lloyd, only Eric could endure the effects of these artifacts. Betty and Susan were surprised by what the Bloody King was saying. They understood that the cooler the body, the more artifacts they could use. Eric flew into a rage and said that his flesh allows him to use 12 artifacts at once. Light shone around the fighter's body, the flash blinded our heroes, and the king transformed. Sparkling armor appeared on the body of the Bloody King, which was filled with ominous power. Eric summoned his artifacts and said that this is his most powerful equipment on Earth, and in the sky no one will surpass his perfect armor. The fighter laughed hysterically and assumed that Ben was already so scared that he couldn't utter a word. Betty looked at Eric. His armor that covered his body sparkled. She understood that when he fought with her, he did not use all his strength. The girl was worried about Ben. She wanted to know what the guy would do in the face of such power. The hero stood and was silent. His new animal comrade supported him, saying that he was their strongest brother. Suddenly, he said that in order to wear his armor, he just needed to resist the spirit of hatred. Eric was surprised by what was said. He realized that the guy was up to something and he had a plan. Ben replied that the Bloody King's artifacts looked too pathetic and he thought they would suit him better. Eric was shocked by the words he heard. He realized that the guy wanted to take away his artifacts. Meanwhile, the first sounds of battle were already heard in the sky above the country of women. Sif said that there are a lot of people in the country of women. She asked Lillian if she knew why the angel chose them as her opponents. The leader exhaled and replied that of course she knows, because other than this reason there is no other explanation. Sif was surprised by the answer. She thought that Lillian had already guessed everything if she said so. The head of the country of women enthusiastically said that the real reason is that the fallen angel is simply jealous of her because her breasts are larger than Sif's. The girl was indignant at such stupidity. She asked not to discuss her breast size with her. She looked so defenseless just to accumulate energy. The girl grinned and said that she still had an ace up her sleeve. Suddenly, the defenseless, fragile girl began to transform. Her breasts became much larger, and her body no longer looked like that of a small girl. Sif transformed into her true form, a six-winged fallen angel. Now the situation has completely changed, and now the inhabitants of the country of women should have envied her. Her breasts were simply huge. Lillian would no longer be able to mock her because she was clearly losing this battle. The students of the leader of the fencing school were embarrassed when they saw such a size. They understood that they pale in comparison with her. Sif must have exceptional talent. Lillian replied that the girl had turned from flat to a cash cow. She advised her to be careful with this image, otherwise her breasts would sag. Sif said that the girl is pretending because her envy is written on her face. She has already lost in the breast issue, and now she needs to show her real skills. Chains began to appear around her delicate hands, which emitted an ominous aura. Sif ordered her soul shackles to entangle her opponents. Lillian grinned and said that these were just pathetic chains, and they would not hinder her in any way. Such an attack was too naive. Sif looked at the head and replied that she had not thought of attacking her. This attack was not intended for her. At that moment, Lillian realized what had happened. She was fast, but her student was not. The leader of the fencing school turned to look at her subordinates. All her students were shackled in gold chains and could no longer move. The girls tried to escape, but it was useless. Their bodies were numb and all they could do was watch the battle. The students begged their leader to help them because the girls would soon not be able to breathe. Lillian was afraid for her subjects. Each of them could only rely on the strength of her mentor. The leader was worried, but was able to firmly answer her students that everything would be fine with them because she was nearby. She proudly raised her sword and said that Lillian, the leader of the school of swordsmen, would protect them from everything. The proud girl swung her sword in order to cut all the chains. But suddenly her blows did not go through and could not cause even the slightest damage to the bonds. Lillian did not expect this. She did not understand what was happening and why she could not cut the chains. Sif laughed. She told the girl not to waste her strength in vain because these chains are made of metal, hardened in hell. There is no person who could cut them. People entangled in soul chains will be quietly attacked by the inhabitants of hell. Their will gradually be suppressed. The girls screamed in pain. Sif added that within a few minutes, all the students would meet death in horror. Watching Lillian's dear followers die one by one, she will not be able to fight. Nothing plunges people into despair like this. Lillian was saddened. She told the cash cow not to rejoice too quickly. From the moment she became a swordsman, there was nothing she couldn't cut. The girl gathered all her power into the blade and swung it with lightning speed. To Sif's surprise, all the chains broke, despite their demonic strength. The girls were glad that now they were not trapped and did not see the monsters from hell. Sif looked at this sight and did not understand how this was possible, because no one had ever been able to completely free herself from the chains of the soul, but this girl took and cut all her chains. She asked Lillian how she managed to break the chains of hell, no matter how strong she is. In the end, her abilities are no greater than those of humans. Lillian was outraged by the fact that she was called an extraordinary person. She advised Sif to open her eyes. After all, right now the battle will unfold in the face of the fallen angel. Lillian stood proudly and prepared to attack. Several divine blades appeared behind her. Sif realized that a fencing master, these were not just big words, Lillian was really very strong. It seemed to the fallen angel that the shining power over the leader was the height of perfection. However, this still could not scare her. She is Mr. Lloyd's best warrior and cannot lose in this battle. Therefore, the girl decided to attack first. She sent dozens of her hellish chains towards Lillian. The chains almost flew towards the leader, but she calmly commanded her phantom sword to protect her. Once again, all the chains broke and did not have time to overtake Sif's rival. The fallen angel was surprised that Lillian didn't even move, but simply used her power to repel the attack. Suddenly, the girl disappeared along with her swords. Sif realized that Lillian was going to attack, however, it was too late. She was on top, right above the head of the fallen angel. Lillian said that the girl's large breasts seemed to be keeping her from moving. After these words, the graceful leader struck the fallen angel with her blade. The girl immediately rushed to the ground and landed in the forest with a roar. Sif lay on the ground and tried to catch her breath. For her, this attack was terrible, and she could not allow herself to be exposed like that again. The girl tried to get up and was shocked that she, a fallen angel, was knocked to the ground by some person. If she did not kill Lillian, she would no longer be able to look the master in the eyes. While Sif was thinking about her place in society, the leader of the country of women was already preparing to attack her. Lillian pointed at the fallen angel and ordered her swords to give her a meteor shower. Suddenly, hundreds of swords rained down from the air, piercing the defenseless Sif's body. The fallen angel noticed that the swords were so fast that she didn't even have time to blink an eye, and they had already pierced her. Behind the girl's back, two wings lost their shape. She understood that even with such skills, Lillian would not be able to kill her. The leader also noticed that her wings were disappearing and assumed that each wing could neutralize fatal damage. Suddenly, Sif clasped her hands and began to chant a spell in the ancient language, a pentagram appearing in the center of her hands. The pentagram rotated faster and faster, then a huge purple beam burst out of it with which Sif wanted to shoot down her enemy. Lillian readied her sword and said that she was not afraid of this attack. The girl rushed towards the fallen angel and cut the deadly beam in half. Sif was shocked because Lillian was only a human. The fallen angel thought that the girl seemed to have merged with the devil or a deity. She looked at Lillian, who froze in the sky. The girl was able to cut through the stream of hellfire with her sword and not take damage. However, this attack was difficult for the girl and she was a little out of breath. Lillian asked Sif if this was her strongest move, since it looked like a show. The leader immediately landed on the girl and said that a real warrior would not show off. Sif realized that the girl had landed too quickly, and there was no way she could dodge. Lillian pierced the fallen angel with her sword and said that every blow she struck hit the target. The leader looked at the wings and noticed that another one had disappeared, which means she was right, and each of them neutralizes the fatal damage. She only has 2 more fatal blows left. Suddenly, chains appeared around the warrior, which instantly tied her up. Sif pulled Lillian towards her, and they pressed each other together, chained together. The two girls' breasts collided, and they felt a pleasant sensation. Lillian was embarrassed. She did not understand why the fallen angel tied them together. Sif replied that although they looked a little shameful, the leader's techniques would no longer work. Suddenly, one of Lillian's swords began to move behind the girl's back. The leader began to guess what Sif was going to do, raising one of her flying swords. The fallen angel replied that the girl was right. She was going to pierce both of them with this blade. The fact is that Sif has one more wing left, so she will not die even if the sword hits her heart. But Lillian would not survive such a blow and would die on the spot. The girl did not understand how she could allow this to happen and lose to this cash cow. The leader closed her eyes. She couldn't believe that she would die here. She shouldn't have died because she still had a lot of unfulfilled things to do. She wanted to live happily ever after with Ben and meet old age with him. Her cherished dream was to give birth to a child to a hero. Suddenly, Ben appeared near the girls, who was stunned by what he saw. The guy asked what they were doing here. Sif was not happy to see the hero, but Lillian, on the contrary, was happy to learn that her boyfriend had come to save her. The fallen angel said that saving the girl would be difficult. At that moment, Ben opened his mouth, from which he breathed a spell and said that there would be no difficulties. Sif realized that he was using depraved poison. She was surprised that Ben could also use Judy's trap. The beautiful angel blushed. She realized that she was losing control because this technique works flawlessly on girls. After a couple of seconds, she lost control and only lust was visible in her eyes. Ben was like an archangel in her mind. She asked him if he would pull her out of the abyss of loneliness. The girl was interested in how she could repay the guy. Sif offered to serve her archangel. Ben watched the squirming girl and thought that the effect of this depraved poison was very cruel. His allies arrived to the hero. He ordered them to tie the girl tightly while she is delirious. Her thirst for murder can be very dangerous. Susan replied that there would be no problems because she upgraded her binding technique by spying on it from Ben. The girl added that even the European obeyed her technique. Eric was glad that he was not the only one who lost the battle. In the end, if you think about it, the guy was hard on himself because losing to Ben was forgivable since he is as strong as Lloyd. They are real monsters. About 5 minutes ago, Eric stood beaten in front of the hero. He felt a trembling when he saw Ben raise his hand. The hero told the enemy that he could not even dream of victory because now they would finish, because Ben could not spend so much time on the thug. Eric got scared and shouted that he was giving up because his strength was already running out. Ben began to approach the Bloody King. Seeing this, Eric panicked and said that the hero could take his artifacts in exchange for his life. The Bloody King fell to his knees. Ben said that he did not need his armor because it was broken, but he would take the rosary. Eric agreed with this decision and said that his earrings were still intact. The fighter held out his hands, in which were the kunai master's rosary and magical pink earrings. Ben did not expect that after the death of the kunai master, Lloyd would begin to use his things, as his friend, the guy, wanted to help his soul find peace. The hero took the rosary in his hands and called upon the power of 10,000 souls. The soul of the kunai master, freed by the technique, appeared in front of the guy. The monk greeted the hero and said that he did not think that their next meeting would look like this. Ben told the old man that his soul was already freed from Lloyd's shackles and he could safely go to heaven. Kunai replied that he could not go to the Western Paradise yet because his soul still harbored grievances and he needed to finish one thing. Ben told the monk that he could do whatever he wanted, and if he needed to finish the job, then so be it. The master's spirit began to dissolve into thin air, and finally he thanked Ben for helping him. Suddenly the hero noticed that something was also happening to the earrings. They began to emit a blue glow. A voice was heard from the earrings. He asked Ben to help free himself too, because the guy had just helped the old man's soul. The accessory contained the soul of a sweet girl, Joanna, who asked the guy to also free her and let her go. She told the hero that he is the owner of the power of 10,000 souls and controls all souls that are not included in the cycle of reincarnation. As soon as the hero says the word, the girl will gain freedom. Ben asked her if she was a sorceress, although the guy was not the type who liked to force women, but he could not let her leave just yet. The hero needs Joanna's strength. He asked her to help him in the war with Lloyd. Hearing this name, the girl was surprised. She was amazed at the calmness of the guy. Joanna assumed that the hero did not know who the master really was. However, judging by Ben's determined eyes, he was confident in his abilities, and his words were not an empty phrase. The beauty smiled and said that she understood Lloyd. This is the man who imprisoned her in pink earrings, so she will help the hero. Joanna made him more resistant to the forces of darkness. The hero would be able to suppress most of the magical damage he received, and the girl also knew many forbidden spells that could be used in battle. Earrings sparkled on Ben's ears. The guy said that Joanna is very strong, and he hopes that she will take care of him. Eric was shocked. He was content only with reducing damage, and thanks to the control of the dead, Joanna revealed all her techniques to the hero. Meanwhile, at the other end of the battlefield, another battle was in full swing. Blake commanded water and said that his family's previous techniques were lost. Even his father could not defeat the guy, and Leia especially could not. The Bloody King said that in an age when everyone has their own talent, there is only one path for the mediocre, and that is death. Leia sat bloodied on the shore. She shouted for the guy to shut up because he has no right to defame the name of the head of her clan. Blake replied that this sword that the girl was holding in her hands was just a waste of resources. Therefore, the guy decided to destroy Leia and began to collect water in his sword for attack. Streams of water headed towards the girl. Leia knew that this was a comprehensive attack. Apparently, the guy decided to destroy her once he used this skill. Suddenly, a golden aura appeared around the warrior, and someone told her not to be afraid because he would protect her. The spirit of Kunai appeared in front of the girl, who came here in order to continue his fight and correct the mistake. Streams of water hit the place where Leia stood, but a golden aura shone beneath them. It was the dome that Kunai created. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She asked the old man why he was still alive, because Blake killed him. The monk replied that it was all about Ben. He gave the poor old man a chance at redemption, so the master will help Leia defend against Blake's attacks. The girl only needed to attack. She replied that she would rely on the master. Blake also noticed a familiar soul. He said that the monk had died, but still wanted to stop him. The guy had already lost his arm in a fight with him. The Bloody King would not run away in the face of the blade. Blake looked at the master and said that he was a coward and it was not his fault. Kunai did not listen to the student. He told Leia that she did not need to suppress the power of the demonic sword. She needed to release it, otherwise they had no chance of winning. The old man looked at the core that was glowing in the girl's chest and added that she did not need to be afraid, because the light was merciful to her. This core, which the girl once acquired, will help cleanse herself of the magic of the demonic sword. Leia decided to take a risk. It might take her a little time, and so she trusted the protection of the kunai. The old man spread his arms wide and told the girl not to worry. He would not allow her to have problems. A golden barrier appeared around Leia, protecting her while she tried to control the power of the demonic blade. Blake was already losing patience. He sent another attack towards the barrier. Water flows hit the impenetrable shield of kunai. However, the golden barrier protected him. Blake kept trying to break through the defense, but his attempts were unsuccessful. The master asked the student if he had forgotten the power of the teacher's protective techniques. Blake's water could not harm him in any way. The Bloody King flew towards the barrier and said that the old man had relaxed in vain, because the golden figurine protects too. Therefore, its power should weaken. Kunai knew that the guy was right. He was surprised that the Bloody King was able to guess about his weakness. Blake raised his sword and cut his old master's spirit in half. Along with the spirit, the dome of the kunai was also cut. The guy said that in fact, the monk could no longer hold back the full force of his attack. However, Blake looked at Leia and realized that he was already late. The old man managed to detain him. A demonic aura was concentrated around the girl. The guy guessed that she wanted to seize the power of the blade. The blade became covered with a scarlet color reminiscent of blood, and at that moment he awakened. Leia opened her eyes. Her pupils became dark with red outlines. She said that she saw in front of her someone who was about to die. Blake was furious. He shouted that the blade belonged to him and no one would dare take it away. Suddenly his hand was grabbed by Leia. She was much faster than before. Blake could not move. He asked the blade why he was doing this, because the sword chose him, not Leia. The guy had been waiting for this sword for more than 10 years. Blake did not believe that the blade did not remember him. Leia, suddenly dizzy, struck the guy. Blood poured out of his body mixed with demonic black power. Before his death, Blake was stunned. He did not believe that everything would end this way. The guy fell to the ground right into a pool of his blood. He coughed and died in front of his sister. The blade that possessed the girl said that he was just thirsting for blood and did not care who his owner was. Suddenly, Blake's second personality began to appear behind the girl and said that the sword would be his only. The dark personality said that only he can awaken the sword and no one has the right to take it away. After these words, the king tried to attack the girl. However, Leia cut off the head of Blake's second entity with one swift blow of her sword. The Bloody King did not believe that this was possible. This was not the outcome of the battle he expected. Deciding that the battle was over, Leia wondered who to kill next. She tried to leave, but suddenly the dying Blake grabbed her leg. The guy said that obviously the blade chose him. After all this, he couldn't just leave Blake here to die. The cruel demon in Leia's body turned around and stabbed the sword into the guy's body with one blow. This time, Blake died completely, and the demon was happy that the guy had finally calmed down. Leia said that she hates people who say the same thing over and over again. Suddenly, the girl felt a strange energy next to her. The warrior stood up and realized that a strong aura was hiding behind the mountain. She should go there and kill everyone there. Meanwhile, a new battle was unfolding behind the mountain. Ben came to Lloyd, followed by a drugged Sif and Eric, both tied up. The hero rejoiced that the Grandmaster had finally entered the battle. Lloyd said that the guy exceeded his expectations because he was able to capture 2 of the Master's subordinates. Sif looked at the guy and thought that when he gets angry, he becomes even more beautiful. Ben asked the Master where Jenna and Kathleen are now because he doesn't see them on the battlefield. The Grandmaster did not keep the hero waiting. He ordered the captivating cube to appear. Suddenly, a sparkling cube appeared in front of the hero. In this cube sat the captive Jenna and Kathleen, who were glad that their master had come to save them. Ben told his subordinates not to worry because the guy would definitely get them out of the trap. Jenna replied that everything was fine with them and the hero need not worry. She asked if her master was injured. Kathleen was also more worried about the guy than about herself because Lloyd was very strong. Ben said that he understands this, but no matter how strong the enemy is, he will not allow anything to happen to his girls. The hero turned to the master and offered him an exchange. The guy wanted to exchange Eric and Sif for Jenna and Kathleen. Ben added that this was a fair exchange, 2 people in exchange for 2 of the hero's friends. Sif was glad that in this form she could still help the Archangel and be useful to him. The Grand Master replied that he would gladly accept this offer, but the exchange would be for the wrong 2. Lloyd offered to exchange the girls for Ben, namely for the endless darkness that is hidden within him. Ben expected such an answer because the Master was obsessed with endless darkness and wanted to create an ideal body. But there is one caveat. Even though Lloyd was very strong, he still won't be able to make this ability stronger. The old man noticed that Ben was a very smart guy. He was even able to partially guess what the Master's power was, but he only half understood the reason why he needed endless darkness. The hero did not wait long and summoned his 2 lightning swords. He said that no matter what Lloyd's motives, he would stop his enemy with his own hands. The guy asked the lion to roar. At that moment, 4 figures jumped from the thicket of the forest and joined the battle. The 2 figures were Susan and the Green Lion. They wanted to repay Lloyd for daring to play on their brotherly feelings. The other participants were Lillian and Betty. The leader said that the Grandmaster would answer for hurting her sister and her boyfriend. The Grandmaster raised his shining staff and said that they overestimated themselves. This could not be solved by negotiations. The Master charged his staff, which he hit the ground with, and immediately a green pentagram appeared on the surface. Tornadoes began to appear from it. This was the power of the insane wind that Lloyd possessed. Betty fell from such an onslaught. She realized that the Master's staff could create a tornado of incredible power. Susan also came under attack. The eagle could not even get close to Lloyd due to the strong wind. However, there was a warrior who had nothing to do with this wind. It was Lillian who got close to the enemy. She tried to attack with her divine blade, but the old man easily dodged the attack. The Grand Master was surprised and praised Lillian's skills. She was worthy of being called a fencing master. The girl shouted to Ben that they would cope with the master and let the guy for now take care of saving Kathleen and Jenna. Lillian advised Lloyd to defend himself because now she would summon 72 of her amazing blades. The fencing master launched crushing attacks on the enemy until there were exactly 72 strikes. The master was not frightened by the warrior. He spun his staff and called upon the power of the fire of karma. A huge raging flame consumed Lillian. There was a lot of it, and it seemed to occupy the entire forest. After the attack, the girl stood completely exhausted. She could only say her boyfriend's name. Betty came to her mistress's defense. She said that it was unforgivable to treat Lillian like that. Next to the elder, jokes with fire are very bad. However, the master used the third element, piercing ice. Betty was surprised that he also possessed ice techniques. The girl froze in place. Her fragile body was frozen in ice, and she could no longer move. The Grand Master was not going to stop. He raised his staff into the air and summoned furious lightning. Susan looked at the electric sky and couldn't believe that the old man had electricity techniques too. Thunder roared and crushing lightning struck the animals. Susan and her brothers could no longer continue the fight, their forces overwhelmed by such a powerful attack. The Grand Master stood around the four elements and declared that his warm-up was over. Judy was amazed at the Master's abilities. At first glance, it seemed that the heroes had no chance. Perhaps Lloyd was even stronger than Kevin from Protoss. Suddenly, the girl's thoughts were interrupted by a crash and flying glass shards in the air. She turned around to see what was happening and couldn't believe her eyes. The captivating cube, the highest-level containment technique, was destroyed. Ben just took it and broke it. The guy stood and hugged his girlfriends, who were very happy about such hugs. Kathleen was embarrassed because their breasts were glued together and there were still people here. The girl was burning with shame. Jenna noticed that her master was not the same as before. Now he was more reliable. Lloyd explained that the guy could not break the cube. He simply absorbed it with his endless darkness. However, this was the Grand Master's plan. He was glad that the guy fell into a trap. Lloyd put a lot of magic into the cube. Ben could not cope with it, so he solved the problem in his own way when he realized that he could not destroy the magic cube. His endless darkness has already accumulated at his solar plexus. That's all he has in his body. Such people are only good for being fooled. The Grand Master rejoiced that the endless darkness would finally return to him. Ben froze in the air and looked around. It seems he didn't even listen to what the Grand Master was saying. The hero examined the battlefield. On one side lay a defeated green lion and a white elephant. Susan was also barely breathing and lay unconscious, sparks from the lightning still running through her body. Lillian lay burned in the middle of the raging flames and could no longer fight. Ben assessed the situation and asked Kathleen if she could heal the wounded. The guy decided to entrust this task to the paladin. The girl was glad that she could help the hero. She said that her healing abilities were more than enough. The guy turned and told Lloyd that his abilities were not enough to defeat Ben. The Grand Master replied that he was tired of talking, and it was he who allowed the hero to go so far. Ben decided to attack first. He instantly got close to the Master to launch his attack. Kathleen barely noticed how the guy disappeared. She understood that she was very far from his level because he was very fast compared to her. The main battle began. Ben stood opposite Lloyd and their gazes crossed. The guy asked the old man if he had enough strength to defeat him. The hero did not think that the great master would succeed. Lloyd grinned and said that the guy was getting arrogant ahead of time, and he would be very surprised when the fight started. Ben attacked first. He used the explosion to damage the enemy standing nearby, but Lloyd jumped away in time. Joanna's soul in the hero's body uttered a list of forbidden rose techniques. One of her techniques was the pink dance. A pink pentagram appeared under Ben, which summoned orbs. Lloyd said that he was not afraid of the rose techniques because eggs do not teach a chicken. He extended his hand in order to absorb the attack of the spheres. The pink comets hit the Grand Master's pentagram, but they were unable to go further. Ben gave orders to the girls. He told Jenna to reduce his gravity for maximum speed, and Kathleen should heal her teammates when the opportunity arises. Gravity began to decrease, and stones under Ben's feet rose into the air. The guy started towards the Grandmaster. The speed was maximum. When he ran, all the stones on the surface flew up from such speed. The hero instantly got closer to the enemy. Even Lloyd was surprised at such speed. Ben said that magicians are not very good in close combat. A purple fist, larger than the master himself, flew into Lloyd's face. The old man instantly fell to the ground from the colossal force of the blow that Ben had. The guy's silhouette was hidden behind clouds of dust. He said that the Grand Master had overestimated his capabilities. After all, the guy had 2 more trump cards unknown to Lloyd besides the Spirit of Asura. Judy was amazed that the hero was able to slam her master into the wall. She could not believe her eyes, because this had never happened. Suddenly, the girl felt a chill run down her spine. Standing next to her were Kathleen and Jenna, who were not very happy to see her and were closely watching the poisonous king. Jenna was embarrassed and said that the girls were going to heal the wounded. Then they better let her go because she understands everything and won't interfere. The old man lay slammed into the rock, but he was smiling and did not seem to feel any damage. The Asura spirit was a small problem for him. The Grand Master laughed hysterically like a true villain. He instantly jumped away from the rock and headed towards the hero. Although he was a magician, he also had impressive abilities. The Grand Master quickly overtook the hero. He hit the guy in the stomach with his staff, and at that moment, magical explosions swept through the guy's body. The master explained that now about 100 magical explosions thundered in Benet's body. The hero was doomed. However, his magical earrings activated a special power. The guy's immunity to magical damage was increased by 50%. The hero was bleeding, but could still fight. He told his opponent that he was doomed. One of Asura's hands took the Grandmaster's head, and the old man immediately felt staggering pain. The hero ran towards the cliff, holding Lloyd by the head to inflict maximum damage. The guy was furious. He shouted that Grandmaster Lloyd would die today. The old man realized that things were bad, so he summoned an ice crystal shield. Ben threw the master into the rock. From such a force of impact, the explosion was visible at a great distance. The stones in the rock were crushed, while the hero beat the old man with his purple energy and Asura's hands. The Grandmaster was covered in blood, the damage was colossal, and any other enemy would not have been able to withstand this and would have died. Sif watched the battle and was amazed at the incredible power of the Archangel. All that was left was to kill the strange man, and the girl would become free. Ben stopped his attack. The Blood King's robe was torn, and blood was visible all over his body. The hero froze in the air and prepared the sphere for the last attack. He said that the master lost because he created a person who should not have existed, so the old man's next stop is death. Suddenly, the Bloody King opened his eyes and shot a beam at the guy, shouting that he was still alive. Ben was preparing to bring down the purple star, but suddenly his body was pierced by pain from a ray that passed through the hero. Suddenly, Jenna felt some sharp pain in her fragile body. She had a bad feeling. Her heart was squeezing and as if it was about to jump out. The girl realized that something might have happened to the gentleman and looked in his direction. At that moment, Ben's attacks began to dissolve into thin air. The distraught old man said that the hero turned his own weapon against him and even mocked him. Pink earrings can neutralize only half of the magical damage. However, if you concentrate and hit twice as hard, then absorbing half the force will no longer help. The girls in love wanted to kill Lloyd because he did something to Ben. The warriors tried to attack the Grand Master but were immediately frozen in ice. A beaten-up Lloyd said there were problems, but it was all over. Ben hung in the air without signs of life. Lloyd decided that it was time to deprive the guy of his abilities. An ominous green aura appeared around the old man as he used his main ability, skill extraction. A dark green aura crept up to Ben's heart, who seemed to be already dead. The forces of the Grand Master tried to take away the endless darkness that the guy had. However, immediately a dark aura bounced off the stone in the hero's heart. Lloyd was surprised that his ability did not work, even though the guy showed no signs of life. The Grand Master is angry that he's about to kill the guy, but still cannot take away his power. Lloyd whipped Ben's corpse again in an attempt to extract power, but to no avail. The Grand Master realized that it was useless, which meant there was only one way out. The hero was dead, but not completely. The old man did not understand what was happening. Therefore, he decided to save the guy's body and then return and carefully study what the reason was. The master placed Ben in a ghostly cube. However, suddenly someone approached him. It was Leia, who was preparing to attack. The girl said that the master was the same strong man whom she felt. The warrior wanted Lloyd to fight her. Leia laughed hysterically. She wanted to hack the Grand Master to death. Lloyd grinned. Today he was twice lucky, because in the girl's body there was a second stone that was interesting to him. The Bloody King summoned many green pentagrams, activating his battle magic. Green spheres flew from the pentagrams towards Leia. This ability was called a destroying array. The demon inside the girl was happy to see such power. He was very interested in looking at her power. Each sphere crashed into Leia and caused a crushing explosion. Lloyd bombed the rock trying to hit the enemy. The Grand Master said that she did not know who she was dealing with. Probably only ashes remained from the warrior. However, Leia suddenly jumped out of the green fog and said that the old man was quite strong for a human. The girl dealt damage to the Grand Master with her blade. Lloyd was dumbfounded by such impudence. The Bloody King managed to dodge, but his cheek still suffered from the blow. Leia was surprised that he not only dodged, but was able to strike back. The demon said that their battle is becoming more and more interesting. He will not stop until he kills him. Leia and Lloyd clashed in battle. Ben froze in the cube, and Jenna, frozen in ice, watched this. While Lloyd and Leia were fighting, they did not notice that Ben was gradually regaining his strength at this time. Lena said that although she had no idea how the guy remained alive, she could heal all his wounds. Jenna realized that the whole point was in symbiosis. Her ability saved the master. Only the girl's breath was needed to save life. Because of this, Lloyd could not extract the power. Ben opened his eyes. The fire of revenge was lit in them. The hero will be the one who laughs last. Lloyd told Leia that he admired her eyes, filled with a lust for murder. In addition to the ability to extract power from the dead, he wanted to make her his servant. The demon bowed her head and said that the master was lying, because after they exchanged blows, she realized something. The girl became embarrassed and said that the real strong man she felt earlier was not Lloyd. The old man grinned. If it wasn't him, then who, because there was no one stronger than him here. Suddenly, a tired voice calmly called Lloyd. The old man knew who it was. The Bloody King turned around to see who was calling him. Suddenly, he was surprised by what he saw. The old man did not understand how this happened. In front of him was Ben, who was completely healed. Purple dragons were already flying around the guy, eager for the death of the master. The hero's eyes were filled with power. He told the Grand Master that the time had come for his death. The old man suggested that Ben's trump card was resurrection, but all strengths have a limit. He will not be able to resurrect several times. Suddenly, strange souls of bluish tints appeared in the air. Stray souls flew towards the Grand Master. They were ready to take revenge on him for everything he had done. The old man did not understand why there were so many of them. The fact is that they flew in from everywhere. For example, the souls of predators from the country of women who died in the mountains. There were also souls on the shore of the women's lake. One of them was the murdered Blake. Souls from the forest where many guards died also flew to the aid of the hero. Leia watched this spectacle. She realized that there were not so many souls even in her blade. All these souls gathered around Ben. It seems that he was the strong man whom the girl felt. She fell into madness, realizing that if she could kill the hero, then all these souls would become hers. Suddenly, Kel appeared in front of the hero. He said that he didn't think that the hero would now use the power of 10,000 souls. To be honest, the former king was also a wandering soul. Under the influence of the power of 10,000 souls, he clearly heard Ben's orders. Kel apologized to the guy for underestimating him. All this time, the former king slept in the hero's body and regained his strength. So now he wanted to help Ben avenge his death. The hero's power increased many times over. He thanked Kel and said that he would keep his promise. A bright flash of light shone, blinding Lloyd and Leia, Ben gathering all the souls into himself. The demon inside the girl could not help but tremble, because he saw in front of him simply incredible power that he craved. Lloyd couldn't believe that the hero had seized the power of the dead. It infuriated him that he didn't know about such an ability. Ben replied that the Grand Master himself endowed him with power and never paid attention to obvious things. He could only scour the darkness alone. This was the guy's last trump card, the power of 10,000 souls. All these 10,000 souls, combat experience, and skill had already merged with the hero's body, so Lloyd's chances were 0. The Grandmaster grinned because he thought that Ben was bluffing. Having summoned several stupid souls, he hardly became much stronger. Suddenly, a bright iridescent sphere flew towards the old man. The sphere touched the Grandmaster and exploded, causing him enormous damage. Ben, who shot at the enemy, said that he did not hear the words of the stupid old man. Suddenly there was an explosion as if something had broken the sound barrier. The hero instantly rushed towards his enemy, flying past Leia. The demon inside the girl was a little scared when he saw such speed. He understood that he was no match for the guy. Ben's rage went off scale. He wanted to take revenge on the bloody king for all the atrocities that he had committed. The beaten king stood up and shouted that the hero was just a puppy and could not laugh at the Grand Master. Lloyd raised his staff and commanded a giant ice dragon to appear in front of him. Instantly, a huge dragon appeared from the ice pentagram and rushed towards the quickly approaching Ben. The hero was not at all afraid. He said that anyone who stands in his way will die. The dragon quickly flew towards the guy in order to hit him. Lloyd laughed hysterically. He shouted that he also mastered summoning techniques. The giant ice dragon was his most powerful summoned animal. The dragon opened its mouth to fire a blast of ice, however, a purple beam hit its mouth. The animal didn't understand what had happened, and suddenly it felt something strange happening to its body. The ice giant dragon's body began to explode in all parts of its limbs. Ben did not pay attention to the beast. He gathered strength in his fist, saying that this blow would not only be for Kel, but also for all the inhabitants of the country of women. Lloyd was scared and understood that now it would not be sweet for him. He asked the hero to stop and talk. However, it was too late to talk. Ben dealt his crushing blow to the old man's body. The Grandmaster felt the full pain of the blow and involuntarily spat out a large amount of blood from his mouth. However, the attack did not end there. A huge purple ball burst out of Ben's fist, which inflicted many wounds on the bloody king. Leia was thrown away from the explosion. She was amazed, watching the power of 10,000 souls. She wondered if the old man could withstand such a blow. The stupefied Sif rejoiced at the guy's victory. She wanted to fly with him far and long after the battle. Judy watched the fight from afar. She was also surprised by the hero's strength. The girl assumed that at this rate, Lloyd would definitely lose, but it was unclear how Ben would treat her after the fight. The Grandmaster lay in a pool of his own blood and coughed, a large bloody hole in his stomach from the hero's blow. Ben was serious. He was no longer playing with his opponent and asked what his last words would be before his death. The beaten old man wheezed that the guy was rejoicing early because he still had an ace up his sleeve. Suddenly, the crown on his head began to shine, and strange red rays shot out in all directions. Leia, who was nearby, did not understand what was happening and what kind of light was blinding her eyes. Suddenly her mind was clouded by the rays that Lloyd was emitting. The old man went wild with madness and said that he had won because his ray of reason controls people with evil thoughts. Therefore, right now, Ben will have to fight with his ally, but if he does not want to kill Leia, he can surrender to the bloody king. Ben turned around and looked with a stern look at his bodyguard, who intended to kill him. Suddenly, gloomy dark eyes appeared around the girl, and she could no longer move. Lloyd trembled, realizing that his last trump card had not worked for the hero. Ben grabbed the old man's head with his hand, intending to make a final attack. The Grandmaster began to beg not to kill him because he knows the secrets of endless darkness. If the hero saves his life, then he will tell Ben everything and he will be able to become stronger. The hero leaned towards the bloody king and said that this was not necessary. Ben clenched his fist and blew up the Grandmaster's head, the lifeless body of the invincible fighter falling to the ground. The enemy's blood was dripping from the hero's hand. He supplemented his words by saying that he could ask Lloyd's soul all the questions that interested him. After the death of the Grandmaster, the ice in which Kathleen and Jenna were chained began to crack. Suddenly, the ice mountains split, and the blonde realized that apparently Lloyd had lost. Kathleen also guessed that the guy had won. She was glad that the battle was over. Lillian also came to her senses after the burns. The girl knew that her boyfriend could be relied on. The battle was over, and our heroes were now no longer threatened. Ben stood near the master's corpse. Suddenly, he began to use the 10,000 souls technique. The hero named the old man and ordered him to appear in this world. A blue aura began to emerge from the body of the once former king, which gradually gathered into one form. Restrained by the technique of 10,000 souls, Lloyd appeared to Ben. He called the hero master and said that he would listen to all his orders. Eric was shocked by what he saw, because his former leader bowed his head in front of some guy and called him his master. Ben ordered the old man to tell him everything he knows about the power of endless darkness. The Grand Master said that endless darkness is associated with the original predator. It is the key that helps to remove the seal from it. On the deadly island where Lloyd once lived, there is one sealed lair where such a predator lives. He said that if his master mastered this power, he would be able to rule the whole world. But the hero was not interested. Lloyd suddenly bowed his head and apologized for his rudeness, and Ben realized that no matter how strong a soul is, it will still obey him unquestioningly. The hero decided to talk to the spirit about the original predator later, because now it was necessary to restore order here. Leia was still under the power of the demonic sword. She said that the old man, whom she could not kill for half a day, was easily killed by Ben. The guy really deserved to be called the main strongman. The hero knew that Leia was under the power of a demon. He asked if the demonic sword also wanted to measure its strength with him. The girl replied that after such an impressive fight, there would hardly be a fool who would want to fight him. Ben bowed his head. He was glad that the demon understood that he was weaker than him. The guy used Asura's power and ordered the demon to leave the defenseless girl's body. Otherwise, the hero would use his power. Blade was in ecstasy at the sight of the hero's power. For him, it was the best sight to witness colossal power. The demonic blade fell to the ground. The voice of the sword said that it could change its shape endlessly. Therefore, the hero just had to wait. The blade promised that the next time they met, he would definitely finish him off. Suddenly, Leia's pupils turned white and she no longer looked distraught. The girl fell to the ground unconscious, and the blade stopped shining with a dark aura. Our heroes gathered their strength and left the battlefield. By evening, they were already in the country of women. The heroes decided to take a break at Lillian's residence and recuperate before heading to Protoss. Leia, who was unconscious, was lying in a bed in one of the rooms. Suddenly, she woke up. The girl got out of bed and didn't understand why her head hurt, where she was, and what kind of strange clothes she was wearing. Ben was in the room and watched her sleep. He explained that all her clothes were ruined, so she had to borrow things from Mrs. Lillian. The girl was embarrassed. She asked the guy if he had dressed her in these revealing clothes. The hero replied that Leia understood everything wrong. Jenna changed her clothes and washed her. Ben saw that the girl had woken up and was fine, so he decided to leave, but suddenly Leia stopped him. The girl repented. She said that she didn't remember much, but apparently she drew a blade against the guy, so the warrior asked for forgiveness. Ben smiled and replied that there was no need to apologize because she was under the control of a demon. The hero left the room and closed the door behind him. Leia needed rest, so the guy decided to take a walk. On the way to the garden, he met Jenna, who asked her master if the demon from the blade could appear again. Ben didn't know the answer to this question, but he knew that if they wanted to defeat the demonic blade, then most likely they could only rely on Leia. The hero turned to the spirit who was standing nearby and said that he leaves the protection of the girl to him. If something goes wrong, then Ben will destroy the soul. Restrained by the technique of 10,000 souls, Blake replied that he would not let his master down and would carry out the order. Ben continued his walk with Jenna. The girl told the guy that during the fight with Lloyd, he used her ability, symbiosis. Kevin told the blonde the secret of this technique. She did not expect that the master told the secret of this ability to Ben too. The hero replied that Mr. Kevin would not tell such a secret to everyone. The girl wondered how the guy found out about it then. Suddenly, Ben pushed the girl against the wall, which made her feel embarrassed. He said that he learned about the ability in a different way. The guy pressed himself against Jenna and replied that he guessed about her, just as he guessed about the girl's intentions. The sweet beauty was embarrassed because Ben was so close that she could feel his breath. From excitement, the girl did not understand what to do next. Her heart rate was rising, and she decided that in this situation she should just close her eyes and wait for her master's kiss. But suddenly Ben replied that he was leaving because he still needed to renovate the houses of the country of women. However, Jenna was determined. She said that she did not want it to end this way. The beauty boldly approached the hero and kissed him on the lips. She began to hint to the hero. Jenna said that it seemed to her that she was injured and she wanted to go to Ben's room so that the guy could examine her injuries. Ben froze in amazement. The guy realized that he could no longer resist. The hero opened the portal that he stole from Lloyd and led the girl into it, saying that she would be safe with him. The portal led straight to Ben's bed. The couple fell on it, and Jenna was surprised that the hero could even use the magic of teleportation. Ben asked the girl where her wound was. She was very embarrassed, but replied that she did not know, so let the gentleman find it himself. The hero did not have to be forced for long. He took off all the clothes from the girl and began a thorough examination of her. It was a beautiful night outside. Blake was guarding Leia, who had already woken up. The girl thought that the old man Kunai told her that the gift of light would help resist the demon, but he did nothing except cleanse the jade of sincerity. The girl did not understand how to use this power, but suddenly she felt something strange in her chest. The stone of light began to tremble. Leia noticed that as soon as Ben left, her chest began to ache. Apparently, thanks to the hero, the gift of light manifested itself. The girl was determined to find the guy. Then she would be able to understand what was happening to her. Meanwhile, sounds of things falling could be heard from Lillian's bedroom. The girl was looking for something and couldn't find it. She was trying to find an elixir handed down by an ancient teacher. Suddenly she found what she was looking for: balls of bear bile. This medicine not only protects blood vessels, but is also very invigorating. It was especially useful for men because it was considered an aphrodisiac. The girl blushed and thought that her boyfriend needed a good rest. Now she wanted to send this medicine to Ben so that he could improve his health. Kathleen was walking near Ben's room, thinking that although the hero had a ghost healer, she was not confident in her abilities. The girl was worried that the guy had received a wound that the ghost could not handle, and therefore she needed to go to the hero to help him heal his wounds. Suddenly, two figures appeared on the balcony near Ben's room. Judy asked her friend in a whisper why they climbed here and escaped from the dungeon. Sif said that she doesn't know when she will see the Archangel next time, so she wants to say goodbye to him. It will be enough for her to look through his window to see him. Judy was outraged. She couldn't believe that her friend had spent so much effort escaping from the dungeon just to come here and take one look at Ben. The Poisonous King understood that her spell, which the hero used, affected the fallen angel so much that she could no longer be saved. The girl did not know why she followed her. Suddenly, the two friends heard sounds of love that made them shiver. They turned around and didn't understand where this female voice was coming from. At that moment, everything only became more interesting. Sif couldn't stand it anymore. She opened the window and said that the Archangel broke her heart. He does such things, but not with her. The girl was disappointed. She asked the hero if she was beautiful enough for him. Suddenly, Lillian entered Ben's room, hoping to get a night with the hero. Kathleen and Leah entered the room with her, also hoping to get a little attention from the hero. Suddenly, Lillian realized what was happening and saw her boyfriend without clothes. The sight made her salivate. Kathleen was also stunned. She immediately blushed and watched the spectacle. Only Leia did not want carnal pleasures from the hero. She realized that in this situation, it was better for her not to meddle in this room. However, the thread of the gift of light again led to Ben, and the stone only began to react more strongly. Suddenly, the sparkling stone in the girl's chest began to glow brighter and brighter. Leia's body did not obey. The stone in her chest carried her straight to the hero's room. Ben didn't understand why the endless darkness reacted this way and why he was being carried in the other direction. Naked Jenna lay in ecstasy on the bed and did not understand where this bright light came from. Ben and Leia slammed their chests together, the two stones pulling towards each other with incredible force. The gift of light and the endless darkness resonated and began to emit a bright light that radiated throughout the room. Ben got embarrassed and said that Leia bumped into him with her balls. The girl was also not happy with this pose. She asked the guy not to say what was already clear. Sif was shocked. She said that it was mean to jump in line. The girl forbade Leia to be rude to her Archangel. Lillian said that Leia had not been taught etiquette. Kathleen supported her friend and said that of the three of them, she was the last in line. Everyone seems to have forgotten about Jenna, who thought she should be first in line. Passionate moans were heard from Ben's room, mixed with bright rays of light that came from Ben and Leia's stones. Lloyd's soul sat nearby and heard these sounds. He realized that his master's genius was manifested not only in battles, the guy was cool in everything. The old man knew that if light and darkness could unite in his body, he would become the strongest man in the world. The hero tried to deal with the girls all night. Morning came in the land of women, and the roosters had already begun to wake up the inhabitants. Ben also woke up after a hard battle. He stretched and declared that he slept very well. The guy understood that he spent too much energy on the battle with Lloyd. He felt that his body was overexerted. But after sleep, this feeling disappeared. Suddenly the hero noticed an update in his body. Endless darkness and Leia's gift of light united into one. The hero did not understand where the golden stone came from. The guy tried to pull him out, but it was unsuccessful. The hero realized that now they were one. Suddenly, a half-naked girl appeared in front of the hero, waiting for him. Ben turned around and saw that one of his companions was also standing behind him. 6 girls stood above the hero, who said that they were really looking forward to him waking up. They asked if Ben had gotten enough sleep yesterday. The hero was embarrassed. He couldn't believe that he did this to all of them at the same time. Sif blushed and said that she woke up and felt something strange. It seemed like her size had become much larger. Leia also said that she felt how her body was filled with vital energy and strength. It seemed that they all became stronger. Ben understood everything. After he received the gift of light, anyone who sleeps with him will become stronger. Although endless darkness is an inexhaustible source of power, the human body is not capable of continuously using it. However, the gift of light, in addition to purification, is intended to bestow abilities on people. Light and darkness are united in Ben's body, which means he can freely control his power and gifts, divide them between girls or someone else. Kathleen was already looking forward to a night with a hero. She thought that now they could all become as strong as Ben. The hero replied that in theory it would be so. In the end, they would be able to find out in practice. Jenna asked what kind of practice the guy was talking about. Judy became embarrassed and began to touch her lock of hair. She said that everything was clear here. Everyone needed to sleep with the hero again. Ben confirmed the girls' words. Ultimately, practice is the only way to know the truth. All the girls immediately took off their clothes and rushed to the hero in order to have a good time. After their diligent practice, Ben finally confirmed his theory. After one evening of relaxation in the land of women, restoration work began. Leia was surrounded by Ben's spirits, who seemed to be waiting for something. The girl lowered her sword. Suddenly, the tree that stood opposite her began to crack. Leia gracefully chopped the tree into many planks to repair the houses. The spirits were happy that the deforestation was over. The girl noticed that the speed of the sword had increased. Apparently, this is the power that Ben gave her. Jenna also helped with the repairs. She lifted the tree into the air and, together with the spirits, carried it to the master. A legion of trolls carried a tree. Jenna watched over them so that no one shirked. They brought harm to the country of women, so now it's time to repay their debt. The animals also helped. The white elephant said that he would never have thought that they could build. He noticed that he was born for this. With so many souls and former enemies now working in the city, it seemed that there would be no more problems. Ben, Lillian, and Kathleen sat on the roof of the house and watched the spirits. The girls were worried that the souls might rebel, to which Ben replied that they were too weak. Kathleen asked how the spirits fight then. Ben replied that they have only 2 options. The first is to rely on him, sharing experience and strength with him, as in the battle with Lloyd. The second option was quite simple. You just had to give them their own bodies. However, providing spirits with bodies was not an easy task in reality. The reason is that there are no people willing to joyfully give their body to a spirit that is in no way connected with them. Lillian told the guy not to worry because she could help him find the bodies. There is such a thing as engineering. The girl asked if the hero had heard anything about it. Ben asked if Lillian meant the instant doll creation technique and if the girl knew how to use it. Lillian replied that her mentor had mastered engineering technology, but due to the fact that she devoted herself entirely to fencing, she ignored engineering training. However, this rare book was always with her. Kathleen was surprised that the place in her chest was suitable for storing books. Lillian gave the book to Ben. If he can master engineering with the help of it, he will definitely build dolls for those spirits. The hero was very happy about the gift because it was a real treasure. After several months of hard work, the work of rebuilding the country of women was completed. Although Eric was freed from the ropes, Ben deprived him of half his strength. For his crimes, he will guard the gate to the country of women for 30 years. As for the rest of the women in the country, they had almost recovered from the battle with Lloyd. Of course, their lives have also changed a little. Today, Lillian and Ben will report on the execution of the order. The girls gathered at the gate of Lillian's house to see more of Ben. After defeating Lloyd, he rarely appeared in public. Meanwhile, in the chambers of the leader of the country of women, Ben was talking to someone. The ghost of the past king admired his doll body. It was simply perfect. Even the clothes seemed to be from his past life. Kel asked Ben if he was sure of his decision to give the doll's body to the king. The hero replied that this body was created specifically for the master, so from now on he can be free. The shackles of the 10,000 souls technique were removed from Kel, which made the master even surprised. He realized that he was now free, and the dispelling of the technology felt like the beginning of a new life for him. Kel asked the hero why he needed all this. Because he could still be useful. Even as a ghost, the king could enhance his techniques. Moreover, now he had a new body. The spirit of the former king did not believe that Ben, like him, wanted to give up such power. The guy replied that this was not a refusal. If Kel had not brought him into this world, the hero would now be chained to a hospital bed. It was the king who granted him freedom. Therefore, in order to thank the master, Ben also decided to grant him freedom. Kel thought that in fact the hero had freed himself from all obligations much earlier. For the fact that the king saved him during the battle with Lloyd, the guy did not owe him anything. Creating such a human body is not so easy. The hero must have tried very hard. Kel did not doubt his choice. Using the light core and darkness core and the technique of 10,000 souls, also together with Kathleen and Lillian, those high-ranking, generous assistants. Only Ben can become the new king of the Protoss and even the whole world. The hero asked what the master plans to do when he leaves. He replied that he had not thought about it yet. Ben said that today he would return to the Protoss throne room. He wondered if the master wanted to join him. Kel calmly exhaled and replied that he would not go to the Protoss because he had already died and did not want to return there anymore. Therefore, the king simply thanked the guy for giving him freedom. Since Kel begins to live again, he decided to become a monk. The master said that he would go and thoroughly enjoy this world. Meanwhile, at the top of the sacred mountain, Eliza was thinking about the hero. She looked into the distance and thought that a lot of time had already passed, and Ben still had not returned. His task should have already ended. The girl was worried that the guy liked it in the country of women, and he did not want to return. Eliza said that she was giving the hero one more day. If he did not return, she would be furious. Kevin overheard his daughter's conversation. He clutched his tea tightly and decided that if the hero did not return it today, then he himself would get it out of the country of women. Meanwhile, hard work was going on at the Protoss Research Center. Sarah noticed that work was going worse lately. The fact was that she was very worried about Ben and Jenna. Another guy's girlfriend at his house screamed that she was very bored. The little demon was offended by the hero because without him she had no one to play with. She decided that when he returned, she would definitely teach him a lesson. Weapons Master Vanessa confirmed the girl's words. Without Ben, it seemed to her that life had lost all its colors. Suddenly the girls heard some passionate moans. Lucy didn't like this lecherous voice. Vanessa noticed that it was coming from the second floor, and there was Ben's room. Someone in the guy's room was making lewd noises. It was Jessica who smelled Ben. So much time had passed, and she could still smell his scent. It was enough for the succubus to inhale the guy's scent, and she immediately began to shine. Suddenly, a bright portal began to appear at the other end of the room. Ben came out of the portal and watched as Jessica enjoyed herself while lying on the bed. The hero asked the predator what she was doing on his bed. The girl did not expect to hear this voice right now. Jessica turned around to make sure that the voice she heard belonged to the one she was thinking about. Ben and his girls arrived in Protoss and successfully completed their mission. Jessica jumped into the guy's arms. She said that she suffered a lot while he was gone. She couldn't wait to continue where they left off. Suddenly, someone else jumped out of the portal towards the girl, leaving dark feathers behind. An enraged Sif collided with Jessica's chest. The predator did not understand what was happening. The fallen angel shouted that Jessica was a libertine, and she would not allow her to take her god away. The succubus was not happy to see this lady. She told her that if she grew breasts, this does not mean that everything is allowed to her. Judy was worried that Sif had just arrived in Protoss and had already quarreled with a family member. The girl wanted to figure out how to reconcile them. The poisonous king decided to use her trump card and began to cover herself with pink patterns. The girl ordered her depraved poison to activate and spread it throughout the room. Jessica didn't understand what was happening to her. She felt as if she had been hit by a weak electric current. Vanessa came into Ben's room and asked Jessica if she was doing something strange in the hero's room again. She entered the room filled with Judy's poison and was surprised. The feeling was strange. Her body seemed to be paralyzed. It was the first time she felt this and asked Ben to help her. Jessica also asked the hero to help her because she also needed to be saved. Ben slapped himself in the face when he saw this picture again. He didn't want to play with the girls to death. The hero worked all night to neutralize the effect of the poison. After diligent efforts, the girls were finally freed from the spell and united with new family members. Ben sent Dracula a detailed report about what was happening in the country of women. The three vouched for Sif and Judy and spared their lives. On that day, 2 major news was announced in Protoss land. Unfortunately, Master Kunai died in battle with Lloyd. Leia found the old man's grave and came to say goodbye to him. The girl brought a beautiful bouquet of flowers and said that the monk's will was not forgotten, so he could sleep peacefully. She left flowers on the hand of her late brother, whom she defeated in battle. The news told of a large-scale battle. All of Master Lloyd's subordinates who wanted to kill the king were defeated in the country of women. Thanks to the endless darkness, Ben became a celebrity in the Protoss overnight. The girl watched the news where they praised the hero. She realized that the guy had risen from rags to riches. Mary, Daniel's mother, drank wine and could not believe that even Grandmaster Lloyd had fallen at the hands of a hero. It seemed that the girl was unhappy that Ben had treated her younger brother Kel worse. Joseph sat on a mountain of garbage and read the news. He could not believe that someone had killed the 5 bloody kings. Adam said that the one who was able to defeat them was truly great. He was sure that it was Kevin's student, or someone even cooler. Joseph raised his head and replied that the guy was wrong. It was Ben who graduated with his student. Adam was shocked by the news. He realized that he was very far behind his opponent in development. Meanwhile, throughout the Protoss, videos were played of the hero fighting the 5 kings. Passers-by began to pay attention to Ben. The whole city already knew the hero by sight. The guy walked accompanied by Eliza. Passing girls began to say that the hero had become prettier and was not at all like the one who was at the selection meeting. The crowd also began to whisper when they saw the girl nearby. They were wondering why they were walking together, because it looked like a date. The girl was embarrassed to feel so many eyes on her. She just asked Ben to go out with her for milk tea, although it was just the 2 of them, which means it was actually a date. The hero looked at Eliza and said that she was blushing. He asked if she was hot right now. The girl immediately became worried and replied that she was just hot and not at all red. Suddenly, a fast sports car drove up to the 2 heroes and stopped next to them. A girl in red heels and with ample breasts got out of the car. It was Principal May who asked if Ben remembered her. The hero recognized the headmistress and asked what she needed from him. The girl apologized for interrupting their date. The fact is that one person wanted to see a guy and he needed to follow the director. After some time, our heroes arrived at the residence of Count Dracula. The Count apologized for distracting the hero, to which he replied that nothing bad had happened, but Eliza was disappointed that her date was interrupted. The king's deputy said that he would not waste time. The position of the kunai master was now free, and he had been thinking about it for a long time. The Count believed that Ben was the best candidate to pass on the title of S-rank 4th rank guardian to him. Eliza couldn't believe her ears. No one in Protoss history had ever become guardian from number 10 to number 4. Ben replied that he had little experience and therefore could not take this place. Kathleen or Lillian would be better suited. The Count replied that for a bodyguard it is not experience that is important, but real strength. The potential of endless darkness was clear to him. During the last meeting, he noticed that the hero was stronger than the two girls he was talking about. Ben only needs to pass one test, and then he can rightfully take the place of number 4. The Count said that although he knows that the guy is strong, he does not know how far Ben could go, so Dracula wants to see it with his own eyes. Ben did not understand the governor's words. He assumed that Count Dracula wanted to fight him. The master immediately coughed and said that, of course, he did not want to fight because his methods were more delicate. He turned around and invited someone to come out to them. A beautiful girl appeared from the door of the palace, ready to carry out the orders of her master. This was the king's bodyguard, Shaman Claire. She did not expect that Ben himself would become her task. The girl became embarrassed and said that if the guy is the target of the examination, then she cannot vouch for the accuracy because the rest will not understand. Count Dracula tried to calm the girl down and told her not to be embarrassed because expertise is her strongest side. Eliza decided to ask a question. She asked what this examination meant and how it would be carried out. The hero explained that with the help of her gift, the girl would determine specific indicators of strength, almost like a research probe converts combat power into numbers. Claire confirmed the guy's words, only her result is not numbers, but colors. Her hair changes color as soon as she feels someone else's power. The powers are divided into red, brown, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. And taking samples is a rather specific process. The girl needs to lick the skin of the subject with the tip of her tongue. The hero understood why the girl began to feel embarrassed then. Eliza didn't like Claire's words. In her imagination, Claire will lie in bed with Ben and she will lick his entire body. The girl thought that she had never had such intimacy before. She considered herself too uninitiative. After some time, our hero prepared to find out the power of his abilities. The girl timidly said that if the guy was ready, she would lick him. Ben replied that there was no need to be embarrassed because it was just a job. The girl opened her tender mouth and her tongue shone like a bright star. She touched Ben's body and began to lick him gently. Eliza could not observe this picture. She noticed that the girl was carried away and was licking his ear. May, on the contrary, watched what was happening with delight. This picture excited her. Suddenly, the girl said that the hero had amazing strength, and she had not come across such abilities for a long time. She felt Ben's strength and her hair began to react to the guy's strength. The girl was beating in ecstasy. Her hair turned black. It was beyond her test limits. Claire could hardly stand and said that she could not continue. Ben was too strong, and she needed to come to her senses. Count Dracula was shocked to hear these words because he was the strongest in the Protoss, but his color was red. He was scared because the examination, Claire is never wrong, and this meant that Ben's true strength already exceeded the Count's. The hero asked the governor, since black is not included in the sample, does this mean that the attempt failed and he needs to try again? Claire said that this was not so, because there was a person whose sample matched Ben's sample exactly. This person was Kevin, who retired. The hero and girl looked towards the Count, who seemed depressed and did not say a word. Dracula thought that he was acting as the king of the Protoss, but most likely he would retire soon. From that day on, Dracula began to feel more tension, and in the meantime, the rating of the Protoss Guardians was updated. Lord of Endless Darkness. Ben was number 4 S rank, and the nine-tailed fox May became number 10 S rank. Passers-by were surprised that the guy was able to rise in rank so quickly. They were also happy that the director was able to get S rank. Meanwhile, in one of the Protoss houses, the sweet beauty decided to relax. Kathleen tied her hair, and it seemed that all the fights were behind her. Now nothing threatened her. After so many years, she could finally relax. These minutes need to be enjoyed, and the girl decided to spend them on herself. She sat in the bath and enjoyed the pleasant foam that touched her body. However, she wanted Ben to be here. The girl looked out the window and suddenly noticed something while looking at the moon. In the moon, the girl saw her city where she was from, a land of knights, where there were warriors in armor and beautiful castles. Kathleen said that her eyes were dazzled. The girl had not been in her homeland for a long time and was very homesick. She thought that it would be good to return home with Ben. Queen Lisa would be very surprised to see them. The hero held the drink in his hand and said that he took this strawberry bubble tea for Kathleen. However, he did not see the girl here and was surprised that she was not here, although usually she was always here. Kathleen took a bath and put on slippers to leave the bath and go to her room. She opened the door and saw the hero, who was very surprised by the picture. In front of him stood a naked Kathleen, who asked the hero why he came. It seems that she was not embarrassed in front of the guy, but Ben was amazed to see her in this form and did not know what to do. Seeing the guy's reaction, Kathleen was surprised. It seemed to her that she had missed something. The girl lowered her head and seemed to understand what was the matter. She again did not notice that she had no clothes on and was now completely naked. A couple of minutes later, Kathleen was dressed and sitting on the couch with Ben. The girl drank delicious tea and told the hero about her home and how she misses him. From the moment the girl became the guardian of the Protoss, she was always at court and had not been at home for many years. Most of all, she wanted to go back now and see what her homeland looked like now. The guy understood that Kathleen was sad and he was familiar with this feeling. The hero stood up and said that he would return the girl home. Kathleen was surprised and said that she must ask Dracula for permission to leave the city. Ben said there's no need to sweat the small stuff. Suddenly, the hero grabbed the girl by the waist and pulled her close to him. He told Kathleen that all she needed to do to leave town was give him a big hug. The girl asked to wait a little, but Ben had already opened the portal that led to her house. The heroes left the portal. The girl was embarrassed because she still hadn't gotten dressed. Ben apologized for this. Suddenly, Kathleen forgot about her clothes because she saw a terrible picture and the place into which her house had turned. The country of knights was engulfed in flames and people fled in different directions. One of the villagers was trembling when the monster approached her. She said that a squad of heavy swordsmen would not spare the enemies. The troll swordsman, who was not inferior in level to predators, only laughed at the girl's words. The thug said that let this detachment come running quickly, because in this world they have no equal in strength. Suddenly his body was cut in half, and he felt hellish pain. Kathleen cut the offender to pieces and said that he could not defile knightly greatness. In battle, the girl was stern. For her, cutting apart such opponents was like crushing an ant. One of the city's defenders was surprised to see the girl's strength. She had a large sword in her hand, and he assumed that she was from that detachment. His partner explained that she was not just from a squad of swordsmen, she was their leader before becoming the guardian of the Protoss. The trolls trembled because their leader was killed before their eyes. They did not know what to do next, attack or flee. Kathleen stated that if the opponents take even a step, she will kill them without hesitation. The trolls immediately realized that they were no match for the paladin and made the best decision of their lives to run away from the girl. Suddenly, an unknown man appeared in front of the girl who seemed to know her. The guy with red hair asked why Kathleen decided to return to their city. It was the current leader of the heavy swordsman, Leo, who said that the city did not need the intervention of the Protoss Guardians. The guys from his squad greeted the commander, and Kathleen was surprised that Leo became the leader in their squad. The girl boldly said that she was a member of the Knightly Order and was protecting her city. There was no problem with that. Leo replied that she was no longer in the Order, and he did not ask for help from the Protoss. So let the girl no longer poke her nose into other people's affairs. Suddenly, Ben appeared behind the impudent guy, who said that Leo was very inhospitable. Kathleen helped them deal with the Predator's henchmen, and the guy talks to her so rudely. Leo jumped back sharply from the hero in order not to expose his back. He was surprised that he did not even notice how Ben appeared behind him. The knight assumed that the hero's gift was secrecy. The leader of the Order pointed to Ben and asked who he was. The hero was surprised that he did not know him. It seems that the country of knights is in an information vacuum. Kathleen smiled sweetly and introduced Ben as one of the number 4 S-rank Protoss Guardians. She was embarrassed and added that Ben was her favorite person. The guys from the Sword Squad were amazed that the hero was able to become S-rank at such a young age, and was also 2 positions higher than Kathleen, and also won the sympathy of the girl. Leo didn't seem scared when he heard who the hero was. He wasn't happy to see another guardian. The guy repeated once again that the affairs of their city do not concern strangers, and at that moment he was surrounded by a fiery aura. His aura also began to appear around Ben. The guy noticed that Leo was very biased towards the Protoss Guardians. The hero decided to teach him a lesson and correct his point of view. The two warriors stood opposite each other and looked into their eyes. It seemed that a battle was about to begin. Residents were interested to see this because Leo was the strongest guardian of the city after Kathleen, and Ben was a high-ranking guardian. It was unclear which of them would win. However, suddenly, an unknown figure ordered the guys to disperse and stop the disagreement. Residents turned around to see who it was and immediately saw a blinding light. It was a woman radiant with her beauty, Queen Lisa. She told Leo that not only was he unable to deal with the predator, but he was also going to raise his hand against her guest. The leader of the heavy swordsmen had disappointed her. The swordsman bowed before the queen and asked for forgiveness. They wanted the girl to call the culprits to account. Lisa was glad to see her friend because they had not seen each other for a long time. The queen offered to go with her and tell her what was new at the Protoss court. Suddenly, the queen became embarrassed and said that she wanted Ben to come with them too. The hero still looked at Leo and said that he was sorry, but apparently they would not fight today. Before leaving, the guy added that if the knight had a desire to fight, he would come at any time. The heroes headed to the palace. Ben asked how the queen knew his name because their city was closed to information. Lisa got excited and replied that she just guessed. One of the swordsmen noticed that Queen Lisa had spent many years in the palace, and today she suddenly appeared for the sake of the Protoss Guardians. This was a strange rarity. He turned to his leader and asked if he was listening to him. Leo was trembling with fear at that moment. He realized that Ben had incredible strength. The hero destroyed all his fighting spirit. He did not believe that there could be such a gap between the head of the knights and the guardian of the Protoss. Our heroes went to Queen Lisa's chambers to chat. The queen sat on her luxurious sofa, Ben looked out the window, and Kathleen changed her clothes. The hero was the first to start the conversation. He asked Lisa if they were often bothered by predators lately. The girl was surprised by the guy's question and replied that recently there have been more and more of them outside the city walls, but they do not pose much of a threat. The knights can handle it. Ben turned around and replied that he had assumed so. The queen was surprised that the hero had guessed. The guy offered to share his thoughts, and moreover he noticed that the queen herself understood a lot. Lisa replied that upon entering the city, Ben paid attention to the situation around him and noticed that these predators were outside the city. Even the fire only slightly affected the area at the city gates. The fire did not affect the main area of the city. This is different from the usual behavior of predators who kill people for meat. They would harm people more. According to the queen, the likelihood that they will harm is very small because there are traitors among the knights. Ben praised the girl and said that this was worthy of the queen of the city of knights because they thought alike. Lisa replied that she never figured out what the traitors needed, and Ben didn't understand this either. Ben exhaled and decided to look into this conspiracy. Most likely he would have to spend more time in the country of knights. The queen said that Kathleen's friends are her friends too, so they can stay in the country as long as they want. Suddenly Kathleen came into the room wearing beautiful shoes with a bow. The sweet girl looked stunning. She told everyone that she had changed her clothes. She was wearing a maid outfit and was interested in Ben's opinion of how she looked. The hero was speechless from such beauty. He could hardly say that Kathleen looked very cute. The girl said that she was Lisa's servant before she joined the order. Although this is her usual dress, she was a little embarrassed in front of Ben. The queen noticed that she had never dressed like this before. It seemed that the girl was guided by the tastes of the hero. Lisa guessed that she loved him. Kathleen was very embarrassed and asked not to discuss this in front of the guy because she was burning with shame. The queen looked at the girl and was jealous that she had sweet love. The hero glowed with joy because he had so many fans. Suddenly, the queen felt ill and began coughing up blood. Kathleen and Ben panicked. They did not understand what was happening and why Lisa suddenly felt ill. The girl explained that after Kathleen left, she fell ill with a strange disease. All these years she invited the most famous doctors, and all to no avail. The queen apologized for this. She didn't know how long she could last. Kathleen was indignant when she heard these words. The girl said that her friend would definitely get better. After all, she was a knight, and Kathleen swore that she would save the queen. The girl tried to understand what the problem was. It was late night. Ben asked if she managed to cope. Kathleen replied that everything was useless. The queen only fell asleep for a while. Tears appeared in the beauty's eyes. She could not find the cause of the illness, all because she was training with the sword and forgot about her initial duties. Lisa suffers alone. Despite the fact that her subjects can see her illness, she still wants to go with the heroes to the city gates for reconnaissance. Kathleen burst into tears. She did not want to calmly watch her friend die, because besides Ben, she is her only family member. The guy could not look at the desperate girl. He hugged her like a man and pressed her tighter to himself. Ben told the cute girl to cry. The hero promised Kathleen that her friend would never die. Kathleen went to bed and crows of enemies flew around the queen's palace. Suddenly, a portal began to appear in the girl's room, which expanded more and more with every second. Ben came out of the portal and wanted to figure out Lisa's problem, and therefore entered her room. The girl was sleeping in her bed. She was covered in sweat due to the fact that she had a high fever. In her sleep, the queen continued to cough and breathed with great difficulty. The hero began to call on his companion Lena, saying that a patient was now lying in front of her and she needed to be cured at any cost. The girl appeared and replied that Ben may not doubt her medical skill, but breaking into a girl's room in the middle of the night was not very good. The fact is that if she suddenly wakes up, she will think that the guy is a pervert. Ben replied that he had prepared for this in advance. The hero approached the queen and suddenly hit her with his hand on the neck. The guy said that now she definitely won't wake up, so Lena should quickly get into his body and heal her. The ghost raised her hands and said that she would move into the master's body since everything was ready. The room lit up with bright light, and Lena moved into the guy's body to help the patient. The girl said that it was necessary to remove all the queen's clothes in order to carefully examine her body. This was the first step towards salvation. Ben was surprised by these rules. He asked if it was necessary to do this. Lena replied that in order to find the cause of the disease, all interference must first be eliminated. Ben was a little scared and said that if this is necessary in order to cure her, then he will commit this crime. The hero gradually began to remove all of Lisa's clothes, exposing her lovely breasts and hips. After a couple of minutes, the girl lay completely naked, but still did not wake up. It was possible to begin the study. Lena, in the hero's body, told the guy to carefully examine everything and find any violations, because this war cannot be won with medicine. Suddenly, the ghost activated supervision, and the hero's eyes began to glow blue. Using his ability, the hero saw that in the center of the girl's lush breasts, something was glowing red. Lena took a closer look at the object and said that she had found the cause of the disease. It was located right in the queen's heart. Ben didn't understand what he was seeing in front of him. This insect was continuously sucking nutrients from Lisa's body. Lena explained that this is a centipede, the fruit of the ancient art of poisons. She had only seen this in books and would never have thought that someone in this city could use it. Although there was a lot of harm from this creature, it was curable. You just need to suck it out with your mouth, and the cause of the disease will be eliminated. Ben was surprised at the method of eliminating the centipede and understood that now he would need to kiss the girl. Lena added that after eliminating the disease, the queen would need to eat well, and gradually everything would return to normal. The hero was a little embarrassed. He thought that the girl was now unconscious and would not know anything about the kiss. The guy still saved her life. Ben approached the queen and kissed her on the lips, trying to suck the insect out of Lisa's body. Suddenly, the hero felt a centipede. He sucked it and understood that now everything would be fine. The hero finished his kiss and spat out the cause of the disease into his hand. Ben squeezed his hand and the insect burst. The hero thought that being a ruler is not so easy. The guy swore that he would find the one who betrayed the queen because he wanted to help not only Lisa, but also Kathleen. The hero coped with the illness and left the queen's room, leaving her to sleep peacefully. Ben went out into the courtyard and decided to take a walk. The crows that flew around the palace were watching him. One crow with bright red eyes croaked loudly and flapped its wings. The hero noticed this and said that he immediately realized that something was wrong. Ben turned sharply and pointed at the bird, saying that he had been watching it for a long time. The crow felt a strong pain that ran throughout her body. The bird exploded in the air, and suddenly a voice appeared from somewhere, advising the hero not to meddle in other people's affairs, because those who serve the gods closely monitor everything. An unknown voice said that if Ben prevents the coming of God, then cruel punishment awaits him. The hero replied that he does not believe in any gods, and if he really exists, then let him not hesitate and begin to act. Feathers flew in the air. The voice grinned and replied that a leaf could not move a tree, and the guy would pay for insulting God. All the crows that were circling above the palace disappeared, leaving only black feathers. Ben turned to one of the souls. He asked Lloyd to appear and asked if he was busy now. The Grand Master appeared and knelt down. Suddenly he told the hero that he had better not mess with them. These are a bunch of people obsessed with their god, hiding in the crowd and waiting for the opportunity to resurrect their god. This group calls themselves servants of God. They are quite strong and secretive. The hero was surprised that the employees were able to worm their way into human society. He realized that the attack by predators was their doing, but it would not be so easy to reveal them. Ben asked Lloyd if he knew anything about their god. The master replied that he did not know the details, but the purpose of their battle was to disperse the inhabitants of the murderous island. The old man had an idea why they did it. The god these people were talking about was the original predator sealed on the murderous island. Ben thought about the words of the Grand Master. He noticed that Lloyd wanted to do the same thing as them. The hero assumed that the Grand Master was one of them, but the old man got scared and said that this was not so. After all, these servants betrayed humanity. They want to awaken the original predator only for the sake of serving him. Lloyd raised his head and said that he had no such goals. He just wanted to subjugate his power. The hero said that although the old man had become a ghost, he still remained impudent. The Grand Master apologized and replied that in fact, before meeting the master, he had never lost. So he was a little arrogant. Ben exhaled in disappointment and replied that the Grand Master knows how to flatter, which made him embarrassed and thanked the guy. The hero thought about Lloyd's words and came up with a small plan. The guy did not know how to expose his enemies. Therefore, he decided to wait until they appeared on their own, because the key to the resurrection of God was right in his chest. The hero went to his room, and a few hours later morning came, and it was time to get up. Queen Lisa began to wake up and felt that her neck hurt. It was very strange. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice coming from the street. This interested the girl very much. The queen got out of bed, got dressed, and went out onto the balcony. She assumed that it was the hero who was training so early. Her assumptions were correct. Ben trained every day, and now he was doing push-ups on one arm. The hero noticed the queen and thought that he had woken her. The girl replied that this was not so. Ben asked how the queen was feeling after Kathleen's healing. Lisa became embarrassed and replied that she felt much better. The guy noticed that the queen was blushing again, as she had been at their first meeting, and last night he had to take off all her clothes. The hero panicked that the girl had guessed everything. Ben was quite embarrassed and did not understand what to do, so the hero decided to diffuse the atmosphere. But the queen was faster than the guy. She asked him if he had ever been to these parts. If he had never been here, then Lisa would be happy to show him the area during a walk. Ben was dumbfounded that the girl said what he himself wanted to suggest just now. The hero at first thought that Lisa had predicted his words. It seemed like a coincidence. However, if you think carefully, her reaction to the appearance of Ben and Kathleen is sharply different from the others. It seems this is not accidental. The City of Knights is closed to information. Other people do not know about Ben, but Lisa casually called his name. Moreover, the disease disappeared overnight, and the queen did not have any special reaction to it. It seems that no matter what happens, she will not be surprised, as if all this has already happened for her. Although the hero knew that she had no evil intentions, he still could not figure out the queen. Meanwhile, at the gates of the fortress, one of the guards reported that someone was approaching the castle. It was Leo. He was chasing the predators that had escaped yesterday and most likely was returning home victorious. The fortress guards admired their leader. They believed that the guy could be relied upon because he would fight to the end for his people. The leader of the swordsmen called his subordinate and asked why people were making so much noise on the street. Did they really decide to rejoice when they saw him? The guy looked at the crowd and replied that Her Majesty was walking with the guardians of Protos. That's why everyone was making noise. Leo said that although Lisa's ideas differ from his ideas, she is honored in the city. The guy did not understand how she could walk with these guardians. Meanwhile, the lovely queen walked slowly through the streets of her city and waved to her subjects. All the guys in the crowd admired her beauty. Her Majesty did not appear in public for a long time. Residents also noticed nearby the past leader of the Knights, Kathleen, and the guardian of the Protoss, Ben, who defeated the Predators yesterday. Kathleen became embarrassed and said that her friend felt better overnight. She knew it was thanks to the hero. Ben became worried and asked the paladin to speak in a whisper, because this is a medical secret that cannot be disclosed, but it can be heard. Queen Lisa grinned because she heard everything despite the guy's fears. Leader Leo was trembling with rage, but tried not to show it, veins showing on his face due to tension. He thought that the most respected ruler was just walking with a couple of guardians and laughing. It was a shame for the country of knights. Leo was worried about the greatness of his city. Suddenly, the red-haired guy met the gaze of Ben passing by. The hero, as if nothing had happened, raised his hand and greeted the one with whom he wanted to fight yesterday. Ben's equanimity amazed Leo, and the patience inside the leader of the knights cracked. Meanwhile, the strange crows reappeared and flew to the place where the queen was walking with our heroes. It was not for nothing that Kathleen was the leader of the knights. She immediately noticed that the birds looked suspicious. Suddenly, Ben put his hand on the fragile girl's shoulder in order to draw her attention to him. The hero asked the paladin to protect her friend. The guy said that he had been walking for so long, just so that these crows would appear again. Now, he would take care of them. Queen Lisa continued her walk with Kathleen, and Ben went to the local tower. The hero was at its peak, and around him there were souls subordinate to him. He decided to give them a new task. The guy instructed the trolls with the strongest sense to find the master of these feathered creatures. The troll souls understood the order and immediately fled in different directions. Each soul ran to different sides of the city to search. Some were searching in the city, and others were outside it. One of the trolls wanted to prove himself to the master. He was sure that he would definitely find the target first. The soul was confident of its victory because he had the most powerful sense of smell, so no one could bypass him. Ben watched his minions and thought that if predators were considered deities, then it would be interesting to see their strength. One of the troll's souls rushed into the dark forest. His sense of smell did not fail him, and he smelled something. The smell led him to some remote suburb of the country of knights, around which crows circled. The splashes of the water shimmered beautifully in the moonlight, and someone's clothes were hanging on one of the balconies. An unknown girl with blue hair emerged from the water. It was Selena, the 12th servant of the ancient god. The girl was swimming in the lake when she suddenly felt something. In a distant archway, a figure of a spirit appeared, watching the girl. The troll was glad that he had finally found his goal. His master needed this unknown person. However, Selena also noticed the uninvited guest and looked in his direction. Suddenly, her eyes glowed red. She didn't want to be discovered. The spirit instantly exploded. Now he will not be able to tell Ben where his enemy is. The girl wondered why the predator troll was blue. It was quite unusual. Suddenly, someone from behind Selena said that these predator trolls were his collection. A portal appeared above the girl's head, from which the guy's voice said that she would have to reimburse part of the collection that she had broken. Ben emerged from the portal and advised Selena to give him her soul. The girl got to her feet and began to shout at the hero because he killed her crows, so they are even. Ben didn't listen to the girl because he understood something. The guy asked Selena if she had forgotten to get dressed. The girl was surprised. She expected that a fight would start now, and not a conversation about clothes. Selena seemed to begin to guess and looked at her chest. She remembered that she had just taken a shower. At this moment, the girl blushed. Now she understood what clothes the hero was talking about. In her haste, she forgot to get dressed. Selena quickly grabbed a towel that was hanging on the balcony in order to hide her charms from the guy. The girl was embarrassed and asked the hero to give her 5 minutes to get dressed, and then they could fight. But Ben insistently said that he would not let Selena get dressed because viewers of the video would not appreciate it. The guy immediately rushed towards the girl. His speed, as always, was at the limit. Selena was amazed. Ben was next to her in a second and said that it seemed the girl didn't understand who he was, so he decided to introduce himself. The girl was outraged by the guy's impudence. She asked why he came. The hero replied that he wanted her to convey his message to all the employees. Suddenly, Ben began to rise into the air, and the water that was under him began to fly away in different directions. Selena trembled. She noticed how the water splashed under the hero as he took off. Moreover, even the water in the lake changed color. It was a superhuman force. The hero said that he is the guardian of Protoss number 4, Ben, the Lord of Endless Darkness and the Gift of Light. If the servants want to resurrect God, then they need him, because the key to the seal is in his body. Therefore, the hero invited the servants of the ancient god to try to take the key from him. Selena was shocked. She thought that the guy was just Lisa's assistant, but it turns out he has the power to resurrect God. The girl panicked. She understood that the hero was too strong to fight. And this was not the limit. With every second, Ben became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the crows flew into the air. They also felt animal fear, feeling the strength of the hero. All the crows that were in this place flew away. They did not want to deal with such power. The girl was shocked that the crows, her close comrades, ran away at such a moment. She understood that she was left alone. Selena exhaled. The girl thought that there was nothing to be surprised about because survival, the main animal instinct in their place, the girl would have run away even faster. Suddenly, the hero interrupted Selena's thoughts. He kicked the air and walked on it as if on solid ground. Selena looked at the guy's power and trembled. She realized that the key to the resurrection of God was in front of her, but her strength was not enough to resist. Ben told the girl that he was expecting God's punishment, which was promised to him, but it did not happen. Apparently, God abandoned Selena. The girl only exhaled in disappointment, realizing that she could not cope with the hero. Ben said that he was new to the land of knights, but he was already fed up with the mess that was going on here. Lisa, the knights, the Protoss court, it looks like these three are having a serious confrontation. This is clearly the work of those serving the god. The hero asked why they needed all this unrest in the country of knights, because their goal was to resurrect the original predator, who was locked on a murderous island. Selena was shocked to learn that the hero knew about the murderous island. Those serving God would never reveal this secret. Ben asked the girl what she was thinking about, because he asked a question. Selena replied that it was useless to waste energy on interrogations, because she was not spineless. Even if God is not with her now, she still will not betray what she believes in. The hero began to be annoyed by the girl because she was adamant in the face of absolute power, and pink stripes began to appear from the stone in the guy's chest. Ben decided to use one of his powers, lecherous poison, to get Selena to talk. The girl immediately blushed. She did not understand what was happening to her and why she felt a weak electrical discharge in her body. Selena was aware that she was not dressed, but she was very hot. She had never experienced such feelings. Meanwhile, in the thicket of the forest not far from the heroes, someone appeared. Electrical discharges were heard. The arrow of the unknown guy was filled with power. He pointed his bow at the girl and said that her faith in God was too weak because she allowed herself to be deceived too easily. An unknown guy said that Selena is not worthy of a place in God's servants, so he excludes her. The sound of a bow was fired, and a lightning-fast arrow rushed towards our heroes. The shot flew past Ben and headed straight for the defenseless girl's face. She barely had time to notice the arrowhead in front of her face when it suddenly stopped. Ben held the arrow with his hand and said that Selena's comrades were not happy about their heart-to-heart conversations. At that moment, the girl realized that if the hero had not stopped the arrow, she would already be in the next world. The guy, with a slight movement of his hand, broke the deadly arrow filled with electric current. A portal appeared behind the hero from which a man was emerging. Ben ordered Lloyd to find this shooter. Ben turned to the Grand Master and added that the old man should bring his soul to him. The hero returned Lloyd's body and his weapon. The old man said that he would carry out his master's orders. The Grand Master immediately headed into the thicket of the forest to complete the task. Lloyd thought about how his master gave him the body and returned the staff, but he could not repay him with anything. It was his first time fighting on the side of his master, and he wanted to win his favor. Every step affected his impression of Lloyd. Suddenly he noticed some movement in the forest. The guy who served God tried to run away from his opponents very quickly. Lloyd immediately rushed towards the stranger in order to stop him. The Grand Master instantly overtook his opponent and said that it was he who had angered the Master, and this time he would not allow him to escape. The point is that the Master needs the guy's soul, so Lloyd can't lose. The guy who was the eighth servant of God, Jake, was surprised that the head of the king's killers, Lloyd, began to serve some boy. He wondered how much power Ben had that even the Grand Master bowed his head to him. Lloyd raised his staff and began to create a storm. He said that Jake would receive the answer to this question after his death. The Grand Master created a rune of piercing ice and used the ability of icy hell. Instantly, the entire surrounding area began to be covered with ice. The trees and earth turned from living places into an icy desert. Lloyd suggested that God's servants had already penetrated here. Jake replied that this was a reliable shelter for God. It was their mission to recapture it. The Grand Master got angry. He told the guy not to confuse the main and the secondary. After all, the murderous island is not the hideout of the owner Jake, it is Lloyd's home. The servant of God panicked. He realized that the old man's aura had intensified after their last fight. He did not think that he would meet such a monster. Meanwhile, Ben looked at the building, which was covered in ice, and thought that Lloyd was blown away with joy after receiving the body. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who sneezed. Selena sat still without clothes and was trembling not only from fear, but also from the cold that was chilling her to the bones. The hero felt sorry for the girl and told her that she could get dressed. He would turn away and not look. She was surprised that the guy wasn't afraid that she might just run away while he wasn't looking. Ben turned away and replied that it was her business. If she wanted to run away, then let her run if she could. A few minutes later, the beauty got dressed. The guy waited for her. The girl did not run away and allowed the hero to turn around. Ben looked at the clothes and noticed that she was hardly any warmer in these clothes than in a towel. Selena said that even though she ranks only 12th in the hierarchy of God's servants, she did not plan to betray them. Who would have thought that Jake would not give her a helping hand, but would try to kill her? The girl became embarrassed and thanked the guy for saving her. In exchange for saving her, she decided to tell him the plans of those serving God. The employees are targeting Lisa because she is closely connected with the Protoss. She has always tried her best to unite the surviving countries. Her orders have worried the employees, so they want Lisa to fail. Besides Lisa, power belongs to the head of the Knights, Leo. He is a very hot-tempered guy. The employees secretly provoked him a little, and he hated the Protoss to the core. One is only to gradually isolate the country of Knights, and the servants will have an excellent chance. Ben asked why the employees were doing all this, what they wanted to do with the country of the Knights. Selena replied that they want to sacrifice all the inhabitants of this peaceful country to their god. Ben was surprised by what was said. He did not believe the girl and said that she was exaggerating. The hero asked if there was someone with such an ability to destroy an entire country. Selena replied that it might have worked before, but now it's unlikely to work because Ben has appeared. The guy thought about it. He didn't understand why the employees wanted to do such a big thing. It couldn't be that it was all because of the love of God. Everything was not as simple as it seemed. The girl assumed that Lloyd had already told the hero everything. Even though he lives on a murderous island, he has already defeated the employees. His faith in God is not so strong. Celine didn't want to say, but the fact is that endless darkness is not needed to resurrect a god. Ben was surprised because it was she who Lloyd was hunting for in order to resurrect the original predator. Selena said that a long time ago the goddess came to this continent after a comet. The merciful divine light distributed its powers to people. But because the power was exhausted, the divine goddess fell into hibernation. However, she did not disappear completely. Every divine gift given to people comes from her. For this reason, other servants believe that many gifted ones must be sacrificed. Then the powers will be transferred to the deity and bring her back to life. Even if this method is cruel, you just need to bring the goddess back to life, and this world, mired in pain, will be saved. Ben listened to the girl and thought that she was brainwashed, because everything she said was very different from Lloyd's story. In her words, the original predator is the Messiah. The hero told the girl that he doubted that the other employees perceived God the same way. Selena replied that in fact their views differ, some are quite radical. It is their idea to take the path of sacrifice. However, all employees have the same goal, to bring the goddess back to life. The hero listened to the end of the story and said that now everything became clear to him, but he still had one last question. The guy asked if the centipede in Lisa's body was Selena's doing. The girl was frightened and said that this was impossible because she was only engaged in observation and was not a military servant, and besides, she was not capable of such ancient magic. Ben found out everything he wanted. He believed Selena and told her that now she could be free. The girl was surprised that such a strong enemy would let her go so easily. She thought he would kidnap her and torture her or do something naughty to her. Selena became embarrassed and asked again if the guy wanted to let her go. She thought that he would be sorry if she left. Ben said that Selena is a good person and there is no need for him to kill her. After all, she has already given out all the important information. But the hero did not want to let go of that shooter, so he jumped into the air and went in search of him. Finally, the guy called the girl a crow and said that they would see each other again soon. Selena was embarrassed and couldn't understand how she could come up with such a stupid nickname. Meanwhile, in the forest, the battle was coming to an end. Jake was bleeding and realized that he was not Lloyd's opponent. The difference is actually huge, and the guy will never be able to defeat the master. He is not able to resist him, and this is not even because his strength has run out. The point is that Lloyd is just playing with him like an animal with hunted prey. Suddenly, a voice behind Jake asked the old man if he had played enough. Ben told Lloyd that he was in a hurry. Lisa and Kathleen were still waiting for him. The Grandmaster replied that the body that the owner gave him was beautiful, and that's why he couldn't resist. Jake was horrified because he didn't even notice how the guy came. He could always rely on his killer sense, no matter Lloyd or Ben, but he still couldn't feel anything. The guy realized that apparently everything would end here, but as soon as the goddess was resurrected, she would provide them with a painful death. The Grandmaster asked his master to give him another chance. If he concentrated, he would deal with the enemy in 10 seconds. Ben replied that he would watch his performance. The guy asked not to disappoint him again. Jake began to cry. It was humiliating for him that they wanted to kill him in 10 seconds. He gathered all his last strength and jumped, trying to attack the heroes. The guy shouted that he was the 8th of God's servants and not a small fish for whom decisions could be made. Jake's arrows, which contained his energy, flew towards Lloyd with lightning speed. However, none of them reached their target because the old man was too fast for the guy and his attacks were slow for him. He said that he would now show Jake what real speed was and began to run at such a speed that it was impossible to follow him. Jake understood that this was the end because he could never compare with the Grand Master. The old man stopped behind the guy and said that he was still a small fish for whom others decided. After these words, the old man hit Jake in the back with his staff, and blood poured out of the guy's mouth from the force of the blow. Lloyd quietly cast a piercing ice spell. At that same second, ice appeared from the staff and pierced the guy's body through and through. It was a real snow burial. Jake died instantly, and his job as the 8th employee was over. Lloyd turned to his master and asked how much time had passed. Ben replied that 8 seconds had passed. The Grand Master said that if he gets used to this body, he will certainly become faster. The hero said that such a time suits him. He also noticed that this employee can kill from a distance. His ghost will be very useful. Ben used the 10,000 souls technique and ordered Jake's soul to appear in this world. A few seconds later, the guy's soul had already appeared and greeted the Lord of 10,000 souls. Ben told Jake that he was going to eradicate the servants of God on the murderous island, and he would need the guy's help. Jake replied that he would serve his master like a faithful dog. Meanwhile, in the sea far from the land of the knights, a small sailing ship slowly sailed towards nowhere. Sweet Selena was thinking how she could return with a report in such an absurd situation. On the one hand, they serve God, and on the other, this guy. Although he saw the girl in the bathroom, he still stopped Jake's arrow and saved her. Although he seems a little cruel, he did not harm her. Everything was too confusing, and Selena decided that she could not give him away to the employees. The girl looked into the water and saw some strange picture that appeared on her. In it, she was sitting on the bed, and Ben was next to her. She told him that if he saw her body, it would be fair if he showed her his. Selena blushed and couldn't understand what kind of mess was going on in her head. She began to worry about being caught in this form. Now her mysterious image was destroyed. Suddenly the girl heard a female voice behind her, who told her that she was very excited. A beautiful girl with a fishtail swam next to the ship. This was the sixth servant of God, the mermaid Ariel. She wanted to know what kind of affair Selena had in the Country of Nights. Selena told the mermaid about what happened in the Country of Nights, however, with minor edits. Ariel was surprised that Master Lloyd showed up in the city and killed the eighth servant of God. Perhaps he wants to declare war on them. The mermaid noticed that the master had not appeared for a long time. She did not think that he would show up now, and even declare war on the employees. He was a serious threat to their society. Ariel may not have loved this hot-tempered Jake, but for the sake of resurrecting the goddess, they should not refuse to cooperate with him. The girl said that they had no other choice, and they needed to ask the head to take on this matter. Selena was surprised that the head was on the murderous island. Ariel confirmed that she was here. The time for Selena's task had come to an end. The head of the god's servants will come here to make sure that the plan to resurrect the goddess is successful. Suddenly, the mermaid's fin glowed with a bright light and began to turn into delicate legs. The girl told Selena not to worry, because she would go with her to the head. In front of her, she would not blame her. Selena was a little scared, but agreed to go to their head. She wanted to have the same enthusiasm as Ariel. The entrance to the chapter was guarded by two girls in provocative outfits with bunny ears on their heads. Ariel said that they have important information for the head of the servants of God, so they want to see it. The bunny girl replied that now their leader is resting, so let them come tomorrow. The mermaid got angry and said that the girl was just her servant and did not dare talk to her like that. She asked if she would accept responsibility for the delay in the resurrection of the god. The girl replied that her duties included taking care of the head and nothing more. She had nothing to do with other matters. Suddenly, a voice from the building told the girls not to be smart, but to let the guests in. Approaching the gate, Selena began to get nervous. She felt strange. Her heart was beating very quickly, and her hands were shaking. Having overcome their fear, the girls opened the gate and entered the huge hall. At that moment, Selena saw a picture that immediately made her blush. In front of her were various women in provocative outfits, with a collar and chain hanging around their necks. The head kept all these girls on a leash and had fun with them. She told Selena and Ariel that they invaded her chambers in the middle of the night. The girl was a succubus named Daphne. She said that she was not having fun and asked the guests to join her. The girls got scared and said that they didn't come for that. They came to report that Lloyd wants to take revenge on those serving God. Daphne was not surprised that Selena and Ariel were in such a hurry to get to her. It turns out that Lloyd showed up again, but the succubus was prepared for this. Suddenly, the girl reached into her ample chest and pulled out a small jar. This bottle contained the blood of their goddess. It could give them unparalleled power. Selena did not believe her eyes. She did not understand how their head entered the tomb. Daphne looked at the bottle and said that in any case, she had already taken it out, so it would be better to give it to the girls. The bunny girls, who were on a leash, could not believe that they too would receive a part of this treasure. The succubus opened the jar and began to pour the blood onto her feet, saying that her subjects were taking good care of her, so it would be logical to reward them. However, Ariel and Selene still had to work hard to gain power. The succubus poured out all the blood, and now her feet were in this sacred liquid. She told the girls that blood had spread all over her body. Therefore, if they want to get the power of the goddess, they need to lick the head's feet so that not a drop remains on them. Ariel didn't want to do this because she is the sixth employee and will not lick someone's stockings. But Selena thought that their head was a pervert in a strange outfit. Daphne leaned over and asked what the girls were thinking about. Did they really not like the blood of the goddess? Or did they not like the legs of the succubus? Ariel tried to avoid answering. She said that the fact is that they are not military personnel. The blood of the goddess is a most valuable treasure, and it would be better to give it to someone who needs it more. The maids were shocked that the mermaid refused the head. Apparently, she still does not know the consequences of refusal. Daphne stood up from her throne, and her aura began to appear around her. The girls trembled and realized that she was angry. The head approached the employees and said that what she hates most in life is when she is refused. Those who do this do not live long, so she gives one more chance. Daphne inspired fear and horror when she appeared before her servants. It was not for nothing that she was the head of the servants of God. The girls immediately felt this aura on themselves and trembled. They fell to their knees in front of Daphne and said that they would lick the blood to the last drop. Their eyes were pink. It seemed that the succubus was controlling their minds. Daphne pulled on her chain and said that if they did not obey, she would hurt them. She still had a lot of the goddess's blood in stock. She also added that the girls should not be afraid of Lloyd because there is still no person in the world who is capable of defeating a succubus. Meanwhile, in the queen's castle, the clock indicated that night was already falling. She drank aromatic coffee and said that the time had come. Ben should return at this moment, which means that she needs to look more natural. At that same second, the door to the queen's room opened and the hero entered. The girl pretended to be surprised by the guy's return. But Ben didn't expect that Lisa was still awake so late. The queen became embarrassed and replied that she was hungry, so she prepared a night snack just as she was about to eat. Ben told Lisa that snacking at night was bad for her. A girl with her body shouldn't eat at night. Suddenly, the hero fell silent when he saw that same snack. Saliva immediately flowed from his mouth. He was surprised by such a snack. There were different types of dishes on the table, ranging from hamburgers to baked trout. The girl said that her illness had subsided and her appetite suddenly woke up, but it seems that she slightly overdid it with the quantity. Lisa smiled sweetly and asked the guy to accompany her because she couldn't handle such a table on her own. Ben blushed a little and agreed. To be honest, he was a little hungry too. Our heroes sat down to dinner. All the food was simply wonderful and soon they emptied all the plates. Ben praised the dishes that the girl prepared. They were exactly the way he likes them. The girl said that she cooked it at home and didn't think he would like it. However, it was a lie. She panicked because she had prepared a whole table of what the hero likes. She knew she had screwed up, but it was still normal to be a little nervous on her first romantic dinner with a man. Suddenly, the hero asked the girl if she was a telepath. The queen was surprised by such a question. Ben said that he guessed that Lisa had set this table for him, and she knew when he would return. Besides, she had mentioned his name before. This cannot be guessed with the help of intuition. The queen repented and said that nothing could be hidden from the guy, but she didn't hide it on purpose. In fact, her true gift is not telepathy. Queen Lisa can see the future. Ben couldn't believe his ears. He didn't know that this was even possible, but in theory, the abilities could be absolutely anything. Judging by the girl's words, she can know about everything that will happen in the future. Lisa replied that this is not entirely true. She can only see what is connected with her. As for other people, this is not in her power. Although it's hard to believe, as soon as Lisa falls asleep, her consciousness is transported to any day in the future, no matter tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, in 3 days, in 3 years, or in 5 years. She has already lived in a dream countless times. It's a pity, but as soon as she gained the ability to see her future, any surprises disappeared from her life. Ben said that this is a really cool ability, but knowing the whole scenario in advance can lose all meaning in life. Suddenly, the hero realized that if the girl can see the future, then she probably knows about the secret treatment. The queen blushed and replied that she knew in advance how the guy would cure her. Her neck still hurt a little. Ben was shocked. He hoped that this night kiss would remain a secret. That's why she was embarrassed when she first saw him. She already knew what he would do to her that evening. The queen reassured the guy. She said that he shouldn't be embarrassed because in the end, he did it to save her. Lisa should only thank the hero. Ben assumed that since she could see the future, she knew for sure that the servants of God were secretly targeting her, but it was unclear why she was still inactive. The queen said that this is all because of the butterfly effect. Any action different from the future will lead to huge changes in life, so you need to be careful. Moreover, if she had taken action against the employee conspiracy, Ben would not have cured her in this way. The hero did not understand why the queen surrenders for the sake of an illusory future and endures pain for years. It is not worth it. However, the girl didn't think so. She said that it was worth it. After all, in a dream she saw the most beautiful future, so she can withstand everything. The hero thought he was wondering what the future should be like for Lisa to be so obsessed with him. Suddenly, the guy asked the queen if she supported the unification of the Protoss and the Kingdom of Knights. The girl was surprised that the guy knew this part of her life. The hero replied that a spying crow told him this. In truth, Ben thought the same thing. He wants to stop the tyranny of predators in this world so that no person will have to rely on force. He wants to help Lisa fulfill her dream so that the country of knights, women, Protoss, as well as still unknown tribes of survivors will unite into one, completely changing this fragmented world. The queen said that this was impossible because she had worked for this for many years and nothing had happened. And most importantly, in the future of her dreams, her dream never came true. Ben got up from the table and said that the future from the dream has not yet become reality, which means they still have a chance. You can't live in the future all the time. Queen Lisa panicked. There was no such conversation in her dreams. She did not understand what was happening. Ben noticed this reaction and told her that she had already talked about it, about the fact that any of her actions different from the future may change it. They used the threat posed by the original predator as an opportunity to unite all countries. Meanwhile, on the murderous island, the head of Daphne noticed that the goddess's blood had begun to act. Divine power spread throughout the girls' bodies. The succubus liked it. Now they are the most faithful warriors of the goddess. Meanwhile, on the mountain where the country of women was located, everything was quiet and calm. Eric still sat and guarded the entrance to the country of women as he was ordered. Suddenly, a portal appeared in front of him, and the guy thought that he finally had a job. Ben and Kathleen emerged from the portal. The hero noticed that Eric was working hard and praised him. Suddenly, the former bloody king stood at attention and said that his brother and his fiancée had returned. Working for their peace of mind was an honor for him, and not at all difficult. Ben was surprised that he was called brother. Probably the other bros taught him this. Kathleen was embarrassed by the fact that she was called a bride in front of Ben. It was so awkward. Eric let the guests through, and our heroes entered the country of women. Suddenly, Kathleen noticed something and asked Ben to look where she was pointing. Ben was shocked. He couldn't believe that this was even possible. High above the land of women stood a huge statue with its arms spread wide. It was a life-size statue of Ben, on which it was written that the hero of Mount Shu was depicted here. Ben understood that a monument had been erected in his honor, but he did not understand what kind of hero Mount Shu was. The heroes followed further into the country. Residents noticed Ben and began to gather in a crowd to look at him. The girls were very happy to see the hero of their country. They thought that the guy was much more handsome than on the monument. Dear ladies wanted the hero to stay in the country of women forever. If not for him, they would have come to an end. So everyone wants to see him every day. Suddenly, the heel of one of the most beautiful residents of the country appeared in the air. Her breasts fell on the hero's hand when she grabbed him. Such forms were hard to forget. It was Lillian, the leader of the country of women, who was happy that her boyfriend had finally visited her. The girl said that she missed Ben very much and could not sleep at all without him. These words made the guy embarrassed. He didn't know what to answer. Suddenly, Lillian grabbed his cheeks and pulled him towards her. The girl was worried that the guy had lost a lot of weight. She assumed that Lisa had treated him poorly in the land of knights, so she wanted Ben to follow her, and she would help him relax. Kathleen was indignant at her rival's words. She said that the queen treated him well, and the paladin would not allow anyone to offend him. Lillian smiled and said that the paladin was very excited. Apparently it was because he came to her, and the girl was jealous. Kathleen got embarrassed and said that she didn't need to be jealous because Ben came home with her, and that meant a lot. Ben wanted to stop these quarrels and told the girls not to fight, because he came here on business. After some time, our heroes came to the residence of the head of the country of women. Ben told his plan. After all, he is the original predator. This is a huge threat if he comes to life. It's hard to even imagine the consequences. Lillian melted in the hero's arms and said that if this is Ben's demand, then she agrees to everything. However, Betty said that if you think about it logically, they are not in a position to accept his offer since they just finished the war with Lloyd and are not in a position to fight again. And the path from here to the murderous island was not close. If the country of women was suddenly attacked, they would find themselves in a stalemate. Ben said that Betty's concerns were justified, so before coming here, he came up with a solution to this issue. The hero decided to make a portal between the three states. At the same time, far to the east in the land of Knights, a portal appeared that frightened the inhabitants. They were afraid that they did not understand where this portal led. Someone said that this portal leads to a harem, and someone thought that this portal leads to a predator's nest, and that a myriad of creatures are about to pour in and take over the city. Leo looked at the structure and was afraid. He understood that it was a large portal. He assumed that its owner was planning to capture the city. The guy didn't care who did it. This thing still threatens the country of the Knights, and therefore he could not allow it to exist. Leo began to concentrate his energy, and flames flew from his body in all directions. He wanted to destroy this thing at any cost using his power. However, the queen appeared behind him and ordered him to stop. The girl explained that Ben specifically installed this in the country of women, knights, and Protoss. This is a permanent portal that connects the three states. The hero installed it with the help of the gift of light and his own strength. There is no doubt that it will work properly. The portal can also strengthen the connection between the three states by constantly providing them with economic benefits and resources. These doors will lead the country of Knights out of a hopeless situation. It was hope for a better life. Therefore, the queen said that Leo has no right to destroy this building. However, the guy did not agree. He said that Lisa wears rose-colored glasses. Through this portal, you can not only deliver resources, but also try to capture them. There is a high wall and well-trained warriors around the country of Knights. There is no need to bow your head to strangers. Leo can also provide everyone with a peaceful and happy life. Leo said that he was the head of a squad of knights, and his duty was to protect the city, and this portal was a time bomb. So the guy channeled his firepower into the portal and said that he couldn't allow something like that to exist in the city. The portal connecting the three states caught fire from the knight's power. Leo smiled. Madness overtook him, and he was confident that he had protected the city with his power. However, his subordinates did not think so. They thought that their commander had gone too far and began to openly disobey the queen. Lisa was very unhappy. She said that Leo was unworthy of his position. The guy seems to have begun to forget that the ruler of this city is Lisa, not him. Suddenly, all the fiery magic that had accumulated around the portal dissolved into thin air. Leo couldn't believe his flame was reflected. He thought it was Lisa's doing. However, it was not the queen, but one of her subjects, a mysterious girl in a black robe and with a beautiful figure. It was the leader of the Society of Magicians, Miranda, who said that Her Majesty knew in advance that the guy would cause trouble, so she secretly instructed them to guard the gate. The girl noticed that the guy violated the sacred order of the Royal Majesty and also tried in vain to destroy the gates of the country of Knights. After all these actions, the magician was sure that Leo had already earned the death penalty. Leo looked at the girl with contempt because he knew that all the magicians had been expelled from the city and did not understand how they ended up here. The girls replied that it was just for show, because Her Majesty would not oppress others. They were the Queen's most loyal servants, an elite group of night witches. Leo became angry that Lisa had locked herself in her room all these years and had little or no interest in politics, while in fact, she was secretly building up her power. All her actions before were just a cover. The guy underestimated her management of the city. The queen said that since the guy defended the city for a long time, she was not going to execute him. However, his time as the head of the Knights is up, so he can be free and can leave the city. As for the new leader of the Knights, the queen has already decided who to put in this place. The new leader will be Kathleen. This time Leo did not disobey the order and left the city of Knights. He wandered around the outskirts of the island, where he was attacked by a squid, which he easily defeated. The guy was furious that he had given his all to the service, and the queen dared to deprive him of his position. She is just a woman. Sooner or later the city of Knights will be destroyed by her hands. Suddenly, near where Leo was, a female voice spoke to him. The girl said that the guy killed her beloved pet, and she doesn't know what to do with him now. It was Daphne who noticed that the guy was a knight and assumed that he had been thrown out. In any case, he should be held accountable for his actions. Therefore, the head of the servants of God invited him to become her dog. From such words, Leo fell into a rage and asked the boorish woman if she was looking for death by coming here. The succubus rushed at the fighter and told this bad boy not to talk to her in such a tone. The girl instantly overtook the former knight and covered his mouth with her hand. Daphne pushed him to the ground and sat on him so that he couldn't move. The girl told Leo not to even think about resisting because no one dares to refuse her, and for the fact that he was rude to her, she would have to punish him thoroughly. Daphne waved her hand and was about to give him a loving slap. Leo was shocked by such humiliation. He could not afford to get a slap in the face from some woman. The succubus hit the guy. This blow contained the love magic that the girl possessed. Leo could not believe that he, the most powerful knight of his city, was humiliated by a woman. But he did not feel shame. On the contrary, it seemed that he liked it, because the succubus was charming. The guy had never felt so happy. It seemed Daphne had overcome him. Leo could not understand what magic the girl possessed and what she did to him. Daphne raised the chains that were already chained to the guy and said that the training was going well. Now he needs to call her his mistress. Leo obediently knelt down and called the succubus mistress. The girl liked it. She said that her 8th employee was dead and invited Leo to take his place. The next day, in the Protos Palace, the heroes discussed something with Count Dracula. The Count said that uniting 3 states against the murderous island is really a great idea. Since the original predator exists, it must be destroyed. Kathleen was glad that the governor had no objections. Apparently Ben's plan was a success. However, Graf said that their plan is not perfect. Such a big event will greatly affect all 3 countries. In this war, Count Dracula will be the commander-in-chief. This time he wants to be personally present on the front line. In addition, it is necessary to invite reporters to broadcast the battle live. This is a good chance to glorify the Protoss Guardians. The Viceroy decided to send all S-rank and A-rank Guardians to demonstrate the power of the Protoss to the whole world. Kathleen did not understand why the Count was thinking about authority, because for the first time in history, 3 countries united. Ben understood that Dracula wanted to strengthen his position through this operation because he believed that the hero was a threat to his position. The guy understood that uniting all 3 countries into a single organism would not be as easy as he thought. 10 days later, the combined forces of the Protoss, the country of women, and the knights moved into battle. Ships and airships emerged from the portal to attack the murderous island. Count Dracula was on one of the ships and commanded the troops to go to the island. Elite troops of sorceresses from the Mages Guild also went into battle. The leader of the Magicians Guild, Miranda, ordered her subordinates to show their fighting spirit. They needed to not disgrace themselves in front of the inhabitants of the country of women. The leader of the Sword Battalion noticed that someone had joined them. She said that they, the heroes of their country invited by Ben, would never disgrace him. A detachment of fighters from the country of knights also did not want to lose face. For them, this war was a matter of the authority of their queen. Therefore, the deputy commander of the knight detachment ordered his soldiers to show their knightly spirit. Ships from 3 countries were approaching the murderous island. On one of the ships was the entire squad of S-rank Protoss Guardians, among whom were Count Dracula, Joseph, Michael, and May. The TV star was already reporting. She said that right now she was facing all the mighty forces that had set out on a campaign to the murderous island. This was the first war in history when 3 states united to fight the enemy. Those serving God and the original predator hiding on the island are probably already shaking with fear. However, suddenly her attention was distracted by the strange love games of the girls. These were 2 beautiful girls with perky breasts and perfect bodies. Sif and Judy pestered Ben, who was unperturbed. Sif said that she was very touched that her lord the Archangel had done so much to win back her home. So she invited him to come to her tonight so that she could tell him everything and chat with him until the morning. Judy said that it would be better to go to her because she has a very large and comfortable bed. This whole spectacle was observed by the hero's assistants, who, it seems, were not very happy. Ben's grumpy fighting harem decided that the 2 girls were going overboard and fighting off their boyfriend right in front of their eyes. The guy's good fighting harem was worried that a fight would start, but Kathleen said that this happens often and there is no need to worry. Ben was not very happy with this attention and asked the girls to slow down because they were being filmed by the camera. The reporters really decided to film the piquant scene, and at that moment, they realized that they had been noticed. The cameraman hinted that if they showed this, it could affect the image of the Protoss, but the girl said that it doesn't matter because they are filming live. Meanwhile, in the palace on the murderous island, the fighters felt threatened. Daphne said that there were a lot of bugs heading towards them right now, so it was time to turn them into food for the gods. The ships had almost reached the shore, encountering no obstacles on their way. Suddenly, one of the sailors shouted for everyone to get ready because there was something under the water. The water around the ships turned into whirlpools, and something was rising from the depths towards the ships. Suddenly, huge tentacles emerged from the water. They were larger than ships. The tentacles lifted one of the ships into the air, and the monster's voice said that the pathetic people were trying in vain to stop the coming of God. The demonic predator, the king of the octopuses from the depths, said that everyone who swam here has only one end. This is death. At that moment, one of the sorceresses began to cast some spell from her book. After reading the spell, huge Halloween pumpkins flew towards the octopus. The octopus was surprised by the attack. He did not believe that any pumpkins could stop him. However, these were not ordinary pumpkins, but real bombs that exploded as soon as they hit the octopus. After the explosion, the predator could no longer say anything because he died at that very second. The sorceress said that the predator was too arrogant for the demonic level, and losing to him would be a real shame. Mary was surprised at the strength of the sorceresses. She did not think that Lisa was hiding such powerful trump cards up her sleeve. The predators were not going to stop, and other tentacles flew out of the water towards the girls. One of the sorceresses managed to dodge. She realized that there was another predator in the water. Suddenly she realized what kind of attack it was. She prayed that it wasn't what she thought it was. She looked at the tentacles that wrapped around her friend and realized that this was the same legendary attack. These were the legendary tentacles that wrapped themselves around the girl and climbed into her most secluded places. A voice from under the water told the girls to stop resisting and trying to get out. It was a demonic predator, the king of mermaids from the depths, who said that the bodies of young girls are extraordinary and taste very tender. However, suddenly, a strange snow appeared out of nowhere, which surprised the monster. The predator was instantly covered in ice, and one of the Protoss defenders stood on the water. Daniel said that the monster should be ashamed of such a disgusting reception. Even death would not atone for his sins. The hero's mother rejoiced at her son's victory. She supported him with all her might. At the same second, another fighter jumped from the ship, who did not want to lag behind his comrades. Adam didn't want Daniel to take all the credit, so he decided that the final blow would be his. The guy hit the predator with his powerful fire strike. From the combination of ice and fire, the predator's body burst and fell apart into many small parts. Jason smiled and noticed that his student talked a lot. If he had not met such a cool mentor like him, he would definitely have died. Our heroes passed all the obstacles and arrived on the murderous island. Count Dracula asked that his order be conveyed to everyone. He ordered the destruction of all those serving God on the island. Protoss fighters descended onto the shore. The Count wanted them to raze this island to the ground. Adam was looking for opponents along the alleys of an abandoned city when suddenly he noticed a strange picture. The guys couldn't believe their eyes. It was the first time they had seen such a large size. In front of him stood a squad of giant bunny girls who noticed that guys were like little ants to them. They could be crushed with one hand. One of the knights said that they should not be fooled by big breasts. Everyone on this island is dangerous. Therefore, as a knight, he decided to find out what the catch was and rushed to attack the tempting enemy first. Adam was surprised by the guy's determination. Like a true knight, he decided to sacrifice himself without hesitation. The brave guy flew straight towards the meeting of two huge, beautiful mountains. The knight realized that he was too close to them. If you look from this angle, he understood that he could not stand it. The brave warrior landed right between two bunny balls. One could only dream of this. Such impressions made the knight's nose bleed. The knight asked his brothers to save him quickly, otherwise he would die from blood loss. His comrades were disappointed in him. Adam wanted to forget everything he had said about this guy before. The girl said that the advanced warrior really liked it here, and she asked if other guys wanted to try the same. After all, they were their guests. The head of the employees, Daphne, ordered to take good care of them. The girls offered to take advantage of their generosity, and experience it. Suddenly, one of the bunnies leaned over to the heroes and said that a wave of sweetness would now cover them. The girls' breasts were getting closer and faster to the knights. Adam thought that this was some kind of sex manipulation. At the same second, there was a roar from a powerful blow in the place where the knights stood. The girl crushed them with her chest. It seemed like there was nothing left of them. Her friends praised her. They suggested that the guys had turned into cutlets. The blonde stood up and said that these guys are just trash. Who you really should be afraid of are the S-rank guardians. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the mass grave asking who the girl called trash. The bunny was surprised that there was a fish that managed to escape and survive. The pile of corpses became red hot, and from under it the guy ordered his raging flame of a true dragon to open fire. At that moment, the huge depraved girls were pierced by a stream of flame, which destroyed two of the offenders at once. The last surviving girl was scared. Apparently among the ants there was a strong S-rank fighter. Adam broke out of the ambush and headed towards his last enemy. The guy said that the girl got scared too early because he is only A rank, and there are many fighters much stronger than him. The girl tried to seduce him by telling him not to be angry. She can put out his flame, he just needs to sit on her, and she will do everything for him. However, Adam did not succumb to provocation and punched the girl in the face. The bunny was lying on the ground in a depraved position, but Adam said that he would hit her again, and it didn't matter how she lay. After all, before arriving here, he made a promise to himself that after completing the task, he would immediately confess to one girl. The bunnies can't seduce the hot guy, all because he was already in love. Suddenly, he heard next to him the sound of a red-hot flame cutting the ground. The stranger approached the guy and said that his opponent had little strength, but Adam had the same power of fire as he did. Leo noticed that the guy was from Protoss. He said that what he hated most was their belief in their own uniqueness and love of poking their nose into other people's affairs. Since Adam had encountered him, he would have to die. The fiery guy replied that Leo speaks too pretentiously. The main thing is that he does not ask for mercy later like these bunny girls. Meanwhile, in another part of the island, the knights' airships were already above the temple. A detachment of fighters landed right in the rear of the murderous island. But suddenly someone attacked them and pierced a couple of fighters through. They died instantly. The detachment commander was dumbfounded that enemies could fight in the sky. Celine said that reaching the rear of the murderous island from the air was a crazy idea. The knights, dangling in the air, could not offer resistance and became just targets. The girl who controls the crows said that here will be the grave of all these soldiers. The servant of God commanded her subordinate pets to create a real hurricane of crows. There were too many crows. They attacked in all directions. The commander understood that if they landed surrounded by this flock, they would destroy all the knights. But suddenly the wounded guy was surrounded by a purple magical shield. It was the Mages Guild that came to the rescue. They created a shield around the knights that brought them down at maximum speed and prevented the crows from attacking them. The knights landed on the battlefield with lightning speed, and no one was harmed by the crows' attacks. Selena noted that they were very lucky that they managed to survive. She was wondering what they would do after landing. The knights prepared for battle. The girl told them that Daphne had given all the employees powerful powers, so they had no chance of winning. But in the sky, the witches supported the guys. This battle was supposed to atone for the sins of the knights. They had to win. Suddenly, a huge bird appeared in the distance. It was a black dragon heading towards the witches. The dragon said that his guests were very arrogant. They created such a mess in his domain and didn't even say hello. It was the 10th servant, the dragon knight Evan, in the sky above the murderous island. The last word was always his. He had a strange expression on his face. The guy said that he wanted to play with the little flying witches. The head of the Mages Guild immediately felt the enormous power that the dragon radiated. It could not be compared with the monsters from the sea. But what happened to his body anyway? It seemed to be growing out of a dragon. But the main question was why he didn't open his eyes. Was he really looking down on the girls? Meanwhile, in another part of the island, a detachment of fighters was finishing disembarking from the ship. Count Dracula finally came to Ben to give him an assignment. He told the guy not to rush to go ashore because he had a more important task, namely protecting the rear of the Allied armies. They made a long journey here for the sake of battle. The port is their rear. It is the last hope of the Allied forces, so the Count is forced to give this task to the most reliable person. Ben replied that this is a good reason for him not to refuse, but this is not the Viceroy's real plan. He just wants the hero to sit here modestly and not take all the attention to himself. Dracula coughed and replied that he had never even thought of such a thing, but that was exactly what he was counting on. The governor called reporters to him. He ordered them to follow him and not miss this exciting battle. This war was extremely important for Count Dracula. He needed to restore his reputation in front of the whole world. While the battle was going on the front line, Ben and Lisa sat on the ship and guarded the shore. The girl asked the hero why he so easily agreed with Dracula's plan. The hero replied that he had no choice because the Count is the head of the United Troops and he must think about the general situation and maintain the authority of the head of the troops. But the most important thing is that the governor's words made sense. If their rear was unexpectedly attacked, their troops would be unable to attack or retreat. However, the Queen noticed that the governor had invited reporters with him. It seems that he was not particularly worried about the war. He wants to strengthen his authority, but knowing his mentality, something bad will most likely happen. Ben said that he had thought about it too. But what he was concerned about now was not Dracula's power, because he wanted immediate results. The hero was worried that they knew nothing about the employees except for the Crow and Jake. If Dracula underestimated the enemy, he would pay for it. Lisa said that the Count is leading the United Troops. While the process is broadcast, people all over the world are watching him. He must under no circumstances allow problems to arise. As soon as Dracula loses, the United Troops will immediately be defeated. Ben opened the portal and advised the girl not to worry because the hero understands the importance of the governor. For the sake of the United Troops, he would never allow him to lose. 2 dolls with human souls emerged from the portal, the head of the Emperor's assassins, Lloyd, and the 8th employee, Jake. Ben gave orders to the employees. Lloyd should accompany the Viceroy and help when necessary, and Jake, as a long-range assassin with good eyesight, should go to the top of the mast and observe what is happening on the island and keep the hero informed of events. Since Dracula does not want the hero to interfere, he will send someone else, so he will not violate the order. At this moment, Lisa was surprised. This was different from her predictions, and such moments began to become more numerous. She wanted to know what awaited them during the war. Meanwhile, the Count and reporters entered the center of the murderous island and began searching for opponents. The operator said that he already regretted taking on this job. It was too dangerous here. Predators could jump out at any time, but the TV star reassured him and said that there was nothing to be afraid of. She believed that there was no safer place in this world than next to Count Dracula. The girl advised me to look at the Count's aura. No predator would come close to such terrifying power. Suddenly, May, who accompanied the Viceroy, said that she felt something. The Count confirmed the girl's words. Unknown fighters stood in front of him. The Count had long felt a strong smell of blood somewhere here. One of the fighters was a lovely, charming girl, the 5th employee. She said that they had just made a bet to see who could bring Dracula's head. The 7th servant, the divine child, said that although he was young, he turned out to be so strong that the world of magic rejected him. He was a genius that could not be found again. The 9th servant of God, the slayer of gods, said that he draws a sword faster than lightning and can cut a dragon flying in the heights in one fell swoop. The 10th employee, the heavyweight boxer king, said that he was also endowed with superhuman strength, and his power shook the earth and destroyed mountains. The cute fox told the Count that he can choose the one he likes best and at whose hands he wants to die, because they don't want to offend him. Dracula calmly asked if they were trying in vain to resurrect the original predator. The 9th was surprised that the governor was aware of their plans, even about the deity. The Count was aware. The guy confirmed that they serve God. Suddenly, Dracula appeared behind the guy and said that he would finish them all off. The guy was scared when he saw such speed. He did not even notice how the governor was behind him. Dracula hit 9 with his hand, and from such power he instantly flew to the side. The guy's arm was torn off from the force of the blow. He slammed into the wall and died instantly. The fox girl did not understand what happened. She assumed that the guy was not given the power of God, or the girl suggested that perhaps this bat was much stronger than she imagined. Count Dracula said that they do not need to attack one at a time. He came here in order to completely destroy those who serve God so they can attack all together. The governor added that it was good that he found them all together. He would not have to look for them one by one throughout the city. The 10th shouted that the count was rejoicing early. The last fighter was killed by inattention. This will not happen to them. He swung his fist, trying to attack the governor, and said that he would deal with him with one blow. The fighter's fist increased in size, but Dracula calmly stopped it with one movement of his hand. The governor told the warrior that he didn't need to talk so much. If he wanted to fight, then let him fight. After these words, the count jerked his hand and instantly tore off the fighter's hand. The girl was scared. She thought that Dracula was crazy, he was cruel in battle, and did not look like the usual guardians of the Protoss. The little boy realized that he would not fight the governor because there was an abyss between their levels. He realized that the best solution would be to run away and let the head of the employees deal with this guy. After these words, a divine circle appeared around the guy, which began to gather an aura around him. A pillar of light appeared from the circle and began to instantly move one of the employees. He was glad that he had successfully retreated. There was very powerful protection on the border of this pillar of light. The guy believed that he was safe. The count noticed this and said that no one leaves the battlefield without his permission. He raised his hand and bit the finger from which blood flowed. After that, he waved his hand and created a bloody blade that flew towards the guy. However, the kid was not afraid because he created a pillar of elevation just against such situations. The thickness of the barrier is comparable to the golden body of a kunai master. Unfortunately for him, this was no barrier to the count's blade. It instantly pierced the guy's head. He began to choke on blood, and before his death, he did not believe that the barrier did not protect him from the enemy's attack at all. The fox turned around and saw blood pouring from the pillar of light, and then the guy's head fell to the ground. She was surprised that those two fighters were killed instantly. Even the barrier could not stop the count's attack, and according to the standards of the Protoss Guardians, the boy corresponded to S rank. Dracula was scary. He told the girl that she was left alone. The fox got scared and asked him to stop. She said that the person in the Protoss court who could deal with S rank in seconds should only be Kevin, who retired. The girl wanted to know who her opponent was. The man said that he was the acting Emperor of Protoss, Count Dracula. The girl was horrified. She knew who Emperor Dracula was. She realized that the Empire had decided to destroy the murderous island since even he was here. The fox gathered her strength and jumped to attack the governor, saying that she was only the 5th employee and would not beg for mercy. The count only calmly watched the useless attempts to attack him. The girl gathered her energy and summoned a huge sphere of spirits. The electric sphere flew towards the count and seemed about to destroy him. However, the governor stopped her with a slight movement of his hand, like a large flying balloon. After that, he threw it aside as easily as he stopped it. The sphere of spirits flew towards the city, and everything in its path was destroyed by its power. The girl was amazed by such power. It was her strongest technique, which meant that she only had one trump card left. The fox concentrated and began to concentrate her energy to use her last ability. She began to disappear. Her disappearing technique completely hides her presence. Since the smells and sound are completely hidden, it seemed that the girl was not in this world at all. Now that she was invisible, there was no way the count would be able to find her. Dracula realized that the girl had disappeared. He could not even feel her. It was a rather unusual disguise technique. However, the Viceroy was an experienced warrior. He extended his hand to use the ability. Suddenly, the corpses of the fox's fallen comrades began to rise into the air. The Count said that her technique was useless and just a pathetic attempt to avoid death. The corpses slowly began to rise into the air, along with all the body parts of the dead people. May was scared. She knew what technique he was going to use and did not think that he would use it. The Count asked the dead bodies to allow their lives to be turned into beautiful fireworks. There was an explosion. The bodies shrank and burst, splashing the area with their blood. Some of the blood of the fallen comrades splattered the body of the disappeared fox. The girl thought it was sticky and disgusting because recently these were her friends, and now she was in their blood. The fox got angry and shouted that this was too much because she was neat and did not expect such humiliation. Suddenly, the Count's hand, which was shrouded in bats, reached out to the girl. The man grabbed the fox by the throat. She was breathing with difficulty and coughing because of this. Dracula held the girl in the air and told her that he finally managed to grab this little fox. Suddenly, Dracula's gaze rushed down. Like any man, he noticed the girl's lush breasts. He was wondering if the girl's heart was as big as her breasts or not. The man wanted to take it out and check it. However, he was stopped by May, who advised the Count to calm down. The fact is that the reporters were still filming the battle, and Dracula should have behaved more calmly and not gotten excited. The Count turned his head and looked at the reporters. In the heat of battle, he forgot about them. The cameraman and TV star stood splattered in blood and trembling with fear. The girl imagined the Count to be not as creepy as he really is. Spectators in Protos, who watched the battle, said that their viceroy was too strong, but it was too cruel, considering the desecration of the corpse that the Count did. Some believed that such a psycho should not lead the city. One of the girls said that all these virgins do not understand that affection towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. The Protoss army has already suffered great losses. Count Dracula came to his senses and did not kill the girl, but simply threw her to the ground. He apologized and said that he had lost his head a little at the sight of fresh blood. This girl was from the Fox clan, so the governor decided to leave her to May. The girl did not know what to do with a prisoner of war. She had never been in such delicate situations. However, a wonderful idea came to her mind. She decided to give the fox to Ben because he still has a lot of experience in such matters. After some time, the space around the ship where the hero was located began to crack. A portal appeared from a crack, from which an unconscious girl fell and began to fly head down. Queen Lisa was surprised at this turn of events. She could not understand why the beautiful girl was falling from heaven. Ben thought quickly and jumped to meet the defenseless fox. The guy immediately grabbed her in flight and prevented the unfortunate employee from crashing. He was wondering why he always finds himself in situations where he catches falling girls. He asked if Lisa had seen this in the future. The girl was embarrassed and said that she didn't remember, but most likely this didn't happen. Jake said that she was the 5th employee defeated by Dracula. He saw the fight with his eagle vision. The guy added that May sent her here so that the master could interrogate her. Something useful could be extracted from her. Ben put the girl on the ground and replied that he had experience in interrogation and would carry out the order. After a couple of minutes, the rope became tight. The fox opened her eyes and thought that she had died and was now in the afterlife. However, she was still alive and tied up. The girl was embarrassed that she was in such a position. She did not understand what was happening and called for help. Ben told her that there was no need to resist because she was already in his power, and as the 5th employee, she could tell him many interesting things. He has countless ways to loosen a girl's tongue. If she doesn't want to suffer, then let her tell everything now. The girl grinned and said that the hero was just bluffing. She knew that the truly strong guardians of the Protoss were already fighting on the front lines. Even the ruler, Dracula, was no exception. And the guy who remained on the ship in such a critical situation was just some kind of rear warrior. The fox added that it would take him 10,000 years to scare her, at which point Ben became outraged at being called a home front warrior. The girl said that they still don't have long left, so she will tell the truth. They initially lost this war. Even Dracula's personal participation will not help. She has seen his techniques and he is indeed strong, but compared to their leader, his strength is still not enough. And not only the head, each priest from the Great Four is an unsurpassed battle master. Suddenly a noise was heard in the sea, which the heroes heard. For the fox, it was a familiar sound. Ben realized that something was approaching them, and there was a lot of it. The girl realized that it was Ariel, the purest and kindest of the servants. She was the daughter of the sea, as if she had come to save her. Jake, standing on the mast, said that they had problems because someone was watching them. Ariel jumped out of the water and said that their leader had given the order to destroy the entire fleet, so that everyone who landed on this island would leave and never return. The sea mermaid raised her hand, commanding the forces of water. At that moment, at her call, a huge whale jumped out of the water, which seemed to destroy the ship. The fox began to worry because she was also on the ship. Did the girl really want her friend to die? Ben went towards the offender and said that her friend seemed to be out of her mind. The fox thought that the hero wants to die. If he wants to live, then the best solution would be to leave the ship and run away with her. Ben smiled and replied that since he was a rear soldier, he must conscientiously fulfill his duties. The girl shouted that now is not the time to show off. Ariel is the daughter of the sea. The ocean is in her power. In the water, even she is not her opponent. Exactly a minute passed. The fox looked in surprise and did not understand what had happened. Ariel was hanging tied up just like her. The girl thought that although the guy was sitting in the rear, he had very great strength. The mermaid had some strange behavior. Her eyes were cloudy and she moved like a lustful animal. Lisa also noticed her friend's abnormal behavior. She usually doesn't behave as rudely as she does now. She clearly must have heard her cries for help. Ben, who stood opposite the girls, told the fox that he knew what was wrong. Ariel is not who she thinks she is because someone is controlling her. This technique will quickly suck all the juices out of her. The guy said that maybe he knows how to help her. The fox was amazed that Ben knew so much. He certainly didn't look like a home front soldier. Queen Lisa explained that the hero is not on the front line, not because he is weak, but on the contrary because he is very strong, so much so that Dracula is afraid of him. Most likely he will be the one who will replace Dracula. He is the guardian of Protoss S rank number 4, the Lord of Endless Darkness. The girl couldn't believe that the hero was so cool because he looked completely unremarkable. She looked at Ben, who was pulling his hands to Ariel's chest. At that moment, she shouted to the hero that he could not take advantage of the moment and let go of his hands. Ben touched the mermaid, and she felt a strange feeling as if energy filled her entire body. Suddenly, pink eyes opened in the girl's mind, calling her name. The head's eyes asked her why her heart was beating so fast. Was her faith in God so fragile? Fortunately for Ariel, Ben appeared in front of her and asked the head what god she was talking about. The guy looked gloomily into the employee's eyes and asked if they had met before. He picked up the chain that hung around Ariel's neck and said that the gods do not bind their followers with chains. The real Ariel asked the hero to stop. She did not understand what he wanted to do, but the hero did not listen to her. He broke the chains that fettered the girl. Finally, Ben said that let their god clear his neck and wait, because he is going to meet him. Daphne's connection with Ariel was severed, and she no longer felt power over her, which surprised her. She didn't understand why her heart was beating so wildly. It was like fear. The guy penetrated the divine world and broke her chain. She was wondering who this man was. He was the first who could interest her and frighten her. Her thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar figure who asked why her mistress was sweating so much. It was the third employee, the witch Medusa, who assumed that it was because of Dracula. She told her mistress that she could deal with him. Another unknown guest hit the ground with his staff and said that it looked like someone was running ahead. The fourth of the servants, the messenger of death, Caesar, wanted Dracula to be given to him. Otherwise, the heads of all strangers on the island would be his. Daphne exhaled and said that he could do as he wanted. The employees went hunting, but the head was still restless. She wanted to speed up the execution of the plan. She ordered the second of the servants, the living corpse of a young girl, Megan, to wake up because she needed her. The sleeping corpse slowly opened its violet eyes. The girl heard the mistress's call and asked what help she needed. Meanwhile, on the ship, Ben said that Daphne now poses no threat to Ariel. The girl greedily gulped air and thanked the guy for saving her from suffering. But she had one more small request. Her friend Selena was under the same technique. She understood that her request seemed rude, but she wanted the hero to save the Raven girl. If she had not taken her to meet the head, she would not have been in this position. The head saw that their faith had been shaken, so she applied the technique only to them, turning them into obedient puppets. Ben replied that he owed the crow, so the girl need not worry, he would save her too. Suddenly the sky turned purple, and the queen told Ben to look at it. She couldn't believe her eyes and asked the guy if he had seen this before. A girl unfamiliar to them rose into the sky, emitting the purest light. She raised her head and said that when the sun rises, all the fighters go into battle. Then she ordered the secret barrier to appear. A ray of light struck from the center of the island, which formed an impenetrable dome around the island on which two words were written: sun, and moon. Lillian, who was fighting the monsters, did not understand what was happening and that it was blinding her eyes. May said that this thing looked like a magical barrier with a powerful effect. Dracula confirmed her words and added that it was the first time he had seen such a powerful barrier. It must have been created to stop him. It's a pity that they got scared so late. Dracula turned around and said that the main building of God's servants was in front of them. He wanted to destroy it. Daphne looked at the dome and said that this barrier was as beautiful as Megan. She winked at the girl and was glad that she was next to her. The second employee became embarrassed and said that she shouldn't praise her because she was very embarrassed. The sun and moon barrier has been activated, and even she will not be able to remove it. She just has to wait 100,000 days for it to automatically deactivate. Thus, the Allied army on the island was trapped, and no one could escape from here. Daphne said that this was a necessary step to resurrect God, but Megan is only half right. The most important thing is that the barrier of the sun and moon can stop the guy who makes her nervous. Meanwhile, Ben tried to open a portal inside the barrier, but nothing worked. He understood that this would not help and admired the barrier technique. Apparently, Dracula wasn't the only one who wanted him to remain an indifferent spectator. The hero freed the girls, and the fox said that this is Megan's barrier. It doesn't matter whether the hero uses magic or physical strength. Everything will be useless. A person cannot break it. Apparently, the head has already awakened the girl from hibernation. It seems the guy has greatly angered her. Ariel noticed that this was all quite strange. Now all the Allied troops and employees were locked on the island. What is the probability that the leader wants to sacrifice all the people on the murderous island and resurrect God? Lisa said that this is just crazy. The Allied forces include Protoss, a country of knights and women, all the best of the 3 states. She asked the girls if they were sure that the leader could kill them all. Ariel said that in the past, during the war with Lloyd, 4 of their employees were on another important mission. That's the only reason they were defeated. The mermaid knew that the strength of those 3 servants was incomparable to the strength of the Grand Master, and the strength of Daphne's head far surpasses them all. If Ben couldn't enter the battlefield because of this barrier, then her hypothesis was similar to the truth. The hero examined the wall again and said that a person would definitely not be able to pass this barrier. However, he wondered if a god or demon could break this barrier. The girls were surprised by what they heard. They could not believe that the hero was capable of summoning a demon or a god. Meanwhile, in the center of the city, the battle was in full swing, and one of the employees was watching it. The skeleton said that there were a lot of people here. He praised them for coming from such a distance to attend their own funeral. The head of the Iroquois, guardian of A rank, made an obscene gesture to the skeleton and said that they had already killed all his friends. James, an A-rank guardian, said that he hates most those who only pretend to be strong. There is only one skeleton, but there are many of them. The guy told Caesar to look at the army. All the Protoss fighters were gathered here. The skeleton could not defeat them alone. The servant laughed. He said that it seems they didn't understand if they said that he was alone. The messenger of death added that he never said that he came alone. The dead magician raised his hands to the sky and a huge pentagram appeared behind him. Flying souls began to emerge from the circle in huge numbers. They looked like death in a robe. The guys realized that the harbinger of death was a summoner, and at one point, they found themselves in the minority. Jenna noticed that these creatures smelled rotten. They did not look like living things. Their smell was more like undead. The king of the undead pointed his staff at the people and ordered his servants to destroy every single one of them. The dead souls rushed into battle. They were very creepy, and such a huge number could not be counted. One of them tore the clothes on Eliza's chest. The girl noticed that they were very well trained. The spirits had not only good physical strength, but also magical skills, which Jenna tried to protect herself from. This summoner could create undead continuously. The girls did not know how to defeat him. Caesar just laughed as he watched the battle. He knew that in a battle with people, he would not lose to anyone. After all, he, the 4th servant, the Skeleton King, alone could replace an entire army. The Protoss warriors continued to fight the monsters, Kathleen cutting them all down with one blow. Lillian, one of the strongest guards, also had no particular problems eliminating opponents. One of the ghosts approached Joseph and smelled the wild stench that came from his bag. The man grabbed the undead by the head and held it tightly. He slammed his opponent into the ground and said that no one dares to despise him. Suddenly, Kathleen noticed strange things. The ghosts that she had cut began to stitch together. The girl realized that these corpses could regenerate. The battle was already difficult and was becoming more difficult every minute. Suddenly, strange black feathers appeared in the sky. The undead began to look around and did not understand what kind of feathers were falling on them. These were the feathers of Sif, who said that the undead should not be in the presence of an angel. She suggested that if they can regenerate, then it is necessary to hit them so that there is nothing to recover. Suddenly, the feathers that were falling from the sky began to change their color. It seemed that they were starting to heat up. Each feather became heated to the maximum and exploded with colossal force. After the explosion, there was nothing left at the place where the ghosts stood. They really had nothing to regenerate after such an attack. The girl rejoiced at her victory. She wanted them to feel all the pain. The fallen angel wondered how they could be reborn after this. Lillian noticed that Sif is very good at controlling her powers. She multiplies them even more than her breasts. Judy said that was her point. They had to win for the sake of the Protoss. They couldn't let the employees look down on others. However, suddenly, a skeleton king appeared behind the fallen angel and said that they were rejoicing early. The girl turned around and couldn't believe that this was even possible. There was an impenetrable barrier around Caesar. He was protected from any attacks. The king said that they did not see his entire army. All these undead are connected to him, and while he is alive, they can be reborn endlessly. After these words, Caesar shot his beam at Sif. The girl fell from heaven to earth. Blood began to flow from her mouth and she coughed. Sif realized that Caesar was a rather serious opponent, and she underestimated him. The girl did not want to lose on the threshold of her own home. The undead legion evolves with each rebirth, strength, magical abilities, endurance. Everything made a leap in development. The longer the battle, the stronger they become. Caesar told the people that it doesn't matter how many there are, and it doesn't matter how strong they are. If all these people get involved in his legion, then they will only have one path left. They can only become part of his immortal legion through mortal torment. While the undead legion was resurrected again and again, the situation on the battlefield gradually changed. The Allied forces were engaged in a difficult battle with endless opponents, and their forces were running out. Jessica tried to attack one ghost, but her blade of love was useless against him. Susan also had a good time, however. She was not going to give up and threw her feathers at the enemy. She made a bunch of holes in it, but these attacks were useless. Their regeneration was endless. The girl understood that at this rate, they would sooner or later be killed. Lillian understood that everyone except the S-rank hunters could no longer restrain them. Kathleen agreed and said that they did not expect that one person from the service could cause so many problems for the Allied forces. The leader of the swordsmen never thought that one day she and Kathleen would fight side by side. Lillian asked the paladin to do her a favor. She wanted Kathleen to distract the undead, and in the meantime, she would take care of the skeleton of the employees, because he is a lich, and as soon as he dies, the entire army of the undead will immediately fall. The paladin had little strength, but she told her new friend not to worry about anything. She would hold off the enemy. The two girls were surrounded by an army of undead, however. They did not want to give up and prepared for battle. Finally, Lillian said that when all this was over, she would definitely invite Kathleen to the land of women to swim in the hot springs. After these words, the head of the country of women jumped on the head of one of the ghosts in order to push off and fly closer to the skeleton. She understood that the Allied forces were mired in a quagmire, and she, as the strongest guardian, must lead the others out of the deadlock. One blow from her was supposed to decide everything. The girl gathered all her power into this attack. The blow of her sword pierced Caesar's ice barrier. It was unclear whether he would be able to break through it. At the sight of the collision, the light began to flare up. With every second it became brighter and brighter. Joseph was surprised at the light the blade emitted. The light blinded the man's eyes. The barrier began to crack, and a voice was heard inside it, which said that he did not expect that there were people other than the head of the employees who could destroy his barrier. The barrier burst and slightly injured the servant, however. This was not enough to win. Lillian did not expect that the thickness of the shield would cause her blade to deflect. Suddenly, a ghost appeared behind the girl, who was ready to deal with her with his club. The undead hit the girl and her blood immediately spilled. Lillian fell to the ground and was covered in blood. She was still alive, but breathing with difficulty. Caesar stood in front of her. He explained that he could control such a large legion of undead due to incredible amounts of energy. If you add the same number of people into the battle, then still no one will surpass him, so people will never be able to defeat his legion. Caesar said that the girl's death would become a symbol of the defeat of the coalition, because she was the leader of the allied forces. Suddenly, the skeleton heard a male voice behind him. It was Ben. The guy said that he had not yet joined the battle, and the skeleton had already declared the defeat of the allied army. Meanwhile, 3 girls at the edge of the barrier stood and looked at the huge hole in it. Lisa couldn't believe that Megan's most powerful barrier had been breached. She had never met such people. It was unclear who he was, a demon or a human, but Lisa explained that Ben is the savior of the world. Caesar could not understand where the hero came from because he did not feel his presence. It was strange. Suddenly, the hero instantly ran, but not towards the skeleton, but towards the girl. Ben knelt next to the wounded Lillian and apologized for not being there in time. Meanwhile, Caesar could not understand why he could not keep up with the guy's speed. The girl got up with difficulty and said that as soon as she saw Ben, she immediately stopped feeling pain. The guy began to look around the battlefield. At one end lay Sif, who was covered in bruises. At the other end, he saw a wounded Judy who was unconscious. The guy stood up and said that their offender would be 10 times more painful. The king, meanwhile, realized that he had better watch the hero and be more careful with him. Ben said that they should compare which of them is stronger if Caesar is so confident in himself. The hero raised 2 fingers in the air, and the king immediately noticed this. He instantly stepped back, for he thought that Ben was going to suddenly attack him. However, nothing happened. The guy just stood there and held 2 fingers in front of him. The king of the undead was outraged that some brat decided to play a joke on him. Ben said that he just wanted to intimidate his enemy because before a strong attack, you always need to warm up. He invited Caesar to look at the result of combining the nuclei of light and darkness at the true power of the gift of light. Suddenly, Lillian was overcome by a powerful force that Ben transferred to her using his power. Sif also felt the ability and did not understand what was happening to her. The pain disappeared somewhere, and even the wounds disappeared. Jenna noticed that not only were they healed, her body was filled with energy. It felt like her whole body was on fire, and she was about to explode. Kathleen noticed that these were the same sensations as that evening with Ben. Most likely the guy decided to share his power with them. Joseph rejoiced at this effect, his morale reaching its limit. Caesar could not believe what he saw. These half-dead people are filled with blood and return to life like the undead from his army. Ben also noticed that this is similar to the effect of Caesar's legion. He shared his strength with others so that they would fight for him, because for him this is a mere trifle. Every person from the allied army was imbued with the power of light. Ben was able to heal everyone. Caesar was furious, because the legion of the undead is his invincible technique, which he has been perfecting all his life, and this guy can do absolutely the same without effort. He was still young. The king realized that perhaps Ben had the strength to compete with him. The hero told Lillian that now is her exit. She must release her inner beast and return the pain that she experienced. Ben told the girl that now she could cut Caesar down with her own hands. The girl began to concentrate energy to use the secret style of the country of women, the style of flying blades. She pushed off the ground and jumped to attack the undead king. Thanks to Ben's strength, she could rise again. Only a sad end awaited the hero's enemy. Caesar shouted that this was impossible because he had already defeated Lillian. She could not become a Superman after receiving a little of this light. The commander summoned his legion of undead and ordered him to destroy everyone. Ben told his troops that they should not allow the undead to rampage. People must win this battle. The hero's girls and Protoss guards rushed into the attack with renewed vigor to help Lillian. Meanwhile, a flock of ghosts was already approaching the head of the country of women. Now no one could stand in her way. She advised them to attack all at the same time. The girl flew forward like a big flash of light, pushing the undead away in front of her. She landed at lightning speed right in front of the skeleton king. Lillian raised her hand and made a gesture. Suddenly, swords filled with light flew from behind her, and she was now controlling them. Caesar said that this was just a show trick that would not work on him. The Skeleton King jumped and tried to evade the attack of the head of the country of women. However, the flying swords began to pursue their target. Caesar realized that the battle was becoming more difficult for him every second. Lillian said that it was useless to run away from her. At this rate, the king could run to the ends of the earth, but her blades would follow him even there and pierce his throat. The girl added that the skeleton has not yet realized that it is gradually slowing down. The skeleton grinned. He couldn't slow down because he was full of strength and not the least bit tired. However, at that very moment he was pierced by swords that were still able to catch up with him. They cut him from all sides, and the king of the dead fell to the ground. He trembled and struggled to his feet. Caesar did not understand why he was weakening, because he should still have plenty of strength and energy. The skeleton suggested that this is because the legion regenerates too quickly, and that is why it spends so much energy, but even so, it should have been enough for its own battle. Lillian heard the dead man and told him to look more closely because his legion of undead became a charge for Ben. With the help of endless darkness, he sucked all the energy from Caesar's army, and with the gift of light, he transferred this energy to the allied forces. This is his strategy. The skeleton dared to measure his strength with Ben alone. This is quite self-confident. His self-confidence was what destroyed him. Caesar began to frantically beg to stop because he still had not released something. However, Lillian did not listen to her opponent, but simply cut off his head with one blow. The dead man's head fell and rolled across the field like a soccer ball. She stopped right at the feet of the fragile head of the School of Swordsmen. Caesar continued to say that he would not give up because he had not yet shown his full strength. Lillian heard these screams and only calmly began to take her foot out of her shoe. She raised her leg above the dead man's head and said that she felt sorry for him because he had no chance of winning. After these words, she stepped on Caesar and broke his skull into small fragments. At the same moment, the entire Legion of Death began to disappear into thin air. Victory lay with the strength of the Allied army. Lillian looked at the disappearing dead and realized that it was all over. Suddenly, she heard Ben's voice, pleasant to her ear, praising the girl for a good job. The guy said that this is the first time he has united power with her, and the result has already turned out good. Now, she is his most capable girl. The girl noticed that the guy's strength was incredible because it not only made it easy for her to use the style of ever-floating blades, she also allowed others to reach a whole new level with her help. Ben's strong and passionate energy always attracted her. It was a pleasant feeling, as if he had broken a taboo again like that night. She still remembered how wonderful it was. Every time she remembered this, her heart beat non-stop. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to repeat this moment with her boyfriend. Ben was embarrassed and told her that she needed to be patient and wait for her return. They couldn't do that here. At this moment, the breasts of other girls pressed against the hero from all sides. Jenna said that it was awkward to do this in public, but it was even more difficult to wait patiently for her to return. Kathleen confirmed her words and added that the hero did something strange to them, so he needs to take responsibility. Ben shook his head and looked at the girls. He couldn't understand why even they had such a reaction. Jessica told the guy to look more closely because they weren't the only ones with this reaction. Joseph said that the hero will have to deal with these girls. Judy asked the girls not to be nervous because she had seen this many times and she had a solution to this issue. The guys watched the method that the poisonous queen came up with, which made them blush. After that, Judy asked the girls how they were feeling. It seemed to her that they felt better. Lillian replied that she actually felt better. One kiss from Ben could solve everyone's immediate needs. But this was a temporary effect. After this battle is over, she will certainly fight with the guy day and night. Ben was all kissed by the girls. He realized that he had managed to avoid a disaster, but he had to be careful with this technique. Meanwhile, on the other side of the murderous island, Count Dracula continued his search. May felt that something was approaching. The Count replied that this was not the head of the employees, so he would figure it out in no time. The door next to him began to crack, as if something was about to appear. The wall burst and a huge cobra emerged from it and wanted to eat the governor. Count Dracula didn't even move, and the snake swallowed him whole. May was shocked by this picture. She did not understand what the Count was doing. The reporters also couldn't believe that the snake simply ate their only protector. Now, they would definitely die here. It was a demonic-level predator, a godlike titan boa constrictor. At that moment, a green aura appeared on his head, and it seemed as if someone else was appearing on the battlefield. The third employee, the witch jellyfish, said that it is rare to meet someone who can remain calm. After seeing the titan boa constrictor and one of the employees, she thought that May was the same Dracula who defeated the Fox Squad. The director replied that she did not think that there would be such a beauty among the employees, but it seems that she is mistaken, because she was not the one who defeated them. They were defeated by the one who is now heading into the stomach of the jellyfish beast, the interim emperor of Protoss, Guardian number 3, Count Dracula. Suddenly, the snake felt strange sensations inside its stomach. She couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a huge amount of bats. Medusa thought that Dracula was Batman since he could summon so many mice. The mice gathered together, and the Count appeared in front of the employee, concentrating the power in his finger to attack. He looked at the girl and said that he would take her life here and now. The governor shot at the jellyfish, but she deftly jumped back and dodged the attack. Upon landing, she said that it was not surprising that the Count could control so many bats, because he was a vampire. This is her first time fighting a creature that uses mythical abilities, but the Count had more experience in these matters. He thought that his attack was unexpected, but the girl was able to dodge it. Apparently, she's not like the other employees. May hoped that the Count should have already realized that she was not so simple and he needed to be more careful. Two people with a mythical ability looked at each other. A fight was about to begin. Suddenly, the reporter loudly began to describe the situation as Count Dracula crawled out of the snake's belly unharmed. His busty opponent was already trembling with fear. Medusa drew attention to them and said that she hated noisy insects. She asked the Count to wait 1 minute. May was afraid for the people. They should have filmed secretly and not started commenting so loudly at such a moment. Medusa went straight to the reporters and said that she would deal with noisy people in no time. The TV star was scared when she saw the enemy heading towards them. She just wanted to cheer up Dracula. The girl closed her eyes and regretted that she never had time to confess to him. The reporter opened her eyes and couldn't believe that she was still alive. In front of her stood the Count, who held back the enemy's attack. He said that the girl belonged to him. The governor added that no one would touch her except him. At that moment, the microphone fell from the hands of the TV star to the ground. The girl was panicking because the Count so brazenly said on camera that she belonged to him. This confession was seen by the whole world. Usually he looks very serious, but at a critical moment he rushed forward and protected her. What is not said in words will be said in action. The TV star came up with a plan. When the Count deals with the busty girl, they will get married and she will devote herself entirely to him. The girl wanted him to quickly deal with everything and for this plan to come true. Medusa said that she thought she smelled the disgustingly sour smell of love, so she gave them a couple of minutes. They can deal with their feelings right now because later it will be too late. The Count began to get angry and said that the jellyfish talks too much and sticks her nose into things that aren't her own. He directed a huge number of bats directly at the girl. She tried to dodge, but realized that there were too many of these bats. Suddenly, each bat landed on the boa constrictor and began to bite off its flesh. In a few seconds, the mythical beast was completely eaten by bats, leaving only its bones. Dracula said that, as the leader of the Protoss, he bears the burden of responsibility for the well-being of the human race on his shoulders, and he is not interested in feelings. The TV presenter was shocked by such words. It seemed to her that right now he had rejected her. The operator was amazed that such a healthy snake was gnawed down to the bone in a matter of seconds. However, May understood that everything could not be too easy because this employee was not easy. And so it was. The jellyfish did not die and was already approaching the Count with great speed. Dracula realized that she was behind, but it was already too late. The jellyfish praised the Count's quick reaction. The girl struck the governor's body with her hand, but he still managed to jump away. The Count landed not far from the girl, but still kept a safe distance. He touched his body and blushed slightly. It seems that the governor was embarrassed by the touch of the jellyfish. The TV presenter did not understand why the Count blushed. It was the first time she had seen him like this. The girl thought that the attack had wounded him, or this busty woman used a seductive technique on him. Medusa looked at her hand and said that the sensations she experienced were similar to hers. The employee pointed to the Count and said that she understood Count Dracula is a girl. At this moment, all the residents were shocked by such a statement. The guys thought that it was not for nothing that he wore such wide clothes. Apparently, this was in order to hide his body, and besides, it seemed that he lacked masculinity. The girls were wondering why the Count was hiding his identity. They did not understand how they could now trust the governor. The reporter fell to the floor. She could not believe that this was a girl because she had been in love with him for so long. May said that the secret was becoming clear, but she didn't think that the truth would be revealed live to the whole world. The Protoss court would certainly be engulfed in scandal. She already felt a little sorry for her because Dracula was a good person. Medusa asked why the Count was hiding the fact that she was a girl. She probably had mental wounds that were hard to talk about. The employee decided that she wanted to look at the beautiful body hidden under the baggy clothes, so she would take off the robe. The Count was embarrassed. She said that the jellyfish would not dare to do this. Medusa looked into Dracula's eyes and said that she felt like she had no confidence inside. Therefore, she began to attack the Count, because in this state, he would never stop her. A green pentagram appeared in front of the jellyfish's hands, from which dozens of snakes rushed towards the Count. Dracula dodged the attack of the giant cobras with lightning speed and jumped to the side. However, the jellyfish was already behind him. She said that such a broken state was not suitable for battle, so she would undoubtedly lose. The girl took the Count by the mantle. It seemed that now the world would know the truth. Dracula was very embarrassed and told the girl to take her hands off him. However, Medusa did not listen. She tore the robe off the Protoss Emperor. At this moment, a refined figure appeared in front of the people. Thin waist, curvy hips, and large breasts in a red robe. Count Dracula was actually a beautiful girl who was worried that her image as a ruler, which she had built, was now destroyed. Now the whole world has seen her in this form. Now the greatness of the Protoss is gone. But she just wanted to strengthen her position with the help of this war. Dracula would never have thought that there would be such a failure. Now she has probably become a laughing stock for everyone. People in the city saw evidence that their ruler was a girl, and also so beautiful with a gorgeous body. The reporter saw that the Count was a real beauty and understood that she was no match for her in this matter, but the cameraman did not understand why Dracula pretended to be so serious. Suddenly, behind their back, May replied that it was all for the sake of reputation. Dracula cares too much about other people's opinions of her. She always tried to live up to other people's expectations and never for herself. If in this battle she accepts her long-lost self, then the trip will not be in vain. The TV presenter asked May if she knew why Dracula dressed in men's clothing. The director lit a cigarette, because the story about the Count's life that she was about to tell would be long. Dracula has an extremely rare mythical power. Initially, she was supposed to become a brilliant defender, attracting thousands of glances. But in the first battle, she was seriously wounded. The enemy was just a demonic-level predator. But because Dracula looked too innocent and gentle, the predator not only was not afraid of her, but on the contrary began to laugh and say that she did not look like the guardian of the Protoss. Dracula has since given up the skirt and replaced it with that baggy red outfit. To fit the image of a strong guardian, she abandoned her feelings, suppressing her own nature. From a sweet girl, she turned into Count Dracula, who made everyone fear her. She wanted people to stand in awe of her strength. But Mr. Kevin accidentally dropped one phrase. He said that he was already planning to resign and could not accept the duties of acting emperor. The master said that the Count would be better suited for such a task than he was, and therefore now the Protoss would rely on Dracula. This responsibility was not for her. Despite this, she put everything on her shoulders and gave everything she had. Just to meet the expectations of other people, every hope of the inhabitants for Dracula strangles her like a yoke. However, she never complains to live up to the title of ruler of Protoss. In truth, she cannot stand any more condemnation. Residents listened to this entire story and were imbued with the girl's story. Suddenly, May called Dracula's name. She wanted to cheer her up. She shouted at the girl not to listen to other people's opinions and to boldly be herself. May wanted her to fight this battle only for herself. The residents who listened to the story heard May's last words very clearly. Someone from the crowd decided to support the governor and began shouting for her to fight for herself. Suddenly, other voices also picked up this cry and also began to shout for Dracula to fight for himself. After a couple of seconds, the whole city was chanting for the Count to fight for herself. Her aura began to appear around the girl, and she said that she seemed to hear the voices of people calling on her to fight. Medusa noticed that Dracula's breathing had evened out. It seemed that those subordinates were her friends. They helped her pull herself together. The unfortunate girl said that she had already realized that being a man is good, and being a woman is also good. Being a Protoss Lord is good, and being a Guardian is good too, but she doesn't need all that right now. After all, the only thing she wants to do now is defeat her opponent. Medusa smiled and said that such an attitude makes the battle interesting. She decided to give the girl time to prepare and then start the battle. Dracula brought his hand to his chest and cut a small hole. Suddenly, blood poured out of her and her chest began to glow. The reporters were shocked and did not understand what she was doing, however. May hastened to reassure them. This is the technique that Dracula is most proud of, but in order to hide her gender, she did not use it for many years. The fact that she can use this technique confirms that she has already found herself. Reporters saw a sword in the girl's body. The blood from her chest was turning into a magical weapon. Count Dracula slowly took the blade out of her chest. She said that she actually wanted to save this trump card for the battle with Ben. But in gratitude for the help in finding herself, she would make an exception and show it to her. The current one is much stronger than the last one, so the jellyfish has no chance. The employee replied that she noticed that Dracula was much stronger, but her words were also too loud. At this moment, the jellyfish's hair, which looked like snakes, began to change color. She couldn't believe she had to fight with all her might. The girl's hair turned white, and huge snakes began to appear from behind her back. The reporter continued the broadcast. She said that the employee's hair released a gigantic amount of magic. It looked like she was going to summon some kind of terrible monster. Medusa said that she promised Daphne that she would stop Dracula, so no matter how strong she becomes, the servant will defeat her. This was her strongest technique. The girl summoned a huge hydra to the battlefield. The snake was pleased with how creepy and huge it was. The TV star noticed that its size was so large that it had already blocked out the sun. She didn't know how Dracula would be able to defeat such a monster with his sword. Now the fight was in full force. The Count and Medusa were looking at each other, and no one knew what would happen next. Medusa suggested that Dracula could not even think that such a strong snake was sealed in her hair. She could only use it on special occasions. The girl added that everyone who saw her is already dead, so there is no need to be ashamed if Dracula is scared. However, the jellyfish only heard the girl begin to count. It seemed that the girl was not listening to the jellyfish, but was simply counting to 8. Suddenly, Dracula said that she had counted to 9, exactly how many heads the Hydra had. She had never seen such snakes, so the Count decided to capture her alive and transfer her to the Protoss Zoo for research. Medusa was indignant at such disrespect. At such a moment, the Count simply stands and counts heads. She flew into a rage and decided that now she would not do any favors to the girl. May said that the jellyfish's breath is very creepy. Because of it, she can't even stop shaking. Suddenly, Lloyd appeared from around the corner, who was watching the fight. He was amazed that the girl could control such an amazing snake. The master ordered him to protect Dracula, and apparently the time had come to act. Medusa said that now Dracula will pay for his actions. After these words, a huge hydra rushed towards the girl in red. The Count stood motionless and simply closed her eyes in the face of danger. May didn't understand why she was doing this, because right now she had to run away. The bite of this snake would be fatal. However, the girl simply swung her sword and cut through the danger. The blow hit all the heads of the huge hydra. Dracula cut them all off with one blow. The girl stood calmly while the snake's blood poured on her and said that such things only look scary. Medusa could not believe that the girl cut off 9 heads with one blow. She did not believe that the governor was so strong. May and the TV presenter were shocked. The director had never seen such Dracula. This equanimity is exactly like Kevin's. She couldn't believe that Dracula had surpassed his limits and taken it to a whole new level. The girl found herself behind the jellyfish and told her that she had lost. The employee just smiled and said that her death would not help her because they could not stop Mrs. Daphne. The Count replied that this was just empty chatter and began to strike with her sword. At that moment, wild pain permeated the jellyfish's body. Dracula cut all its places. The jellyfish's eyes grew dim, and she could hardly see her opponent. The girl was suffocating due to multiple wounds. These were the last minutes of her life. She closed her eyes and apologized to Mistress Daphne for not being able to stop Dracula. Medusa rushed down. She was sorry that she could not defend the honor of the employees and lost. The two girls watched as the lifeless body of the employee fell to the ground and realized that the Count had won. Suddenly the sun shone and wonderful birds began to sing around. Medusa was lying naked in some green clearing, and a snake was entwined around her body. She could not understand what place she was in. The girl assumed that this was heaven, and she died. However, a voice behind her told her that she was too pessimistic. It was Daphne who said that losing does not mean death, and even death only heralds the beginning of a new life. The succubus suggested, looking around and looking at these bodies bursting with energy. They're all waiting for the jellyfish, waiting to become part of God with her. The girl saw bubbles around her in which the souls of all the people on the island were imprisoned. They called her with them. Daphne asked her why she doubted if her faith had been shaken. If this is so, then most likely she wants to betray her friend. Medusa heard the word friend. She realized that Mrs. Daphne was her only friend. Her dead body began to glow, and she realized something. She wants to give all of herself to her god friend, Lady Daphne. The girl's body disappeared into thin air, and the Count realized that it was all over. The reporter looked at the girl and thought that she was beautiful. She was scared to even look at her. May decided to immediately calm her friend down, but she said that she could handle it herself. She approached the operator and said that she wanted to explain herself to the Protoss subjects. This was supposed to help her. The girl gathered her strength and asked for forgiveness for lying to the residents. While in the post of ruler, she was unable to build trusting relationships with citizens. The residents were shocked that the previously arrogant Dracula suddenly apologized to them. The girl continued. She asked to wait until she dealt with all the employees on this island and then immediately resign as ruler of Protoss. The TV presenter was shocked by such a statement. She did not understand why the Count wanted to resign as ruler. The fact that she was a girl was not the reason for such a decision. The reporter began to sob and said that under the leadership of Dracula, Protoss had always prospered, and only she was suitable for this place. Count Dracula was surprised by these words. She could not believe that an ordinary resident thought of her like that. May said that she supported her, and the cameraman also confirmed the TV presenter's words, and besides, all the viewers thought the same. The crowd of people watching the screens in the city began chanting the name of Dracula. The girl became embarrassed and said that she was not good enough. Besides, she is not even the strongest in Protoss. How can she rule the city? Suddenly, a male voice that was approaching said that, of course, she could control the Protoss. May and the cameraman turned to see who had come. They seemed to guess who it was. Ben said that managing Protoss is not only about brute force, but a sense of responsibility to the city plays a big role. In his opinion, only Dracula is suitable for this position. The girl asked the guy why he came and whether he really thought so. The hero once again confirmed his words. After all, since his arrival, she has ruled the city, and although not all of her deeds were good in any case, the guy was for her. Dracula always perceived Ben as her worst enemy, and he spoke words of support so calmly, the girl thought that it was in the camera and he wanted to save her reputation. She knew that with the power of a hero, it was possible to subjugate the entire world, but she did not understand why he did not want to master the Protoss. She suddenly realized that she seemed to be missing something very important. No one except May had seen her in this image, but Ben was almost not surprised to see it. She suggested that he had seen her without clothes before. The hero replied that this was not so. Besides, this was the first time he was shown on TV, so he was a little nervous. In fact, Lisa had already revealed to him the secret that Dracula was a girl. He could not believe it. And now, when communicating face to face, he was speechless. Ben blushed slightly, especially since he thought she was very cute. The girl didn't know what to believe and asked if Ben was really not trying to deceive her. The guy couldn't believe that she was the same age as Kevin, because the girl looked so innocent and energetic. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a purple aura that began to fill the island. Dracula realized that this gust of wind carried a lot of power, and all of it was collected in that direction. It seemed that this was the last trump card of the employees that they needed to deal with. Meanwhile, Leo was pinned to the wall with his fiery sword, which was sticking out of his heart. Adam had already begun to move away from the defeated enemy when he suddenly noticed a strange aura coming from Leo. The guy did not understand what was happening. He assumed that his opponent had not died yet. But not only did a violet aura begin to emerge from Leo, from the defeated dragon employee too. The dead bunny girls, defeated at the beginning of the battle for the island, also emitted a strange light. Even the dead predator squid gave its strength to a strange place. All the fallen soldiers on the battlefield seemed to give their energy to the island. Selena noticed this. She realized that it had already begun. Apparently, the situation had become tense enough for this step. Lisa asked her new companions what it was. The girls replied that this head was collecting power from all over the island. From every leaf, blade of grass, from every corpse, from the traces of every battle, all this will become the source of her strength. Ariel was surprised that their leader could gather power because she used the ability of mind control on her. She thought that their leader had two abilities, but the fox said that they were in different groups, and apparently the mermaid did not understand the leader's techniques. The point is that extracting power is not her ability, it is the ability of their god. Mistress Daphne seems to somehow be able to communicate with God and even borrow his power. The head of the employees looked at their opponents. She said that she thought that the barrier of the sun and moon would stop Ben, but he was able to break through. The girl had never subjugated someone like him before. He was the first to make her heart beat faster. Ben asked if she was the same head that he saw in the spiritual world and why she appeared so quickly. Was she really scared? Daphne replied that she was just impatient to meet him. She invited the guy to rest a little in her arms. Ben refused and advised her to take it in moderation, but Dracula thought that the head was very depraved. The hero said that after killing that skeleton, he immediately suspected something was wrong, because endless darkness automatically absorbs power from everything around. But after the death of that guy, nothing happened. Now it was clear to him that this happened because of her. Realizing that she could not defeat them, Daphne absorbed his power and just wanted to stall for time. After all this power that she collects is needed to resurrect their god. Dracula was surprised that Ben found out so much information. She did not understand when the guy managed to understand all this. Daphne said that the hero's gaze frightened her, as if he wanted to eat her alive, and even at first glance he could guess human thoughts. Ben excited her more and more. The head of the employees wanted to ride him and then bully him mercilessly. Suddenly, Lillian entered the dialogue and advised the girl to be careful with her fantasies because only she could squeeze Ben. Kathleen supported her and said that she would never allow Daphne to do this to him, and she might not even try. Dracula and Ben did not understand that with these two ladies, this went against the tactics they had discussed earlier. Suddenly, two warriors rushed towards Daphne to teach her a lesson in manners. Lillian was furious. She considered herself the hero's only girlfriend and would never forgive the one who dared to seduce him. Kathleen said that she would do anything for Ben because it was a love duel. Daphne only watched the approaching danger. At that moment, she learned the guy's name. The head of the employees closed her eyes and noticed that the hero had a lot of girls, so it was better to start with them right away. At that same second, she opened her eyes, which seemed to look straight into her soul, and the warriors stopped. They froze in place because Daphne's spell began to influence their consciousness. Ben asked what she did to them. The hero promised that if something happened to them, then Daphne would be finished. The head of the employees noticed that he was very concerned about the safety of the other girls. Daphne asked if he was afraid that she would be jealous. Dracula was tired of all this. She told the head to stop talking nonsense because she is actually their enemy. Daphne replied that she was a succubus and had never killed anyone. She just satisfied human desires. She especially loves to fulfill those desires that cannot be described in words. Dracula was confused at this moment. She assumed that the desires that cannot be described are the same ones. Meanwhile, in the subconscious of one of the heroines, there was a beautiful romantic night. Lillian sat in her night pajamas and noticed that there was a familiar feeling here. The air was filled with pure energy. It was like the moment when she broke the seal on Ben. Suddenly, a naked guy appeared in front of her and said that he was on fire. Ben said that his body was full of energy and he could not throw it out. He felt as if he was about to explode. The guy said that it was hard for him to restrain himself and asked the girl to help him. Lillian immediately got excited and told the hero not to worry, because she would not refuse him in such a matter. Ben was hot, and steam was coming out of his mouth. He asked the girl to become his now. Lillian was just waiting for this. She agreed with the guy's proposal and came closer. At that moment, she saw in him a large, angry dragon. The girl was delighted with what she saw. Steam rose from Ben's body. Lillian really liked it. There was a burning passion in his eyes, and it seemed to her that the dragon would soon explode. She couldn't believe that the hero's power had reached such a level. For the girl, it was a real paradise. Meanwhile, in the subconscious of the other warrior, it was bright and light. She was all shining and looked very neat in a strange place. Kathleen stood in a luxurious wedding dress, which the girl had dreamed of all her life. At that moment, she realized that since it was her wedding, that same guy should be her husband. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a man who told the girl that he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Ben stood in front of her in a tuxedo. He told Kathleen that from this day their married life began. From what she saw, Kathleen could not contain her emotions. It seemed that she was in seventh heaven. After some time, our heroes were transported to a luxurious bed. The girl lay naked and asked Ben if newlyweds should do this at night. The guy replied that this is called the first wedding night, an established and very romantic ceremony. The girl was very embarrassed and replied that she understood. Kathleen gently grabbed his face and said that then Ben would have to teach her everything. After these words, the heroes made love, and no one could stop them. However, all this was only in their imagination. They also stood on the battlefield, and only pleasure was visible on their faces. Dracula also noticed that Kathleen and Lillian looked happy. She assumed it was because of the head of the employee's ability. First, she satisfies the enemy's hidden desires, and then, when he becomes addicted, she imposes a mind control technique. The girl realized that the enemy's ability was not easy to cope with, and they should be careful. She turned to Ben, but the guy had already disappeared and was not listening to the Countess. The hero went straight to her companions in order to help them. May and the TV presenter were worried because the hero went on the attack alone. You can't be so impulsive, and it would be very bad if he was caught too. Dracula watched the guy and assumed that he had found a way to wake them up. Ben stood behind the enjoying girls. Daphne asked him if he had found a way to break her spell again. However, this time everything will not be so simple. She invited the hero to look at his friends. After all, they look very joyful and will not want to part with such dreams. Ben replied that it was still a deception, and no matter how good they were now, it was just a world of illusions created by Daphne. The hero raised his hand and looked at the delicious butts of his girls. Daphne seemed to understand what he wanted to do and was shocked by it. Ben told Kathleen and Lillian to be patient. He would wake them up. A powerful blow of love was heard on the girls' soft places. Dracula was shocked that the hero actually took them and spanked them. But the girls did not wake up. Ben realized that this was not enough. Because the mind control technique is not a joke, he decided to try again. Gathering all his strength from the gift of light, he delivered many blows to Kathleen and Lillian's delicious buns. At this moment, the head of the country of women came to her senses, feeling a pleasant burning sensation. Kathleen also regained consciousness, but she seemed to be just enjoying it. Lillian looked at her butt. It was very painful, but the girl wanted to play like that again. It turns out that being spanked is very pleasant. Kathleen touched herself and noticed that this sensation and blows were familiar to her. She knew for sure that it was Ben. Lillian was indignant. She asked when they played this. Kathleen became embarrassed and replied that she would not tell because it was their secret. Those who watched this spectacle were shocked that the spanks worked. The hero introduced his energy into their bodies with the help of the gift of light, and thus dispelled their illusion. Dracula was embarrassed. She understood that if she fell into the illusion, she would also be forced to receive a spanking from Ben. In her imagination, she was very embarrassed and begged the hero to spank her with his strongest blow. It seems that only the hero was conscious on the battlefield. He told the girls to stop swearing because there was an enemy in front of them. He told them to wait until he dealt with Daphne, and then they would play with him as they wanted, day and night. Lillian blushed and said that she couldn't enjoy just one day, she needed 20 days. Ben was a little scared when he heard such words, but still agreed with such a statement. The head of the employees was indignant, because ruining her mind control technique twice was not bad, but she couldn't stand flirting with others in front of her. A beautiful girl is standing in front of Ben, and he is flirting with others. Daphne could not forgive this. The girl decided to punish the guy and sent him a succubus ultimatum, a love temptation. At that moment, the hero felt strange vibrations directed at him. The hero froze in place and suddenly his eyes grew dim. Ben fell into the trap of the head. There was a purple, loving aura around the guy, which Kathleen and Lillian noticed. They got scared. The girls tried to call the hero, but everything was to no avail. Daphne said that it was useless for him to shout because this technique was much stronger than the one she cast on them. According to her plan, Ben is now in seventh heaven. Meanwhile, a chain rang in the hero's mind. The chain was tied to the collar, which was on the depraved girl. Daphne was on her knees in her lingerie and stockings, begging her master to love her. The hero looked at the chain in his hand. He realized that the succubus loves such things and apparently only gets excited with them. The girl replied that if the gentleman does not like such games, then she can please him in a different way. If the image of a slave is a little too much for him, she will easily change it. At that moment, bunny ears appeared on her head and a cute tail appeared on her butt. The guy was sitting in the company of 3 girls who promised to fulfill any wish he asked. However, Ben did not succumb to provocation and said that this did not bother him. Let Daphne try again. The head of the employees was shocked. This was the first time anyone had said such rudeness to her. Apparently the guy had an enormous appetite, but she could not show him her anxiety because she was, after all, a succubus, and not a single man on earth could resist her. The girl said that the gentleman turns out to be a lover of exotic things. Ordinary techniques will not make his heart flutter. If she wants to satisfy him, she will have to make every effort. Ben looked at Daphne with a cold gaze and told her to act quickly. The succubus turned into first love with an innocent classmate. This form should definitely please the master. Ben also sat with a straight face and said that he didn't like it, so let him try further. The girl turned into a slutty widow, but this image did not attract the guy. The next image was of a colleague from the elite of society. This was also missed. Daphne tried different images: a military woman in a sexy uniform, a home teacher, cosplay as a 2D girl, a shy, obedient maid, a slutty girl from the bus, but everything was in vain. Eventually, she was exhausted and breathing heavily. She couldn't understand why she couldn't do it. For some reason, her power didn't work on Ben. At that moment, the hero told her not to blame herself because it's not about her. The fact is that the guy was already fed up with all her images. These words finished off Daphne. She couldn't believe that this was even possible. After all, Ben looks like a very ordinary man. He couldn't have time to try all her looks. Although she did not practice, she watched a lot of films. They inspired her to create those techniques, but for some reason, the guy's heart did not beat faster. In her eyes, Ben behaved simply indecently. Her spell began to dissipate, and the guy gradually began to come to his senses and opened his eyes. Kathleen and Lillian were glad that he was finally able to wake up because they were very worried about him. However, they were very interested in what he did with the head of the employees. After all, the girl unexpectedly lost her spirit. At this moment, Daphne was trembling and sobbing. It seemed that she was about to go crazy. The girl considered it shameful that she lost to a man in her own illusion. It would be better if he killed her. Now she is a disgrace for the succubus. Suddenly, her crying was interrupted by the hero, who ordered the head of the servants to surrender. After all, she still won't be able to defeat the hero. He is much stronger than her. The girl began to wipe away her tears and gradually come to her senses. She said that the guy was simply immune to her charms, and he should not rejoice too early. The outcome of the battle was still unclear. Ben exhaled in disappointment and realized that she wouldn't calm down. Apparently it was time to take action. Now the hero decided that he would use all his strength. At that moment, every warrior, overwhelmed by his strength, rushed to his aid. May was shocked to see this technique. It was beyond her understanding. Dracula noticed this pleasant golden glow. This is the power of the gift of light. She was surprised that Ben was able to already achieve this skill. All the warriors of the United Army were on the battlefield. Jenna, Leah, and Jessica were determined. Michael, Joseph, and Lloyd also wanted to finally deal with their main enemy. Suddenly, Adam's mentor noticed an old man whom he had not seen before and asked who he was. Lloyd replied that he was Ben's direct subordinate. It was not surprising that such a rude man as Joseph did not know him. Ben looked at the couple indignantly and told them not to fight. At that moment, Joseph hugged the Grand Master and said that if this was the hero's subordinate, then this was his new friend with whom he would get along well. In front of Daphne was the entire army, led by Ben, all of them charged with his energy. From the resistance she saw, she fell to her knees. It seemed that this was the end of her story. Daphne realized that everything she did would be useless, no matter how hard she tried to defeat Ben. The only thing she can hope for is the God in whom she has always believed. All the collected energy had already been sacrificed to him, but he still did not answer her. The girl knew that she was chosen by God and therefore must control everything. But she couldn't understand why this was happening when she met such a strong opponent. The succubus could not understand why the Lord stopped protecting her at that moment. Ben looked at Daphne, who seemed to have gone crazy. He realized that she did not have the strength to fight anymore, and it was time to end all this. He ordered all his friends to attack the head of the employees, and the heroes rushed to attack. The girl sobbed and screamed that no one had ever humiliated her as much as Ben. She closed her eyes and accepted that her life was over. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in front of her, blinding everyone who was near the head. Daphne slightly opened her eyes, into which a strange light was directed. She could not believe that she was still alive. It seemed to her that God had answered her prayers. However, what stood before her was not a god, but the refined figure of a girl. Daphne realized that she had already seen this ass and these snow-white legs too. It was Megan, the second of God's servants, who came to protect her mistress. Daphne asked her why she still hadn't run away. Had she really come here to be buried together? The girl asked not to worry, because she said that she would help the lady and would certainly fulfill her promise. From such words, the head of the employees burst into tears. She did not understand how Megan could be so sweet. The girl immediately blushed and said that there was no need to praise her so much because it embarrassed her greatly. While the two girls were talking, they were in an impenetrable barrier. Joseph did not understand what was happening, what kind of barrier it was that he could not break through even with his fist. Leia was amazed at such an amazing technique. Even the demonic blade was powerless. Ben said that it was still the same barrier of the sun and moon, although it was smaller than last time. Lillian asked if it would be possible to open it. The hero replied that yes, but he would have to summon a demon. The guy told them not to be afraid because he has a rather difficult character. Daphne said that the barrier would not last long because Ben would open it soon. Since Megan came here, then she must have a way to get out of here. Suddenly, the corpse girl asked if her mistress remembered who she was before coming here. Megan closed her eyes and suddenly old memories appeared in her thoughts. In them, she hung chained over an unlit fire. In front of her stood people in robes who wanted to burn her. Residents shouted that Megan was at one with the predators, and she was not a person, but a zombie. If they let her go, she will harm even more people. So for the sake of the people of their village, it is necessary to destroy the evil right now. The beaten and tortured girl found it difficult to say that she just wanted to help. The elder said that if she had not brought the predators, so many people would not have died in their village. It seems that everyone agreed that it should be burned, and since no one was against it, the old man decided to start the ritual. The elder threw a torch into the fire under the girl and told this dirty creature to die right now. However, suddenly someone intercepted the torch and prevented it from falling into the firewood. Megan, who was already ready for her fate, was surprised by this. The old man asked who dares to violate the ritual and who this strange girl is. Apparently she is looking for death here. Daphne stood up and said that the old man had just asked who was against it, so she was against killing Megan. After some time, the entire village was engulfed in hellish flames. Every resident and elder was brutally killed. Some were burned alive, others had their heads torn off. Megan asked the mistress why she decided to save her because she was seeing her for the first time. Daphne replied that she would never leave such a cutie. No one would want to watch her burn. The girl was embarrassed because it was the first time someone had given her a compliment. She couldn't believe that zombies could be cute too. Daphne said that Megan helped them get rid of the predators, and these ignoramuses, without understanding, decided to burn her. So why did she decide to help them? Megan replied that the fact is that she is a zombie and everyone is afraid of her. She dreams that people would accept her for who she is. She dreamed of making her first living friend. Therefore, as soon as people need something, she makes every effort to make them happy. Daphne was surprised that this is all she wants. If this is her dream, then she wants to become Megan's first friend. The girl was surprised that the succubus wanted to make friends with her here. So the two girls became friends, and Daphne promised that from now on, no one would harm her again. Megan said that since they met, the mistress has always protected her, but now she is helpless. The succubus replied that this was a dead end. She asked what Megan thought could still be done. At that moment, the zombie lit up and replied that it was still not a dead end. This time, she asked to let Daphne stand up for her. Suddenly, Megan began to crack and seemed to be falling apart. Daphne panicked. She did not understand what her friend was up to and asked to give her a hand. Unfortunately for the succubus, the zombie girl exploded and shattered into small pieces. Before her death, her voice was heard from the fragments, which said that she was sacrificing herself to God. She suggested that perhaps with the help of her power, it would be possible to awaken a god. Daphne couldn't believe that she had done such a stupid thing because it would be impossible to awaken a god with such a small amount of energy. The head of the employees decided that such matters should be left to the elders, although she didn't know whether her energy was enough. However, this was the only way to defeat Ben, and so Daphne decided to try. This is her last move, and if she doesn't succeed, it will all be over. The girl closed her eyes and began to crack. She prayed to God for forgiveness. Daphne collected her energy to give it to God. Only he could help her now. Suddenly, the barrier that protected her began to crack, and a hole appeared in it. The dome exploded, and Daphne was surprised that last time Ben only made a hole, but now he was able to completely destroy this barrier. At that same second, she saw the guy in a different guise and was surprised by this. He emitted an ominous aura that filled him with chilling horror. A third eye appeared on the hero's head, which was not like his eyes. In front of her was a transformed Ben in the form of Asura. He had long hair and seemed to have matured a little. The guy apologized for the wait and for being a little late. Dracula was amazed that the hero could control the full power of the demon. She wondered where the limit of his capabilities was. Lillian and Kathleen enjoyed the spectacle. The girls noticed that with long hair, the hero was no less attractive and even very exciting. Ben told Daphne to look at the result of her work. So many people died because of her deity. Since she herself is not ready to stop, then the hero will help her with this. After these words, he pointed one of Asura's hands at the girl. The hand immediately pinned the head of the employees to the wall. Now she will not escape anywhere. Daphne couldn't understand what kind of technique the guy was using. He held her so tightly that she couldn't get enough air. The hero flew closer. He didn't know why, but when he saw another person struggling with all his might, it excited the hell out of him. The especially frightened sight of such a spoiled girl as Daphne excited him even more. The succubus panicked and asked what he was going to do to her. Despite her appearance, she considered herself a decent girl. Ben moved even closer and touched Daphne's chin with his finger. The girl panicked even more. She couldn't believe that he would do this in front of hundreds of people. In her imagination, she was lying in her underwear on the bed. Daphne, thinking that Ben was now abusing her, May watched this picture and thought that the hero had gone crazy because the report was still underway and the whole world was looking at him. Dracula also could not believe it. Although for her Ben was far from ideal, he could not do this in front of everyone. The girl assumed that this was due to the influence of the demon. His character had definitely changed, and he had lost his shame. Suddenly, Ben noticed the girl's strange reaction. He had already been in such a situation and seemed to understand something. Ben realized that Daphne was not a slutty girl, she was a virgin. At that moment, the tower to which the girl was nailed began to shine with a bright purple light. Daphne immediately understood what was happening. It was God, and he really answered her. She told Ben that apparently they would have to end there, although this was not the outcome that she wanted. But he forced her. God has already begun to absorb her power. If she doesn't have time to say something now, then there will be no other chance. The girl said that what she shared when they first met was a reflection of her true feelings. She did not lie to him. After these words, Daphne disappeared, and the hero tried to remember what she said then. He remembered that the succubus told him that he was the first one who made her heart beat faster. The guy suggested that only when he destroys her god will he be able to get all the answers from her. The TV presenter pointed to the tower. She noticed that all the energy was gathering at its top. The servants wanted to resurrect the original predator, but it was unclear why he did not appear then, and all the power was collected in the sphere. Suddenly, a bright ball began to emit 9 rays in different directions. Kathleen and Lillian watched the spectacle and noticed that the sphere had split. Lloyd couldn't believe that this was possible. The old man realized that apparently there was someone else at the level of the original predator. At that moment, Ben realized that the situation was only getting more complicated. The beam from the sphere began to fly far from the island. It flew past the highest peak of Protos, where Kevin stood and drank his favorite drink. The master realized that again, some villain had broken free. He just wants to relax in retirement. But apparently, he will have to come to the rescue again. The energy flew on and flew past a forest on an abandoned continent. Kel, who was in the forest, saw her and realized that a new era was beginning here. He was glad that Ben was able to surpass him. However, the worst is yet to come, and the hero will have to stop it. Otherwise, everything will end. Suddenly, the whole island began to hum and stagger as if something was awakening. The rocks that held the murderous island gradually began to rise towards the sky. The TV presenter realized that he was from below. The original predator was under this island. The monster gradually began to appear on the surface and the island began to tilt. At some point, it was no longer possible to stay on it, and the TV presenter took off from the ground. She flew straight down into the water. The girl was very scared because she didn't know how to swim. Lloyd managed to react in time. He hit the water with his staff and summoned the element of ice. All civilians and soldiers fell onto the ice that covered the sea and suffered minor bruises. The Grand Master said that all civilians must be evacuated as quickly as possible, because in the face of such a creature, no one could guarantee their safety. The fallen girl saw in front of her a giant shadow of a huge monster. She was terrified. The girl could not believe that this was their enemy. The original predator awakened. He was so huge that an entire murderous island fit on his back. He asked a mortal going against God if he was ready for God's punishment. The hero replied that it seemed the creature had confused something, because he came here only to overthrow the god. Ben looked into the monster's eyes and asked him if he was ready to die again. At that moment, all the fighters of Protos and other countries appeared in front of the monster, filled with Ben's energy. The predator recognized the power of the gift of light. Now he understood why the guy had the balls to resist him. But he was still like an ant to an elephant. The monster opened its mouth and began to absorb all the light energy. Kathleen realized that her energy was leaving her. She did not want to lose Ben's precious gift. Lillian said that the problem was not only energy, her clothes were greatly reduced. Apparently, he was even going to suck her in. Dracula said that resorting to such techniques was extremely low. She did not want the girls to fight naked. Suddenly, 2 completely naked guys appeared and advised everyone to forget about clothes because real men have no secrets from each other. Joseph swung his fist and summoned the animal's fighting spirit to deliver his ignorant blow. Adam also did not stand aside and used his hellish flames to attack. The 2 heroes directed their power directly into the face of the monster that appeared. However, he did not feel anything. The monster said that they were 2 idiots. With their attacks, they only scratched his back. The monster gathered energy in his eye. He wanted to show them true strength. A giant blue ball of electrical energy began to form in front of the heroes. Joseph shielded himself with his hand. He had never seen such power in person. But suddenly, the monster's attack was stopped by Ben, who grabbed the ball of energy with his hand. He immediately absorbed all the monster's power, and Joseph noticed that the hero was even cooler than this fish. The original predator knew what kind of power this was. He assumed that the guy was one of them. The hero said that since the whale needs energy, he will return it to him in full. Ben extended his hand and used a miraculous force that formed the same giant ball. He shot it straight at the monster, which this time already felt a powerful attack. Ben looked at the predator and only told him to go to the bottom. The original beast couldn't believe that he couldn't resist a mortal's attack. He began to fall straight into the sea. From such a crushing force, the ice that Lloyd had made began to crack. The monster disappeared into the depths of the water, leaving behind a whirlpool. It was unclear whether the battle was over. Adam noticed that the monster was being overly dramatic, and Joseph couldn't wait to mess with it. Ben asked the guys how long they were going to ventilate their birds. After all, the reporters were still filming. Joseph asked what it meant to ventilate the birds. He did not understand what was wrong with him. Meanwhile, the monster was plunging under the water. He thought that he could not make a mistake, and the hero definitely used endless darkness. Then in this case, it is not clear why he grappled with him. The monster decided that the guy had forgotten his purpose and went over to the pathetic people. Therefore, it was necessary to test the surface first. If the owner of endless darkness truly betrayed them, then the original predator would finish him off without a second thought. Jenna asked why the monster wasn't moving. Had he really died? Leia replied that most likely not, and right now he wanted to do some kind of trick. Suddenly, the ice on which the girls were standing began to crack. The monster's tentacles flew out from under the ice in all directions. Leia immediately realized that these were tentacles. She had already seen this technique, but this time she was not their target. The tentacles targeted Jenna and constrained her movements, grabbing the girl. Suddenly, the monster spoke. He said that he felt that this girl was dear to the hero. The monster realized that they had a symbiosis, which is why Ben protects her. The hero was surprised when he heard these words because only he, Jenna, and Kevin knew about it. Ben noticed that the original predator was very insightful, but how he realized that they had a symbiosis was unclear. The original predator said that he and the Dark Core originated from a common beginning, and he also knows how to absorb energy. He wondered what would happen if he ate Jenna right now. The monster began to close its mouth and said that perhaps Ben's destiny was to unite with the original predator. The monster's jaw snapped shut, however. Something flashed past him. It was Ben who managed to snatch the girl from the clutches of the monster and free her. The predator said that he was right after all. The hero betrayed him for the sake of some human girl. Sif watched the monster. She could not stop trembling at the sight of this monster and asked Leia if the hero could win. The girl replied that the monster has no chance, because from the moment Ben appeared in Protoss, Jenna has always been with him, and he worries about her the most. Sif did not think that the girl was so important to him. The angel decided that she was not mistaken in the guy. Leia gloomily added that this whale touched the king to the quick, and that is why he is dead. Ben ordered the girl to go to Leia, and he would fry this fish and come right away. The girl replied that she would do whatever her master said. She hoped that the hero would definitely return to her. Ben smiled and told Jenna that she shouldn't worry because the guy had never deceived her. After some time, the girl left, and the hero ordered May to use the teleportation technique and take everyone away from here, the farther the better. The director was dumbfounded that Ben decided to fight the original predator alone. Of course, he is very strong, but it is better to fight him all together. The hero replied that the predator has the same ability as him, so fighting it with the whole crowd is not the best idea. However, what was more important was that Ben did not want to harm his comrades when he attacked. The hero's words struck the girl. She had nothing to add. Therefore, she decided to do as he said. May did not understand why she obeyed the guy. Apparently, it was his aura. She also thought that Ben had already been reborn and was now a true ruler. After some time, all the residents evacuated, and the hero was left alone with the monster. The predator told Ben that he was not worthy of becoming the ruler of the universe if he took such a step for the sake of worthless people. The monster said that on behalf of the 10 original predators, he was depriving the hero of the right to use endless darkness. Ben replied that he did not care how the predator was connected to the primordial darkness, and he did not want to become the ruler of the universe. All he wants now is to simply kill his opponent. Ben's third eye glowed and gathered a purple aura that shone like a bright flash. The attack was so sudden that the original predator realized that he would not have time to hide. Suddenly, a huge beam shot out of Ben's eye, aimed at the monster. The force of the shot was colossal and swept away everything in its path. The entire island on the back of the original predator was destroyed, but the carrier itself was not very damaged. It was only thanks to his thick skin that Ben missed. Apparently, his strength had not yet reached its maximum point. This guaranteed the monster victory. Ben was already in the face of the monster and told him that he was very lucky once to be able to dodge. But the hero was wondering whether the monster's mouth was as strong as its head or not. The guy's third eye began to glow again and collect magical energy. The predator shouted for the hero to stop and not do this. However, Ben did not listen to his opponent and shot him straight in the mouth. The ball rushed through the monster's body with energy and destroyed everything in its path. When he reached the back, he flew out, cutting right through it. The monster disappeared, and Ben could only watch the waves that rose from such a blow. However, the hero realized that the monster did not die because there were no energy fragments. Someone's tail had already appeared in the water, which was invisible. Ben said that first, the monster pretends to be dead so that he will lose his vigilance, and then he will silently attack from under the water. The creature's actions have already been predicted, so this plan will fail. Suddenly, many whales made of water jumped out and tried to attack the guy, but Ben successfully cut them with his hand and was not injured. The hero realized that this was a false attack, but then where was the real predator attacking from? The guy tried to find him. He looked left and right, but there was no one there. This means there was only one direction left. The predator attacked him from above. The monster opened its mouth and said that Ben had miscalculated because it was the monster who had predicted his prediction. Ben was unable to dodge, and the original predator swallowed the hero whole. He said that Ben is a fool. Since the whale cannot eat the guy's symbiote, it can eat him. This is his payback for betrayal. Usually, things eaten by a predator are gradually absorbed. It doesn't take much time for the hero's power to pass to him. The endless darkness will become his. Meanwhile, Ben was inside the monster's stomach. He covered his nose with his hand because the smell was very strong in here. Suddenly, a spirit spoke to him and said that he sensed that Ben's body was damaged. Pure spirit, Lena appeared and said that her master's body was damaged by stomach acid. Although she can heal the master's wounds and resist caustic acid, she cannot restore the hero's clothes. Ben looked at himself and realized that his clothes were greatly reduced, but he didn't care, because everyone had already been evacuated and no one would see him. The hero began to wander around the monster's belly, and 10 minutes later, he came across something interesting. He knew that although the whale could absorb the energy of their bodies, nothing could be done about the remaining souls, and that is why they were chained in his stomach. All the souls that the United Army had fought with were here, including the head of the servants, Daphne. Ben said that they gave their lives for these gods, and as a result, they ended up here. Even if they turned into ghosts, they would still suffer. Therefore, the hero decided that this god did not deserve to be believed in. After a short amount of time, one of the souls woke up and opened her eyes. She woke up because she was no longer locked up and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, someone spoke to her. It was Ben, who asked Daphne if she was okay. The girl was surprised because the very guy she liked stood in front of her, and he was wearing only underpants from the remaining clothes. Daphne was immediately stunned by what she saw, and Ben was surprised by such a reaction. The girl fell and screamed that the hero was an exhibitionist. She did not believe that exhibitionists from Black and Orange sites actually existed. Suddenly, another spirit stood up for her and told Ben not to come near. Megan said that even though only her soul is here, she still will not allow her mistress to be treated rudely. Therefore, if Ben takes one more step, she will incinerate him. The guy noticed that the girl was so scared that she couldn't open her eyes, but she was still trying to protect her friends. He began to approach her and said that he was not mistaken about her. Megan became worried and screamed that the hero should not come closer because she would fight him. Ben told her to open her eyes and look carefully. They have already turned into dried-up souls, and their god doesn't care about them. If the guy leaves, then they will forever be forced to stick around in his stomach and will never be reborn. Therefore, if they are ready to change, then he can give them a chance to start over and become human. At the research center, he found a substance called silica gel that could be molded into their bodies and used as vessels for souls. The appearance, voice, and even the figure of these dolls can all be copied with 100% accuracy. The appearance will be no different from what it was during life. Daphne replied that it was because of her alone that they found themselves in such a situation, and it was she who got them all involved, so someone like her should be punished, and it was unclear to her why the hero was trying to save her. Ben's answer was firm and quite simple. He said he was only doing it because he could. This answer immediately pierced the hearts of the two girls, and they melted. Meanwhile, a portal appeared on one of the islands. May successfully carried out the order that the hero gave her. She stood on the seashore where everything was quiet and smoked a pipe. And while everything was calm, May was still very worried. She remembered the moment she told Dracula that they should go, but the girl did not want to leave. The Count said that it was she who gave the order to conduct a special military operation on the murderous island and should be held accountable. And she also wanted to be with him, to fight side by side with Ben. May looked into the distance and thought that she had been friends with Dracula for decades, but she had never seen her like this. Apparently the point was that Dracula finally fell in love. Meanwhile, souls appeared somewhere in the monster's stomach. Dracula walked through the insides of the monster and realized that it was probably Ben who was using the technique of 10,000 souls, and if she followed them, she would come to him. But it may be that the hero deliberately allowed himself to be absorbed and his goal by these souls. If this is true, then Dracula will be very embarrassed. He will think that she was not imagining things for herself, and then she will not be able to look him in the eyes. Meanwhile, in another part of the stomach of the original predator, Ben stood before the souls of the girls and said that he was the lord of 10,000 souls and ordered them to give their souls to him and become comrades on whom he could rely. Daphne was embarrassed and bowed her head, saying that she was the guy's servant. Megan did not stand aside and repeated after her mistress. The two souls of the girls were on their knees and told the guy that they were ready to serve him like faithful dogs. Suddenly, this picture was seen by Dracula, who appeared at the wrong time. Ben didn't expect to see her here. He asked the girl why she didn't evacuate with the others. Dracula was shaking all over with shame and said that she was just passing by and let them continue doing what they were doing. The hero ran to the girl and said that she simply misunderstood everything. Dracula replied that there was nothing between them and she would not be jealous. Due to the hero's sudden movements, the part holding his last piece of clothing stretched and tore. At that moment, the clothes that covered the guy's dignity fell to the ground right in front of Dracula. And at that moment, the girl saw the very bird of the hero that all his friends dream of. This made her nose bleed. She liked the young body she saw. Suddenly, the blood that was dripping from her nose fell on the bra strap and it also tore. The two heroes realized that something irreparable was about to happen and immediately blushed. There was nothing holding the girl's clothes anymore, and she was about to fall off. The stomach juices dealt not only with Ben's clothes, but also with Dracula's clothes. Ben stood and stared at the huge forms of the blonde and did not look away. At that moment, Dracula was doing the same thing, but looking at Ben's bird. Suddenly, she shouted to the hero to quickly close his eyes and not look at her. After some time, the hero made clothes with the help of the gift of light. They were specially designed for emergencies and not only covered private parts, but also protected well from the cold. However, Dracula thought that this was debauchery because it was a bikini. If others saw her in this, then she would never be able to appear in public again. Ben said that he could only be in this stomach with treatment, but to his surprise, Dracula could be here without treatment. The girl explained that all vampires have different abilities for self-healing, and hers is one of the best. If she is not killed with one blow, then nothing will happen to her. Ben was surprised at such a cool ability, however. Dracula said that there was nothing special about it. She is the ruler of Protoss, so there is no need to talk about such things. Suddenly the hero thanked the girl for coming to help. He was very pleased. The girl became embarrassed and said that he was still her servant and it was her duty as the ruler of Protoss to protect the guy. Meanwhile, night had already fallen outside and the primeval predator began to think. He thought that it was strange that after so much time, his body did not react in any way. Thanks to his digestion, nothing should be left of the hero for a long time. Suddenly, the monster felt a strong pain inside. He didn't understand why his stomach hurt. The monster assumed that the hero was not dead yet. That pain was Ben, who fired his eye at the predator's stomach. The hero realized that his stomach could absorb his strength, so his techniques would not give results here. The girl said that getting out of here would be a problem, but the guy told her that if she gave him the sacred weapon, then perhaps he could cut this fish. Dracula immediately became embarrassed and said that he was really talking about that very weapon. She looked at her charming chest, which held her sword. Ben said that this is what he is talking about because this sword is one of the best in the world. With its help, they will get out of trouble. However, the girl replied that she would never give it to her because it contains blood from her breast, and if the guy takes it, it will be the same as if he took her by the breast. It's too awkward for her, and she can't give it. Hearing these words, Ben only exhaled in disappointment. But Dracula understood that there was an emergency situation now, and therefore she would make an exception for him once. Ben took the sword from the girl's blood tightly by the hilt. At this moment, Dracula was burning with shame, thinking that the hero had actually taken her by the breast. Ben took the sword out of the girl's chest and told her not to worry, because the guy would take this secret with him to the grave. The hero looked at the sword and thought that it was truly legendary. It had a smooth and soft texture. It was an indescribable feeling. When Ben squeezed this sword in his hand, his blood immediately boiled and became hot in all places. The hero stood against the stomach wall and a red aura emanated around him. Dracula was shocked that the guy was using this sword for the first time, but he had already released the power of such a degree. He is truly a genius. Ben jumped into the attack and said that this sword had united the powers of him and Dracula, and therefore the monster would not be able to resist. His eyes were red. The guy said it was a sword strike with milk foam. He waved his hand, and the blade of the blade released the blood of the monster. The power was so colossal that blood immediately began to pour out of the monster's belly. A powerful beam from the impact rushed into the sky so much that it could be seen even from space. Suddenly, one of the islands began to shake and frightened its inhabitants. On this island were all the evacuated people, including Jenna, Kathleen, and Lillian. The girls wanted to know why the island shook like an earthquake, and besides, it smelled somehow strange, similar to Ben, but not quite. Suddenly, Jenna called her friends and told them to look at the sky. The girls raised their heads and were immediately stunned by what they saw. They couldn't believe their eyes. The sky was cut into two parts. Dracula watched the blow and thought that the hero had amazing power. She would never have mastered a sword at that level. It seemed to her as if the guy with the blade always fit each other perfectly, but the blade was from her blood. Perhaps the hero was a more suitable owner of the blade. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Ben, who took the cute girl by the waist. He asked her why she was frozen, because they needed to leave here. Dracula immediately blushed because the guy's hand was on her waist, and besides, her breasts were pressed against his body. Ben jumped into the air with the girl, and the heroes successfully got out of the trap. The hero held a bloody sword in his hand and noticed something strange. He noticed that Dracula was blushing and her body was very hot. Ben assumed that the girl had an internal wound. Dracula began to scold him. She said that it was he who did this to her. That's why she looks like that, and also pretends that she doesn't understand anything. In her profile, it was written that she was married. But this was only a cover. Despite the girl's age, she had never been close to anyone. Hearing these words, Ben was surprised and swallowed the lump in his throat. Suddenly, the original predator told the heroes that they were two idiots, flirting under his nose as if nothing had happened. He, the great predator, promised to finish them off in such a way that the mother would not recognize them. After all, he commands the sea and the ocean, and no one can defeat him in his own element. The monster summoned many tornadoes. The fury of the sea was ready to destroy the heroes. However, they only observed this phenomenon and were ready to repel the attack. Ben said that this is the death throes, and the predator apparently does not understand the difference between their powers at all. The hero began to concentrate energy in his third eye, as if hypnotizing the water. The predator could not understand what was happening and how the guy could stop the fury of the sea. It was impossible. Ben said that he had already told the fish that they were initially slightly different. The hero advised the predator to look around. The time had come for his death. The monster did not understand what was around him. He thought that this guy's chatter was just a bluff. However, there were many eyes around the whale, and at that moment he realized that he could not move. Ben explained that Asura's eyes blocked the opponent's ability to move, but now he has perfected this technique. Suddenly, every eye in the technique began to gather energy. Dracula noticed this too. She assumed that they could all attack. It was unthinkable. The hero called upon the power of the demon and said that this is the end. Each of Asura's eyes directed a death ray at the original predator, just as Ben had once attacked with his third eye. The primeval predator realized that he would not survive this attack, but it was already too late. Each beam hit the monster's body, and a bright purple glow appeared on the horizon. There was a colossal explosion comparable to the fall of an atomic bomb. The mushroom from the explosion was the same as that from it. Dracula felt this strong wave from the demon's power. This technique was simply amazing. No one should be able to resist such an attack. Ben will always solve all problems with one blow. However, suddenly the girl saw the silhouette of the original predator. The monster was still alive, but it was already cracking and splitting into pieces, ready to burst. He regretted that he had not fulfilled the order given to him by his master. The gift of light had too much influence on the endless darkness, and the guy no longer remembers its purpose at all. After these words, he exploded, releasing a huge amount of energy. Ben looked at her and thought it was somehow unexpected. Unexpectedly, the predator had too much power. The hero assumed that it was because he had absorbed many lives. At that moment, he felt that his body most likely could not withstand such power. All the enormous energy collected in the body of the original predator rushed towards Ben. His consciousness began to become cloudy because the enemy had too much energy. The guy could no longer stay in the air, and his body began to fall down. He was offended that they had already won, but he would have to die like this. However, Dracula's bats managed to catch his body. The girl tried to wake him up, but then realized that it was better for him to get some rest. Ben lay all red and had difficulty breathing. Dracula told him that he had won this battle. She didn't know what to do to help the hero. The girl was afraid that he would die. Dracula was ready to support the guy in battle, but this is not at all the outcome she wanted. The girl began to cry. She still wanted to tell him a lot. She wanted him to give her another chance. However, the hero still lay unconscious, the blonde's tears dripping onto his face. Suddenly, spirits appeared from the guy's body and said that apparently the girl really wanted to save their master. It was the spirit of Daphne, who said that she had a way to save Ben, but she didn't know if Dracula would be willing to try. The sweet girl replied that if it saved the hero, then she would do anything. Daphne explained that the master had absorbed too much energy and his body could not stand it. If he was too late, he could explode, so someone needed to take away the energy that he could not cope with. Dracula asked how to suck out this energy, and the spirit replied, "You just need to do paired practice with Ben and the girl will save his life." From such words, the blonde blushed. These were not the words she expected to hear. Daphne asked her if the ruler of Protos, Count Dracula, would make such sacrifices. The blonde looked again at the hero, who was choking with energy and was getting worse with every second. She replied that if it would save Ben, then she agreed to pair practice. However, she has no experience at all in such matters. She asked Daphne what she should do. The succubus replied that although she had little experience in such matters, she had watched a lot of films and knew the theory. She invited Dracula to inhabit her body and engage in pair practice with the master. Suddenly, another spirit of the girl spoke. She heard that someone here needed help. It was Megan, who, although she did not understand what pairs practice was, also wanted to help. Therefore, she asked Dracula to also inhabit her body and engage in paired practice with the master. The blonde was trembling all over and replied that this was no longer a pairs practice because there were already 4 people. However, the girls did not listen to her and began to inhabit the body of the cute count. Dracula felt 2 souls penetrate her consciousness. Now they were one. Now the 3 girls looked at the hero's body. They joined forces to save him. Dracula said that she would do her best to do this. Even if the status of the ruler of Protos was at stake, she would certainly save him. Daphne said that based on her experience, the first step is to kiss. You need to climb on top of the guy and kiss him. The blonde was worried that she wouldn't succeed, but Megan supported her by saying that those who don't take risks don't drink champagne. Dracula gained strength and kissed the guy on the lips, although she was very afraid of this. Daphne praised her and said that the next step was to continuously stroke the hero's body. The girl obeyed the succubus. She carefully placed her hand on Ben's pumped-up body and began to stroke him. At that moment, Daphne's voice in her head said that there was one last, most important step left. Dracula looked at the guy and asked his assistant what step was the last. The The spirits replied that the blonde already knows the last, most important step, so they rely on her. We need to merge with the hero like yin and yang and suck out the extra power to save him. Now all hopes are only on her. Dracula blushed very deeply, but Daphne and Megan continued to support her. At that moment, she decided that she would not retreat and would be able to save the hero. So Count Dracula made love on bats with Ben, and this lasted until the morning. After the energy was drained, she lay still and thought about what happened. She couldn't believe that she had actually engaged in doubles practice with the hero. The girl felt how her body was filled with the guy's energy. Dracula turned to Ben to look at him again. She knew that she had succeeded in saving him. Ben was no longer suffocated with energy, but was sleeping peacefully after a hot night. The guy was so close to the girl that she didn't know what to do and realized that she could no longer control herself. Dracula couldn't resist and kissed Ben on the lips. Suddenly, at that moment, the guy's eyes opened, and he began to wake up. The girl immediately turned away sharply and pretended to be asleep. She blushed and was worried that the guy had noticed her. Suddenly, her fears were confirmed. Ben told Dracula that he had already woken up. The girl began to stutter and asked if he knew that she had just secretly kissed him. The hero took her by the waist and replied that he knew not only about this, but also about last night too. Before falling asleep, hugging the blonde, he thanked her for saving him. This was already too much for the timid Dracula. It seemed that she was about to explode with excitement. Two spirits watched the couple. Megan heard this loud heartbeat. She asked her friend if the hero needed help. Daphne replied that everything was fine now, and they could leave them alone. Suddenly, Megan asked if Daphne was jealous of Dracula because she knew her too well and could not be deceived. Envy was visible on the succubus's face. She added that the gentleman said that he would make them silicone bodies, and they could be the same as the blonde, so there is no need to be jealous. Daphne told the girl that if she said that, it meant that she was jealous too, or Megan was in such a situation. The girl immediately became embarrassed and replied that this did not happen, and that she was not like that at all. A week later, our heroes returned safely to Protos. Ben immediately headed to the research laboratory to fulfill his promise. Daphne was delighted with the skillful work. She felt great in her new body. It was exactly like before. Even her breast size was the same, and she was still very firm. Megan said that not only the appearance was perfect, other details were also perfect. Her exclusive clothes and tag are made very carefully. The girl is glad that she was given such a body. She thanked the gentleman for his work and said that if she was needed for something, she would always help him. Daphne supported her friend and said that he could also contact her and that in general they wanted to thank the guy. She asked if the hero had forgotten that she has many different images. Therefore, she can use any of them right now. The girl will fulfill the guy's every whim. That evening, they could only support Dracula and then applaud on the sidelines. They can't wait to experience it for themselves. The two girls really wanted to thank their master for saving them. Ben asked them to cool down a bit because they had someone else to thank. At that moment, a girl working at a research institute entered the room where our heroes were sitting. It was the senior researcher and hero's friend, Sarah. She noticed that the two were full of energy. Her doll-making technique must have worked perfectly. The girls asked if she gave them their bodies. Sarah replied that it was so, however, due to some of the characteristics of silica gel, there are a couple of points that they should pay attention to. The girl took a strange book from her bag and took it out. She said that since they met for the first time, she decided to prepare them a gift that she herself composed. It was a guide to caring for silicone dolls, on the cover of which Daphne was sitting in a slightly lecherous pose. The succubus liked that her photo was on the cover. Megan noticed that there was also something on the back side, and on the back of the book was Megan, who was also in a strange position. The girls blushed and looked with great pleasure at the management, where they looked very sexy. While the girls were looking at the textbook, Ben decided to ask Sarah for something else. The hero wanted her to make another model, a fish, a super big fish. This request surprised Sarah. She asked how big the fish Ben wanted to see. The hero replied that it doesn't need to be too huge, it's enough if it's the size of an airliner. The girl thought that he was joking because it would take a huge amount of money. Her director had already spent the budget of the research center. Ben agreed that money is indeed a big problem, but he will come up with something because he really needs this fish. Sarah answered the guy that if there is money, she will create anything for him. But she also wants to ask him for a favor, and it will be fair, Ben agreed with the girl. Sarah said that although her dolls have been studied far and wide, there is one more important aspect that cannot be studied. The girl trusts Ben the most, so he must help her check this. After these words, Sarah abruptly ran to the door, saying that she had a meeting. Ben tried to stop her, asking what aspect she was talking about. But the girl didn't answer him and slammed the door behind her. Ben exhaled in disappointment and wondered what Sarah meant when she spoke about an important experiment. Suddenly, he felt that there was some strange smell in the room. Megan was also wondering what Sarah wanted to experience. But Daphne already knew the answer. She said that the researcher wanted to test their bodies, and therefore Ben should help them with this. However, Ben was already tired of paired practices and wanted to just be given a little rest. Meanwhile, his girlfriends and guards were in the hero's house. Jenna looked at the strange fish in the aquarium and said that the master ordered her to monitor this creature around the clock. She needed to keep an eye on the ghost of the original predator, imprisoned by the technique of 10,000 souls. Jenna thought that the soul of the predator was connected to the soul of the owner, but he still retains his own consciousness, even ignoring the master's orders. He seems inextricably linked to the dark infinity, but is still trying to recreate his body in exchange for having his mouth opened. The fish thought that he was a great primordial predator. Countless people worshipped him as a god, okay? They put him in a toy, so they also put him in the same aquarium with the fish. The little predator was furious because they thought he looked like a fish. This was a mockery. Leia suddenly appeared and quickly drew her blade. She put him to the aquarium and said that this evil look is incorrigible and she wants to cut the ghost. Jenna hastened to stop her. Leia said that only for the sake of Jenna she would leave him alive for now, but if this happens again, she will dismember the predator. The fish couldn't understand what was wrong with this girl and why she was so impudent. Didn't she see his previous appearance, and wasn't she really afraid of him? Meanwhile, in the palace, Count Dracula stood on the balcony and watched the beautiful night. Suddenly, the girl remembered how she spent the night with Ben and what they did. The blonde couldn't understand why she remembered this picture, because she did it only to save the guy. Suddenly, someone knocked on her door and called her name. The girl thought it was Ben, and was surprised that the guy was looking for her in the middle of the night. She thought he was very brave. However, it was May who asked her friend why she was still awake. May said that since returning from the murderous island, Dracula has not been herself for days. Apparently on the evening when she returned to help Ben, something happened. Dracula swore that nothing had happened there. However, everything was written on her face, and May realized that something had really happened. She said that she did not want to get into their personal affairs, and she had a serious conversation with Dracula. At the moment of the resurrection of the original predator, 9 rays of light appeared. May had already sent scouts to trace their location. Some time will pass before they receive the information and can analyze it. And therefore, while the Protoss does not have any problems, the girl can replace Dracula for a few days. It seemed to her that lately the Count had not found a place for himself and that she needed to take the chance and take a vacation, have a good rest, and put her thoughts in order. Count Dracula burst into tears like a child and thanked May for existing. Her friend left, and the girl remained to watch the dark night. Suddenly, someone called her, and this time she recognized the voice. This time she didn't hear it. It was Ben, who was sitting on the roof of her estate. The guy asked why she was not sleeping. He assumed that the girl was admiring the moon. Dracula replied that she had been unable to sleep lately, so she went out to get some air. However, the girl was wondering why Ben had come to her. She blushed really hard and asked if the guy wanted it again, because she wasn't that kind of girl. Ben hastened to reassure her and said that he was not here for that. He just wanted to borrow some money from her. Such a request stunned the girl even more. She did not expect that the hero would ask her for money. Sometime later, after Ben told everything to Dracula, she agreed to give him money, but he needed to do something for her. She just had 3 days off, and if he stays with her for all 3 days, she will do him a favor. In Ben's imagination, he was sitting naked in front of a girl. He thought that Dracula was asking him to sell his body for money. The girl was stunned by the guy's fantasy. She said that they would not do such things. She wants Ben to just hang out with her, go out to eat, have regular dates with her. He can perceive this money as a gift from her and is not obliged to do this if he does not want to. The guy froze at such a proposal, and Dracula thought that he did not want to go. The girl was upset and suggested that it was because she was older and Ben did not need such an old woman.